When the mutation opportunity arrives, the more diseases you have in your body, the stronger you become after mutation. Some people have red-eye disease and transform into superhumans after mutation. One simple line, "I don't eat beef," and a whole city is destroyed. Some people have all 5 organs riddled with illness. After mutation, their organs ascend to become divine organs. With a wave of their hand, they can destroy heaven and earth. But because of good health, he was reduced to the bottom and reborn. Before the mutation opportunity arrives, he vows that in this life, he will make himself riddled with 100 diseases. Don't call me a sickly wretch. Call me the demon god. Yesterday, the head of the L Island Story family, Gu Qianhua, his condition worsened further. The Gu family is preparing Gu Qianhua's funeral arrangements. I've been reborn. Waking up 1 month before the mutation opportunity. Next news item. Jiangnan's richest man, Liu Keilong, has once again issued a worldwide bounty. Whoever can cure his daughter Liu Ryan's genetic disease will inherit half of his fortune. This woman, Liu Ryan, inside her body, disease. She's already contracted an extremely rare genetic illness. Once the mutation era begins, she becomes the legendary Calamity Saint body. Her cultivation speed is hundreds of times faster than ordinary awakened ones. In my past life, she was captured by the strongest force in Jiangnan City, Liu Century, and sent to the mines to dig ore, working 16 hours a day, non-stop. Worked to death, literally. Since I've been reborn, I need to cherish this chance. 1 month is enough time for me to collect all kinds of viruses and transform myself into a body riddled with 100 diseases. Once the mutation era begins, the more diseases in your body, the stronger you are. If I take all the rare viruses in the world and absorb them all into my body, after mutation, wouldn't I just take off and soar? Hey there, brother, what can I do for you, old pal? Brother Hong, didn't you say before that this house of mine could still be mortgaged for $1 million? I want to mortgage it, no problem. But let me be clear up front, old pal. Your house is mortgaged for $1 million. Do you only have $880,000 on hand? Can you accept paying back $1.3 million in a month? Sure, I'll head over to you right now. Can the money hit my account today? Of course it can. I'll be waiting. Those rare and exotic pathogens, every single one of them costs a fortune. Collecting them all is bound to burn through cash. Sure, Brother Hong's loan sharking is shady as hell. But once a month passes, and the mutation kicks in, that loan contract becomes no better than scrap paper. By then, whoever's got the biggest fist makes the rules. I remember, in my past life, that wealthy merchant with the heartless water-fierce Saint physique, Zhang Lingyuan, bragged about it in an interview. He said it was in the final 24 hours, when the Calamity Heavens decree came down, that he recalled at an auction earlier. He'd spent $500,000 to collect a tardigrade carrying a mutating virus. So, he rushed to fill the sealed jar holding the tardigrade with water, and only awaken after drinking it. And that auction was held in Jiangnan. No time to waste. That auction is happening tonight. They've made their move. What's going on? Why did they bring up some broken jar? What a piece of junk. If I remember right, the starting bid for this auction item is $300,000. Don't rush. Let's hear what they have to say first. If nothing goes wrong, inside this little jar should be that mutated tardigrade. I'm getting this thing no matter what. Everyone, please stay calm. Hear me out as I finish the full introduction. Then judge whether it's worth $300,000. It's worth it. Inside this little jar holds an extremely rare mutated tardigrade specimen. You've all seen plenty of antiques and paintings, but a mutated tardigrade like this, none of you have ever laid eyes on it. It's a niche item, sure, but its collector's value is absolutely top tier. Starting bid, $300,000. Bidding begins now. This thing is cursed. I swear it's cursed. Who would spend $300,000 to take this thing home? Isn't that just throwing money away? Who's going to take it off his hands? The person who buys this thing. Besides a total sucker. I can't think of any other word for it. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 1 million. With this, once the mutation opportunity arrives, I'll definitely be a top power in the region. You see, In my past life, the one who awakened the water bear's sacred body, he was known as the Indestructible. An existence beyond time. Not only was his defense off the charts, but after taking damage, he could recover rapidly in a short time. Either of these traits alone, pulled out on its own, is a killing blow. The Mutation Era begins in 1 month. If I swallow the water bear inside right now, I'm not sure what would happen after being infected with the water bear virus. If this thing's toxicity is too mild, then I'm done for. Better to wait until the last day to take it. That's the safe move. And that's not all. The water bear's sacred body alone isn't enough to make me invincible in this world. But where can I find those other rare viruses? Hey, friend, please hold on. Sorry to bother you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the one at the auction who bought that water bear, right? My name is Changshuo. I'm the seller of the water bear. The seller? What do you want with me? You've got it wrong. I'm not here about the water bear. You spent so much money buying this water bear. Behind you must be some big biotech lab, right? What's that got to do with you? Relax, I'm here to talk about a partnership. I work at a biological research base, run by Eagle's Nest within the region. I can get my hands on a lot of rare viruses. This water bear specimen was obtained by a research base during an experiment, purely by chance. I smuggled it out myself. If you want some rare virus samples, you can come to me. This sample costs 500,000. How about it? What do you mean by a big supplier? This is what a big supplier looks like. I was just wondering where to get some rare viruses, and now someone comes knocking on my door. But Changshu just said, one virus sample costs 500,000. That price is not cheap. Where am I going to get more money from? If you're not happy with the price, we can negotiate. I can charge only 300,000 per virus sample. But that's already the lowest price. You know, Yingjiang's biology lab has tight security on this. Sneaking things out from inside is a huge risk for me. 300,000 is still a bit high. It's not high, 300,000 is already rock bottom. If you really can't accept it, I'll go to the other biology labs in the building. But my demand is huge. I wonder if you can handle it. How huge is your demand? How many types of viruses does your research base have? Around 100 or so. Most of them are rare and uncommon viruses. Then, if I want one of each, can you get them? I have my connections, but you'll need to pay half as a deposit first. That's no problem. Then let's add each other as friends. I'll contact you when I need something. Good. But be quick about it. I only have 3 more weeks inside. After 3 weeks, I'll be transferred away. There won't be another chance then. Over 100 types of viruses, 300,000 each. That means I need at least 30 million. Such a huge sum of money. Loans alone definitely won't cut it. Then we'll have to try that method. In my past life, the Liu group was frantically collecting Chanshan Snow Lotus everywhere and destroying them all in one place. I suspect that must be the medicine that can cure Liu Ryan's genetic disease. If this guess is right, just sell this info to the Liu group, and I won't be short on funds anymore. Liu Ryan, your Liu group worked me to death in my past life. This life, the tables might turn. If I really do cure you, and cost you a huge stroke of fortune, you'd still have to thank me, right? Hello. This is the Liu Group Chairman's office. What can I do for you? Tell Liu Keilong. I have a way to cure his daughter. All right, please hold on. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Please come to the Liu Group. I'll send someone to pick you up. Impressive, the Liu Group. They didn't even ask where I am, yet they found me. Ryan. Hang in there just a little longer. Daddy will find a way to cure you. In her past life, the name Ryan Demon Emperor made everyone in the world pale at the mention, using the heart's blood of all living beings to forge treasures. Such methods made her the worst of all demons. If I can cure this woman, then I've done a good deed after all. Go on, how do you plan to cure my daughter? Before that, I want to confirm one thing. Mr. Liu, if my method truly works on your daughter's condition, then the 10 million reward should be mine, right? Of course, I have plenty of money. I'm just afraid you're not qualified to take it. Enough small talk. Either tell me your treatment plan directly, or leave right now. There are plenty of others like you waiting. Your daughter's disease can be cured with Tiantian Snow Lotus. Tiantian Snow Lotus. And then, that's it, just Tiantian Snow Lotus. Go get me a Tiantian Snow Lotus. Brew it and have Ryan drink it. I really didn't expect. In her past life, the fearsome demon Emperor Ryan, before awakening, she's actually this gentle and quiet. This look, if those killed by Demon Emperor Ryan could see her now, they probably wouldn't believe it. How much longer is this kid going to stare at my daughter? My daughter is indeed stunningly beautiful. But staring so openly like this, isn't that going a bit too far? If your method doesn't work later, just wait and see how I deal with you. Boss, the medicine is ready. It contains only Tiantian Snow Lotus. Nothing else. Daughter, drink this and see if it works. Ah. My hand. Since my treatment method is effective, isn't it time you gave me the 100 million reward? Of course, I, Liu Keilong, always keep my word. Transfer 100 million to Mr. Luo's account. Yes, sir. With the money in hand, his mind still on those 100 mutant viruses, he politely declined Liu Keilong's warm invitation and hurriedly took his leave. Once outside, he quickly contacted the facility. I've brought the deposit. All the samples from your research base. I want one of each. No problem, right? Of course, no problem. Give me 2 days. 2 days from now, same time, same place. I'll have everything you want ready for you. Hold on, before that, you'll need to show me proof that you work at the research base. Let me take a look. Otherwise, if you're a con artist, who would I complain to? Here's my work badge and ID. Check them yourself. Then let's do as you said. 2 days from now, bring the final payment and we'll close the deal. This 30 million once I get my hands on it, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. As for whether the company finds out, lately, for some unknown reason, the company's internal management has been in complete chaos. And on top of that, the viruses. The vault keeps more than one sample of each virus. If I just take one of each, no one would even notice. Oh right, there's something I need to tell you. These 100+ viruses, can you put them all into a single test tube? What the heck? Is this kid trying to get himself killed? If you do that, these viruses would lose all their research value. You're a bio-research institute person. Don't you understand even this basic logic? And besides, if all these 100+ viruses are combined together, they could very likely undergo a second, or even multiple uncontrollable mutations. By then, what the viruses mutate into, no one can say for sure. Worst case, an entire city could fall. Why do you care what I do? I pay you, you just do as I say. No problem. Then I'll do as you say. See you in 2 days, don't be late. These 100+ viruses will definitely push my power to a truly terrifying level. Even someone like that top-tier powerhouse, Emperor Gu, who had all 5 cancers in my past life, wouldn't be a match for me. Not enough, these 100+ viruses are formidable, sure. But Blue Star has a massive population. So naturally, there are many people suffering from all kinds of rare terminal diseases. After the Plague Era descended in my past life, countless powerhouses emerged across the globe overnight, each one fiercer than the last. Since I've been reborn, I have to become the strongest. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting such a great chance? Conveniently, there's a big chemical plant in Jiangnan City. Let's go check it out, see if I can grab a bottle of chemical wastewater. Then, I'll pour that chemical wastewater into the virus tube, give it a little shake. To obtain all kinds of chemical substances harmful to the human body, coming to Star Chemical is definitely the best choice. The cherry blossoms of a past life. One of the reasons their per capita loot far exceeds other outsiders. But it's precisely because of these chemical wastes. Let's take a look around. We're sure to find where they dump their sewage. Brothers, did you see that? Star Chemical is indeed secretly dumping waste into the West River. The lead from the local brothers was right after all. Sorry about that. Done, hurry, Big Chow, run. This guy must be from Star Chemical. Damn. Could Big Chow be in danger? Star Chemical really sent people to silence him. With this nuclear waste in hand, my strength can leap forward by a huge margin. Truly something to look forward to. Where's the thing I asked for? Right here, just as you requested. I've taken all 105 mutated viruses from our research base and put every one of them in. Inside this is the detailed data on those 105 viruses. This is the only copy. You keep it safe. If you lose it, I won't have anywhere else to get it. Yeah, I know, but let me be clear up front. It was you. You told me to put all those viruses together. Once you take it back, whether the virus strains inside stay intact. I can't guarantee, don't worry. I definitely won't come after you. I'll be on my way then. Until we meet again, the era of mutation is about to begin. Countdown to the mutation era, 198. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown hits the final second, all humans suffering from illness and pain at this very moment feel their ailments vanish from within. Plagued by 100 afflictions, the 9 abyss chaos body, impervious to all arts, resonance with the heavenly laws, heartbroken, bone-weary, blood-heart sacred art, all in unison, spirit and soul shatter and transform. My true strength has also risen to the 6th level of the transformation realm. At the 6th level of the transformation realm, at this current stage, in this whole building, there's probably only this one. Spread out the fire to draw the monster's attention. Don't let it have offspring. Since it's him, the silver-armored flood dragon. I remember in my past life, after the silver-armored flood dragon was killed, its flood dragon rank would transform into a silver spear. Extremely powerful. And I happen to lack a weapon, so you're it. Who is that in my heart, the nanny with such a big head? Realist, just you. You can try. Not bad, indeed not an ordinary item. Though this silver spear can't be called a supreme treasure, at this point in time, it's still a rare and precious treasure. But this spear still holds a wisp of the silver flood dragon's soul from before its death. If not refined, it will surely backfire at a critical moment later, after the mutation era begins. The first major event descending on Jiangnan City is the Nanshan Secret Realm 3 days from now. The Secret Realm holds countless treasures. Among them, the most precious is a rare treasure called the Nanyang Bagua Plate. Wu Qian, known as the Hanging Armor Venerable in his past life, before obtaining the Nanyang Bagua Plate, was just a rookie at the initial stage. I must get my hands on that Nanyang Bagua Plate. Damn that weakling. If not for him, how could my Calamity Saint body be so incomplete? I was supposed to become the legendary Calamity Saint body, cultivating 1,000 or 10,000 times faster than ordinary people. But all of that was ruined by Luo Zhou. Father, have you found where Luo Zhou is? No, not yet. Our people have already found the place where he used to live. But that house was already mortgaged away a month ago. And during this time, Luo Zhou hasn't returned there even once. Whether he's still in Jiangnan City is even a question. Then check his bank records. No matter where he goes, he's bound to need money, right? There's a problem at the bank. We can't reach our contacts, so we can't check. Boss Liu, we found the person you're looking for. I am Luo Zhou. What is it? Wonderful, it's really Mr. Luo. I am Liu Keilong. I've been looking for you these past few days. I want to repay you for curing my daughter. Finally, I've found you. I was just planning to visit the Liu group in a few days to deal with Liu Ryan and Liu Keilong directly. And here they come to me on their own. So, how do you plan to repay me? Your kindness to our Liu group is immense. It can't be fully expressed over the phone. Mr. Luo, How about this? Tell me your address. I'll bring my daughter to visit you in person. Fine, I'll send you my location. I'll wait for you here. Just as I suspected. Luo Cheng indeed has his eyes on our Liu group. This favor he's shown us. To connect with a powerhouse of this level. The future of my Liu group will surely be bright. Daughter, let's go. We'll visit him together. Remember this. Do not show any hatred in front of him. Wait until your strength improves. Then we'll take revenge. Father, I know what I'm doing. I won't let Luo Zhou suspect a thing. Then there's no time to waste. Let's set off right away. Mr. Luo, it's Liu Keilong. My daughter Liu Ryan and I have come to visit you. Mr. Luo, you finally opened the door before the mutation. Before the era descended, the Liu Group was one of the largest enterprises in Jiangnan City. No one on the streets would dare disrespect Liu Keilong. Yet this chairman of immense wealth is now bowing and scraping before me with a face full of smiles. All of this is brought by strength. I guess it must have been when someone filmed me at the Sunshine Elementary Exhibition Hall and posted it online. That's why Liu Keilong and the others came looking for me so eagerly. But this is fine too. Them coming to me saves me a lot of trouble. Chairman Liu, you must have seen me at Sunshine Elementary, killing that silver-scaled flood dragon. That's why you came looking for me. Mr. Luo, the dragon-slaying story is all over the internet now. Truly a young hero, bold and spirited. Mr. Luo, you saved Ryan's life. These past days, Ryan has been thinking of ways to repay you. But no matter how I think, I can't come up with a way. So I thought I'd come ask you in person. How should Ryan repay you? Just like Ryan, ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve her goals. If I weren't a reborn soul, I really might have been fooled by her act. Speaking of repayment, there is something I'd like your help with. Whatever it is, just say it. Ryan will get it done. Since you're so sincere, then I'll just say it. I want to kill you. The Liu Corporation will cease to exist from now on. In this life, the tragedy of the past will never happen again. This house is tainted. Looks like I'll need a new one. Luo Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground. With each breath he took, the spiritual energy of the world around him kept flowing into his body until it reached a critical point. Luo Zhou's dantian suddenly trembled, just as I expected. You've truly been spoiled. I can feel it. My 9-abyss chaos body absorbs spiritual energy at a terrifying rate. But I lack a proper breathing technique to help convert it. Luo Zhou secluded himself for 2 days, wondering how the world has changed. He began browsing the news. It's still early. Let me check what happened in the world during my 2 days of seclusion. Now that I'm a variable in this world, I wonder if things will still develop the same as in my past life. It seems my rebirth hasn't caused any changes after all. The only difference is the absence of the Liu Group, but in its place, there's a new addition. The Jiangnan Manor, once absorbed by the Liu Group. It's right here in Jiangnan City, where I am. The Southern Mountain Secret Realm is about to open. I hope there's a decent breathing technique inside. Then the cloud split open with a massive crack. Countless beams of golden light shone through the rift. At the spot where the light landed, stood a great mountain the locals called Chen-On Mountain. That's where the Southern Mountain Secret Realm would open. Time to go. Luo Zhou then took off swiftly toward Chen-On Mountain. After reaching the Forest Edge Realm, his physical prowess had become formidable to an utterly terrifying degree. Why are there so many people here? Didn't hardly anyone join the Southern Mountain Secret Realm before? The Bailey group has arrived. Luo Zhou turned his gaze toward the front of the crowd. The most striking figure among them was the woman in a black gauze dress. The Black Feather King's sister, is it? It seems the upheaval at the Liu Group has indeed shifted the original course of events. Whoever competes for the Nanyang Bagua plate, I'm determined to have it. Luo Zhou searched the crowd for Wu Qian. In his past life, he'd seen Wu Qian on television more than once, so he knew exactly what he looked like. With his current Lin Bian realm and the power boost from the Chaos body, if Wu Qian showed up here, he absolutely couldn't escape Luo Zhou's notice. All of a sudden, the people standing beside him quickly retreated backward. Soon, Luo Zhou stood alone in an empty space. Only he remained still in place. The reason was simple, because the Bailey group, led by Lu Yue, was heading this way. The onlookers nearby all scattered. They cleared a path for the 100-mile group to pass through. Only Luo remained standing in place, not moving at all, drawing many sidelong glances from the crowd. Why isn't he moving at all? That's quite rare. He's got some nerve. Before, it was because his strength wasn't enough. He'd already suffered enough grievances. But now, reborn in this life, after awakening the 9-oxen chaos body, if he still had to back down at every turn, then he figured he might as well find a block of tofu and smash himself to death. In this life, only others would yield to him. Are you blind or what? Looks like the 100-mile group's path. Watch your finger. I wouldn't mind removing it for you. Miss, this man has no eyes. He dares to block our way. Let me go deal with him. Stand down, sir. Which faction do you belong to? Just a lone wanderer. I thought this kid was from some big powerful faction, daring to block the 100-mile group's path. Turns out he's just a lone wanderer. Forget him, let's go. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Then the shadow drew closer from afar, growing larger and larger, until it became a handsome young man, appearing before everyone's eyes. Sister Ewer, why are you the only one here today? Where's your brother? My brother has other urgent matters to handle, so I came alone. Sister Ewer, I saw everything that happened just now. This fellow dared to block your path. How about I teach him a lesson for you? Before I came, my brother warned me. Better to avoid trouble than to court it. Don't get involved in this, don't worry. Sister Ewer, I broke through to the 6th level of Initial Realm yesterday. My strength may not match your brother's, but teaching some brat a lesson shouldn't be a problem at all. I'll give you one chance to choose. If you want to live, go kneel and apologize to my sister Ewer, and I'll spare your life. But if you don't want to live, then I'll kill you. Is there no third option? No, kneel or die, pick one. Then let me tell you what the third option is. I kill you. Too fast, it was way too fast. Not a single hint of a draw motion, like blinking an eye. The silver gun's muzzle had already pierced through Ruin Yanfang's heart. Absolutely terrifying. Luo Zhou's mind stirred. The silver gun in his hand began to shrink, until he tucked it away into his sleeve. This was one effect of the refined silver gun. It could change size at Luo Zhou's will. Everyone present, watching this magic-like display, was shaken to the core once again, checking the time. Until the Southern Mountain Night scene begins, only a dozen or so minutes remained. Wu Qian must be hiding somewhere in the crowd right now. He had to be found. Otherwise, this golden chance to obtain a primordial treasure would slip away just like that, whether by coincidence or not. As Luo Zhou cast his gaze over the crowd, he happened to spot a familiar face. Found him. Luo Zhou's eyes lit up. That old man with the goatee was exactly the Wu Qian he was looking for. In his past life, this old man had appeared on the Tower Alliance's interview shows many times. So, that face had long been etched into Luo Zhou's memory. After spotting Wu Qian, Luo Zhou didn't keep staring at him. Instead, he looked away, as if he had just casually glanced at Wu Qian. Sure enough, after Luo Zhou looked away, Wu Qian breathed a deep sigh of relief. After all, the strength Luo Zhou had just shown was simply too terrifying. That cold-blooded way of killing was something never seen in peacetime. If he were targeted by such a ruthless man, then he wouldn't want to stick around for the fun anymore, but would quickly slip away. Things returned to calm. After Ruin Yanfang's death, no one dared to look down on Zhou Luo anymore. No one even dared to get close to Zhou Luo. This caused the once bustling foot of Qian Mountain to now, quite unnaturally, leave an empty space. In that empty space, aside from Zhou Luo and Ruin Yanfang's corpse, there was nothing else. Zhou Luo naturally enjoyed the peace, though it made him a bit conspicuous. But no one would come looking for trouble anymore. Not far away, Lu Yur watched Zhou Luo, who looked calm, his gaze steady, facing Qian Mountain ahead. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. After pondering for a moment, she took light steps and slowly walked toward Zhou Luo. Miss, a subordinate behind wanted to speak, but was immediately silenced by a single look from Lu Yur. Soon, Lu Yur reached Zhou Luo's side. Sir, I was rude just now. I've come specially to apologize to you. She spoke slowly, her voice clear. A perfect mature, elegant tone. Zhou Luo saw that Lu Yue had come to apologize to him, and couldn't help but take a second look at her. This woman was not simple. She hadn't provoked him at all just now. Yet now, under everyone's gaze, she came to apologize to him. As for her purpose, Zhou Luo could naturally see it. Lu Yue wanted to befriend him. But Zhou Luo didn't want to get involved with anything else right now. He'd get the innate treasure, the 9-yang bagua plate, first. Alright, you can go now. Zhou Luo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yue to leave. Seeing this, not a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. Instead, she gave a slight bow. Yue takes her leave. With that, she turned and went back on her own. This scene had everyone staring so hard their eyes nearly popped out. Damn, the little princess of the Bailey group. Come over and apologize to him. He really doesn't hold back at all. Do you think you could do the same as him? Could you be that strong too? Hey, what do you all think? Between him and Lu Yue's brother, Black Feather King, who's more impressive? That's an easy one. Definitely Black Feather King. That Black Feather King, he's one of the 5 strongest in the land. This guy, we don't even know his name. But if he were truly powerful, how could he have no reputation at all? You've got a point. The murmurs and chatter reached Lu Yue, who had just returned to the Bailey group. She didn't dispute that claim. In her view, although Zhou Luo was very strong, he was definitely no match for her brother. The lightning-fast speed Zhou Luo had shown when he killed Ruin Yanfeng earlier, her brother could do that too. After Lu Yue returned to the Bailey group, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from Zhou Luo and her, and back to the ever-changing Qinan Mountain before them. As time slowly passed, the golden divine light breaking through the clouds was about to engulf Qinan Mountain entirely. Zhou Luo took out his phone and checked the time. 3 minutes left. He took a deep breath and cast a quick glance at Wu Qian among the crowd. There was Wu Qian, just like everyone else present, staring at Qinan Mountain, now coated in a layer of golden light, his eyes filled with awe. Such a scene, before the Mutation Era began, would have been absolutely impossible. At the early stage of Gold Rank 2, just stepping into the Awakened ranks, his speed probably wouldn't be too fast. Zhou Luo quietly assessed Wu Qian's cultivation level. In his past life, Wu Qian had only mentioned that he obtained the 9-yang bagua plate in the Nanshan's secret realm, without revealing the specifics. So Zhou Luo still needed to stay a bit cautious. If Wu Qian, he possesses some strange abilities unknown to others. If he were to lose track of him, that would be quite a problem. Just as Zhou Luo was hesitating, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the sky above. The clouds were instantly scattered by an extremely vast golden light. In an instant, the entire Qinan Mountain was shrouded in that glow. Then, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to rumble and tremble violently. The massive Qinan Mountain began to slowly transform with the shaking. In just a brief moment, Qinan Mountain split in two, revealing a rift like a heavenly gate. Golden divine light shone from within the rift. Those outside could not see what lay inside, but everyone present could sense that within this rift, something extraordinary was definitely hidden. Charge! Someone shouted the lead. Immediately after, everyone at the foot of the mountain, as if risking their lives, rushed toward the rift. Among them was Wu Qian. Zhou Luo quickly noticed this, and immediately followed the crowd. No. To be precise, he trailed behind Wu Qian, heading toward the rift together. But he didn't get too close. He merely kept a distance of less than 10 meters from Wu Qian, making sure he wouldn't lose him. And Wu Qian, perhaps because he was rather thin and frail, couldn't push through the other burly people, and fell behind the crowd. Just as everyone was frantically rushing toward the rift, suddenly, in that moment, a massive dark shadow appeared within the rift. Then the shadow slowly emerged from the golden light. Everyone could now see what it was. A giant pitch-black python. This python was dozens of meters long. Its body was even thicker than a concrete pillar. The moment it appeared, it twisted its massive frame, and instantly reached the front of the crowd. Then it opened its bloody maw. Its body merely lunged forward slightly. 5 or 6 unfortunate girls fell right into its bloody maw, swallowed whole by the giant python, their fate unknown. Run, run, there's a monster! Everyone was terrified. Those who had charged to the front now turned and fled without a second thought, wishing they had 4 legs instead of 2. But some among them were bold. "It's just a snake, isn't it? We've all awakened. Why should we fear it? Come on, follow me. Let's kill this beast. Then enter that heavenly gate and find the treasure." These words did rally quite a few who were about to flee. They steadied themselves one by one, ready to fight the giant python together. But the very next second, the python merely flicked its tail. Those awakened ones who sought to slay it were all sent flying dozens of meters away, killed on the spot. The survivors didn't even think twice. They turned and ran immediately, Wu Qian among them. All of this was witnessed by Zhou Luo. Sure enough, this guardian beast of the mountain had appeared, exactly as it had in his past life. Zhou Luo watched the giant python, slaughtering wantonly through the crowd. His eyes flickered. He remembered clearly. This great serpent had claimed many lives in the southern mountain's secret realm. And because of its appearance, the first wave of people to reach Qinan Mountain suffered heavy casualties. No one could break through its defenses to enter the southern mountain's secret realm. It wasn't until the Great Xia Alliance heard the news and sent powerful experts to assist that together they finally slew this serpent, and the southern mountain's secret realm truly opened. But what exactly happened during that time? Wu Qian, such an unremarkable awakened one. How did he end up becoming the one who obtained the Ninyang Bagua plate? All of this, Zhou Luo had to witness for himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo quietly stepped back a few paces, his eyes fixed on Wu Qian. The moment Wu Qian made any move, he would follow immediately. The 019 Building Alliance had overestimated Lu Yuer. The crowd retreated like a tide, and soon everyone was back at the foot of Qinan Mountain. But the mountain guarding serpent kept chasing relentlessly behind. Every minute that passed, a dozen or more people died under the serpent's strikes. The once massive, surging crowd was shrinking at a terrifying rate. Whether it was a blessing in disguise, Wu Qian, who had been squeezed to the back of the crowd from the start, now held the advantage in the escape. After returning to the mountain's foot, he quickly found a large tree as cover and hid behind it. Once in cover, he would occasionally peek out and glance toward the serpent's direction. But what he didn't know was that not far from him, a pair of eyes had been quietly watching his every move. Meanwhile, once the mountain guarding serpent plunged into the crowd, it immediately unleashed its brutal side. A single flick of its tail could directly strike dead a whole swath of unlucky souls. Then with one open mouth, several more people were swallowed alive by it. Those who had just recklessly charged toward that heavenly gate were now filled with utter regret. At the rear of the crowd, the Bailey group, which had never chosen to follow the crowd in the initial charge, was now in an extremely safe position. Lu Yuer watched the frantic slaughter before her, with not a trace of pity in her eyes. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly, as if pondering something. After a moment, she turned to look at the Bailey group behind her. The crowd heard her say, "You all wait here for me. I'll go have a word with this little worm." "Miss, this is too dangerous. You can't go." "Yes, miss. If anything happens to you, how will we answer to young Master Heyu?" The moment she spoke, objections rang out immediately. But Lu Yuer didn't care at all. "It's fine, my abilities are similar to my brother's. If I need to run, this little worm can't catch me. But I won't repeat myself a second time. I brought you here, not so you could veto my orders." A few others tried to persuade her, but were instantly shut down by Lu Yuer. At that, the ones who'd been eager to argue immediately fell silent. Lu Yuer didn't waste a moment. With a flick of her mind, from her back unfurled a pair of wings covered in black feathers. The next instant, the wings gave a slight flap, and she shot straight toward the giant python. The commotion Lu Yuer made was considerable, catching the attention of Zhou Luo not far away. "So this is the power shared with Heyu Wang?" Zhou Luo studied the pair of black wings closely. As a 9-abyss chaos body, Zhou Luo's eyes had already been granted the power of a Dharma eye level. With a single glance, he saw right through the nature of these black wings' power. Speed, pure speed. No wonder people of the past always said, the fastest man under heaven was none other than Heyu Wang of the Bailey group. Even the incomplete version of these wings, awakened by Heyu Wang's sister, could make her this fast. then with his condition far more severe. Having awakened the complete black wings, just imagine how fast Taeyu Wang himself must be. After Lu Yuer swooped low over the first mountain python, she drove her black wings and gave the python a light flap. Whoosh, dozens of black feathers shot out, flying straight at the python. These black feathers, when her attack struck the giant python's scales, unlike the attacks of the others, it wasn't completely blocked. Instead, it pierced straight through the python's scales, sinking deep into its flesh. The giant python winced in pain, its body twitching. Then, from its cold maw, a furious hiss erupted. With a whip of its tail, it lashed out at Lu Yuer mid-air, but Lu Yuer was faster than it. Just as the tail was about to strike her, she dodged with a quick flash of movement. After evading that attack, Lu Yuer used the same move again. Dozens of black feathers pierced into the giant python's body once more. It seemed like Lu Yuer had the upper hand. This sight made the others still fleeing. A glimmer of hope reignited in their eyes. If Lu Yuer could take down this giant python, then wouldn't they be able to enter that door? Watching the python howl in agony from the strikes, Zhou Luo silently shook his head, his lips curling in disdain. He knew full well that although the python looked badly beaten, in reality, Lu Yuer's 2 rounds of attacks were barely enough to cause it a bit of pain. Nowhere near enough to actually wound it. And sure enough, after Lu Yuer's repeated strikes, the giant python seemed thoroughly enraged. A blood red aura radiated from its entire body, as if it had entered a berserk state. Then, with a sharp crack of the air, a single tail whip, several times faster than before, came hurtling straight toward Lu Yuer. This time, she wasn't as composed as before, clearly unable to react in time. Only when the tail was nearly at her face did she hurriedly try to dodge. But it was too late. Though it didn't hit her directly, that single strike still landed squarely on Lu Yuer's wing, with a sharp crack. Lu Yuer was knocked clean out of the air and crashed to the ground with a thud. The black gauze dress was covered in mud. Blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Sister Z. The Bailey group members quickly gathered around. Lu Yue struggled to get up, his already pale face now drained of all color, as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind. Retreat, retreat quickly. He was just about to speak. The next moment, that massive glow had already reached within 10 meters of him. Its bloody maw opened wide in an instant, charging straight at Lu Yuan to devour him. In Lu Yuan's eyes, a flash of despair and regret appeared. He had overestimated himself. Likewise, he had underestimated the strength of this giant python. After all, the Mutation Era had just begun. He had too little experience dealing with beasts like giant pythons. Just as he was in despair, dark figure suddenly appeared 3 inches from the python's body. The figure gathered a punch, aimed precisely, and struck out. The giant python instantly reacted as if hit in a vital spot. Its entire body convulsed. Its gaping bloody maw snapped shut. Its body writhed, retreating over 100 meters in an instant. A pair of cold serpent eyes stared intently at the newcomer. It's the Daxia Alliance people. Zhou Luo also cast his gaze over, immediately recognizing the identity of the one who struck. It was a burly man with a crew cut wearing a special uniform. That uniform was the official uniform of the Daxia Alliance. In his past life, Zhou Luo had some ties with the Daxia Alliance, so he recognized it at a glance. The Daxia Alliance people, they really did arrive, exactly matching the course of his past life. Zhou Luo glanced toward Wu Qian's direction. Wu Qian was still hiding behind that big tree, peeking toward the battlefield ahead, still showing no sign of leaving. It seems the turning point would only come after entering the Nanshan's secret realm. That's when it would happen. Zhou Luo had originally thought it was Wu Qian. What special switch was triggered? That made him enter the Southern Mountain secret realm early. So with his ordinary strength, he obtained the 9-yang Bagua plate, that artifact. Now that I think about it, that guy was just plain lucky. After entering the Southern Mountain secret realm with the others, he did something or other. By sheer accident, he stumbled into where the 9-yang Bagua plate was stored, and took it. In that case, there's no time to waste. Zhou Luo, the 2 schemers, were cold and calculating. The reason he hadn't made a move yet to deal with this giant serpent was to observe Wu Qian. Now the results were clear. He didn't need to observe anymore. He'd quickly take care of this giant python. Letting Lu Qian enter the Southern Mountain secret realm was the key. Now it was his turn to act. At 20 o'clock, one man, one strike. Another instant kill. The battle on the field was still fierce. After Lu Yuan withdrew, the giant python and the burly man from the Grand Alliance were trading blows back and forth. But as time slowly passed, any keen observer could see the burly man was still losing ground. That mountain giant python's strength truly surprised everyone present. Not just strong, but terrifyingly strong. This was definitely a top-tier exotic beast. Damn it, this python is way too fierce. After being hit by the giant python's tail whip, staggering back over a dozen steps, the burly man was cursing under his breath. His name was Chu Hanyan. He was from Jiangnan City, a top expert in the Grand Alliance, with strength at the 8th level of the initial stage. After hearing that a giant python appeared at Mount Chenan, he was immediately dispatched by Jiangnan City headquarters to help everyone deal with it. He had thought, as the strongest in the Jiangnan City Grand Alliance, he could easily handle this giant python. But now it was clear that was far from the truth. Forget about dealing with the giant python. He was about to be dealt with by it himself. Just moments ago, he had already sent a distress signal to headquarters. Headquarters told him that a thermal weapons unit was already heading this way, estimated to arrive in about 10 minutes. But how could he last 10 minutes? On the other side, Lu Yuer could also see that Chu Hanyan was about to give out. He gritted his teeth and glanced toward Zhou Luo's direction. In his view, among everyone present, if there was one person who could stand against the giant python and put up a fight, it was only Zhou Luo. But ever since earlier, he had been secretly observing Zhou Luo and noticed he seemed to have no intention of acting. It seemed he wouldn't be getting into Qinan Mountain this time. No, he had to leave this place quickly. Once the Tower Alliance people gave out, he'd probably be finished here too. He had to hurry back and inform his brother about Qinan Mountain. This place was clearly no simple matter. There might be some great fortune hidden inside. Lu Yuer had already decided to have his men take him away. But just then, the figure that had been standing still in his sight suddenly moved. He was about to strike. Lu Yuer's heart jolted. He saw not far ahead. After Zhou Luo decided to act, he directly pulled the silver glue gun from his sleeve. The next moment, he was already holding the silver glue gun and stood atop the giant python's head. The python, which had just gained the upper hand in its fight with the burly man, now saw yet another bug coming right up to it. A flicker of disdain flashed in its eyes. Then, it casually swung its tail toward Zhou Luo's position in the sky. With a single whip of its tail, the tail tore through the air and came howling toward Zhou Luo at incredible speed. Watch the ground. Chu Hanyan, catching his breath from vomiting, after seeing this scene, quickly shouted at Zhou Luo, wanting to warn him. But the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. High in the sky, Zhou Luo watched the incoming attack, his expression utterly calm, not a trace of concern for such a petty trick. He merely raised his hand and waved lightly. That massive serpent tail, instantly, like a kite with a broken string, was sent flying straight back. The giant serpent felt, from its tail, a piercing, searing pain. Even more intense than when the burly man had struck its vital spot, just moments before. Hiss, hiss. A pair of serpent eyes stared fixedly at Zhou Luo in the sky. The mountain-guarding serpent pondered how to strike back. But it soon sensed something was wrong. Where is he, the man who was just above my head? Gone, the serpent reacted swiftly, its gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Yet still, it found no trace of Zhou Luo. Just as the serpent was puzzled, a voice, rich and magnetic, came from directly above its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. The deadly serpent flicked its tongue and immediately opened its mouth to spray venom at Zhou Luo. This venom was its ultimate trump card, capable of instantly melting a cultivator of the same realm, a zero transformation expert. But before it could even unleash it, Zhou Luo, standing atop the serpent's head, drove the silver spear in his hand straight down. With a squelch, the silver spear pierced through without resistance, instantly, from top to bottom, through the serpent's skull, impaling it clean through. Rumble, rumble. The mountain guarding serpent's body thrashed wildly. In the span of a breath, it turned the southern hillside into complete chaos. But the silver spear in Zhou Luo's hand remained as if embedded firmly within its skull, still remained completely motionless, until streams of black blood flowed out from the gel gun. The giant python's body gradually lost its vitality. The light within those tree trunk eyes began to slowly fade away. In just a moment, the mountain-sized python had already lost all signs of life. The beasts from the early Mutation Era were still too weak. Not even worth my effort. Looking down at the cold python corpse beneath his feet, Zhou Luo's right hand applied slight force, pulling the gel gun out from the python's skull. Rather, I should say I'm just as strong. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In this life, he had finally experienced what it truly felt like to be a powerhouse. He was no longer like his past life, a weakling who couldn't even lift a chicken. Dead, it's dead. On the ground, Chu Hanyan saw the python dead. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This beast that had almost killed him moments ago was taken down by Zhou Luo in just 2 moves, without even a chance to fight back. It was a complete massacre. Our Jiangnan city actually has someone like this. Chu Hanyan quickly took a couple more looks at Zhou Luo. The more he looked, the more familiar Zhou Luo seemed. Isn't this the mysterious man who killed that silver-armored serpent that appeared above Sunshine Elementary School a few days ago? It's actually him. After recognizing Zhou Luo's identity, Chu Hanyan was no longer surprised. Back then, the Mutation Era had just begun. Most people's strength was still at the early initial stage. Facing that silver-armored serpent at the prodigy rank, only powerful thermal weapons could deal with it. But just as the Xia Alliance's reinforcements were about to arrive, Zhou Luo's sudden appearance stunned everyone, including their Grand Commander of the Xia Alliance, completely dumbfounded. One man directly tore apart the seemingly invincible silver-armored serpent with his bare hands. That scene was absolutely terrifying. After the incident happened, although Zhou Luo chose to leave directly, the Great Xia Alliance was still searching for Zhou Luo everywhere. Who would have thought they'd run into him today? Lu Yue saw Zhou Luo take one shot and instantly kill the mountain guardian serpent. Her heart was filled with shock. This scene felt strangely familiar. It was exactly like when Zhou Luo struck once and instantly killed Ruin Yanfeng. Like he'd just kicked a stray dog to death by the roadside. A casual shot, and that terrifying giant serpent was taken down just like that. I really underestimated him. In Lu Yu's heart, she had already redefined Zhou Luo's true strength. She felt that Zhou Luo's power might be on the same level as her own brother's. Chapter 21, The Secret of Wu Qian. Chapter 21, The Secret of Wu Qian. After Zhou Luo killed the mountain guardian serpent, everyone else on the scene stood frozen in place, completely shaken by Zhou Luo's strength. So much so that no one had realized yet they could now enter the southern mountain's secret realm. Zhou Luo looked at the people standing there stunned, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This won't do. Looking at the current situation, if he didn't enter the secret realm first, then the others probably wouldn't go in either. But he still had to follow Wu Qian. What was he supposed to do? Zhou Luo was caught in a dilemma. But soon he came up with a solution. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo flew straight toward that golden crack in the southern mountain that looked like a heavenly gate. When the crowd saw his move, they all snapped back to their senses. Now that the only obstacle, the giant serpent, was dead, wasn't this the perfect time to charge through that heavenly gate? What were they still waiting for? Go! In that moment, everyone regained their initial fervor and rushed forward all at once. Wu Qian was naturally among them. Lu Yuan and Chu Hanyan only hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow into Qian Mountain. Before long, the swift runners had already managed to step into the range of the Golden Rift on Qian Mountain and vanished from everyone's sight. As if behind this rift, there lay another space entirely. Some of the more cautious people still hesitated in their hearts, but seeing many others rush in after them, they too gritted their teeth and entered the Golden Rift together. And just as everyone was charging headlong into the rift, no one noticed, in a thicket not far from the rift, Zhou Luo was hiding there. That's right. He hadn't chosen to enter the Nanshan secret realm directly. Instead, He pretended to step into the golden rift. But at the critical moment, he quickly pulled back. Found a hidden hiding spot. His purpose was to wait for Wu Qian to arrive and enter the Nanshan's secret realm with him. He's here, suddenly. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. He saw not far ahead. Wu Qian, who was at the rear of the group, had finally reached the vicinity of the rift. Gazing at the massive rift before him, radiating a golden glow. On Wu Qian's face, which always looked shrewd, a rare flash of greed appeared. As a smart man, Wu Qian knew very well. After the Mutation Era began, strength was everything. And as one of the lowest among the awakened, whenever such a sign appeared that might hide a great era, he had to go in and take part. Otherwise, he'd be nothing but fish on the chopping block for life. Wu Qian didn't hesitate. Following behind the crowd, he stepped straight into the secret realm. And the very next moment after he entered, Zhou Luo had also set off, at almost the same time, entering the Southern Mountain secret realm together with Wu Qian. A flash of white light before his eyes. All who stepped into the rift had now entered the Southern Mountain secret realm. Zhou Luo was no exception. After his vision returned, Zhou Luo looked around and found that he, like the others who came in with him, was in the middle of a dense forest. Not far ahead was a fairly large clearing, and in the clearing stood an ancient-looking, pagoda-shaped building. Apart from that, there was nothing else of note, only patches of bushes. The people teleported here were now looking around, their faces full of curiosity. After many had surveyed their surroundings and found no danger, they all, as if by unspoken agreement, turned their gaze toward the small pagoda. Clearly, this pagoda was the most important area of this mysterious space. If there was any great fortune to be had, it was most likely hidden inside this pagoda. Some of the bolder ones no longer stayed where they were, but began walking toward the pagoda, with someone taking the lead. The others followed suit, teleported in together with Wu Qian. Zhou Luo, now at the rear of the group, also had a glint of novelty in his eyes. So this is the Southern Mountain Secret Realm. Though the name Southern Mountain Secret Realm had been repeated so often in his past life that Zhou Luo's ears were numb from it. But no matter what, it had always been something he heard from others. This time, however, was different. He was entering it himself. This pagoda should be that Fudu Pagoda, right? Zhou Luo looked at the pagoda-shaped building ahead. The Fudu Pagoda was the most important building in the Southern Mountain Secret Realm. Inside the pagoda, there was nothing else. Only a great hall on the first floor, and a spiral staircase leading straight to the top of the tower. It sounds rather unremarkable. But it was this very staircase that stopped everyone who entered the Southern Mountain Secret Realm in their past life. Whether ordinary awakened ones, or geniuses with top-tier talents, not a single one could step through this staircase and reach the top of the tower. This matter became a regret in the hearts of all geniuses in their past life. Because after this time, the Southern Mountain Secret Realm never appeared a second time. What exactly would happen upon reaching the tower top? No one knew, but, even so, Wu Qian still managed to obtain from within the Southern Mountain Secret Realm the innate great treasure, the 9-yang Bagua plate. Later, when people asked him whether he had climbed to the top of the Futu Tower, he shook his head and denied it. But when they asked him to explain how he had obtained the 9-yang Bagua plate, he would clam up and say nothing. He went to the Futu Tower. Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw Wu Qian not far from him, at this moment following the main group, heading toward the Futu Tower. Didn't this guy say he'd never climbed the Futu Tower? Zhou Luo was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Wu Qian used some method no one else knew about to reach the tower top, and then refused to tell anyone? Very likely. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo immediately quickened his pace. The two entered the Futu Tower, one after another. The moment he stepped into the tower's main hall, Zhou Luo saw that many people were already attempting to ascend that staircase. After all, aside from this spiral staircase inside the tower, it was practically empty. Obviously, something good must be hidden above the stairs. Wait, why am I finding it harder and harder to walk? But the group that climbed onto the stairs discovered a very serious problem. Every step they took upward, they felt their steps growing heavier and heavier. Until finally, even lifting a leg became impossible. But if the thought of giving up arose, and they tried to step back, They found their legs could move freely again. Aren't you all a bit too weak? Can't even make it up these stairs. A small number of people seemed to feel no pressure at all. Watching those stuck at the 10th odd floor, unable to move on, like they were looking at idiots. They paid no mind to those frozen in place, and hurried up the stairs instead. At the foot of the stairs, Zhou Luo took in every scene. So this is the legendary staircase. In his past life, people had already analyzed this staircase inside the Futu Tower, down to the finest detail. The higher one's talent, the higher the floor they could reach on the stairs. No other factor mattered at all. Things like willpower, mental strength utterly useless. I wonder if Wu Qian's 9-yang bagua plate is truly as he claimed, not obtained within this Futu Tower. If what he said is true, then after I follow him and get the 9-yang bagua plate, wouldn't I be able to climb the tower too? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. With my 9 nether chaos body, forged from over 100 negative statuses, climbing this Futu Tower should be a breeze. It all depends on whether what Wu Qian said is actually true. He stepped forward, Zhou Luo's gaze sharpened. Ahead, Wu Qian had already reached the foot of the stairs, his face full of eager anticipation. Chapter 22, the 9-yang bagua plate in hand. Under Zhou Luo's watchful gaze, Wu Qian quickly ascended the stairs. On the first few steps, Wu Qian moved with ease, not a trace of discomfort on his face. But when he reached the 15th floor, Wu Qian suddenly felt that taking a single step required several times the effort it took before. In the end, he came to a halt on the 19th floor. He was just one step away from the 20th floor. But even as he gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to lift his leg, until his face turned red, he still couldn't do it. Wu Qian suddenly cursed out loud. He gave up. Though he gave up, the look in his eyes toward the top of the pagoda was still full of unwillingness. All he needed was to climb a few more steps, and he might have turned his fate around. But why couldn't he pull himself together? Wu Qian was filled with regret. He slowly backed away, and finally stepped down from the stairs, returning to the main hall. But he didn't want to give up just like that. Instead, he turned and headed toward the pagoda's main entrance, wanting to go into the wild forest to see if there was any opportunity out there. Oh, so what he said in his past life was true after all. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up at that thought. If that's the case, then this trip to the Southern Mountains secret realm might just net him to great fortunes. He never expected. The 9-yang bagua plate wasn't even the greatest fortune in the Southern Mountains secret realm. So what exactly was at the top of this pagoda? Zhou Luo decided that, after getting the 9-yang bagua plate, he would definitely go up to the top and see. But right now, the most important thing was to keep following Wu Qian. After leaving the pagoda, Wu Qian picked a direction at random and plunged straight into the dense forest. What kind of place is this? Inside Mount Che, how could such a vast world be hidden here? Damn it, I've wasted half my life. I should have come to Mount Che long ago. Wu Qian walked through the woods, while observing his surroundings, until he pushed 300 meters deeper. Suddenly, a beast's roar came from behind, startling Wu Qian so much his whole body jolted. He turned to look, and found not far behind him, a strange beast had appeared out of nowhere. The beast was powerfully built. It looked extremely similar to a tiger, but on its brow stood a single long horn. Wu Qian didn't think twice. He immediately picked a direction and fled in panic. The beast behind naturally gave relentless chase. Weak as Wu Qian was, he was still unawakened. At this moment, running for his life, he burst out with a speed that didn't belong to someone his age. But the beast was no slowpoke either. It stayed steadily on Wu Qian's tail. Soon, Wu Qian suddenly noticed a cave appeared not far ahead. The cave entrance was very narrow. Wu Qian made a quick judgment and found that even he would have to squeeze in sideways. If he could get inside, then that beast behind him definitely couldn't follow. He'd escape death. Wu Qian's heart raced with excitement. After reaching the cave entrance, he immediately turned sideways and slipped in. Sure enough, after he got inside, that tiger-like beast really couldn't get in. After pacing at the entrance for a while, the beast reluctantly walked away inside the cave. Wu Qian saw the beast leave, but he didn't choose to exit through the opening. Instead, he turned and looked into the pitch-black depths of the cave. Take a look around inside. Maybe I'll find something, Wu Qian thought to himself. He walked deeper into the cave. It was very dark inside. Apart from a few rays of sunlight coming through the entrance, there was no other source of light. But that didn't stump Wu Qian, a modern man. He quickly pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The cave was instantly lit up. Wu Qian could now see the cave's layout clearly. The cave wasn't big, probably only a few dozen square meters. The only way in or out was the crack Wu Qian had come through. After lighting up the whole cave, Wu Qian's gaze was immediately drawn to something. At the deepest part of the cave, against the wall, stood a stone platform half a meter tall. On top of the platform lay a bagua plate. What is that thing? Wu Qian was about to grab the bagua plate, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. So this thing is here after all. Wu Qian was startled, his whole body trembling. He quickly turned around to look, and found that behind him, at some point, someone had already entered. And this person was someone he knew very well. It was the terrifying man who had killed the giant python on Mount Qinan. The moment he saw Zhou Luo, Wu Qian's expression turned fierce. Without a second thought, he lunged straight toward the bagua plate. Although he didn't know why Zhou Luo was following him, the words Zhou Luo had just spoken told him one thing. This bagua plate was definitely no ordinary item, if he could get his hands on it. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Wu Qian was shocked to discover that he could no longer move. He turned around and saw Zhou Luo gripping the back of his collar. The force from his clothes held him completely still. Quite clever, worthy of the title Guojia Heavenly Lord. However, this bagua plate no longer belongs to you. Rest in peace now. Facing Wu Qian's face full of terror and confusion, Zhou Luo's spear had already pierced through his chest. Wu Qian's eyes gradually dimmed, until he died silently. Thud. Zhou Luo tossed Wu Qian's body aside. You deserve to die. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at Wu Qian's corpse and muttered softly. In his past life, Wu Qian had joined a few resistance efforts against King Yishu. But he himself was no good man either. He's nothing but a lecherous fiend. If it were mere lust, there'd be nothing to say. After all, few men aren't fond of women. But this old geezer, his targets are some very young girls. A man like that deserves to die. Zhou Luo paid no more mind to Wu Qian. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bagua plate on the stone platform. The legendary innate treasure, the Nine-Yang bagua plate. Appearing in such an unremarkable mountain cave, Zhou Luo stepped forward, without any hesitation. He directly picked up the Nine-Yang bagua plate. The moment he touched it, the plate, covered in dust, suddenly flashed with a burst of golden light. Then Zhou Luo realized that his spiritual energy was being gradually drawn into the plate in his hand. But the amount was not great. So Zhou Luo only furrowed his brow slightly, and chose not to let go. A moment later, the plate gradually calmed down. This meant the binding was successful. Zhou Luo also suddenly noticed that he now shared a mysterious connection with the plate. They say such innate treasures have their own consciousness, and they choose their masters. Now it seems that's truly the case. Zhou Luo's heart was filled with joy. Now, he finally possessed his very first innate treasure. In his past life, Wu Qian, an ordinary man, relying solely on the Nine-Yang bagua plate, stood at the pinnacle of the world, earning the title of the Armored Heavenly Venerable. Now Zhou Luo, not only blessed with the freakish Nine-Abyss Chaos body, but also wielding the innate treasure Nine-Yang bagua plate. Who in this world could surpass him? Now that the plate is in hand, it's time to make a trip to Futu Tower. Let me see. What lies hidden at the top of Futu Tower? Zhou Luo's mind stirred. The bagua plate was directly absorbed into his body. He turned and left the cave without hesitation, heading toward the position of Futu Tower. 23 climbed to the top of the tower. When Zhou Luogang left through that narrow opening, suddenly a fierce wind swept in from his side. The tiger-shaped beast that had chased Wu Qian into the cave appeared clearly before Zhou Luo's eyes. You beast, you're pretty clever, knowing to wait at the cave entrance. My strength at the 9th level of the initial stage is barely enough, so I'll use you to test The defensive power of the 9-yang Bagua plate. Zhou Luo focused his mind. The 9-yang Bagua plate instantly appeared in his hand. A mysterious reddish-yellow glow blossomed from the center of the Bagua plate. Then, 8 large characters appeared around Zhou Luo's body. Front, Dui, Li, Xin, Zun, Kan, Ding, Kun, 8 characters rendered in inkwash, forming an eggshell-like protective shield, securely guarding Zhou Luo at its center. The next moment, the tiger beast's full power claw slammed violently onto the protective shield. A dull hum sounded, and the claw was directly bounced away. The shield didn't even show the slightest ripple. Truly worthy of a primordial treasure. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment when the tiger beast was staggered by the rebound, he finished it off with a single spear thrust. The 9-yang Bagua plate was also withdrawn back into his body. Too bad this beast's cultivation level was too low. It couldn't unleash the plate's full power. Zhou Luo silently regretted. However, he could roughly tell from that strike. At this point, even if a Divine Realm beast were to appear, the Bagua plate could still protect him completely. And as his own cultivation level rose, the plate's power would only grow stronger. Like Wuqian in his past life, who, relying on his peak spirit transformation realm, managed to withstand the attacks of 5 winged beast kings. That alone says enough. How terrifying is the defensive power of the 9-yang Bagua plate? If only this treasure also had offensive attributes. Zhou Luo shook his head. After letting out a sigh, he quickly headed toward the Futu Tower. He had only one thought right now. Hurry to the top of the Futu Tower and take a look. Then leave the Nanshan's secret realm. Inside the Futu Tower, many people gathered in the tower's main hall. Their eyes fixed on the staircase, all filled with regret. They had all tried the stairs earlier, and finally realized their own limits, by this point having returned empty-handed. Those still challenging the stairs were few and far between. But every one of them was an awakener with exceptional talent. Chu Hanyan and Lu Yuer were among them. The two had been at the very back of the group when they entered the Nanshan's secret realm, so they were also the last batch to enter the Futu Tower. After entering the Futu Tower, their first move was to search for Zhou Luo. But after asking around and no one had seen him, they decided to challenge the staircase themselves, to see what it was all about. At this moment, the two had already climbed to the 36th step. Looking up from the hall, one could see their position was exactly at the halfway point of the Futu Tower. From this, one could deduce that the total number of steps in the Futu Tower staircase was likely 72. It's getting harder and harder. On the steps, every step forward Chu Hanyan and Lu Yuer took, they could feel it growing more difficult. Especially Lu Yuer. Her cultivation and talent were a notch below Chu Hanyan's. The step onto the 36th level had nearly drained all her strength. But Lu Yuer didn't give up easily. She gritted her teeth, using every trick she had. She finally managed to stop at the 38th level, and then couldn't advance another inch. Is this really as far as I can go? Lu Yuer felt unwilling to accept it. Especially when she saw Chu Hanyan push forward onto the 39th level, her regret only grew stronger. If he had known the reason Qinan Mountain showed signs was because a secret realm had opened, he would never have persuaded brother Lu Feiyu to come, instead of coming himself. This was definitely a loss, a huge one. Lu Yuer glanced toward the staircase above, and silently sighed with regret. But when he saw Chu Hanyan, still struggling to reach the 40th floor, he felt a bit better. Because he knew Chu Hanyan was definitely just like him, and would never reach the top either. That being the case, the Great Tower Alliance would be just like his Bailey group, and get no opportunity from the tower's peak. One's own failure is certainly frightening, but another success is even more upsetting. If I can't get it, you can't either. Thinking it that way made it acceptable. Lu Yuer breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard some noise behind him. He turned to look, and Lu Yuer was instantly stunned. Down below on the stairs, a familiar figure was taking 3 steps at a time, rapidly bounding up the flights, heading straight toward him. Excuse me, coming through. I'm in a hurry. In less than 30 seconds, Zhou Luo had already reached Lu Yuer's side. Hearing those words, Lu Yuer, though still stunned, instinctively made room for Zhou Luo to pass. Right after that, Zhou Luo, as if no resistance could hold him back, easily stepped past him, still taking 3 steps at a time, and directly climbed onto the 41st floor. Still on the 40th floor, gritting his teeth and preparing to charge for the 41st. Chu Hanyan was also stunned speechless. "Buddy, don't you feel any pressure at all?" He watched Zhou Luo bounding swiftly up the stairs between the steps, and let out a soul-searching question. "Pressure? What pressure?" "It's easy." Zhou Luo answered Chu Hanyan directly with his actions. After dropping that one line, he took another step forward, leaping from floor 41 straight up to floor 44. The whole motion was fluid and seamless, effortless and relaxed, while Chu Hanyan, just to reach floor 41, had worked himself into a sweat. His face flushed red, forming a stark contrast. What the hell? Chu Hanyan was completely dumbfounded. He knew Zhou Luo was strong, but how could he be this strong? Setting that aside, the Mutation Era had only just begun a few days ago, and he'd already reached nearly the 8th level of the initial stage. That rate of cultivation advancement already put him in the top tier of Jiangnan City. And according to the Tower Alliance headquarters assessment, his talent was considered impressive even across the entire tower. But even so, inside this tower, he'd been utterly outclassed by Zhou Luo. The floor 41 he'd struggled with all his might to reach, Zhou Luo crossed in a single step, as if this staircase beneath his feet held no restriction for him at all. Chu Hanyan felt a bit resentful. But no matter how unbalanced he felt, Zhou Luo's retreating figure gradually began to vanish from his sight. Zhou Luo moved with incredible speed. After stepping onto floor 44, he didn't pause, and charged straight toward the tower's peak. Before long, Zhou Luo had already crossed the final floor 72, without a single moment's hesitation. This was the summit of the floating tower. Zhou Luo stepped onto the top, and before him appeared only a secret chamber. On the floor at the center of the chamber, a mysterious Dharma diagram was engraved. And at the very center of that diagram stood a short, stubby little pillar. The top of the pillar was hollow, and this shape, Zhou Luo seemed to have seen it somewhere before. "Isn't this the Nanyang Bagua plate?" Zhou Luo frowned slightly, walked over to the pillar and observed for a while. Found that this empty section matched the Nanyang Bagua plate perfectly. Could it be that the Nanyang Bagua plate is the key to unlocking the fortune within this Futu Tower? Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. He chose to follow Wu Qian first, to get the Nanyang Bagua plate. That really was the right call. Otherwise, if he had chosen to go straight up the tower, he would only be staring at this pillar before him, crying over nothing. Chapter 24, The Complete Nanyang Bagua Plate. After discovering the empty spot on the pillar was exactly like the Nanyang Bagua plate, Zhou Luo didn't hesitate. He directly summoned the Bagua plate from within his body. Then he immediately took the Bagua plate and slotted it into that gap. And sure enough, once the plate was slotted in, it fit perfectly. Wow! The moment the plate merged with the pillar, the mysterious formation beneath Zhou Luo's feet suddenly began to activate. The entire chamber instantly filled with a dim glow. Zhou Luo quickly stepped back a few paces to get out of the formation's range. Since he still didn't know what this formation was, Zhou Luo wouldn't risk his own safety as a gamble. Soon, under Zhou Luo's watchful gaze, the formation gradually condensed a sphere, a ball of energy as dazzling as a giant sun, which finally flowed into the Bagua plate atop the pillar. The chamber gradually returned to calm. After the plate absorbed that giant sun, on the surface of the plate, there unexpectedly appeared a streak of flowing crimson light, radiating extraordinary power. Zhou Luo walked forward. First, he reached out his hand and gently touched the plate itself, wanting to test it out. But in that test, he found the plate's affinity toward him. It seemed to have risen even higher. Zhou Luo was completely at ease now. He directly stored the Bagua plate back into Zhuangji, feeling its changes. "I understand now." Half an hour later, Zhou Luo's face had turned utterly ecstatic. After the Nanyang Bagua plate absorbed that giant sun, it had gained a new function, counterattack. It could reflect Forbidden's attacks back at the one who struck. Moreover, Zhou Luo could use spiritual energy to amplify the Nanyang Bagua plate, making the reflected damage even greater than the original. By the gods! Zhou Luo's breathing grew rapid. He was absolutely certain the Nanyang Bagua plate he'd heard of in his past life definitely never had this damage reflection ability. Otherwise, Wu Qian wouldn't have died, and been given a mocking nickname by his rival, the Turtle Return Heavenly Lord. It seemed, in his past life, Wu Qian never even reached the top of the floating tower. The reason he got the 9-yang Bagua plate was because, while being chased by that beast in the dense forest, he stumbled upon it by chance. No wonder when people asked him about how he obtained the 9-yang Bagua plate, he would never say a word. Such an embarrassing matter. If it were me, I wouldn't mention it either. Zhou Luo suddenly understood everything. This was truly an unexpected blessing. The 9-yang Bagua plate's defensive power was already extremely terrifying, and now it had gained an offensive capability, truly worthy of an innate treasure. After Zhou Luo stored the Bagua plate within his body, he looked around and found the secret chamber held nothing else. So he turned and headed back down the tower. On the way down, Zhou Luo noticed that Chu Hanyan had reached the 42nd floor, resting and preparing to push for the 43rd. Impressive perseverance, my friend. But I must warn you, everything at the top has already been taken by me. Climbing up there won't do you any good now. Considering he was a member of the Grand Alliance, Zhou Luo kindly gave him a word of advice. Then he immediately went downstairs from beside him. Watching Zhou Luo's departing figure, Chu Hanyan's composure nearly shattered. "Thanks a lot," he said with a smile, grinding his teeth as he shouted at Zhou Luo. Then he no longer had any intention of climbing the tower. He turned around and gave up outright. What's the point of climbing now? All the opportunities were taken by Zhou Luo. If he didn't leave now, wouldn't he just become a total fool? After Chu Hanyan came downstairs, he found that Zhou Luo's shadow had long since vanished. After asking the people nearby, he learned that Zhou Luo had left the Futu Tower immediately upon coming down. When he gets back, he definitely needs to investigate this person's background thoroughly. Preferably recruit him into our Tower Alliance. Chu Hanyan silently made up his mind. This trip to Qinan Mountain, the strength Zhou Luo displayed, was undoubtedly the peak of Jiangnan City. Even Jiangnan Manor might not be able to match him. And Jiangnan Manor had already rejected the Tower Alliance's invitation, clearly intending to establish their own faction. And their attitude toward the Tower Alliance was also quite subtle. In the future, a clash between the two sides isn't impossible. Under these circumstances, what the Tower Alliance could do was to do their best to win over all the lone wolf powerhouses located in Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo clearly fit the profile of a lone wolf powerhouse perfectly. After awakening, he first slew that silver-armored dark serpent, protecting Sunshine Elementary School. Then he came to Qinan Mountain and saved my life. He should have a good impression of our Tower Alliance. Chu Hanyan muttered to himself, his mind already racing with thoughts of what methods he could use to bring Zhou Luo into the Tower Alliance. Meanwhile, among the Bailey Group crowd not far away, Lu Yu's thoughts were more or less the same. Having just witnessed Zhou Luo moving swiftly up the Futu Tower stairs, he had already realized, in the end, he had underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength was likely already at the pinnacle of the tower, on the same level as his own elder brother. Someone like this, even if you can't win them over, you absolutely must not offend them. After returning, he must investigate Zhou Luo's background thoroughly. He should find a way to curry favor with him instead. After leaving the Futu Tower, Zhou Luo went alone, beginning to explore the dense forests all around. In his past life, the Nanshan secret realm only opened for 1 hour. After that, everyone inside the realm was teleported out. Now, of the 1-hour time limit, only the final 20 minutes remained. Though time was short, it was still enough for Zhou Luo to search every corner of the area. This secret realm was truly remarkable. He had no idea how it had come to be. After exploring the entire realm, Zhou Luo couldn't help but remark. He had now almost fully understood the true nature of the Nanshan's secret realm. This Nanshan's secret realm was nothing more than a special space of modest size. Seeing that there was nothing special left to find, Zhou Luo sat down on the spot to meditate, preparing to wait for the hour to pass, and let the Nanshan's secret realm send him out. Time slowly slipped by. The 1-hour mark quietly arrived. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the sky, and the scenery around him gradually faded away. When his vision returned, Zhou Luo found himself already back at the foot of Mount Che. He looked up at Mount Che and saw that the golden rift that served as the realm's entrance had now vanished without a trace. Mount Che had returned to its original appearance. The Nanshan secret realm was over. It was time to go back and break through to the divine marvel realm. Zhou Luo rose from the ground. Though he was already incredibly powerful now, he still dared not let his guard down. Because he knew that 1 month after the Nanshan secret realm ended would be the time of the great reshuffling of this world. The Show King descends. The guarantee appears. The clash of powers. Though danger never ceases, the opportunities grow ever greater and ever more numerous. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Of course, during this past month, what Zhou Luo cared about most was that breathing technique hailed as the world's finest. Before that time comes, breaking through to the divine marvel realm is the real priority. Only once I reach the divine marvel realm can I secure that breathing technique for sure. Zhou Luo muttered to himself. The breathing technique was what he needed most right now. He would never let it slip into another's hands. Chapter 25, Liu Ryan's Condition, the Longevity King arrives. Inside an extremely luxurious reception room at Jiangnan Manor. Bang! After Reincarnation finished hearing his subordinates report about what had happened over at Kishin, he could no longer contain his fury and slammed his palm down, shattering the table. Damn you, you dared to strike to kill against me. Zhou Luo, I want you dead. Reincarnation gnashed his teeth. His face twisted with rage. He truly hadn't expected that at the very start of the mutation source's opening, there would be someone whose strength could so effortlessly obliterate Ruin Yanfeng. And that this person was right here in Jiangnan City. He had assumed that with Ruin Yanfeng's power, sending him to check on Kishin's intentions would be foolproof. After all, in the 3 days since the mutation source opened, their Jiangnan Manor had already swept aside most of the factions in Jiangnan City. By all logic, there absolutely should not have been someone like Zhou Luo, a strong one who just appeared out of nowhere. This was a real miscalculation. On the sofa in the reception room, a breathtakingly beautiful figure sat there, her aura cold and pure, yet alluring seductive. Even the subordinate who came to deliver the news couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. After Reincarnation finished venting his rage, that stunning figure, calm and composed, spoke up, saying, Master Ruin, I told you long ago, hidden within Jiangnan City is a peerless master. If you had listened to me, the young master wouldn't have died so easily. That woman is none other than Liu Ryan. After burying her father Liu Keilong, Liu Ryan immediately sought out Jiangnan Manor. The reason was simple. Liu Ryan understood deeply that if she wanted revenge, relying only on her crippled Calamity Saint body was far from enough. And Jiangnan Manor was the best ally in her eyes. Too late, everything is too late. After hearing Liu Ryan's words, Reincarnation couldn't help but feel deep regret, his eyes turning bloodshot. Among his 3 sons, Ruin Yanfeng ranked second in talent. If given more time to grow, he would surely become a pillar of Jiangnan Manor in the future. But all of that was ruined because of Zhou Luo. Manor Master Ruin, now, you can consider the conditions I mentioned earlier, right? Liu Ryan, completely calm, watched the regretful Reincarnation. Help me refine my crippled Calamity Saint body. Then I'll join forces with you to eliminate Zhou Luo. Once he's dead, I'll leave Jiangnan City. Your Jiangnan Manor will remain the leading power of Jiangnan City. Nothing will change. How does that condition sound? After speaking, Liu Ryan's beautiful eyes locked tightly onto Reincarnation, waiting for his answer. I accept. Reincarnation took a deep breath. After a moment of thought, he agreed directly. Now that the Nanshan Secret Realm is over, from Zhou Luo's performance in the Nanshan Secret Realm, one can clearly see this man is absolutely a top-tier expert at the Zero Esports realm. As the highest cultivated person in Jiangnan Manor, Reincarnation himself is only at Zero Esports, first level. He knew well that relying on himself alone, it may be very hard to complete the revenge. Because according to the intelligence, Zhou Luo was inside the floating pagoda in the Southern Mountains Secret Realm, and obtained a mysterious opportunity. He doesn't know what this opportunity is, but he also understands that after Zhou Luo got this opportunity, his strength will absolutely surge greatly. Under these circumstances, he urgently needs an ally to join forces against Zhou Luo. Liu Ryan is a perfect choice. She also shares a blood feud with Zhou Luo. Her natural talent is not low either. Even with just an incomplete Calamity Saint body, it was enough to support Liu Ryan, within just these 3 short days, to cultivate to nearly the 7th level of the beginning. If this Calamity Saint body were completed, Ruin Kingshan dared not imagine how terrifying it would be. Don't worry, I'll have people search with all their might for a way to complete your Calamity Saint body. Once your Calamity Saint body returns to its full form, the 2 of us will join forces directly and catch Zhou Luo off guard. Ruin Kingshan immediately made the decision, his eyes full of rage toward Zhou Luo. That would be excellent, Liu Ryan said upon hearing this, a smile curling at the corner of her lips, a smile so beautiful it was breathtakingly mesmerizing. What the 2 didn't notice was that during their conversation, outside the reception room, a young man with a grim expression was standing, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with anger and grief. After standing outside the door for a while, he seemed to have made some kind of decision, and immediately turned and left. On the other side, after leaving the Southern Mountains secret realm, Lu Yuer directly left Jiangnan City, planning to hurry back to the Bailey Group to tell her brother He Yuang everything that had happened at Chess Southern Mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Hanyan quickly returned to Jiangnan City, to the headquarters of the Tower Alliance, and reported this matter to the branch leader. To win over talent like this, we must try every possible means to recruit him. The Sub-Alliance Master of Jiangnan City, Wang Ling, waved his hand decisively upon hearing this, his eyes filled with a thirst for talent. There was no helping it. The Tower Alliance was truly desperate for people right now. Though it was an official organization, across the land, any awakened with even a hint of talent wanted to strike out on their own. Very few were willing to join the Tower Alliance. Of course, the most important reason wasn't that the Tower Alliance offered poor terms, but that it had one unbreakable rule: never harm innocent civilians, and never commit heinous, immoral acts. In peacetime, this rule was followed by nearly everyone. But now that the Mutation Era had begun, everything had changed. Those who awakened and gained immense power overnight were utterly unwilling to abide by such ironclad rules of the old era. On top of that, most awakened were people gravely ill, and through years of battling their diseases, many had long since had their minds twisted. Such people would never join the Tower Alliance. Even if they didn't go independent, most would choose instead to pledge themselves to one of the other major powers. Of course, Wang Lin's eagerness to recruit Zhou Luo wasn't based on that consideration alone. Just today, a piece of news came from the frozen wastelands of Beijing. In the early hours of the morning, in Moshui City, a terrifyingly powerful Beast King suddenly appeared. The Moshui City Tower Alliance, joined by a host of strong fighters, fought desperately, yet still couldn't hold out against that Beast King for even an hour. In just 1 hour, Moshui City was utterly wiped out. Even the devastating thermal weapons, developed before the Mutation Era began, had no effect whatsoever on that Beast King. After the Tower Alliance fell, the entire city descended into hell. The carnage was beyond horrific. Even the messenger, who barely escaped, trembled uncontrollably while recounting it. Wang Lin feared that in Jiangnan, such a Beast King might suddenly appear. If it truly did, relying only on their Daxia Alliance's strength, they absolutely could not withstand it. So he had to plan ahead, before such a thing happened, and prepare as much as possible. He did not want to see his hometown of Jiangnan City reduced to such an apocalyptic scene. With that thought, Wang Lin threw on his coat and said to Chu Hanyan, "Hanyan, let's go. I'll go with you to visit this Mr. Zhou." Chu Hanyan was startled. Alliance leader, "You're coming with me personally?" "Of course. That's how we show the Daxia Alliance's sincerity." Wang Lin nodded and strode swiftly toward the meeting room door. No time to waste. We leave immediately. Chapter 26, The Daxia Alliance's Decision to Invite Zhou Luo. Inside a residence in Jiangnan City, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the floor, breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A moment later, a crisp cracking sound came from within his body. As if some shackle had been broken, Zhou Luo's cultivation level surged dramatically. The 9th level of the transformation realm. After stabilizing his cultivation, Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, his gaze filled with delight. The power of this nine-abyss chaos body far exceeds my imagination. Breaking through realms met no obstacle at all. As naturally as water flowing into a channel. Zhou Luo knew exactly how terrifying this trait was. In his past life, countless people got stuck at a single realm, unable to advance even a step, trying every means yet failing to break through. Even the most gifted geniuses were the same. But now, Zhou Luo never had to worry about such a problem. For him, breaking through was as easy as breathing. And that was without a breathing technique. If he had one, Zhou Luo couldn't even imagine how fast his cultivation would be. Suddenly, Zhou Luo frowned. He sensed two auras approaching outside the door. One of them felt somewhat familiar. Before long, a knock came at the door of Zhou Luo's room. A familiar voice called out, "Mr. Zhou. It's me, Chu Hanyan." Hearing who it was, sure enough, it was Chu Hanyan, whom he'd met at Kenon Mountain. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Tower Alliance had sent someone. He thought for a moment, and understood why Chu Hanyan had come to see him. Zhou Luo got up and went to open the door. Standing outside, besides Chu Hanyan, was a face Zhou Luo found very familiar. "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Chu Hanyan." Seeing Zhou Luo come out, his expression shifted. He was about to introduce Wang Lin to Zhou Luo. But before he could speak, Zhou Luo said first, "So it's Alliance leader Wang." In his past life, he'd seen plenty of news about Wang Lin. This man, as deputy alliance leader of the Jiangnan Tower Alliance, was extremely righteous in his conduct, especially in how he treated ordinary people. He did an excellent job. His reputation was solid. "Oh, so Mr. Zhou knows me." Wang Lin was a bit surprised. He remembered that he had never once dealt with Zhou Luo before. But he didn't think much of it. After all, he was the alliance leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Tower Alliance. If Zhou Luo knew him from somewhere else, that wasn't strange at all. Since Mr. Zhou already knows me, that makes things easier. Wang Lin didn't plan to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhou, the reason I've come this time is to represent the Tower Alliance and invite you to join us. As for the terms and treatment, you can rest easy. It'll definitely be at the level of a branch alliance leader. Of course, if you don't want to manage things, you can also choose to hold just a nominal title." Wang Lin directly laid out the conditions to recruit Zhou Luo, all at once, without holding anything back. He knew very well, when facing a strong figure like Zhou Luo, sincerity was absolutely the most important step, not hiding or concealing anything. After hearing Wang Lin's proposal, Zhou Luo still shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have any intention of joining a faction for now." To be honest, the terms Wang Lin offered were already very generous. The treatment of a branch leader within the Tower Alliance was already among the top tier. Just on the matter of authority, you could directly become the ruler of a city. That's the dream of countless men across the land. And on the matter of resources, the Tower Alliance also promised that any rare treasures produced in the future and magical artifacts would be enjoyed by the branch leaders first. You could say the Tower Alliance gave everything they could. But none of this could sway Zhou Luo. Although Zhou Luo had a good impression of the Tower Alliance and approved of their style and approach, he himself, at this moment, had no intention of joining any faction. Zhou Luo's most important priority was just one thing: improving his strength. He had the unique information advantage of a reborn man, able to know about all the events about to unfold and the various treasures about to appear. At this time, if he chose to join some faction, it would definitely not be a wise choice. "Is that so?" After hearing Zhou Luo's decision, Wang Lin, a flash of disappointment passed through his eyes. Though he had considered this possibility before, seeing Zhou Luo actually refuse, Wang Lin still felt somewhat disheartened. But he quickly pulled himself together. "Mr. Zhou, I have one more request, though it may be presumptuous." Wang Lin took a deep breath, looking at Zhou Luo. "If one day Jiangnan City faces a crisis, could you please help our Great Xia Alliance? Lend us a hand. As long as you agree to the conditions I mentioned, they will all be honored. Whatever you want, our Great Xia Alliance will do our best to provide." After speaking, Wang Lin stared intently at Zhou Luo, with a look of anxiety on his face. "What are you saying?" Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but frown. Seeing him like that, A flicker of disappointment passed through Wang Lin's eyes. So it really won't work after all. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Zhou Luo's voice came again. I was born and raised in Jiangnan City. If Jiangnan City faces a crisis, if I don't step up, who will? At those words, the dejection in Wang Lin's heart vanished completely. He looked at Zhou Luo, his gaze gradually turning to sheer joy. Mr. Zhou, you are truly righteous. Seeing how excited Wang Lin was, Zhou Luo couldn't help but find it amusing. He waved his hand, saying that's enough. If there's nothing else, you can be on your way. I still need to cultivate. Very well, we won't disturb you then. Hanyan, let's go. Wang Lin immediately understood. Without any hesitation, he simply led Chu Hanyan away. On the way, Chu Hanyan couldn't help but remark, I never expected Mr. Zhou to actually agree. Wang Lin couldn't help but smile at that. He said, the moment he said those words, I knew. This Mr. Zhou is definitely a man of great integrity. Within our great Xia, there truly are many people with conviction. After saying this, he let out a sigh. It's just a pity we couldn't truly bring him into our great Xia alliance. The two gradually walked away. Meanwhile, back inside the room, Zhou Luo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down below. After Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan's figures gradually disappeared, a trace of regret flickered across his face. The Great Xia Alliance. A pity, recalling his past life. The Great Xia Alliance, under the pressure of several other major powers, was growing weaker day by day. Though their conduct was righteous, and they treated common folk with great kindness. In times of chaos, others don't care if you're righteous or not. Strength is the most convincing thing. And the reason he agreed to the Great Xia Alliance, to lend a hand at critical moments later, was also because of a debt, a favor from his past life. In his past life, a beast king descended upon Jiangnan City. He was caught in the disaster too. It was the Great Xia Alliance that stepped in and saved him from the catastrophe. In this life, he could finally repay that debt of gratitude. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo picked up his phone and checked the time. Almost there. Only 3 days until Mount Tai Mansion opens. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. Mount Tai Mansion was where the breathing technique hailed as the world's strongest in his past life. The Dazhong Jinhai technique first appeared. This breathing technique was extremely powerful. It was said that when a master breathed, the spiritual energy within surged like raging waves in the deep sea. Each exhale could shake mountains and rivers. At full mastery, one's breathing resonated with the earth's veins. Every move carried the might of the 5 mountains calming the seas. Legend had it that, at the peak of cultivation, a single inhale could halt a 100-mile tsunami. Such a supreme breathing technique should be mine to wield. Zhou Luo made up his mind. He would claim this breathing technique no matter what. No one could stand in his way. 0 to 7. Today, I'll play the good guy for once. While Zhou Luo was still cultivating inside his home, on a hillside not far from his private villa, just a short distance away. Found you. Zhou Luo dared to kill my brother. I'll make you pay with your life. Just now, hiding behind Ruin Kingshan, the dark-winged man eavesdropping outside the guest room door, was holding a military telescope, peering through the glass into the room. He was none other than Ruin Shanlin, Ruin Yanfeng's elder brother. After learning his younger brother Ruin Yanfeng had been killed, Ruin Shanlin, who doted on his brother dearly, nearly fainted from rage. Especially when he was about to go see his father Ruin Kingshan. To discuss a revenge strategy, he overheard Ruin Kingshan and Liu Ryan's scheme, which seemed to be delaying immediate revenge, and instead waiting patiently. How could that be acceptable? Ruin Shanlin believed that the Mutation Era had just begun. No matter how strong Zhou Luo was, could he be stronger than heavy firearms? Absolutely impossible. So he secretly diverted troops behind Ruin Kingshan's back. After the Mutation Era began, the elite forces hired by Jiangnan Manor came to seek revenge against Zhou Luo. Behind him, a dozen heavily armed men were lying low, holding powerful heavy sniper rifles, prone on the ground, their muzzles all aimed through the glass at Zhou Luo. In the sky, a British imported military helicopter, mounted with a heavy machine gun, was hovering above Ruin Shanlin. Its gun still trained on the room where Zhou Luo was. And that wasn't all. About 100 meters away from Ruin Shanlin, Two imposing and mighty tank armored vehicles had already finished loading their ammunition, just waiting for Ruin Shanlin's command. The villa where Zhou Luo was staying would instantly turn to dust. To deal with Zhou Luo, Ruin Shanlin had truly dragged out every last asset of Jiangnan Manor and thrown it all in, especially those to tank armored vehicles. Back when the Mutation Era first began, their Jiangnan Manor had paid a heavy price to acquire those to tanks. Should the young master open fire? The commander of the elite squad beside Ruin Shanlin immediately asked. Seeing that everything was ready, a slight smile curled at the corner of Ruin Shanlin's mouth. A flash of madness crossed his eyes. Zhou Luo, go to hell and atone to my brother. Open fire, bang bang bang. Boom boom boom, at Ruin Shanlin's command. Over a dozen heavy sniper rifles fired simultaneously. Large caliber rounds that could pierce steel directly. Armor-piercing bullets shot toward Zhou Luo's brow with blazing sparks. Not only that, the military helicopter circling in the sky. Its gun barrel began spinning at high speed at that moment. The tanks on the ground, their cannons immediately spat out to bursts of flame. In just an instant, the standalone villa where Zhou Luo was directly blasted into rubble and ruins. Dust filled the air. Ha ha ha, Zhou Luo, you offended Jiangnan Manor. If you don't die, who will? Third brother, I've avenged you, Zhou Luo will soon be there to keep you company. Ruin Shanlin couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. After laughing for a while, he broke down into sobs. But no sooner had he said those words, the commander beside him suddenly widened his eyes. Young master, something's wrong. At the villa's location, the thick dust gradually dispersed. Amid the ruins, a figure was slowly emerging. Jiangnan Manor. I had planned to wait until I obtained the breathing technique before dealing with you. But I never expected you'd be so eager to die. Zhou Luo held up the 9-yang bagua plate. A black and white shield enveloped his body, his eyes brimming with killing intent. The moment Ruin Shanlin's forces opened fire, he had already sensed something was wrong, and decisively unleashed the 9-yang bagua plate for protection. That was why Zhou Luo wasn't even injured. Under the protection of the 9-yang bagua plate, not even a speck of dust clung to his clothes. Still too careless. A flash of regret crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. He should have, right after leaving the Southern Mountains' secret realm, headed straight for Jiangnan Manor and dealt with this trouble. Although he wasn't injured at the moment, having his cultivation disturbed wasn't a good thing either, especially since he'd just found a place to stay. And now he couldn't use it anymore. After dealing with this mess, he'd have to find somewhere else to live. What a waste of time. Wait, thinking of that, Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm about to wipe out the entire Jiangnan Manor anyway. Why do I need to find a place to stay? I can just move right into the manor itself. Zhou Luo's thoughts instantly cleared. He looked at Ruin Shanlin on the distant hillside. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Here to avenge your little brother, huh? No problem. Since you two brothers are so devoted to each other, then I'll do a good deed and let you two reunite soon, so you won't have to suffer this longing anymore. In the distance, when Ruin Shanlin saw Zhou Luo's gaze fall on him, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Just now, seeing Zhou Luo come out unscathed, after withstanding a full round of fire from his troops, he nearly questioned his own existence. You see, after that round of gunfire, even a top-tier expert would have died in agony. How did Zhou Luo survive it? He wasn't the only one questioning reality. The commander beside him, looking at Zhou Luo, was staring at him like he was a monster. Before today, if someone had told him that one could withstand a heavy sniper rifle, plus a heavy machine gun, and 2 heavy artillery cannons without dying, he would have thought that person was insane. But today, Zhou Luo actually did it. After that round of bombardment, the villa where Zhou Luo had been was now reduced to rubble. Yet he himself was as calm as if nothing had happened. He stood there completely unharmed. How is that even possible? The commander swallowed hard, fear filling his heart. Keep firing, keep firing. He might survive the first round, but I refuse to believe he'll survive the second. Ruin Shanlin gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order. Hearing his words, the commander snapped back to attention and instantly commanded his troops. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Countless flashes of fire bloomed once more. The exact same firepower as before came surging toward Zhou Luo again. Bring it on. Zhou Luo was sturdy. Not only did he choose not to dodge, he simply stood right where he was, waiting for the attack to hit him. Woof! In a split second, countless bullets had already struck the Nanyang Bagua plate, landing upon its extended shield. But the moment they touched the shield, the Bagua plate itself in Zhou Luo's hand suddenly burst forth with a crimson glow. The next instant, every bullet that landed on the shield, as if controlled by some mysterious force, abruptly reversed direction and flew straight back to where they were fired from. Thud thud thud. The dozen or so snipers lying prone, MEI crossing, were instantly pierced by their own bullets, their pupils slowly dilating. The alloy hull of the military helicopter above was also riddled with holes in an instant. The craft immediately caught fire and plummeted straight toward the ground. Those two tanks, with their heavy firepower, met an even grimmer fate. A thunderous boom rang out. Both tanks exploded instantly. The drivers inside were blown to nothing in a flash. This elite unit, so well equipped, with abundant firepower, was wiped out completely. Chapter 28, The Might of the Nanyang Bagua Plate. Liu Ryan on the run. Listening to the explosions all around, Ruin Shanlin and the commander were both completely dumbfounded at this moment. What happened? What on earth happened? Why were all our attacks bounced back? The commander clutched his head with both hands, his face full of shock. He didn't understand. Truly didn't understand. He had never even imagined that his own troops, so well equipped, would one day die by their own hands. I kill myself. The commander was about to lose his mind. Ruin Shanlin was also completely stunned now. He turned to look at the dozen or so snipers around him, each with a bullet hole between their brows, feeling as if in a dream. Why? Ruin Shanlin's heart was now filled with nothing but deep regret. He shouldn't have hidden it from Ruin Kingshan and come privately to seek revenge on Zhou Luo, because he truly never expected that Zhou Luo would be so terrifying. Not only did he withstand 2 rounds of bombing from his men, but in the second round, he directly killed everyone on one side. How is this any different from a god? Just as the two were still in shock, Zhou Luo's figure appeared before them. Jiangnan Manor, right? He gripped his silver spear, the spear tip aimed at Ruin Shanlin's throat. Tell me the location of your headquarters. Ruin Shanlin snapped back to reality. He looked at Zhou Luo and suddenly laughed like a madman. Impossible, I will never betray. Before he could finish speaking, the spear pierced straight to Ruin Shanlin's throat. Blood dripped down the spear tip. The commander beside him was nearly scared out of his wits. Please, please don't kill me. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Zhou Luo. Having lived in peacetime for too long, this was the first time he faced true death. A man who could betray Daxia and bring his troops to defect to Jiangnan Manor was never a hero or a man of honor to begin with. Naturally, he clings to life. Fine, but you must tell me where the Jiangnan Manor's hideout is. Zhou Luo gave him a cold, contemptuous look. I'll say it, the Jiangnan Manor is in Wadong District. There's a huge private estate there. The commander, without a second thought, blurted out the location of Jiangnan Manor. The next second, the silver spear pierced his throat as well. The commander's eyes dimmed. He died with deep resentment. After dealing with the two, Zhou Luo didn't hesitate. He immediately grabbed the silver spear and headed toward the location the commander had given. Today, he would surely raze Jiangnan Manor to the ground. No one could stop him. Inside the reception hall of Jiangnan Manor, after Ruin Kingshan heard his subordinate's report, he flew into a rage and stood up at once. What did you say, boss? That brat moved our troops out. That disobedient wretch. He dared to hide something this big from me. Ruin Kingshan was furious. He could guess easily. Ruin Shanlin moving the troops could only mean he went to avenge himself on Zhou Luo. As his father, he knew his son's temperament all too well. He never let a grudge wait past the day, let alone a blood feud over a kill. Just then, another handsome man, bearing a 7-part resemblance to Ruin Kingshan, walked into the reception hall. He was the second of the 3 Ruin brothers, Ruin Hai Yun. Ruin Hai Yun said to Ruin Kingshan with a smile, Father, Big Brother did think it over carefully before acting. The mutation era has just begun. No matter how strong that Zhou Luo is, how far can he go? The firepower of our troops is no joke. Even a zero mutation expert would fall beneath those two cannons. And we sent out more than just two tanks. Hearing this, Reincarnation gradually calmed down. But his tone was still angry. Don't you dare make excuses for your big brother again. I know he can move troops without a word. There must be your cooperation in that too. When he comes back, I'll teach you a lesson as well. Ruin Hai-yun heard this and was not afraid. He just sighed and said, as long as I can avenge third brother. Father, however you punish us, my eldest brother and I are willing to accept it, HMPH. You've said all the nice things. Reincarnation couldn't help but sneer at this. Although he was angry at Ruin Shanlin and Ruin Hai-yun for such actions, he also understood how the two of them felt. If he didn't know Zhou Luo's strength was formidable, he too would have wanted to seek revenge on Zhou Luo directly. After all, though Ruin Yanfang killed by Zhou Luo was no stranger, he was his own son. Seeing that his father, Reincarnation, didn't truly mean to blame them, Ruin Hai-yun felt a sense of relief inside. He quickly turned his gaze toward Liu Ryan, who was sitting on the sofa. Beautiful, so beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. Ruin Hai-yun had long heard that the eldest daughter of the Liu group was the most stunning beauty under heaven. Seeing her for the first time today, the rumors were indeed true. Just as he was gathering his courage to step forward and greet Liu Ryan, Liu Ryan rose from the sofa and said to Reincarnation, Manor Lord Ruin, may I ask where the restroom is? Reincarnation was about to answer, when Ruin Hai-yun hurried over. Miss Liu, the restroom is right in the main hall. Let me take you there. But before he could finish, Liu Ryan flatly refused. No need. I'll go by myself. With that, she walked out of the reception room with light steps. Even after Liu Ryan left, Ruin Hai-yun's eyes still lingered on the doorway. Seeing this, Reincarnation couldn't help but smile and said, stop staring. Liu Ryan has already formed an alliance with my Jiangnan manor. No matter what, we're all in the same boat now. You'll have plenty of chances to get close to him later. Father is right. I was too hasty. Ruin Hai-yun quickly snapped back to his senses, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But what they didn't know was, after Liu Ryan left the reception room, he didn't go to the so-called restroom at all. Instead, without a word, he avoided everyone's sight and quickly left Jiangnan Manor. Once outside the manor's grounds, Liu Ryan didn't hesitate at all. He picked a direction on the spot and sprinted away at full speed. Damn Ruin Shanlin, why couldn't he just behave? He had to go provoke that madman. Liu Ryan cursed Ruin Shanlin as he ran. He knew full well those so-called elite troops Ruin Shanlin brought could never hurt Zhou Luo. Not only that, whether Ruin Shanlin was even still alive right now was anyone's guess. And after killing Ruin Shanlin, Liu Ryan was absolutely certain Zhou Luo would come straight for Jiangnan Manor. Staying there would only mean waiting to die. Running away as fast as possible was the only way. He'd barely managed to find a sliver of hope for completing the Calamity Saint body. And now it was all over. Liu Ryan was furious. By his original estimate, with Jiangnan Manor's vast resources, completing his Calamity Saint body would have taken just a few days. But who would have thought that Ruin Shanlin was so impatient? Truly a man who ruins everything he touches. Looks like I'll need to find another force that can help me complete the Calamity Saint body. Liu Ryan thought to himself as he swiftly fled the bounds of Jiangnan City. Episode 29, One Man Against Jiangnan Manor. Inside the reception room of Jiangnan Manor, Reincarnation and his son chatted away while waiting for Ruin Shanlin to return. They had no idea at all that Liu Ryan had used the restroom as an excuse and slipped away without a trace. Counting the time. It should be about time. Ruin Hai-yun glanced at his watch. It had been an hour since Ruin Shanlin led the men out. That was enough time to blast Zhou Luo to bits. I hope, big brother, he can bring back Zhou Luo's body intact. A cold, sinister glint flashed in Ruin Hai-yun's eyes. Dare to kill 3 emperors. If I don't hang him on our Jiangnan mountain manor gate for 7 days and 7 nights, my anger won't be soothed. Reincarnation sneered at that. That's probably impossible. Under that level of firepower coverage, you'd be lucky to find even one bone of Zhou Luo. True, that's really a pity, Ruin Haiyun sighed. But the moment those words left his mouth, a voice suddenly came from outside the reception room door. Pity, but I don't see it that way. Who? Father and son both stared warily at the reception room entrance. And the very next second, a familiar figure burst through the door, landing directly in the center of the room. After recognizing the figure, Ruin Haiyun was startled at first. But soon his smile faded. The one who flew in was indeed his big brother Ruin Shanlin. Except now, Ruin Shanlin, at his throat, had a huge hole punched through by something unknown. Blood had soaked his entire upper body. His eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. His unfocused pupils stared straight at Ruin Haiyun, sending chills down anyone's spine. Big brother, Ruin Haiyun's joy turned to grief. Rage exploded in his chest. Ruin Kingshan's face darkened to the extreme. His gaze snapped toward Zhou Luo, who had appeared at the doorway. Zhou Luo, you're asking for death. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with naked killing intent. I brought back Ruin Shanlin's corpse for you. You don't even thank me. And you still want to kill me. So this is how the Jiangnan Manor treats its guests. Zhou Luo smiled faintly. And the words he spoke nearly drove Ruin Kingshan and Ruin Haiyun to death with rage. You killed two of my sons. Zhou Luo, do you really think I, Ruin Kingshan, am some pushover for you to toy with as you please? Since you dare to come today, then you will stay here forever, to be buried with my sons. Ruin Kingshan's expression turned fierce. The next moment, his body suddenly erupted with an awe-inspiring, terrifying aura. Clearly the strength of a Lingdian expert, no doubt. Ruin Kingshan stamped his foot and vanished from where he stood in an instant, then reappeared before Zhou Luo, his arm bent like a full-drawn bow. The spiritual power of the yellow leopard frenziedly converged around Ruin Kingshan's fist, finally blasting out with a bang. This punch, thrown with nearly all his strength, came crashing down heavily on Zhou Luo, onto the black and white shield that appeared out of thin air, producing a thunderous roar. Break for me, Ruin Kingshan sneered inwardly. Since the Mutation Era began, he had seen his fair share of treasure or talent of this shield type, but none of them had ever withstood a single blow from him. Zhou Luo's shabby shield absolutely would not either. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Ruin Kingshan sensed something was off. He realized that this punch of his not only failed to damage Zhou Luo's black and white shield, but didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Not even a tiny fluctuation appeared. Ah! Before Ruin Kingshan could figure out what was happening, he felt a rebounding force surge up from his arm. This counterforce was in no way weaker than the punch he had just thrown. It directly shattered the bones in Ruin Kingshan's right arm into pieces. The master of Jiangnan Manor, so this is all you've got. Zhou Luo stood inside the shield, watching like one would watch a clown, gazing at Ruin Kingshan before him. Ha! Those words made Ruin Kingshan tremble all over with fury. He couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of old blood. As the master of Jiangnan Manor, after the Mutation Era began, a leader among the 5 great powers, he had never been mocked like this before. Father, let me help you. Inside the room, when Ruin Haiyun saw his father Ruin Kingshan fall into a rage, he immediately wanted to step forward and help. But before he could make a move, he saw a flash of cold light growing larger before his eyes. Thud! The gel gun shot straight through Ruin Haiyun's chest, and finally embedded itself into the wall. Ruin Haiyun's body slowly collapsed, silent, without a sound. When adults fight, why do kids stick their noses in? Zhou Luo waved his hand casually, recalling the silver gel gun. Xuanji then looked at Ruin Kingshan, whose face had turned red with rage. Manor Master Ruin, don't you agree? Zhou Luo, I, Ruin Kingshan, will never rest until you're dead. Ruin Kingshan's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could tear Zhou Luo limb from limb in just a single day. His 3 sons were gone just like that. And the killer was the very same person. Such a blood feud was about to consume Ruin Kingshan's sanity. But in the end, he wasn't blinded by hatred. The still rational Ruin Kingshan knew well that alone, he was no match for Zhou Luo. Liu Ryan, come out and help, or you won't escape either. He shouted loudly toward the reception hall, wanting Liu Ryan to join him in attacking. But after a long pause, there was no response from outside the door. Liu Ryan, don't hide like a coward. If you don't fight with me, neither of us will survive. Ruin Kingshan shouted again toward the door. But still, no one answered. Seeing this, Ruin Kingshan's heart suddenly sank. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Could it be that Liu Ryan had already fled? A guess instantly surfaced in his mind. Liu Ryan. Zhou Luo heard the name Ruin Kingshan shouted. His brow furrowed slightly. What's going on here? Didn't he kill Liu Ryan? How is she still alive? This Liu Ryan you speak of, is she the daughter of Liu Keilong of the Liu Corporation? A glint flashed in his eyes. He demanded of Ruin Kingshan. Haha, that's her. You never expected this, did you? She's still alive. After Liu Ryan had considered everything, Ruin Kingshan also realized he probably wouldn't survive today. So he immediately sold out Liu Ryan. If you won't let me live, I won't let you off easy either. Ruin Kingshan quickly explained how Liu Ryan had managed to survive. When Liu Ryan had approached him, she'd told him all of it to show her sincerity. So retelling it wasn't hard. Never would I have thought. The Calamity Saint body actually has 2 lives. I really underestimated it. A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. In his past life, he only knew the Calamity Saint body cultivated at lightning speed, with extraordinary talent. But he didn't know it could revive once. This trait of the Calamity Saint body, Liu Ryan in her past life surely kept it hidden as a trump card. So it made sense he didn't know. Thud. After getting Liu Ryan's whereabouts from Ruin Kingshan, Zhou Luo casually thrust his spear, piercing straight through Ruin Kingshan's heart, ending his life. Jiangnan Manor, in that instant, became a name in name only. Chapter 30, The God of Slaughter. Mount Tai Mei Shift. After dealing with Ruin Kingshan with the Earth Fiend Che, Zhou Luo gazed out the window. A glint flashed in his eyes. HMPH. Worthy of the Ryan Demon Empress? A cautious move, indeed. Before I even arrived, she'd already fled. But no matter. Even in my past life, your complete Calamity Saint body posed no threat to me, let alone this flawed version. Zhou Luo cleared his mind, deciding not to dwell on it. Since Liu Ryan had already run off. By now, she was likely out of Jiangnan City. Chasing her now would be like fishing for a needle in the sea. A futile effort. But that didn't mean Zhou Luo would spare Liu Ryan. If ever he caught wind of any clue about her, he would still go and cut her down. Humph, pray that I never find you. Zhou Luo put away his gel gun, then began clearing out the remnants of Jiangnan Manor. With the opening of Mount Tai Mansion just days away, he had to hurry and break through to the Spirit Intent Realm to secure the Daizong Formation's corner. Under these circumstances, Zhou Luo had no spare time to waste on Liu Ryan. News of Jiangnan Manor's downfall spread through the entire city in no time. When people heard the manor had collapsed, their first reaction was disbelief, thinking it was a joke. But when the curious found the bodies of Ruin Kingshan and his sons near the manor, and posted the photos, they were utterly stunned. Damn, that corpse is Ruin Kingshan himself. I've seen him before. Ruin Kingshan is really dead. Killed by who? Who's that badass? Jiangnan Manor took a brutal hit. As one of the 5 great powers, to fall just days into the Mutation Era, wiped out just like that. Does anyone know who made the move? That's terrifying. Hey, I've got a friend who knows the inside story. Here's what actually happened. After the Mutation Era began, the prestigious Jiangnan Manor saw its 5 major powers vanish just like that. And someone leaked the inside story, revealing every detail of what went down. Zhou Luo, alone, first killed Ruin Yanfeng, then killed Ruin Shanlin, and finally kicked open the gates of Jiangnan Manor, killing Ruin Kingshan and Ruin Haiyun. This terrifying record of feats instantly shocked all the onlookers. Really, no way. One man took down one of the 5 major powers. This Zhou Luo is insanely strong. Who would dare mess with him after this? This big shot's cultivation level, who knows how far he's reached? He might already be ahead of all of humanity. I'd call him the God of Slaughter of Jiangnan. Online, talk about Jiangnan Manor's downfall was buzzing with heated discussion. Some busybody even gave Zhou Luo a nickname, respectfully calling him the God of Slaughter of Jiangnan. No wonder, Zhou Luo's methods were just too decisive, too ruthless. At the slightest disagreement, he wiped out the entire Jiangnan manor. If that's not a god of slaughter, what is? Truly terrifying beyond words. That day, Zhou Luo's name was deeply etched into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, far away in the Bailey Group in Taishan City, Lu Yue also saw the news about Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Manor online. Zhou Luo moved that fast. He wiped out Jiangnan Manor just like that. Lu Yuer's lips parted slightly, her heart full of shock. Having witnessed Zhou Luo's strength before, she had already anticipated that one day, Jiangnan Manor would fall at Zhou Luo's hands. After all, Ruin Yanfeng had no sense of self-preservation, insisting on provoking Zhou Luo, no matter how she tried to stop him. And in the end, he met his doom. And with Ruin Yanfeng dead, it meant Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Manor were now sworn enemies. But the problem was, Zhou Luo's strength is truly terrifying, far beyond Jiangnan Mountain Villa. So in Lu Yu's view, Zhou Luo would definitely be the one laughing last. But what he never expected was that it would all happen so fast. He had just returned from Jiangnan City when news of the Via's fall reached him. This man must never be provoked. Lu Yuer in her heart had placed on Zhou Luo a label of never provoke. From now on, if anyone from her Bailey group was foolish enough to provoke Zhou Luo, she would without a second word first break that person's limbs, then drag them to apologize to Zhou Luo. I wonder how my brother's strength compares to his. The thought suddenly crossed Lu Yuer's mind. She stepped out of the room and asked the butler at the door, "Any news from Mount Tai yet?" The butler replied respectfully, "Miss. 10 minutes ago, the young master had already absorbed the earthly evil energy emanating from Mount Tai and successfully broke through to the 3rd level of spirit transformation. Expected to reach the 4th level within 2 days." Hearing this, Lu Yuer's eyes flickered slightly. She continued asking, "The origin of that earthly evil energy, have you traced it yet?" "Not yet. But our people are close to finding the source. It seems to emanate from beneath Mount Tai itself. But what exactly it is that gives off such earthly evil energy remains unknown." The butler replied, "Yes, I understand." Lu Yuer nodded lightly and returned inside. Her gaze drifted toward the window. A hint of worrying flashed in her eyes. Just yesterday, the foremost of the 5 great mountains east of Tai'an City, and the very namesake of the city, Mount Tai, was suddenly shrouded in thick clouds of earthly evil energy as the most powerful force in Tai'an City. The Bailey Group, naturally, they sent people to investigate right away. But their men discovered that this earthly fiend energy was not only harmless to humans, but could actually be absorbed to greatly boost one's cultivation. After receiving this news, his brother, Black Feather King, without a second thought, went straight to Mount Tai to cultivate in seclusion. His speed also exceeded everyone's expectations. In just a single day, Black Feather King went from 0, 2nd stage of transformation, breaking through to the current 3rd stage of transformation. She felt like something big was about to happen. Lu Yuer let out a soft sigh. In these recent days, news of Beast Kings descending came from all over the world. The appearance of every Beast King represented a city's downfall. What she worried most about was whether the anomaly at Mount Tai might be a precursor to a Beast King's arrival. If that were the case, then their Bailey group would face utter catastrophe. Should she go contact Zhou Luo? Lu Yuer's heart stirred. This earthly fiend energy was naturally a rare treasure, capable of rapidly elevating one's cultivation realm. But this news, aside from their Bailey group, no one else knew about it yet. If she told Zhou Luo about this, and shared the earthly fiend energy with him, wouldn't that count as forging a bond with Zhou Luo? After all, there was plenty of this fiend energy. Her brother alone couldn't possibly absorb it all. And letting Zhou Luo come to Mount Tai to try. If a Beast King truly did appear at Mount Tai in the future, then their Bailey group would have one more ally, wouldn't they? At that thought, Lu Yuer's eyes suddenly lit up. She then left the room. This matter still needed to be reported to her brother. If her brother agreed, then she would immediately contact Zhou Luo. Dialing the phone, Lu Yuer told Lu Feiyu about her concerns and her idea of contacting Zhou Luo. A calm voice came through the other end of the line. "Yuer, your concerns are not unfounded. Let's do it as you said." "All right, I'll go right away." Lu Yue felt a surge of relief. After hanging up the phone, she immediately searched through her contacts for the newly added number of Zhou Luo and dialed it. The call connected to the one who had absorbed the Earth Fiend Che of Mount Tai. Inside a secret chamber of the Jiangnan Manor, Zhou Luo listened to Lu Yuer's voice on the other end, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Earth Fiend Che, such a precious thing? No wonder in his past life, He Yu Wang, though clearly less gifted in cultivation speed than Gu Kaiyan Hua and Liu Ryan, was still the first among the 5 major powers leaders to break through to the spirit intent realm. So it was all because of the Earth Fiend Che. Zhou Luo suddenly understood everything. Mr. Zhou, have you made your decision? Would you like to come to our Mount Tai? On the other end of the line, seeing that Zhou Luo had been silent for a while, Lu Yue couldn't wait and pressed him again. Then I thank Miss Lu for the gracious invitation. I'll set out as soon as I finish my current matters. Zhou Luo didn't refuse. He accepted Lu Yuer's invitation directly. He needed to cultivate as quickly as possible right now, until he broke through to the spirit mystery realm. There was no reason at all to turn down Lu Yue, or rather, the goodwill that the Bailey Group had extended to him. To share such precious Earth Fiend Che so openly, the Bailey Group had truly shown great sincerity. This debt of gratitude, Zhou Luo would remember it. That's wonderful. Once you arrive at Mount Tai, please contact me directly. I'll send someone to pick you up. Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Lu Yuer's tone carried a note of joy. She had witnessed Zhou Luo's strength firsthand. If, when the time came, a Beast King truly appeared in Mount Tai, then Zhou Luo's presence would undoubtedly be the greatest guarantee. The call ended quickly. This Earth Fiend Che came at just the right time. Once I absorb it and break through to the spirit mystery realm, the time for Mount Tai's opening should be about now. By then, with my cultivation at the divine mystery realm, no one in that building will be able to contend with me. Dai Zong shakes the corner of the sea. Zhou Luo slowly let out a turbid breath. Xuanji immediately rose and set off toward Mount Tai City. It took only half a day for Zhou Luo to arrive at the foot of Mount Tai. Gazing out, the towering Mount Tai was indeed as Lu Yue had said. At this moment it was completely surrounded by clusters of dark red mist. This is the Earth Fiend energy. Zhou Luo sensed it briefly. Indeed, within this dark red mist, he could detect the presence of spiritual energy. And it was incredibly pure spiritual energy, so pure. Could this be caused by Daizong's Sea Calming Seal? A guess suddenly surfaced in Zhou Luo's mind. You see, the main function of so-called breathing techniques is essentially to purify the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, so that awakened ones can absorb it more easily. A good breathing technique is equivalent to a divine weapon on the path of cultivation. Someone like Zhou Luo, who has a top-tier constitution like the 9 Nether Chaos body, but lacks a good breathing technique to support it, is like Lebu without his horse. Though his baseline isn't low, he certainly can't compare to Lebu riding the red hare. Looking at the pure spiritual energy hidden within this Earth Fiend energy, it's exactly the same as the spiritual energy purified by breathing techniques. Identical. This is likely the work of Daizong's Sea Calming Seal. Zhou Luo grew even more certain of his guess. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just the manifestation it creates contains such pure spiritual energy. Then, what if one were to cultivate the Sea Calming Seal itself? The #1 breathing technique in the world truly lives up to its name. Mr. Zhou. A voice came from behind Zhou Luo. He turned around, and Lu Yue had arrived with the steward. Mr. Zhou, my brother is currently cultivating deep within Mount Tai. I've already informed him in advance. You can go straight in. During this time, I'll stand guard outside Mount Tai to protect the two of you. If there's any sign of trouble, I'll notify you right away. Walking over to Zhou Luo's side, Lu Yue spoke up with a gentle smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Luo didn't waste any time, said a quick farewell to Lu Yue, and dove straight into the Earth Fiend Che. The moment he entered the Earth Fiend Che, Zhou Luo felt as if every pore in his body burst open, greedily breathing in the pure spiritual energy around him. The thrill lasted only a moment. Zhou Luo could already sense his cultivation had grown slightly. And this was before he'd even begun formal training. Just by stepping into the Earth Fiend Key's range. If he started cultivating in earnest, he couldn't even imagine how fast it would be. So this is what having a top-tier breathing technique feels like. Zhou Luo took a deep breath. His resolve to seize Daizong's Jinhai horn grew even stronger. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo pressed forward until he reached the depths of Mount Tai. Finding the spot where the Earth Fiend Che was densest, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, his nine abyss chaos body spinning at full speed. Boom! The instant Zhou Luo began cultivating, waves surged up all around him. Tides of energy formed from Earth Fiend Che. The tides churned violently, eventually forming a massive vortex, swirling around Zhou Luo. And Zhou Luo was like the very heart of the vortex, devouring the incoming Earth Fiend Che like a madman. His cultivation was skyrocketing. In less than 5 minutes, he'd reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of spirit transformation. The vortex of Earth Fiend Che around him showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it only grew larger, gradually drawing in all the Earth Fiend Che from hundreds of meters around. Such a spectacle immediately alerted the one cultivating deep in Mount Tai. "Hey you Wang, Lu Feiyu. What's going on?" Lu Feiyu opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the massive vortex of earthly fiend energy ahead. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. But recalling what his sister had told him earlier, that Zhou Luo had already entered Mount Tai, he understood everything. But soon, a new doubt arose in his mind. How did he manage to stir up such a commotion? This speed of devouring spiritual energy. Could his awakened talent be similar to Gu Qianhua's? Lu Feiyu speculated silently to himself. But he didn't dwell on it too long. Instead, he cleared his thoughts and quickly returned to his cultivation state. This earthly fiend energy was extremely precious. If he could seize the time, absorb as much as he could. Who knew if this fiend energy would still be here in a few days? Lu Feiyu continued breathing in the surrounding fiend energy. A small vortex quickly formed around him. This vortex bore a striking resemblance to the one Zhou Luo had created, but its scale was considerably smaller than Zhou Luo's. The gap between them was vast, like comparing the Milky Way to the solar system. Time slowly passed. Lu Feiyu was cultivating with full devotion, when suddenly his brow furrowed. Why did it feel like the spiritual energy in the fiend air was thinning out? He opened his eyes in confusion. It would have been better if he hadn't. The moment he looked, he was completely stunned. All around him, the fiend energy vortex Zhou Luo had gathered was about to engulf the entire Mount Tai. And Lu Feiyu, caught within the vortex's reach, suffered a disaster he never saw coming. All the surrounding fiend energy was snatched away by Zhou Luo. Lu Feiyu tried desperately to absorb, but only managed to keep a few wisps of the thinning fiend energy. "Hey, buddy. If you're going to cultivate, then cultivate. But why did you have to steal my fiend energy too? You're a thief," Lu Feiyu cursed out loud. He swore he had never in his life felt like today, so desperate to call the police. 03 breaks through the divine mystery realm. Black Feather King Star is collapsing badly. Zhou Luo had no idea what was happening outside. His eyes were tightly shut at this moment. The 9 nether chaos body running at full speed. Every pore of his body, every drop of blood, was greedily devouring the earthly evil energy around him. His cultivation rose with the tide, instantly reaching the spirit transformation stage, late 9th level. Only one step away from breaking into the divine mystery realm. Until the spiritual energy in his Danshan reached a critical point and burst. Zhou Luo's whole body shook. An extremely powerful aura instantly spread in all directions. The divine mystery realm was finally broken through. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. Their depth was unfathomable. Casually, toward a huge tree 100 meters away, he waved his hand. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. A tree so thick it took 5 people to embrace was sliced cleanly in half. The cut was smooth and flawless. In the divine mystery realm, every thought carries divine intent. Every move he made was imbued with it. A realm I once had to look up to. In this life, in just a few days, I already stand here. Zhou Luo's heart swelled with a towering pride. A sense of looking down on all peaks. Barring any accidents, he was most likely the first person at this point in time to break through to the divine mystery realm. Even the head of the top 5 powers, the reported leader of the Gu family, Gu Qianhua, whose internal organs had turned to fiber, wasn't as fast as him. Though he had broken through to the divine mystery realm, he still needed to stay steady. Zhou Luo quickly reined in the arrogance he had shown. He knew very well. The first outbreak period after the Mutation Era began had not yet arrived. When that time came, countless anomalies would surface one after another, and geniuses of every kind would emerge. Beast Kings appeared one after another. The Divine Intent realm was not weak, but far from being invincible under heaven. After all, just one Beast King. The lowest realm was the Divine Intent realm. The Hua Ling mirror was not rare at all. Continue cultivating. Zhou Luo cleared his mind, preparing for the second round of cultivation. This Earth Fiend Che was a good thing. Before obtaining Daizong's in High Horn, he could not afford to waste it. Let me see whether this Earth Fiend Che can help me break through to the Divine Intent realm. Earth Che, gather. As the familiar humming sound rang out, the surrounding Earth Fiend Che once again converged toward Zhou Luo. At the same time, having just gotten a moment of respite from Zhou Luo's hands, Lu Feiyu was now frantically absorbing the surrounding Earth Fiend Che. Finally, seeing that terrifying huge vortex stop, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Just as Lu Feiyu was immersed in his own cultivation, his brows suddenly furrowed again. No way, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, this is bad. He opened his eyes, and sure enough, saw that familiar huge vortex beginning to gather again. Damn it, Lu Feiyu almost cursed it out loud. What is going on? Did it not just stop? Why is it starting again now? Lu Feiyu's mentality was about to collapse. He had thought Zhou Luo had already absorbed enough Earth Fiend Che and was preparing to break through to the next stage. But barely a moment had passed before Zhou Luo started absorbing Earth Fiend Che again. Could it be? In just a few short minutes, Zhou Luo had already completed his breakthrough. Impossible. Lu Feiyu's eyes twitched. He knew that recently he had gone from 0 transformation stage 2 to breakthrough to 0 transformation stage 3. It had taken him nearly half a day. And that was considered fast. For those with ordinary talent, just in the initial stage, breaking through one level takes immense effort. At best a week or two. At worst months or even years. Does this guy have no bottlenecks at all? Lu Feiyu felt like crying inside. He was even starting to regret whether he shouldn't have agreed to his sister to go call Zhou Luo over. Now if he wanted to cultivate, he could only snatch the thin earthly evil energy drifting outside the vortex. It felt like he was eating Zhou Luo's leftover scraps. No, damn it, he was literally eating leftovers. A wave of sorrow welled up in Lu Feiyu's heart. He, the mighty Black Feather King, one of the 5 great powers recognized by the tower, now had fallen to surviving on what others left behind. Just as Lu Feiyu's thoughts were running wild, he suddenly noticed the earthly evil energy shrouding Mount Tai was vanishing at lightning speed. Damn, Mount Tai was almost drained dry. Lu Feiyu was startled. He dared not slack off, and quickly strained with all his might to absorb the scattered thin earthly evil energy outside the great vortex. He was just one step away from the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage. No matter what, he had to break through first. Eating leftovers was fine. As long as he didn't tell anyone, no one would know. Lu Feiyu gritted his teeth and channeled his Danshin at full power. An hour later, his Danshin gave a sudden jolt, and his realm instantly jumped from the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage to the 4th level. After breaking through, Lu Feiyu had no intention of continuing to cultivate on Mount Tai. The reason was simple. He glanced at the massive vortex still devouring earthly evil energy, and his forehead was covered in black lines. He couldn't compete. No way he could compete. That Zhou Luo was practically inhuman. The speed at which he absorbed earthly evil energy, that fish was way too fast. Unbelievably fast. No wonder my sister, after returning from Jiangnan City, kept bringing up Zhou Luo. That guy really is something else. Let's head down the mountain first. He stood up directly, ready to return to the foot of Mount Tai to meet up with his sister. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, after leaving the range of the Earth Fiend Che, Lu Yur, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately came up to him. Brother, why did you come out so soon? Lu Yur looked at Lu Feiyu, her eyes full of confusion. Didn't you say you'd stay inside until the Earth Fiend Che completely disappeared? Isn't coming out this early a bit too quick? Hey. The Earth Fiend Che in Mount Tai, for some reason, has been getting thinner and thinner. so I came out ahead of time. Lu Feiyu coughed twice in embarrassment, then quickly added another line. But I did use this chance to break through to the 4th level of spirit transformation, so it wasn't a total loss. I see. Lu Yuer nodded, half understanding. She glanced up at Mount Tai. She could indeed clearly see the Earth Fiend Che was gradually dissipating. But isn't there still plenty left? Wouldn't it be a waste to just leave? That doubt surfaced in Lu Yuer's mind. But seeing her brother seemed to have no intention of continuing the topic, she pushed the question back down. By the way, brother, where's Mr. Zhou? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Yuer asked again. Hearing his sister bring up Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu silently rolled his eyes in his heart. You little girl have the nerve to mention Zhou Luo. You're the one who brought the Wolf into the fold. If it weren't for Zhou Luo, I'd still be inside enjoying the Earth Fiend Che right now. Ah, I just went to check on him. He's in the middle of a breakthrough right now. He'll come out once he's done. Although he had brushed off Lu Yuer, Lu Feiyu still found an excuse to sidestep the matter. Then let's wait for Mr. Zhou together. Lu Yuer didn't suspect a thing. She just smiled and nodded, saying okay. I'd also like to see just what kind of person this Mr. Zhou is. Lu Feiyu didn't refuse. Instead, with great interest, he cast his gaze toward the depths of Mount Tai. Before this, his impression of Zhou Luo was only what Lu Yuer had described, a formidable righteous master. But now he truly wanted to meet Zhou Luo. To see this freak who had absorbed nearly all the earthly evil energy covering the entire Mount Tai, and find out just what kind of person he was. 33 Impressions of Mount Tai. The trial ground opens ahead of schedule. Deep within Mount Tai. After Zhou Luo completed his final grand cycle, the earthly evil energy covering the entire mountain finally dissipated completely. Divine Sense, 2nd level. Opening his eyes, Zhou Luo sensed the realm within his body, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In less than a single day, his cultivation had gone from 0 to the 9th level of spirit transformation, reaching the 2nd level of Divine Sense. This earthly evil energy deserves all the credit. Without it, breaking through to the 2nd level of Divine Sense would have taken him at least half a month. Time to head down the mountain. After briefly stabilizing his realm, Zhou Luo made his way down the mountain. Soon he reached the foot of Mount Tai, and saw Lu Yuer and Lu Feiyu waiting there at the base. Mr. Zhou, you're down. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Yuer was the first to step forward. The moment she laid eyes on him, she could clearly sense the change in Zhou Luo, so different from the man who had entered Mount Tai before. Could it be that Mr. Zhou's realm has already broken through to the late stage of spirit transformation? Lu Yuer's heart, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged, one that made him feel deeply alarmed. The Mutation Era had only just begun a few days ago. Brother Lu Feiyu, as one of the most gifted talents of the Xia dynasty, had only just reached the 4th level of the Zero Transformation realm, barely stepping into the mid-stage of the Zero Transformation realm. But Zhou Luo, he had skipped straight past the mid-stage of the Spirit Transformation realm, reaching the late stage of the Spirit Transformation realm. As for the 3rd stage, the Divine Marvel realm, he was probably close to that too. Miss Lu, who is this? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his gaze sharp, looking at Lu Feiyu standing beside Lu Yuer, asking curiously. Mr. Zhou, this is my brother, Lu Feiyu. Lu Yuer introduced briefly. So you're the Black Feather King. I've heard much about you. Zhou Luo nodded slowly. He had guessed it the moment he saw Lu Feiyu. After all, the resemblance between the siblings, while not identical, was still 7 or 8 parts similar. Not at all, not at all. It's I who have long admired Mr. Zhou. Ever since my sister returned from Jiangnan City, she's been constantly mentioning your name. Seeing you today, Mr. Zhou's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. Lu Feiyu spoke with great humility. But because of the Earth Fiend Che from earlier, when he spoke, his gaze toward Zhou Luo carried a faint trace of resentment. After all, the Earth Fiend Che that could have solidly pushed him into the late stage of the Spirit Transformation realm was all snatched away because of Zhou Luo's arrival. No one could accept that easily. Lu Feiyu was already taking it well, not intending to pursue the matter at all, though he couldn't help but feel a little bitter inside. Zhou Luo noticed that subtle hint of resentment in his eyes. He was a bit puzzled at first, but after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. He paused briefly, then spoke. Brother Lu, I was rather rude just now. If the Bailey Group ever needs any help in the future, as long as it's within my power, I will surely lend a hand. Ah, Brother Zhou, saying that makes it sound too formal. I felt an instant kinship with you. Between friends, why draw such clear lines? Haha, hearing Zhou Luo say this, Lu Feiyu was overjoyed on the spot. Trading the Earth Fiend chef for so many friends like Zhou Luo. This deal wasn't a loss at all. You could even call it a huge win. After all, Zhou Luo is someone who, single-handedly, carved straight through Jiangnan Manor. Such a feat can be called the most spectacular since the Mutation Era began. As the two were conversing, Lu Yue on the side was a bit stunned. What's going on here? What exactly just happened? How did these two, back and forth, become good friends in just a few words? Is this the friendship between men? I can't understand it, not at all. Just as Lu Yue was utterly puzzled. Rumble, rumble, all of a sudden, heaven and earth shifted. The ground beneath their feet, as if an earthquake had come, began to tremble. The towering Mount Tai did the same. Countless rolling stones kicked up a dragon-like plume of smoke, sliding down from the summit. Dust instantly filled the entire sky, as if the end of days had arrived. What's happening? Lu Feiyu and Lu Yue both felt a jolt of shock. Their gazes turned at once to the heights of Mount Tai. There, atop the cloud-shrouded Jade Emperor Peak, a brilliant golden light now blazed forth, dyeing the surrounding sea of clouds a golden hue. A heavenly anomaly. It's a heavenly anomaly. Lu Feiyu and Lu Yue were instantly filled with solemnity. Now that the heavenly anomaly had appeared, it meant something major was about to happen within Mount Tai. Thinking on the bright side, it could be like a secret realm manifesting, such as Jiangnan's Qini Mountain. But thinking on the dark side, it could also be the descent of a beast king. If it's the latter, then the entire Mount Tai city would face a devastating blow. The Mutation Era has only just begun. Even someone at his level, a human at the peak of power, would have no ability to face it. Beast kings at least at the divine will realm. Lu Yue understood this as well. Her eyes full of worrying as she looked at the Jade Emperor Peak. Unlike the two of them, trembling with fear, Zhou Luo, upon seeing the vision above the Jade Emperor Peak, showed no panic on his face, but was instead filled with delight. The Mount Tai mansion is about to open early. I never thought that after absorbing all the Earth Fiend energy, I could actually trigger the Mount Tai mansion to open ahead of time. Heaven truly aids me. Zhou Luo's heart was bursting with joy. In his past life, the precursor to the Mount Tai mansion opening was a light gate appearing above the Jade Emperor Peak. Humans who stepped into the light gate would be directly teleported beneath Mount Tai, entering the legendary territory of the Mount Tai Mansion Army, which also held the world's #1 breathing technique, the Daizong Town Sea Art, the secret realm of the Mount Tai Mansion. Of course, it also had a name everyone knew well, and that was the Netherworld. According to those who had safely left the Mount Tai Mansion's secret realm, upon stepping into the Mount Tai Mansion, the first thing one faced was tens of thousands of hellish demons. Although each demon's strength was only at the initial mirror first level, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If not for the fact that among those who entered the Mount Tai secret realm, there were top experts from the 5 great powers, like Black Feather King, most people would have been lost to these endless hordes of demons. Brother Zhou, let's leave this place first. Lu Feiyu withdrew his gaze from the Jade Emperor Peak, wanting to take Zhou Luo and Lu Yue away from Mount Tai. After all, no one knew what the vision on Mount Tai signified. He didn't want to gamble on whether it was the arrival of the Easy Guard King. So he hurried to leave the Mount Tai area first. Let's observe from a distance for a while first. Then let's go. Zhou Luo also understood Lu Feiyu's meaning, but he didn't call it out directly, saying that Mount Tai posed no danger this time. Instead, he chose to leave with Lu Feiyu, because from the moment the vision appeared at Jade Emperor Peak, until the Mount Tai Mansion officially opened, there would be 3 days of build-up in between. 3 days later would be the time to enter the Mount Tai Mansion. He could also use these 3 days of buffer time to properly solidify his cultivation, then try to break through to the Divine Intent Realm, the 3rd level. Chapter 34, Top Powers Gather at the Imperial Cauldron Summit. The news of the vision at Mount Tai quickly spread throughout the entire alliance. At first, everyone guessed whether a Beast King had descended. After all, two beast kings had already descended within the territory of Daxia. With the vision appearing at Mount Tai this time, everyone was as fearful as startled birds. Even some awakened ones who were in Tai'an City, on the very night they heard the news, quickly fled to the Ling family, afraid they'd be caught in the fallout. There was no helping it, the beast kings were simply too terrifying. The beast king that descended on Moshi City was still alive to this day. With humanity's current combat power, there was simply no way to deal with it. The Alliance had also tried using powerful thermal weapons, but these beast kings seemed naturally immune to thermal weapons, completely different from awakened humans. The damage thermal weapons dealt to them was pitifully small. What could truly harm them seemed to be only the spiritual energy used by awakened ones. Fortunately, after this beast king destroyed Moshi City and the 3 cities around it, it stayed where it was, showing no intention of moving elsewhere for now. Otherwise, the casualties would have been several times worse than they were now. As the news spread rapidly, time slowly slipped by. By the next day, the suspicions in everyone's minds had already eased considerably, because when those two beast kings descended, the aura they produced lasted at most less than half a day. But the aura above Mount Tai lasted a full day, and there was absolutely no trace of any beast king descending. This meant the aura on Mount Tai was likely a new secret manual. Ever since the news of the Keenon Mountain's secret realm broke, countless awakened ones who couldn't afford to go were slapping their thighs in regret, hating themselves for not having the money to go. If they had gone, then the fortune at the pagoda might have been theirs to claim. Of course, the most crucial reason was that someone in the dense forest of the Keenon Mountain's secret realm had obtained many fortunes. From small things like a fruit that boosts talent and cultivation, to ancient spiritual treasures. All those who didn't stubbornly cling to the pagoda gained something or other. And the casualty rate in the Keenon Mountain's secret realm was exceptionally low. One could say there was basically no danger. Who wouldn't want to join in on such a good thing? So when on the second day, Mount Tai still showed no beast king, those eager awakened ones began setting off for Mutation City one after another. Some of the more cautious awakened ones wanted to wait and see a little longer. But by the third day, when there was still no sign of a beast king, everyone could no longer sit still. Countless awakened ones surged toward Mutation City. The major powers within the tower also sent their people there. Among them, aside from Jiangnan Manor and the Bailey Group, the other 3 major powers all arrived in Mutation City on the third day, waiting for the Mount Tai secret realm to open. The Skeleton Society, the Gu family, and the 3 major powers of the Tower Alliance, those who came to the Mount Tai secret realm, were all their strongest members. The one known as Skeleton Sovereign, Yang Tianying, the immortal body Gu Kaiyanhua, and Shan Lai Kui Linfai. All 3 of them, without exception, had long since stepped into the ranks of the powerful at the zero transformation stage. Among them, Gu Kaiyanhua, who possessed 5 immortal treasures, had the highest cultivation level, already reaching the 4th level of zero transformation. According to the original course of events, among the 5 major factions at present, the one with the fastest cultivation progress should have been Lu Feiyu, who absorbed the Earth Fiend Che. But now, the Earth Fiend Che was snatched away by Zhou Luo. So, Lu Feiyu's cultivation had fallen behind Gu Kaiyanhua. Now, aside from the destroyed Jiangnan Manor, the remaining 4 major factions gathered at Mount Tai, with Zhou Luo's presence added on top. It was quite the lively scene. Time came to the 4th day. At this moment, the golden light radiating from the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai had dyed the sky for dozens of miles around into a stretch of golden yellow. The awakened ones who came to attend the Mount Tai secret realm had already filled the entire Mount Tai. And on the platform before the Jade Emperor Peak, Zhou Luo and the 2 siblings of the Lu family had arrived here early, waiting for the Mount Tai mansion to open. Not just them. Yang Tianying of the Skull Society, Gu Kaiyanhua of the Gu family, and Kui Linfai of the Alliance of Great Xia, each also led their own people, and came together to the Jade Emperor Peak. Zhou Luo stood beside Lu Feiyu, his gaze sizing up the 3 of them. Gu Kaiyanhua looked like an old hand heading toward his final resting place. But looking at his frame, so upright and unlike others of his age, and the sharp glint that occasionally flashed through his eyes, one could see the difference between him and other aged men. Kui Linfai, on the other hand, appeared to be an utterly unremarkable middle-aged man. with no distinguishing features whatsoever. Hard to pick out, even in a crowd. Yet it was precisely such a man who was currently the most top-tier awakened one within the alliance of Great Zia, taking the saying, never judge a book by its cover to the extreme. The two of them were easy to recognize. In his past life, Zhou Luo had seen them plenty on TV and in the news. But Yang Tianying of the Skeleton Society, Zhou Luo was seeing for the first time. With long hair, a gloomy look, and a lean build, skeleton tattoos covering the backs of his hands. He looked like a total thug. But Zhou Luo knew well, this guy was no ordinary man. In terms of ruthlessness, Yang Tianying was even more terrifying than Liu Ryan, dubbed the Demon of Ryan. It was said that before the Mutation Era began, Yang Tianying had been captured by a gang boss he defended. That boss had his men stomp Yang Tianying's limbs, one by one until they broke, then used special methods to shatter every bone in Yang Tianying's body, and forced him to take agonizing special drugs. But what that gang boss never expected was that Yang Tianying survived the torture and held on until the Mutation Era began. Such inhuman torment completely twisted Yang Tianying's mind until the Mutation Era evolved his bones into supreme jade bones. After his full transformation, he tied up that gang boss and captured his entire family without exception, subjecting them to horrifying torture. From that day on, Yang Tianying's methods became extremely twisted and vicious, and his skeleton society gradually followed suit. Massacring entire families was all too normal for them. I remember the Daishensi horn was taken by him. Zhou Luo sized up Yang Tianying, thinking to himself. It was said the Daishensi horn was obtained after entering Mount Tai's mansion and breaking through 3 trials, only seen upon entering the core area of Mount Tai Mansion. Among them, Yang Tianying. The reason he was able to become the final recipient of the Daizong Town Sea Corner was because of the unique nature of his supreme jade bone. In one of the trials, he held an overwhelming advantage, leading the others into the core area to claim it. Too bad I'm here this time. The Daizong Town Sea Corner will only become my prize. Zhou Luo's star spirit gradually steadied. His 9 Abyss Chaos body also possessed the Heart Marrow Jade Bone trait, completely independent of Yang Tianying's supreme jade bone. Moreover, the 9 Abyss Chaos body granted him a talent beyond his years. No matter what the trial, he could see through it at a glance. The golden light over Jade Emperor Peak slowly gathered. Finally, under countless gazes, it transformed into a golden gate of light. Seeing this gate of light appear, everyone's breath fell into unison. Mount Tai Mansion had opened, and Zhou Luo's expression shifted. He had waited for this moment for a long time. 35 arrogant Yang Tianying. The moment the gate of light appeared, a burly man was already impatient. Eager to be the first into the Mount Tai secret realm, he charged straight to the front of the line, even overtaking the 4 major powers like the Bailey Group. I miss the Keen on Mountain's secret realm. This time at Mount Tai, I must lead the way. The opportunities inside might just be mine. The burly man's mind was consumed by greed. He failed to notice at all the killing intent coming from behind. The next instant, Skeleton Lord Yang Tianying moved his form, while the burly man was completely unaware. He had already arrived behind him. Then, a glint flashed in Yang Tianying's eyes. His right hand shot forward, piercing straight through the burly man's chest. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, turning back in utter disbelief. His life force was rapidly fading. Even in death, he never imagined. He wondered what exactly he had done to offend Yang Tianying, to make him strike out and kill him. Next life, remember this lesson. Never walk ahead of me again. Yang Tianying's eyes were utterly cold. After calmly uttering those words, he casually pulled his right hand from the burly man's chest. Blood sprayed like arrows. The burly man's body collapsed in turn, his eyes full of unwillingness, staring at the glowing gate ahead. The whole process was incredibly fast. Yang Tianying showed no hesitation when he acted, as if the man he killed wasn't a person, but a stray chicken or a wild dog. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. The Mutation Era had only begun a few days ago. At this point in time, most people's mindsets hadn't yet broken free from a peaceful society. Therefore, seeing Yang Tianying kill so wantonly truly struck a heavy blow to their hearts. Yang Tianying, what are you doing? From within the crowd, As the representative of the Xia Alliance, Kui Linfei could no longer sit still. He stepped forward immediately and shouted at Yang Tianying, killing in public. Do you really think this world has no law anymore? Law, ha! What joke are you telling? Yang Tianying sneered, showing no fear, toward the official-backed Xia Alliance. Instead, a hint of mockery crept into his tone. The chaotic era has arrived. Your Xia Alliance can barely look after itself. And you still have the nerve to talk to me about law. In this world, strength is the law. Yang Tianying's words hit the mark. Though Kui Linfei was furious inside, he could find no reason to refute. Since the Mutation Era began, their Xia Alliance had been doing its best to maintain the normal functioning of society. But all of it was futile effort. Social order, only on the very first day of the Mutation Era, was still somewhat normal. After that day passed, some are killing, some are setting fires. One disaster after another keeps coming. The whole of Daxia, the whole of Langxin has descended into chaos. This is the tide of the era. No one can stand against it. All of you, listen to me. Yang Tianying paid no more attention to Kui Linfei. Instead, he turned his gaze to everyone present. If anyone dares to offend me, Yang Tianying, or provoke my skeleton society, this man's fate will be yours. This time, the Taishan's secret realm. Only I, Yang Tianying, will enter first. Anyone else who tries will die. With that said, Yang Tianying strode toward the palace gate. And the crowd, who had been itching to move, were frozen in place, stunned by his words, not daring to take a single step forward, afraid of provoking Yang Tianying again. Kui Linfei also made no move. Yang Tianying possesses the supreme jade bone, making him extremely powerful in combat, unrivaled at the same cultivation level. He came on behalf of the Daxia Alliance. His only goal is the fortune within the Taishan secret realm. No need to waste everyone's strength over nothing. It wasn't just Kui Linfei. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu shared the same thought. Since Yang Tianying is so arrogant, then let him be arrogant. After all, being first into the secret realm doesn't guarantee you'll get the fortune. The Qianshan secret realm proved that well. Just as everyone was ready to watch Yang Tianying enter the light gate, Zhou Luo suddenly moved. He strode forward with great speed, under countless shocked gazes, heading straight toward the light gate, and moving extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he caught up to Yang Tianying, reaching his side. Zhou Luo's friends were startled at first, then quickly called out, trying to stop him. But Zhou Luo's speed was simply too fast. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already passed Yang Tianying. The rest of the crowd was even more puzzled. This man is insane. He dares to provoke a madman like Yang Tianying. Didn't he see what happened to that guy just now? This Yang Tianying kills without blinking an eye. And he doesn't even avoid his edge. Admirable courage. A second corpse is about to appear. No wait. This man looks very familiar to me. I remember now, isn't he that god of slaughter? The god of slaughter, you mean that one man, who wiped out the entire Jiangnan manor, Zhou Luo? It really is him. Damn, the god of slaughter isn't someone to mess with either. If these two clash, something big is bound to happen. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Those with sharp eyes had already recognized Zhou Luo's identity. He was the one who had been the talk of the town recently. The god of slaughter of Jiangnan. All by himself, he directly took down Jiangnan Manor, one of the 5 major powers. Truly terrifying beyond measure. Zhou Luo, are you trying to pick a fight with me? When Yang Tianying saw Zhou Luo pass him by, a hint of anger immediately appeared on his face. His tone was ice-cold to the extreme. He naturally recognized Zhou Luo's identity. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't say a single word now. He would just strike directly. But Zhou Luo's strength was enough to make him wary. The overall strength of Jiangnan Manor ranked at the bottom among the 5 major powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed by the Liu group before. But to rely on one man's strength alone, to bring down the entire Jiangnan Manor, Yang Tianying asked himself. Such a feat, even he would need considerable effort to accomplish. Hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo stopped in his tracks, looking at him with a calm expression. This Mount Tai secret realm isn't your home. Do I need your permission to be the first one in? Agree, Zhou Luo, I'm not here to argue with you. Give me this one favor. Let me step through the light gate first. Then I, Skull Society, will be your friend. If not, don't blame me for using force. Yang Tianying said in a low voice. He had already made his claim just now. If he really let Zhou Luo beat him to it, he'd lose face big time. And he only feared Zhou Luo. That didn't mean he dared not fight him. If you truly won't show respect, then don't blame me. After hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo not only refused, but even said with a careless look, "Then go ahead and strike. Skip the nonsense, I'm in a hurry." "You're asking for death." Yang Tianying was fully enraged. He held back no longer, and clawed straight at Zhou Luo's chest. "I'll make you pick up your ears." The claw, carrying fierce killing intent, as it traveled mid-air, was blocked directly by a silver spear. Yang Tianying's move clashed with the silver spear in Zhou Luo's hand, and even let out a sound of metal striking metal. This was the effect of Yang Tianying's supreme jade bones. Every inch of his joints was like a divine weapon, extremely hard yet razor-sharp. How could an ordinary spirit weapon stop my attack? Seeing the silver spear in Zhou Luo's hand, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The next second, his figure burst into motion. His claw strikes, like torrential rain, rained down on Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged. The silver spear in his hand twisted and turned, blocking every single attack. Yang Tianying, only at the spirit transformation stage. Every move he made could not escape the keen eyes of Zhou Luo, who had reached the divine mystery realm. Although Zhou Luo perfectly deflected every attack from Yang Tianying, he noticed the shaft of the silver spear in his hand was beginning to give way, about to break under that rain of claw strikes, shattered apart. Worthy of the supreme jade bone. Its combat power is truly formidable. Zhou Luo sighed in admiration. In truth, dealing with Yang Tianying would have been simple. Just unleash the 9 Yang Bagua plate. Yang Tianying couldn't harm him in the slightest, and would constantly fear the reflection. The reason he didn't do that was to test his current strength. Now after a round of exchange, Zhou Luo could already tell fighting Yang Tianying was almost a total crush. If he wanted, he could immediately force Yang Tianying into a humiliating retreat, with no power to fight back. But what Zhou Luo didn't expect was that before he even struck, the silver glue spear in his hand was already about to give out. After all, it's no innate treasure. Zhou Luo shook his head inwardly. It seems he'd need to find himself a proper weapon in the future. At least spirit treasure level or above. An innate treasure would be even better. This silver glue spear in his hand could barely keep up with his pace anymore. "Hey, how much longer can that broken spear of yours hold out?" Yang Tianying kept up his assault. While striking at Zhou Luo, he'd occasionally throw in a taunt or two, as if the one gaining the upper hand wasn't Zhou Luo, but him, Yang Tianying. Indeed, it can't hold much longer. Zhou Luo gave a cold smile. Xuanji didn't hesitate. He leapt back in one move, leaving Yang Tianying's attack range. Trying to flee, a mere god of slaughter, nothing more. Yang Tianying thought Zhou Luo was about to give out, and said with a mocking look. But the next second, he realized he was wrong. Because Zhou Luo didn't leave at all. Instead, he raised the spear tip, pointing it straight at his throat. "This spear still has its uses, so I won't play with you any longer." Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes. The long spear in his hand shot out instantly. With a loud shout of "die!" the silver spear, in the blink of an eye, had already reached the front of Yang Tianying's throat. Yang Tianying only felt himself locked onto by a chilling killing intent. His whole body seemed to lose all strength, barely able to move. Then a crisp sound rang out. When the silver spear pierced Yang Tianying's throat, it only managed to break through the skin, and was then blocked directly by his throat bone. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone present had just assumed Yang Tianying would die at Zhou Luo's hands. But unexpectedly, the spear in Zhou Luo's hand could not pierce through Yang Tianying's throat bone. Ha ha ha! Yang Tianying suddenly burst into loud laughter. He looked at Zhou Luo with a provocative expression, his eyes full of mockery. "My entire body is made of supreme jade bone. Impervious to blades and spears, ordinary weapons cannot kill me. Zhou Luo, I admit you are powerful. But what use is that?" Ha ha ha! Just as he was laughing wildly, Smack! Suddenly another sound rang out again. Only this time, the sound was no longer the crisp ring of metal, but much duller than before. Smack! Before the crowd could react, the same sound followed once more. On Yang Tianying's face, two slap marks had somehow already appeared, and the one who struck was none other than Zhou Luo himself. What use is that? Let me tell you what use it is. Zhou Luo struck with both hands against Yang Tianying's skin and bones thin face. He unleashed a furious barrage of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. The slaps rained down on Yang Tianying's face like raindrops, directly slapping Yang Tianying into a dizzy stupor, completely bewildered. So what if I can't kill you? I ask you, so what if I can't kill you? Pick up your ears. I told you to pick up your ears. Smack, 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 another furious barrage. Yang Tianying's two cheeks, along with both ears, in an instant it swelled up enormously, like a pig's head. Until finally, Zhou Luo kicked Yang Tianying square in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The whole process left everyone present utterly stunned. Countless gazes shuttled back and forth between Zhou Luo and Yang Tianying. Shock was written on every face. Is this ... is this right? Isn't Yang Tianying supposed to be the pinnacle of power in all of Daxia? How did Zhou Luo beat him into such a sorry state? He had no power to fight back at all. His face was truly swollen from the beating. After thoroughly thrashing that waste, Zhou Luo let out a cold sneer and simply tossed out two words that sent Yang Tianying into a rage that could lift 5 Buddhas to the heavens. Then he stepped gracefully into the light gate. As his figure faded away through the light gate, Yang Tianying, his teeth nearly ground to dust, slowly crawled up from the ground. His gaze at the light gate was vicious to the extreme. Zhou Luo, I will kill you. I will torture you to death. His voice was as cold as a demon from hell, sending chills down the spines of everyone nearby. After issuing his threat, Yang Tianying chose not to linger there, and turned to leave Mount Tai directly. The secret realm in Mount Tai might indeed be a great opportunity, but in his current state, he couldn't possibly go in and compete with others. Not to mention Zhou Luo was still inside. If he went in, wouldn't he just be asking for another beating? Only after Yang Tianying had completely left did the crowd gradually snap back to reality. But the way was already clear. No one will stop us now. Brothers, charge! In an instant, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, rushing toward the light gate. Among them, the Bailey Group, the Story Family, and the Great Tower Alliance rushed the fastest, stepping into the light gate's range in an instant, vanishing from everyone's sight. At the same time, deep beneath Mount Tai, Zhou Luo, who had been teleported in long ago, now stared intently at the ancient city ahead. Above the city's great gate, 3 bold, sweeping characters were carved. Mount Tai Mansion, finally, he was in. Zhou Luo slowly let out a breath, his heart already eager with anticipation. Now, Yang Tianying, who in his past life obtained the Daizong Sea Corner, had already been driven away by him. No matter how fearless that man was, he wouldn't dare come in and compete for the fortune. In other words, on his path to obtaining the Daizong Sea Corner, the greatest variable had already vanished. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Truly, how unfortunate. This time, at the end of the Mount Tai Mansion's secret realm, the winner has once again been reserved by me. Chapter 37 10,000 Ghosts Pay Homage, The 3 Gates of Mount Tai Mansion. A moment later, as flashes of white light flickered all around, those awakened ones who had followed behind Zhou Luo and entered the light gate together with him were also teleported one by one into the secret realm. What a suffocating feeling. After everyone took in the sight within the secret realm, their first impression was one of extreme oppression. An airtight dome overhead, a chaotic, barren landscape littered with jagged rocks, and the pitch-black ancient city ahead. Everything exuded an eerie aura. Mount Tai Mansion. Could this be the legendary underworld, the Netherworld Palace? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua, after clearly seeing the 3 great characters carved upon the city wall, immediately furrowed his brow. As the eldest person present, his knowledge was considerable, and he naturally understood the true weight behind those 3 characters, Mount Tai Mansion. With just that one reminder from him, everyone present felt a jolt of shock in their hearts. Those 4 characters, the Netherworld Palace, were familiar to every person under heaven. And now they had personally stepped into the underworld. Am I still alive? Everyone hurriedly checked their own bodies. But soon they all discovered that nothing had changed about themselves. They felt that this secret realm would be vastly different from that time at Kinon Mountain. Within the Grand Alliance, Kui Linfei observed the towering city wall ahead, and a sense of dread suddenly rose in his heart. The greatest danger in the Kinon Mountain's secret realm was the beasts lurking in the dense forest. But those beasts were few in number, so the level of danger was minimal. Yet this Mount Tai Mansion felt wrong to him no matter how he looked at it. That towering wall standing in the darkness looked like a gaping abyssal maw, ready to devour everyone who stepped inside. To hell with this so-called underworld nonsense. It's probably just a front to scare people. This ancient city must be hiding a great opportunity. I'm not afraid of any ghosts or gods. Some hot-tempered people couldn't sit still and cursed loudly, and after bolstering their own courage, they headed straight for the city gate. The bold awakened ones still made up the majority, with one person taking the lead. The rest all cast aside thoughts of the underworld and such things, following behind the leader as they all walked toward the city gate. Let's go to. Seeing that everyone had already started moving, Kui Linfei no longer hesitated. However, Gu Qianhua and the Lu siblings did not make a move, as if they wanted to see how things played out. Zhou Luo. Do you think there's danger inside this Mount Tai Mansion? Lu Feiyu walked over to Zhou Luo's side and asked him. In his view, Zhou Luo was the biggest winner of the Kinon Mountain's secret realm, the ultimate recipient of the Pagoda Summit era. He should have his own insights about places like this secret realm. I'm not sure. Zhou Luo shook his head, not revealing what he knew. According to his past life memories, the first trial of Mount Tai Mansion was 10,000 ghosts paying homage. It should have happened right here. But after all, in his past life his strength was too weak. He never truly participated in the Mount Tai Manor. The secret manual was only hearsay, so he still had to observe cautiously. Although his current strength could completely dominate all others, but with those dark experiences from his past life, Zhou Luo's approach remained very steady. Seeing Zhou Luo shake his head, Lu Feiyu didn't ask further. He simply continued to shift his attention back to the front of the Mount Tai Manor gate. If Kui Linfei and his group at the lead made it through unharmed and entered the Mount Tai Manor, then he would not hesitate to lead his Bailey group people to follow in. But if anything unexpected happened, then that would be another matter. Before long, under Kui Linfei's lead, the group quickly arrived at the city gate. The gate was actually closed. How were they to open it? From afar, the light was too dim to see clearly. Now that they were up close, everyone realized the Mount Tai Manor's great gate was tightly shut. Open what? We're not like before. Still mortals without the strength to truss a chicken. Let's just join forces and break it open, that's all. Someone in the crowd sneered coldly, Zhuan Ji, and directly threw a punch at that great city gate. A loud bang rang out. The gate stood unmoved, completely unharmed by that punch. That hard. The Zhuan cultivator frowned at the sight. Zhuan then turned his gaze to the crowd. Everyone, strike together with me to open this great gate. As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately drew approval from the crowd. Just as everyone was about to strike in unison, suddenly, that tightly sealed, towering city gate emitted a series of crackling, strange sounds. The gate slowly opened inward. But when the crowd beneath the wall saw this, there was no hint of joy on their faces. Instead, it was full of alarm. When the city wall fully opened, what appeared before everyone's eyes were hordes upon hordes of Avicii evil ghosts. Skin and bones barely clinging, green faces with bared fangs. Black mist turned around these fiends like boiling waste. Resentment condensed into a thick, sticky miasma. Even the surrounding chill wind let out mournful wails. There really are ghosts. Among the crowd, the faint-hearted were already trembling, legs gone weak, their voices filled with terror. But those who could make it here were mostly quite composed. After seeing this surging tide of evil ghosts, though fear was unavoidable in their hearts, they still sized up the ghost's strength. Most were only at the initial stage of the first tier. Don't be afraid, these ghosts aren't strong. They're all just at the first tier. If we join forces, we can sweep them all away. Kui Linfei, as the leading figure, immediately waved his hand with authority. leading his Skyreach Alliance men to charge forward first. With strength nearing the mid-stage of the 9th tier, Kui Linfei cut through these evil ghosts, like chopping vegetables. A single casual strike sent several ghosts to death by his hand. They had no power to resist at all. He's right, everyone attacked together. Seeing how easily these evil ghosts were being slaughtered by Kui Linfei, the others hesitated no longer, and joined the attack one after another. The scene instantly descended into chaos. These evil ghosts truly weren't strong. Under the crowd's onslaught, their numbers dwindled rapidly. But soon, everyone noticed something strange. When these ghosts died, their bodies exploded and released a burst of miasma that seemed to affect their minds. Why the hell are you hitting me? Evil ghost, die. I'm a human, damn it. Can't you look properly? As time went on, many on the field had their minds corroded by the miasma and turned to strike at their own companions. Plenty of people never saw that coming at all, so he was caught off guard and struck directly, suffering severe injuries. Meanwhile, the evil ghosts inside Mount Tai Mansion seemed to be endless. As one batch died, another batch appeared right after. And so it went. The human side, which had been crushing the enemy moments ago, was now completely at a disadvantage. I understand now. Zhou Luo, who had been observing the battlefield from afar, now had a clear picture in his mind. In his past life, he had always heard that the first level of Mount Tai Mansion had caused tremendous casualties among the awakened ones. He hadn't quite believed it back then. After all, they were just a bunch of low-level spirit bugs. No matter how many there were, they couldn't possibly withstand everyone working together. But now, looking at it, the factor causing such heavy casualties among the awakened ones wasn't the evil ghosts themselves, but the hidden poison they released upon death. This hidden poison was indeed troublesome. One slight mistake and you'd lose your mind. Zhou Mu's gaze fell on Kui Linfei in the midst of battle. Though he was the strongest one on the field, under the stacking influence of all this hidden poison, his eyes were gradually turning bloodshot. If this went on for a while longer, his mind would likely be lost as well. And when that happened, he would become the greatest accomplice of the evil ghosts. It's time for me to make my move. Break through this first level as quickly as possible, and claim the Daizong Naval Army. Zhou Luo remained calm and composed. He directly summoned his 9-yang Bagua plate. Others feared this hidden poison, but he did not. With the 9-yang Bagua plate in hand, this hidden poison couldn't even get near him. It would all be blocked outside his shield. Level 038, the second level. The inverted sensory grand array. The moment the 9-yang Bagua plate activated, Zhou Luo stepped forward, heading straight toward the battlefield, since Brother Zhou has already made his move. If I just stand by and watch, that wouldn't be right at all. Luffy and the sturdy one. He had no intention of continuing to watch. You stay here and wait for me. I'll go help Brother Zhou. He gave Lu Yuer a few words of caution, then went off alone. This poison mist is truly bizarre. Even Lu Feiyu himself couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be affected, so he would never let Lu Yuer fall into such a dangerous situation. The time had come. In the distance, Gu Qian, Hua saw the top fighters of this Mount Tai trip, taking action one after another. He no longer hesitated, producing a pagoda shaped like an exquisite ornament, and joined the battle. With the addition of Zhou Luo and the other three, the human side, which had been losing ground, immediately turned the tide, pushing the evil ghosts back so they couldn't even leave the gate. The most eye-catching among them was Zhou Luo. A 9-yang Bagua plate hung high behind his head, black and white energy swirling around him, his silver spear twisting endlessly in hand. Every time he swept it out, it claimed several evil ghosts. And the miasma those ghosts released upon death, upon touching his black and white shield, scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, retreating without end. In just a few short minutes, a large space cleared around Zhou Luo, the ground covered in ashes of the slain ghosts. Seeing this scene, everyone present marveled inwardly. Earlier atop the Jade Emperor Peak, when Zhou Luo crushed and drove back Yang Tianying, they were already stunned. But at that time, Zhou Luo had not produced the 9-yang Bagua plate. Now that the plate was out, Zhou Luo's combat power had increased beyond measure. That Bagua plate, could it be the treasure he obtained in the Futu Tower? Truly a great fortune. Someone stared at Zhou Luo's 9-yang Bagua plate, a flicker of greed flashing in their eyes. But soon, that greed was replaced by reason. After the Yang Tianying incident, no one dared to provoke Zhou Luo. Who would still dare to mess with Zhou Luo? That would be no different from seeking death. This time, within the Taishan's secret realm, there must surely be a treasure similar to that Bagua plate, a treasure akin to that Bagua plate. If I could obtain it, wouldn't I too, just like him, stand at the very pinnacle? The crowd's hearts grew restless. Soon, their attention turned to the Taishan's secret realm. With that thought in mind, everyone grew even more fervent. Each one wished to quickly finish off these ravenous evil spirits, so they could truly enter the Taishan mansion and scour for fortune. Soon, the tens of thousands of evil spirits were rapidly dwindling. The one who contributed the most, besides Zhou Luo, was Gu Qianhua, who had unleashed his pagoda. That exquisite pagoda radiated 5-colored divine light. With a casual wave of Gu Qianhua's hand, a beam of divine light swept down upon the horde of evil spirits. Any evil spirit touched by that light instantly had its flesh stripped and skin scorched, turning into piles of ash in the blink of an eye. Just as he finished off a large batch of evil spirits, Zhou Luo's gaze at that moment also fell upon Gu Qianhua, who held the pagoda. The 5-colored exquisite pagoda. He recognized its origin in an instant. It was indeed one of the most powerful treasures in Gu Qianhua's hands in his past life. Legend had it that this 5-colored exquisite pagoda was originally one of Gu Qianhua's many collected treasures. When the cataclysm mirror descended, it suddenly blazed with divine light, revealing the power of a primordial treasure. Gu Qianhua directly refined it for his own use, though it was also a primordial treasure. Compared to my 9-yang Bagua plate, it still fell a bit short. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head inwardly. The 5-colored exquisite pagoda excels in slaughter. With one sweep of its divine light, flesh and bone cannot survive. But the 9-yang Bagua plate, as the world's strongest defensive treasure, as long as its wielder's cultivation isn't too far behind, can block all of the 5-colored divine light. And the 9-yang Bagua plate that Zhou Luo currently holds is in its complete form. Not only is its defense invincible, it can also reflect all attacks. Compared to the previous life, the damaged version of the Bagua plate that Wu Qian held, it's countless times more powerful. Unfortunately, the greatest opportunity within this Mount Tai mansion is the Daezong Town Sea Horn, and there's no innate treasure hidden here. Otherwise, I would have gained another source of power. Zhou Luo cleared his mind and stopped thinking about other things. Instead, he turned to focus on eliminating the evil spirits. Before long, the evil spirits, under everyone's combined efforts, were all eradicated during that time. Kui Linfei, because he had been exposed to the poison too early, briefly lost his mind midway and turned to attack the companion beside him. But fortunately, Zhou Luo was nearby and noticed Kui Linfei's intention early on. He acted quickly and restrained him. Mr. Zhou, that was truly a close call. If you hadn't intervened, this incident would have become a demon in my heart. After the battle ended, Kui Linfei approached Zhou Luo and expressed his gratitude sincerely. No need to thank me, it was just a small effort. Zhou Luo shook his head slightly and didn't say much more. At this point, all the evil spirits had been eliminated. The first trial of Mount Tai Mansion, the 10,000 Ghosts Pilgrimage, was broken. He now only wanted to quickly enter the second trial, to get the Daezong Town Sea Horn as soon as possible. Once we leave this place, I will come to your door and apologize properly. Kui Linfei then cupped his hands and took his leave, not wanting to disturb any further. After the evil spirits within the city gates were completely destroyed, the scene inside Mount Tai Mansion finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an enormous plaza covering a vast area. The plaza was incredibly empty, with no debris piled up on it at all. It gave off a strangely eerie vibe just by looking at it. Why is it so empty? This isn't what I expected. Something's wrong, very wrong. This square definitely has something wrong. The crowd around, seeing this empty square, all had a flicker of doubt in their eyes. In their view, this Mount Tai Mansion, shaped like an ancient city, should have been filled with towering buildings inside its gates. But the first sight they saw upon entering, the very first scene, was such a strange, vast square. Obviously, there had to be something wrong with it. But there was no other path ahead. To go deeper, they had to step onto the square. Unlike the others' confusion, when Zhou Luo saw this square, A name instantly came to mind. The second trial, the sense-reversing Great Formation. The sense-reversing Great Formation. True to its name, anyone who steps into this formation will have all their senses completely lost. Forward might be left, right might be backward. What the eyes see, what the ears hear, what the nose smells, all of it is false. To pass this trial, one must hold firm to their heart, slowly sensing where the formation's core lies, then break it apart. That Yang Tianying fellow, did he get ahead of everyone in this very trial? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. In his past life, Yang Tianying became the recipient of the Generation C suppressing title, because in this second trial, he outpaced everyone, finding the formation's core first, then breaking through and escaping. And his method was extremely crude. He relied on the strength of his supreme jade bones, charging forward blindly by instinct. If it told him forward, he went forward. If it told him backward, he went backward, ignoring everything else. In the end, he actually guessed the right direction of one core, and smashed it apart, HMPH. This time, without Yang Tianying, I'll be the one to break the formation fastest. The power my 9 Abyss Chaos body grants at this age. He can see through any formation at a glance. When it comes to breaking formations, it's practically effortless for him. Zhou Luo's mind stirred with a hidden insight. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he stepped onto the plaza first. 39 minutes and 13 second steps to break the formation. The whole crowd fell silent. The god of slaughter is going up. Isn't he afraid there might be traps on this plaza? He's being so reckless. You fool, with strength like the god of slaughters. What traps would he fear? Forget how he slaughtered those evil spirits just now. Seeing Zhou Luo take the lead, after he entered the plaza, the crowd immediately began murmuring. Gu Kai and Hua and the others noticed Zhou Luo's move, and turned their heads in surprise. Soon, the moment Zhou Luo set foot onto the plaza, Aloha echoed out. The entire plaza suddenly revealed a mysterious formation. Seeing this, everyone scrambled backward. There really are traps. What kind of formation is this? Its range is so vast, covering the entire plaza. There's no path ahead. To move forward, you can only enter the formation. The 5-pole inverted formation shrouds the road ahead in its grip. Everyone quickly understood. To go deeper into Mount Tai Mansion, they'd have to break through this formation first. Hold on, let's see how he handles it. Some with sharp minds planned to observe first how Zhou Luo, now inside the formation, would fare. If even Zhou Luo couldn't crack this great array, then they'd have no choice but to back off. No way, if even a powerhouse on Zhou Luo's level can't get through. Then what hope do they have? In the crowd, Lu Feiyu saw Zhou Luo step forward. His expression turned slightly grave. Since Brother Zhou is taking the lead, so be it. If danger arises within the formation, so that I could rescue him outside the town. He had already prepared himself mentally. The moment things went wrong, he would immediately step forward to pull Zhou Luo out. Within the great formation, the instant Zhou Luo stepped into the array, he felt his senses stripped away in an instant. Before his eyes, all was dreamlike and illusory, seeming real, yet in truth, completely devoid of sensation. The inverted formation conjured these visions, and the hostility was palpable. What he heard and saw was all illusion. Zhou Luo tentatively took a step forward, but in everyone's eyes, he wasn't moving forward at all. Instead, he stepped to the left. He advanced again. This time, he stepped to the right. Zhou Luo knew he was testing the inverted formation, but the others had no idea. They only thought Zhou Luo was breaking the array. First left, then right. I got it memorized. The crowd, in their minds, silently etched every move Zhou Luo made, afraid of missing a single glance. What a formidable inverted formation stage! After testing with 2 shallow steps, Zhou Luo halted all his movements. At this moment, he could clearly sense that if he did nothing and calmed his mind completely, he could, in the depths of his being, perceive the correct path. This should be the proper way to break the formation. Zhou Luo now understood all the mysteries, and no longer suppressed the danger of his youthful cultivation age. Then, within Zhou Luo's pupils, a faint glimmer of golden light flashed, and instantly, the scene before his eyes transformed. From the illusions cast by the inverted formation, to the plaza's true appearance in a flash, and the formation lines beneath his feet were clearly visible. Several key array eyes lay plainly in sight. Upon seeing where the array eyes were located, Zhou Luo hesitated no longer. He strode forward directly, heading toward one of the array eyes. With the boost of his cultivation age, even Zhou Luo, affected by the inverted grand formation, and walking in the wrong direction, could quickly adjust his angle based on the true eye's position. In just 13 short steps, he stepped directly into the true eye. The moment he entered the formation's core, Zhou Luo felt his stolen sense of direction instantly return to his body. Already, he had completely broken free from the disorienting inverted formation's interference. The entire process was remarkably effortless. It took him less than 3 minutes, no rest needed. I'll go on ahead. I'll wait for you up front. After clearing the formation, Zhou Luo turned back and waved toward Lu Feiyu's position, his hand raised. Zhuangji then strode straight toward the depths of Mount Tai's mansion. Lu Feiyu, whose name had been called, was now utterly bewildered. It took him a moment to snap back to reality. There was no other reason. It was simply that Zhou Luo's clearing of the formation had been too easy. So easy it seemed abnormal. After all, the formation on this plaza, just by looking at it, felt profoundly mysterious to him. It was definitely a top-tier ancient formation. Logically speaking, a formation with such immense power should be extremely difficult to break, right? How come, when it came to Zhou Luo, he broke it in less than 3 minutes? Could it be that this formation was all show and no substance? Actually simple beyond belief. That guess suddenly popped into Lu Feiyu's mind. And not just him. When the others saw Zhou Luo leave the formation so effortlessly, they too began to feel eager to try. This formation is way too bluffing. It looks so intimidating. But others cleared it in just a few minutes. No way, I've got to get over there fast. Otherwise, all the fortunes in Mount Tai's mansion will be taken by Xia Shen. If he gets the meat, I need to at least get some soup. Right, this formation is so simple. Watch me break it with ease too. Haha, every step Xia Shen took just now, I've memorized them all. I just need to simply replicate them. My formation breaking speed will definitely be even faster than his. Countless people brimming with confidence immediately stopped staying where they were and stepped one by one into the range of the reversal formation. But some more cautious ones didn't act rashly and stayed put to observe. Soon, those who remained to watch noticed something was off. These people who entered the reversal formation, why were they all spinning in place? Spinning was one thing. They kept bumping into those beside them. And those inside the formation were utterly baffled. No way, I followed Zhou Luo's every single step exactly. I've repeated it several times now. Why haven't I gotten out yet? And clearly, there's a wide open road ahead. But the moment I step forward, it's like I got slammed hard by something. Their confusion only grew. Outside, Lu Feiyu, Gu Kaiyanhua, and other experts, after seeing the scene inside the formation, understood it clearly in their hearts. The reason Zhou Luo passed through so easily wasn't because the formation was all show and no substance. It was entirely because Zhou Luo was just that impressive. Look at these ordinary folks who entered the formation. They still haven't figured out what's happening. Good thing I didn't go in first. Otherwise, just figuring out the formation's logic would have taken forever. Lu Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd already figured out what this formation did. Most likely, it disorients people's sense of direction and feeling, leaving them unable to tell where the path lies. If he'd followed those people and entered the formation behind Zhou Luo, figuring out the logic would have cost him plenty of time too. It's time to go in. I can't fall too far behind Brother Zhou. You're, come with me. If I break the formation first, I'll wait for you outside. Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate and led Lu Yue straight into the formation. Gu Kaiyanhua did the same. Just as everyone focused on breaking the formation, deep within Mount Tai's mansion, Zhou Luo had already arrived at a certain place inside the extremely grand hall. This is the third pavilion. Zhou Luo looks around, only to find countless meditation cushions placed inside. And these cushions, in his past life, were all given a very beautiful name. Enlightenment cushions. The third trial of Mount Tai Mansion tests one's comprehension. Whoever sits on a cushion will have a wordless heavenly book appear in their mind. The stronger one's comprehension, the more words gradually appear on the wordless book. Once all the words on the book have fully appeared, The heavenly book will reveal its true form, transforming into the Dai Zongtown Sea Horn. And comprehension is often tied to talent. So in his past life, Yang Tianying relied on his own naturally powerful talent, plus the supreme Jade Bone, which gave him a time advantage in the second trial, and directly became the one who obtained the Dai Zongtown Sea Horn. Testing comprehension. How is this any different from a freebie? Zhou Luo smiles slightly. Without any hesitation, he directly sits on the nearest cushion. Among the many traits of the Nine Abyss Chaos Body, Earth League Sacred Heart represents ultimate comprehension. This third trial before Zhou Luo is completely effortless. The true ultimate breathing technique. The moment he sits on the cushion, a wordless heavenly book suddenly appears in Zhou Luo's mind. This isn't right. But Zhou Luo doesn't see the expected star map. Instead, he's somewhat bewildered. Where's the wordless book they promised? Isn't this all words? On the so-called wordless heavenly book, densely packed with many small characters, Zhou Luo flips through it a few times in disbelief, only to find every page is the same. What's going on? According to the normal process, shouldn't he be the one deciphering this wordless book, and then obtain the Dai Zongtown Sea Horn? Now the wordless book has words. So how is he supposed to break through? He couldn't decipher the wordless heavenly book. Then what about his Daishin Jinhai Jiao? Zhou Luo was a bit frustrated. But soon he noticed something was off. Wait, what's written in this book seems to be a breathing technique as well. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. He observed it more carefully. A look of wild joy gradually appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. What's written here is actually the Five Elements Sutra. The heavenly book describes in detail. This Five Elements Sutra is the superior technique of Daishin Zhenghai Ju. The so-called Daishin Zhenghai Ju evolved from the Five Elements Sutra. Only those with exceptional talent and insight could observe the Five Elements Sutra on the meditation mat. In his past life, no one had ever observed the Five Elements Sutra on the mat, and no one knew that this so-called number one breathing technique, the Daishin Zhenghai Ju, was merely a small part of the Five Elements Sutra. What an unexpected surprise! Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. He had thought Daishin Zhenghai Ju was already invincible, but he never expected there was something even greater. He merely skimmed the Five Elements Sutra briefly, and could already sense the supreme power of this breathing technique. The Five Elements Sutra has 9 levels in total. Cultivate the first level, and you can bear the phantom weight of Mount Tai, stepping across mountains with ease. At the third level, you can comprehend the sword aura and cloud seas of Mount Hua, condensing supreme sword intent. A falling petal can pierce through gold and jade, refine the earth fire essence of Mount Heng. Between the elements of earth, rivers and sea surge forth. At the 7th level, absorb the 10,000-year cold waters of Mount Heng, transforming into the Nine Abyss. The cold tide surges again, freezing 3,000 miles. If you cultivate to the 9th level, perfect completion, you can absorb the earth vein essence of Mount Song. Your flesh and blood resonate with the earth veins. Wherever you stand becomes Mount Buzhou. Such a powerful technique. Why shouldn't it be mine to use? Zhou Luo suppressed the excitement in his heart. He immediately began to comprehend the Five Elements Scripture. Seated on the preaching cushion, the Five Elements Scripture was not so simple as to be handed over freely. Within 1 stick of incense, that is, within half an hour, if Zhou Luo could not fully comprehend the Five Elements Scripture and successfully refine the first level, then this Five Elements Scripture would vanish forever between heaven and earth. Such a powerful breathing technique naturally had its temporary conditions. If even the most gifted and perceptive person in this world could not master it within 1 stick of incense, then he would rather let it perish than let it fall into the hands of mediocrity. The Great Hall was as quiet as before. Zhou Luo sat upright upon the cushion. His breathing began to rise and fall in a steady rhythm. The Five Elements Scripture was being comprehended by him bit by bit. At the same time, within the reverse sense grand formation, those who had stepped into the center first had already begun to discern the rules of the reverse sense grand formation, while Lu Feiyu and the others who entered later had long since calmed their minds and steadied their breath, silently sensing that elusive will within the void. Their progress was much faster. Among them, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua were especially ahead. The nearest formation to each of them was now less than 10 meters away. About 10 minutes passed. The two finally stepped into the formation eyes range. Their distorted senses instantly returned to normal. Little one from the Bailey group. I'll be on my way now. You take your time guiding that little girl. Gu Qianhua, having broken through the formation, did not linger, and headed straight into the depths of Mount Tai's mansion. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu stayed where he was, and began figuring out how to guide Lu Yuan, who was still trapped in the center. After all, she was among the top talents of the Xia dynasty. With Lu Feiyu's assistance, in just 3 minutes' time, Lu Yuer also successfully broke through the formation. Yuer, let's go find Brother Zhou together, and see how he's doing over there. Lu Feiyu did not hesitate, and led Lu Yuer into the depths of Mount Tai's mansion. Because the Lu Feiyu siblings' talent leaned towards speed, though they'd lost 3 minutes, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua actually arrived at the hall's entrance at the same time. This kid's that fast. Gu Qianhua was a bit surprised. He'd been rushing at full speed. Never expected Lu Feiyu to catch up. But he didn't dwell on it, quickly shifting his focus to the hall. I see, Mr. Zhou. Lu Yan had sharp eyes, spotting in a single glance Zhou Luo sitting upright on a meditation cushion. What is this cushion? Beside him, Gu Qianhua was examining the rows of cushions inside the hall, a puzzled look on his face. Could the opportunity be hidden in these cushions? Gu Qianhua didn't hesitate long, leading his sister straight into the hall, preparing to sit on a cushion like Zhou Luo. Gu Qianhua did the same. Since Zhou Luo was already seated on one, it proved these cushions were most likely where the opportunity lay. Even if the cushions held no opportunity, they were probably the key to the next trial. In short, following Zhou Luo's lead and sitting down was the right move. But just as the three were about to take their seats, suddenly, Zhou Luo's cushion burst forth with several beams of light, enveloping the entire hall. After a moment, the light gradually faded, and Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. I've done it, joy shining in his eyes. The first level of the 5 elements scripture was now mastered. Once mastered, that heavenly book had already merged into Zhou Luo's mind, as if it had acknowledged him as its master. Oh, you're here too. Zhou Luo rose from the cushion, turning his head. He saw Lu Feiyu and the other two, staring at him with bewildered looks. He smiled and said, Zhou Luo. While Lu Feiyu's expression was odd. Just now, when Zhou Luo sat down, the cushion showed a vision. A suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that they were already too late? Just like the Futa Tower that his sister described. The opportunities within this Mount Tai mansion had already been taken by Zhou Luo. If that were the case, then there was no need for him to keep sitting on the cushion, wasting his time. Not fierce, I can only say that the cushion holds its own mysteries. Zhou Luo shook his head, without explaining too much. Though the 5 elements scripture had already been claimed by him, the Daizong formation and the Sea Lord still remained within the cushion. If Lu Feiyu could comprehend it quickly enough, he might still have a chance to obtain it. Though the Daizong formation and Sea Lord can't match the 5 elements scripture, it is still a top-tier breathing technique in the world. I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Lu Feiyu and the sturdy man didn't hesitate. They sat directly onto the cushion and began to comprehend. Since Zhou Luo had said so, he naturally wouldn't doubt it. Seeing this, Lu Yuer and Gu Qianhua quickly followed suit. The three soon became immersed in the heavenly script. The greatest opportunity in Mount Tai Mansion has already been taken by me. As for the other small gains, I don't bother competing for them. Zhou Luo was already preparing to leave the Mount Tai Mansion's secret realm. Indeed, this Mount Tai Mansion still hid many divine weapons, waiting for the fated to discover, and heavenly treasures. But those things were completely useless to Zhou Luo now. In terms of talent and comprehension, he had already reached the peak. No rare fruit that could enhance talent could help him advance any further. As for divine weapons, Zhou Luo vaguely remembered. In the Mount Tai Mansion's secret realm of his past life, the strongest weapon ever unearthed was on the same level as the spear he currently held in his hand. Moreover, searching for these things would simply waste too much time. It was completely not worth it for Zhou Luo to do. What Zhou Luo needs most right now is to find a quiet place to cultivate. The Wuyu Hall is definitely not suitable anymore. Lu Feiyu and his group were just the first wave. Before long, the awakened ones from the reversed Great Array will pour in, and it will get incredibly noisy then. The gel gun really can't keep up with me anymore. Zhou Luo shook his head. On the Jade Emperor Peak, he could suppress Yang Tianying with sheer power. But he lacked a suitable weapon in hand to slay him. A weapon capable of killing a supreme could only be an innate treasure. And the innate treasures he currently holds are only the 9 Yang Bagua plate, which is not a weapon. No matter. It won't be long before the Taiye sword emerges. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, his mind already made up. Since he was reborn once, he had naturally already chosen his weapon. And among the innate treasures, the Taiye sword, heavy with killing aura, was his perfect choice. Chapter 41, The King of Darkness Descends. Chu Hanyan's resolve. While Zhou Luo was cultivating in seclusion within Jiangnan City, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan stood before a virtual panoramic military map, both wearing grave expressions. On the map, a monstrous beast, its body as huge as a small mountain, was coiled within a mountain range. If Zhou Luo were present, he would recognize at a glance that this mountain range was none other than Qinan Mountain, Hanyan. Our Jiangnan City faces a crisis of life and death. Are you prepared to die? Wang Lin looked at Chu Hanyan with resolute eyes. I have been ready for a long time. Chu Hanyan's expression was firm, his gaze unwavering. As a man of Xia with conviction in his heart, the moment Chu Hanyan joined the Xia alliance, he was already prepared to die for Xia. Moreover, this is their homeland where they were born and raised, now facing a crisis. These beasts, which suddenly appeared on Qinan Mountain an hour ago, each possessed the strength of a zero transformation cultivator. If it were only that, Jiangnan City would hardly be at the brink of life and death, not to such an extreme. The key is that after these beasts appeared on Qinan Mountain, they didn't wreak havoc around, but gathered together, as if waiting for something. And this phenomenon was all too familiar to the Tower Alliance. These beasts were waiting for none other than the Beast King. A Beast King was about to descend upon Jiangnan City. The moment this news came through, Wang Lin immediately issued orders for all citizens of Jiangnan City to evacuate, to get as far away from the city as possible. Even the surrounding spiritual cultivators had to leave. Otherwise, once the Beast King descended, it wouldn't just affect Jiangnan City. The neighboring cities would come under attack as well. But Jiangnan City had a huge population, and even with the notice sent out, a full evacuation within such a short time was impossible. Based on past experience, the time until the Beast King's arrival was down to the final hour. This 1 hour was the Tower Alliance's last chance. Kill these beasts? Or else, when the Beast King descends, these powerful zero transformation beasts would become the king's strongest allies, causing endless trouble for the entire tower. Have you made contact with Mr. Zhou? Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again, and looked at Chu Hanyan as he asked. As soon as he learned of the Beast King's arrival, he had tried to reach Zhou Luo, but couldn't get through at all. Zhou Luo's phone was completely out of signal. Later, upon investigation, they learned that Zhou Luo had left for Taishan City 3 days ago, and was now inside the Taishan secret realm. Still no word from Zhou. The master should not have left the secret realm yet. Chu Hanyan shook his head, indicating there was nothing to be done. This secret realm has lasted for such a long time. It seems hard to wait for Master Zhou's return. Wang Lin let out a sigh. The Qinan Mountain secret realm only lasted an hour. But now, since the Taishan secret realm opened, 3 hours have already passed. And Zhou Luo was the one he could think of, most likely to help Jiangnan City resolve this crisis. Now that Zhou Luo cannot be reached, Jiangnan City can only rely on itself. Notify the military district. Prepare to mobilize all heavy firepower and wipe out these beasts together. Wang Lin did not dwell on this matter for long, and directly issued the order. Chu Hanyan immediately went to notify the military district. Soon, the military district's firepower was fully prepared, waiting only for Wang Lin's command. Open fire! Wang Lin waved his hand. A volley of missiles was launched, exploding deep within Qinan Mountain. A deafening rumble echoed through the air. The entire Qinan Mountain range was instantly shrouded in dust. But when the smoke cleared, the beasts at the very center of the explosion were completely unharmed. How is that possible? Wang Lin was shocked. The power of this missile volley was enough to destroy a small mountain, more than enough to deal with zero-stage beasts. But after a full volley, not only did these beasts not die, they did not even have a single scratch. Why is that? Leader, these beasts seem to have some kind of protection around them. Chu Hanyan noticed something was wrong and shouted out. Wang Lin quickly looked over. Sure enough, beside those beasts, he saw a thin layer of milky white shield. The color of this shield and the aura brewing at the center of the beasts were exactly the same. Could it be that the Beast King is protecting them? A flash of despair crossed Wang Lin's eyes. Since the Mutation Era began, the Beast Kings descending on Langsing are at least at the Divine Intent realm. And not just barely either. Most are at the Divine Intent realm, late stage, having reached that level. Unless it's a nuclear weapon, something large-scale and indiscriminate in its destruction. Ordinary weapons can't harm them at all. If this shield really was cast by the Beast King, then their plan is doomed. The people of Jiangnan City haven't fully evacuated yet. If they use nuclear weapons, innocent lives will surely be lost. That would go against all morality. Not what the Grand Alliance intends. Keep firing. Wang Ling gritted his teeth and gave the order again. Boom, boom, boom. The second wave of missiles launched in full. When the dust settled, the mist shield remained perfectly intact. Keep firing. Use every last missile. Wang Ling refused to believe it. Boom, boom, boom. The third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. The military depot's missiles were completely spent. And still the shield hadn't taken a scratch. Wang Ling's face was filled with despair. He had never felt so powerless in all his days. Beside him, Chu Hanyan felt the same. Silence fell over the command room. After a long pause, Wang Ling's fingers trembled as he touched the metal on his chest. His lips moved. Hanyan, you should go, leave Jiangnan City. Though Chu Hanyan had long made clear his resolve to fight to the death. But at the final moment, Wang Ling's heart couldn't bear it. Chu Hanyan was so young and immensely talented. As long as he lived, the future held endless possibilities. He couldn't bear to watch such a young man sacrifice himself here. But Chu Hanyan didn't answer Wang Ling. He simply stood in place, his gaze unwavering. Silence was the best answer. Wang Ling let out a long sigh, his emotions complicated. Well done, Han Yun. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But soon he pulled himself together. Since that's the case, then today we'll fight side by side. Even if we can't kill these beasts, we'll still tear a layer of skin off them. The undead roster is ruthless. As men of the Great Xia, as soldiers of the Great Xia, this fierceness is ingrained in our bones. I can die, but the enemy won't get off easy either. That is the soul of a soldier. The Taishan mountain range. As that golden gate of light in the sky gradually faded, everyone who had entered the Taishan secret realm was teleported out at that moment. Among them was Zhou Luo. Lu Feiyu looked at Zhou Luo beside him, feeling that the aura around Zhou Luo had undergone a subtle change. But when asked to pinpoint it, he couldn't quite say what had changed. He asked Zhou Luo, Brother Zhou, where do you plan to go next? Back to Jiangnan, right? The trial is over. I should return to my cultivation. Zhou Luo nodded slightly. Just moments ago, he had fully mastered the 5 elements scripture. Now, with every breath he took, it carried the power of the 5 elements, deep and forceful. Moreover, with the 5 elements scripture, that top-tier breathing technique, Zhou Luo discovered that his cultivation speed had improved by leaps and bounds. In just those 2 hours in the secret realm, he had directly broken through to the 3rd level of the Divine Intent stage. Far faster than when absorbing the Earth Fiend energy. Then I won't keep you any longer. Take care, Brother Zhou. Mr. Zhou, Yor takes her leave. If there's ever a chance, please do come visit us at the Bailey Group again. Lu Feiyu saw that Zhou Luo had made up his mind, so he didn't intend to press him to stay. He simply left with Lu Yor. Gu Qianhua didn't stay long in Taishan City either. He gained a great deal from the Taishan secret realm this time. The Dazongtown Sea Seal was obtained by him. He had to hurry back to Ao Island to rest. His breathing technique was fast. The people around gradually dispersed. Zhou Luo also left the Taishan area, but his phone kept ringing at that moment. A Beast King had descended upon Jiangnan City. Could it be that guy? After reading the messages from Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan, Zhou Luo's expression changed. In his past life, it was because of a beast king that descended upon Jiangnan City that he nearly died from the disaster. It was the Tower Alliance that saved him. But now he had enough strength to handle it. Perfect, let me give it a try too. Having cultivated for 5 months now, just how strong have I become? And I'll beat that guy black and blue while I'm at it. Delightful, delightful, Zhou Luo. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Without any hesitation, he immediately sped off toward Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo makes his move. The crisis of the Taishan Phantom. If it really is him, then the timing seems a bit off. On the way, Zhou Luo was deeply puzzled. Because according to the course of his past life, within 3 months of the Mutation Era beginning, no Beast King had ever descended upon Jiangnan City. The Beast King that nearly cost him his life in his past life descended in the 4th month. But now it's already happened. Could it be because of my rebirth that it triggered the butterfly effect? Zhou Luo speculated silently in his heart. That had to be the only possibility. After all, before his rebirth, Wu Qian had not completed the 9-yang Bagua plate from within the Futu Tower. The #1 breathing technique in the world was not the 5 meridian scripture as it is now, but the Daizong Town Sea Seal. If it really is him, then would his strength still be at the Hua Ling Jin level? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and began to ponder in his heart. In his past life, that Beast King descended from months later. His strength is already at the Hua Lin level, extremely terrifying. His current strength can handle a Beast King at the Divine Will realm. Even if it's late Divine Will realm, it's more than enough. But if it's the Spirit Transformation realm, then it gets a bit tricky. But that doesn't mean he can't fight at all. Now he's cultivated the 5 elements scripture to the 1st level. His combat power compared to before he entered Mount Tai is a world of difference. For defense, he has the 9-yang Bagua plate. For offense, he has the majestic power of Mount Tai from the 1st level of the 5 elements scripture. Both offense and defense are covered. Even against Hua Lin Jin, he can put up a fight. Unfortunately, if the Tai sword were already in my hands, then even Hua Lin Jin, I could slay him. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. What he lacks most right now is a sword, a primordial treasure focused on killing. But such things can't be forced. After all, where the Tai sword lies, the mountain won't open for a few more days. For now, all he can do is wait. Wang Ling and Chu Hanyan of Jiangnan City have already arrived above the Qinan mountain range. Ahead are the 3 strange beasts, and behind them, no one else. The rest of the Jiangnan City Mansion Alliance were all driven away by Wang Ling. Some didn't want to leave, but Wang Ling knocked them out and forcibly dragged them away. There's no other reason. Simply because their strength was too low. Still at the Envoy realm. For these beasts that have reached the 0 Spirit realm, they'd be nothing but cannon fodder. They couldn't pose any threat. Sending them away was Wang Ling taking responsibility for their lives. Besides, stepping up to face enemies of such formidable realms was his and Chu Hanyan's duty in the first place. After all, they were the only 2 in the Jiangnan City Mansion Alliance who had reached the 0 Spirit realm. With greater power comes greater responsibility. The sky-splitting golden-tailed white wolf, the Han Emperor Black Bear. Wang Lin looked at the 3 beasts before him. His heart sank slightly. The moment these 3 beasts appeared, he had already requested their information from headquarters. After the Mutation Era began, many beasts appeared one after another. These 3 beasts were fairly common species, but only at the initial realm. At the Transformation realm, this was Wang Lin's first time seeing them. Hanyu, I'll take the speed. Captain, you hold off the Sky Falcon and the silver-tailed white wolf. I'll go deal with the Han Emperor Black Bear. Kill the Han Emperor Black Bear as fast as you can. Then come support me. Understood. Wang Lin immediately issued the strategy. Chu Hanyan nodded firmly, no problem. The Han Emperor Black Bear was the lowest among these 3 beasts, in terms of realm, only at the 1st level of the Transformation realm. And Chu Hanyan had also broken through to the 1st level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Plus he had weapon enhancements. Slaying this Han Emperor Black Bear was only a matter of time. Of course, all of this depended on the premise that Wang Lin could hold off the Sky Falcon and the silver-tailed white wolf. If either of these 2 beasts found a moment to help the Han Emperor Black Bear. Then Chu Hanyan would fall into danger. Since everyone's ready, let's charge in together. Wang Lin gave the order and charged toward the shield with Chu Hanyan. Though this shield was highly resistant to firearms, it had no defense against spiritual energy intrusion. Any awakened one could easily enter the shield. The three beasts clearly understood this too, and quickly assumed defensive stances. After entering the shield, Wang Lin first engaged the Sky Falcon in combat, then pulled the silver-tailed White Wolf into the fray, giving the silver-tailed White Wolf no chance to support the Han Emperor Black Bear. And Chu Hanyan lived up to expectations. In his fight with the Han Emperor Black Bear, he drove it back step by step. To slay these three before the Beast King descends at least counts for something, I suppose. When the undead saw the Han Emperor Black Bear about to fall, a bitter taste rose in their hearts. Though they couldn't defeat the Beast King, if they could kill these three underlings, it would count as a small victory. Just as Wang Lin thought the situation was settled, suddenly, with a hissing sound, the ground beneath the Han Emperor Black Bear began to churn. Then, a crimson scorpion tail burst forth from the earth, stabbing straight at Chu Hanyan. Chu Hanyan never expected such a move. As he scrambled to dodge, the Han Emperor Black Bear seized the opening and struck him square in the chest. Blood sprayed from Chu Hanyan's mouth. His aura plummeted rapidly, and the owner of that scorpion tail emerged from the ground. It was the Crimson Danger that had appeared in England before. There was even a fourth one. The undead were shocked. Despair filled their hearts. They never imagined that another beast was hidden beneath the earth. In an instant, the tide had completely turned. You bastard, even if I die, I'm taking one of you with me. Chu Hanyan wiped the blood from his lips and flashed a smile. Seeing this, the undead felt a surge of sorrow. They knew Chu Hanyan was about to self-destruct, to trade his life for the already gravely wounded Han Emperor Black Bear. A life for a life. The Han Emperor Black Bear seemed to sense the danger too, and tried to retreat. But Chu Hanyan was faster. In the blink of an eye, he was at the bear's side. Let's go together then. Chu Hanyan clenched his teeth, about to channel his Danshan spiritual energy to self-destruct, but just then, a great crane's cry echoed from afar. Hold on, Chu Hanyan looked toward the sound. Hope flickered in his eyes. Mr. Zhou, someone's coming. It was Zhou Luo, rushing at full speed. Zhou Luo had finally returned to Jiangnan City. Just a few beasts. No need for such trouble. Zhou Luo had witnessed everything just now. He had a good impression of Chu Hanyan, and didn't want him to die like that. You go first, I'll handle these beasts. Zhou Luo waved his hand, and Chu Hanyan felt himself wrapped in a vast, mighty force, sent straight out of the battlefield. This move was something Zhou Luo had just learned. After reaching the first level of the 5 meridians, he discovered he could combine the power of Mount Tai with the divine intent realm. With a mere wave of his hand, he could command all of Master Zhou's cultivation. After being sent out of the battlefield, Chu Hanyan was shocked inside. If he remembered correctly, only a mystic inspector could do such a thing. Could Zhou Luo have already broken through to the divine inspector level? Before he could think more, the undead in the battlefield, seeing Zhou Luo arrive, felt overwhelming joy in their hearts. Master Zhou, I'll hold off the Sky Leaper and the silver-tailed White Wolf. Leave the other two to you. He let out a mighty roar, and continued to tangle with the two beasts. Zhou Luo heard this, and a slight smile curled at his lips. No need for all that trouble. He waved his hand at Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin, who was fighting against the Sky Leaper and the silver-tailed White Wolf, was also wrapped in a vast, mighty force, and sent to stand beside Chu Hanyan. Master Zhou, what are you doing? Wang Lin was stunned. Why did he send him out? Could Zhou Luo really fight all four alone? Zhou Luo didn't explain. Instead, he looked down at the 4 beasts from above, his eyes filled with killing intent. No matter the reason. Since you've descended upon Jiangnan City, you can only blame your own bad luck. Today, you will die here, and become fertilizer for Jiangnan City's soil. Zhou Luo's body trembled. A vast aura instantly spread all around. Behind him, a towering mountain phantom suddenly appeared. The Mount Tai Phantom. Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved. The Mount Tai Phantom behind him instantly erupted with supreme might. crushing directly toward the four beasts. Overwhelming suppression. The twin-tailed roaring beasts. The towering Mount High Phantom exploded with force, carrying vast, majestic power, and directly suppressed the four beasts. The four beasts only felt as if a real Mount High were pressing down on their heads, their bodies involuntarily prostrated to the ground. Yet the crushing agony did not ease. They screamed in misery. But the four beasts seemed unwilling to give up, mustering every ounce of strength to resist Zhou Luo's strike. Mere spirit transformation stage. Beasts like you dare challenge me. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, and immediately held nothing back. Spiritual energy surged through his body at full speed. The towering Mount High Phantom grew ever more solid. Bang! The next instant, those for spirit transformation stage beasts could no longer withstand the pressure. Their bodies burst apart, blood spraying everywhere, splattering nearly the entire Qin'an Mountain. What kind of power is this? Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan were utterly stunned. These were for spirit transformation stage beasts, not some random weaklings of the Nascent Soul stage. Just moments ago, these for beasts had nearly killed the two of them. But now, Zhou Luo merely made a casual move, and directly slew all four beasts. They didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. After killing the four beasts, Zhou Luo withdrew his aura. The Mount High Phantom gradually faded into the air. The five elements scripture is truly formidable. He marveled inwardly. This Mount High Phantom, condensed through the five elements scripture, its might far surpassed any ordinary breathing technique. Even at the first level, it held such great power. If he were to cultivate it to the 9th level, full completion, reaching the point where flesh and earth veins resonate, that's the step. What would the realm of the mountain be like? Would he not even need to lift a finger? With just a single breath, those for beasts would all be suppressed. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Zhou Luo had already arrived beside Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan. After that fierce battle just now, the two of them had suffered many wounds, especially Chu Hanyan. His internal injuries were severe. Even his breathing had become erratic. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for stepping in. Yet when the two saw Zhou Luo approach, they still bowed respectfully to him. They knew full well that if Zhou Luo hadn't acted today, they would have died right here. There was no other possibility. Against 3 spirit lightning beasts, they could still put up a fight. But 4 of them they truly couldn't win. That guard Fengzi was too treacherous, hiding underground to deceive everyone. No need to thank me. Jiangnan City is my hometown, so naturally I won't allow them to run wild here again. Zhou Luo shook his head, saying no more. Then he turned his gaze to the distance, at the milky white aura still gathering. A hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. I can sense the Beast King's aura growing denser by the moment. It should descend very soon. A great battle is inevitable. You two are badly wounded. Better retreat far away, to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Zhou Luo cautioned the two. This Beast King about to descend, its realm was still unknown. If it were only at the Divine Intent stage, that would be manageable. Just a bit troublesome. But if it truly were at the Huiling Jin stage, then Zhou Luo would have to fight with everything he had. The shockwaves from such a battle would be immense. He had no mind to protect the two of them, while also fighting at full strength. Crossing a major realm to fight a Beast King was already no easy feat. If his focus were divided, he might end up with his very life and cultivation destroyed. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan obediently complied. They understand this reasoning well, and quickly hurried away from Qin'an Mountain. After the two had left, Zhou Luo took a deep breath, preparing himself to focus fully on the Beast King about to descend. Legend has it that certain rare Beast Kings each carry a primordial spirit treasure, and the most special ones even possess primordial supreme treasures. If he could slay one, he would obtain the treasure, and could even extract a Beast King pill from its body. Swallowing it would elevate his cultivation. At that thought, a flash of excitement crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. Treasures of this world are divided into 3 tiers. Acquired treasures, primordial spirit treasures, and primordial supreme treasures. For Zhou Luo at his current level, acquired treasures no longer impressed him. Only primordial spirit treasures were worthy of his current strength. So if he could obtain from this Beast King a primordial spirit treasure focused on offense, it would temporarily make up for his lack of a sword. Not to mention the Beast King pill that could boost his cultivation. Within the milky white shield, the Beast King's aura was steadily gathering. until dark clouds blotted out the sun, and wild winds filled the sky. Only then did the aura finally complete itself. In a mere instant, the milky white shield gradually covered over, then burst apart, sending countless sharp ice spikes, shooting out in every direction. Zhou Luo was within the range of those ice spikes, but he had long been prepared. He directly unleashed the 9-yang Bagua plate, blocking every ice spike that flew toward him. "Ignorant child, where are you hiding? This sovereign has arrived. Why do you not come out to greet me?" From the direction of the aura, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo followed the sound with his gaze. In his sight, a massive silver-white figure suddenly appeared. 100 zhang tall, shaped like a qilin, entirely silver-white. At the tip of every flowing strand of fur, all of them possessed century-old mystic weapons. Yet between the two horns on its forehead, crackled with thunder radiating pure destruction. Heaven Twin Thunder Roar. It wasn't him after all. After Zhou Luo saw this figure clearly, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. The Beast King that descended on Jiangnan City in his past life was named Red Fire Parasite? Not Heaven Twin Thunder Roar. But this Beast King, Heaven Twin Thunder Roar. Zhou Luo had heard of it before as well. Before Zhou Luo was reborn, it had already descended on Langsing. But its landing point wasn't in the city. It was in the west. And the timing was much earlier. The commotion it caused was anything but small. It directly wiped out an entire nation, shocking the whole world. Western nations were all gripped by fear. Leaders held emergency meetings through the night, finally deciding the very next day to mobilize their strongest warriors, backed by heavy firepower to face Heaven Twin Thunder Roar alone. The battle raged for 7 days and 7 nights. Countless Spirit Realm experts fell. Even a Spirit Transformation Realm master was slain, before they finally killed Heaven Twin Thunder Roar. And that was only because it had just descended, its power barely at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Had it been given time to evolve to the Forbidden's Realm, who knows how much disaster it would have brought upon Langsing. Who killed my subjects? As Zhou Luo was lost in thought, Heaven Twin Thunder Roar also discovered the 4 beasts that should have come to greet it had already met their deaths. The corpses scattered across the mountains were proof enough. "Human, did you kill my subjects?" Heaven Twin Thunder Roar's violet gold pupils suddenly locked onto Zhou Luo. And for good reason. Within dozens of miles, he was the only one there. If not him, then who else? So what if it was me? Zhou Luo showed no fear at all, meeting its gaze with calm indifference. "A mere human, just a meal for me. How dare you lay a hand on my subjects? You deserve death." The Twin Thunder Roar's aura, no longer concealed, burst forth instantly. The mighty pressure of the Huajing Realm immediately blanketed the entire Qinan Mountain. It truly is the Huajing Realm. Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly, but in his heart, he still felt no fear. Yet he remembered. The treasure held by this Twin Thunder Roar was the top-tier innate spirit treasure, the 9-section Thunderclap Pearl, commanding the might of thunder itself. Its destructive power needed no further explanation. In his past life, the Venerable, who fell to the Twin Thunder Roar, a Huajing Realm Master, was slain by this very object. Though it was not a weapon, it perfectly filled the gap in my arsenal for offensive power. Zhou Luo was already eager to try. And this was the perfect chance to test, after 5 months of cultivation, just how far his strength had reached. Plan changed. Zhou Luo's peril. In a military camp far from the Qinan mountain range, within the command center of the Huajing Prince of Jin, Wang Ling and Chu Hanyan saw the Twin Thunder Roar on the live feed transmitted from the satellite above. Their eyes filled with shock. Why of all things, the Huajing Prince of Jin? Wang Ling's face showed despair. He admitted Zhou Luo's strength was indeed formidable, but he was only at the Spirit Intent Realm. Dealing with those spirit-level beasts was naturally more than enough. But this Twin Thunder Roar before them was a genuine Huajing Realm Beast King? Between the Spirit Intent Realm and the Huajing Realm lay an entire major realm of difference. No, I can't just let Mr. Zhou go to his death. Wang Ling's expression hardened. A decision already made in his heart. Alliance leader, you mean to? Chu Hanyan seemed to understand. His expression also turned grave. That's right, I'll immediately notify headquarters. Request authorization to use nuclear weapons. Mr. Zhou is so young. He had already reached the Divine Intent Realm. If given a bit more time, reaching the 5th layer of the Heavenly Dao's unified ranking would only be a matter of time. Such a prodigy, we absolutely cannot let him die so easily, at the hands of the Beast King. That would be a huge loss for our alliance. Wang Lin nodded heavily, his tone filled with resolve. Currently, the civilians of Jiangnan City have mostly evacuated. If we launch the nuclear weapon now, it won't harm the people. But the downside is environmental pollution. Yet right now, Zhou Luo is already caught in a life-or-death crisis. What does a little pollution matter? Chu Hanyan listened quietly from the side, without saying a word. He also agreed with Wang Lin's view. Even if Zhou Luo hadn't agreed to join our alliance, through these encounters, he knew well. Zhou Luo was definitely not one of those who, once gaining power, became lawless demons. The existence of such a person is the heart of our alliance. We absolutely cannot let him die like this. Go to the leader. I'll notify Mr. Zhou. Tell him to leave the battlefield quickly, to avoid being caught in the nuclear blast. Chu Hanyan said immediately, all right. I'll also confirm the launch time with headquarters, to ensure Mr. Zhou won't be affected. Go now. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. In the Qishan mountain range, a mere divine intent human, seeing me, you still dare to approach. Admirable courage. Tianshuang Leiho saw that after releasing his spirit mirror and showing his might, Zhou Luo not only didn't flee, but even seemed eager to try. He snorted coldly and said, fine then. Today I'll grant you a quick death. A flash of blue light suddenly passed through Tianshuang Leihu's pupils. Mysterious radiance, the next moment. The area within 10 li was instantly covered in frost. A raging blizzard swept everything in its path. Wherever the snow fell, it instantly froze into sharp ice. Nine-yang Bagua plate, open. Zhou Luo saw this and did not hesitate at all. He directly sent out the Nine-yang Bagua plate. You actually have such a treasure. Tianshuang Lihao saw the snowflakes, all blocked by the Nine-yang Bagua plate. A flash of greed appeared in his eyes. How could a mere human be worthy of such a treasure? Once I kill you, this treasure will be mine. Mystic soldiers, transform into swords, go. At Tianshuang Liho's command, the countless snowflakes in the sky instantly changed form, turning into countless sharp blades and swords, piercing toward Zhou Luo like a violent storm. Bang bang bang, the ice swords kept striking the Nine-yang Bagua plate, the shield it formed. The sound of cracking was endless. But the Bagua shield was not broken through. It merely became a bit thinner. A petty trick. Zhou Luo sneered coldly, then continued pouring spiritual energy into the Nine-yang Bagua plate. The shield was restored to its original state. What a treasure! What a treasure! Seeing this scene, Tianshuang Lihao was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he grew even more excited. In his eyes, the stronger Zhou Luo's treasure was, the more benefits he would gain. After he killed Zhou Luo, he never once considered he might lose. After all, Zhou Luo was just a human at the divine intent realm. To him, he was no different from an insect. But what Tianshuang Lihao failed to notice was that after his previous round of attacks, the Nine-yang Bagua plate hovering behind Zhou Luo's head, the black and white colors were gradually losing balance. The black had increased slightly. Humph, go ahead and laugh. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Zhou Luo watched Tianshuang Liho's delighted expression and sneered inwardly. He was using Tianshuang Liho's attacks to accumulate power for the Nine-yang Bagua plate's counter-strike. Once he had gathered enough, he would release it all at once, catching Tianshuang Lihao completely off guard. Zhou Luo knew full well that as a spirit transformation realm cultivator, if he wanted to slay the twin thunder roar of the spirit transformation mirror, he had to rely on the power of the Nine-yang Bagua plate. If this strike succeeded, the twin thunder roar would surely be gravely wounded. Then Zhou Luo, relying on the 5 elements scripture, could directly suppress and slay the twin thunder roar. Before that, he only needed to focus all his mind on channeling the Nine-yang Bagua plate, building up its might. But there was one variable in this plan. That being the treasure the twin thunder or wielded. The 9-section thunder pig. If the twin thunder or unleash the 9-section thunder pig at full power, Zhou Luo's Nine-yang Bagua plate would most likely not hold up. After all, the two were a full major realm apart. If Zhou Luo were at the late spirit transformation stage, then there would be no need to worrying. But Zhou Luo was only at the early spirit transformation stage. He could only gamble on it. Zhou Luo said silently in his heart. Soon, the twin thunder Roar's next ice attack arrived, and was again blocked by the 9-yang Bagua plate. This shocked the Twin Thunder Roar greatly. This treasure is actually this powerful. It can block my 2 attacks without any damage. The Twin Thunder Roar, looking at the undamaged 9-yang Bagua plate and the Blackhand White Shield, sighed inwardly. It seems I have no choice but to bring out that treasure. The Twin Thunder Roar no longer hesitated. The purple lightning between its feet suddenly became explosive. Then a round purple, little pig gradually emerged. The pig's surface was covered in lightning. A violent aura instantly spread across the entire Keenon mountain range. Rumbling in the sky above, bolts of thunder crackled loudly. This 9-section thunder pig in the hands of the Twin Thunder Roar could actually trigger heaven and earth anomalies. Such divine might! Zhou Luo looked at the 9-section thunder pig, his heart growing heavy. The next moment, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body, replenish all the depleted energy of the 9-yang Bagua disc. The 9-section thunder pearl has been sent out. It is a disaster, but also an opportunity. As long as he can withstand 3 strikes, the energy he has accumulated will be fully charged, and he can activate it. Rumbling through the sky, thunder continues to roar. Above the Twin Thunder Roar, that 9-section thunder pearl overhead is about to launch its first attack. Just at that moment, from afar, a voice suddenly rang out, a voice only Zhou Luo could hear. Mr. Zhou Luo turned toward the sound and found that Zhou Hanyan had somehow run back. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Luo frowned and immediately reached out with a big hand, dragging Zhou Hanyan directly inside the shield. "Mr. Zhou, please run quickly. Our alliance leader has already requested permission from above. They're preparing to use nuclear weapons to deal with this. This thing is about to bring death. If you don't leave right now, you'll be caught in the nuclear blast too." Zhou Hanyan was very efficient and spilled out his entire plan with Wang Lin. Zhou Luo, upon hearing this, was not upset. The next moment, his face lit up with joy. He immediately said to Zhou Hanyan, "Go back and tell your alliance leader to have no worries at all, and launch the nuclear weapon right away." "Mr. Zhou, but if we do that, the nuclear blast will reach you too." Zhou Hanyan was utterly confused. "What I want is for it to reach me." Zhou Luo's lips curled up slightly, and he said a single line that left Zhou Hanyan completely baffled. Why Zhou Hanyan wanted to ask, but Zhou Luo gave him no chance and flung him thousands of meters away. "Do as I say. Don't worry about me. I have my own plans." After sending Zhou Hanyan away, Zhou Luo turned his gaze back to the Twin Thunder Roar. In his heart, at this moment, the plan has changed. Originally, he still needed to rely on the Thunder Twin Roar's attacks to charge up, but now that's no longer needed. As long as the nuclear weapon launches successfully, not only will it deal massive damage to the Thunder Twin Roar, it will also directly feed his 9-yang Bagua shield a huge amount of energy. At that point, he only needs to activate it once to severely wound the Thunder Twin Roar. Chapter 45, Taking the Beast King as a Mount. Alliance Leader, Mr. Zhou said we don't need to worry about him. Just launch the nuclear weapon directly. After returning to the command center, Zhou Hanyan directly reported to Wang Lin. "Are you sure you heard that right?" Wang Lin was full of shock and confusion after hearing it. This is a nuclear weapon, after all. Its destructive power is immense. It can even severely wound a Divine Realm Beast King, or kill it outright. This is no exaggeration. A while back, a Divine Realm Beast King that descended on the British border was directly destroyed by the British military using a small-yield nuclear weapon. Destroy it directly. That incident served as a warning to humanity. Beast Kings above the Divine Realm are not immune to all conventional weapons. Weapons with immense power, like nuclear weapons, can indeed harm them. But a nuclear weapon is a double-edged sword, after all, unless absolutely necessary. No one would use it lightly. This time with Wang Lin, it was a classic case of absolute necessity. If it weren't to save Zhou Luo, he wouldn't have applied to headquarters. And now Zhou Luo actually wants us to use a nuclear weapon to blast him. Isn't that ridiculous? Alliance Leader, it's absolutely true. Mr. Zhou said exactly that. He told us not to worry about him. He has his own plans. Zhou Hanyan wiped off his cold sweat. He also couldn't understand Zhou Luo's intentions. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Then let's do as Mr. Zhou said. I'll immediately request headquarters to launch the nuclear weapon. Alliance leader, would this be? Chu Henven Vn Con Giang Trong Long. Nheng Vbong Lin Lei Trok Tip Vong Te Mt Kai. Chu Tian Sin Ji Noi Vi. Thuchichen Ankai Ko Tin Ton Riong. Niu Zo Roch Ing. Trachnium Tigan. Noizong, Vbong Lin Kang Du Dunia. Trok Tip Lion H Ting Bien. Chu Henven Thivi. Kangcha Ko the Kn Nin Giang Trong Long. Shun Tin Town Chu LCC. Chung Bao Lao, Ting Bi En Leon Min Gh Non GG Tin. LPPTICH Yong the Evi Et Tri K Nam SNM Sich. Ben MT Qua V Eki HT Non. Nheng HUH and X Tu Tang Mei. VVITCCGCCC Non H Yong VK. Nam SNM Sich Bei T. Zheng Quan Shou LCC K Nam SNM Sich G Tan Huang. The Arethian Song Lai Hung Ji Dung CSU Tit Lai Kat Shou. Fat Yong MTJ Tien Kang. SM Set Hai Thian Diet Yua. GN Nubin Sivong Zhengquan Then Jate Cheka. Nheng DGISS Bo V SEACSU Djiang Bat K Ban. Chu LCCV N Hon HO Kangton HI. Haha, Con Gi. Angui Chabit Fong Thama Kang Bit Tien Kang Sao. Bo BYCA Anguiqua That Li HI. Nheng Cha VVITUVI Thine YCNCA Angui. Chung Ji GGC Bao. Chiban Hai Te Dang Na Lan. Taco LSSN Can Nick the Choingui MTMAang. Thuringui Lam Yen M. Thian Song Lai Hung the F at Yong Kang Kich. The EQGLN Angkyun. Trong MT Hin. Chu LCC Lam TTC Cha La V N Ich Mathai. D Sao. Kung Kash Thukluk Jia Hai Bin Bei Rako. DCSU Djiang Bat K Ban Fong NGMDN Hin Hao. Kung Kang the Boogie PGGC. Hung Chi Hin Konko CSU Tit Lai Kat Shou Trong Te. Lam Yan M Kung the V Eke. Chu LCC Angli Thian Song Lai Hung Noi. Trong MT Kang Kilo Lan MTTI A Saigi. Sao, Yong Long Rie. V Con Kang Mao Dangbo BY Lan. Thian Song Lai Hung Thi V. Taung Rang Chu LCC Ba M Chen Thide Fak. Terchak MT Kang Ki Sang Lan, LPPTIC Dung Tien Kang. Niu Chu LCC that SS Theo Yi Hen TBN Chung Si. If I hand over the 9 Yang Bagua plate, he would indeed spare Zhou Luo's life. After all, as a beast king descending to this world for the first time, if he could have a powerful human to run errands for him, that would be quite nice. But he thought wrong. Zhou Luo had no intention of being anyone's lackey. Instead, he wanted to make the Twin Sky Thunder Roar his own lackey. Taking a beast king as a lackey. Why haven't I thought of this before? These past few days, shuttling back and forth between Jiangnan City and Taishan City. Though it doesn't drain much of my spiritual energy, honestly, it's still pretty tiring. If I could have a mount, how awesome would that be? The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more sense it made. Even the way he looked at the Twin Sky Thunder Roar started to seem a bit off. The Twin Sky Thunder Roar, a beast in Kilin form, would be just perfect as a mount. Human, what's with that look in your eyes? The Twin Sky Thunder Roar also noticed Zhou Luo's gaze. He was furious inside, because this wasn't the first time he'd seen such a look. Before descending to Blue Star, back when he was still on the home planet, he had already understood the meaning of that look. This brat actually wants to make me his mount. The insult is too much. A purple lightning bolt flashed in the Twin Sky Thunder Roar's pupils. His fury burned beyond control. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. He let out a long roar to the sky. The 9-section thunder pearl between his legs suddenly erupted with divine might. Just then, a nuclear warhead tore through the clouds in the distant sky, already arriving above Nanshan. It's here. Zhou Luo's spirits lifted at the sight of the warhead. He immediately channeled the spiritual energy in his body, pushing the 9 Yang Bagua plate's power to its peak. What is this thing? The Twin Sky Thunder Roar also saw the nuclear warhead flying toward him. Though the warhead itself, not a trace of spiritual energy, yet it filled him with immense dread. In a frantic rush, Tianshuang Li Hao quickly mobilized his 9-section Thunder Pearl, forming a thunder barrier to block the next moment. The hybrid warhead, with pinpoint precision, struck upon that thunder barrier of Tianshuang Weihu, erupting with a deafening, earth-shattering roar. The entire Qinan mountain range began to shake violently. A massive mushroom cloud appeared high in the sky. Every living thing within the blast radius was caught in the devastation, instantly melted to ash by the searing heat. Tianchuan Weihu felt the barrier he had barely managed to form shatter in an instant, within a blink, followed by the scorching heat searing his skin. The burning lasted for several minutes. By the time the smoke from the explosion was gradually blown away by the fierce wind, Tianchuan Weihu's aura was no longer as formidable as before. It had suddenly become greatly weakened. But this still couldn't kill him. It might seem that Tianchuan Weihu was left gasping for life by the nuclear blast, but in truth, he only suffered superficial wounds, not even serious injuries. Human, today I will surely kill you. Tianchuan Lihao was furious beyond measure. He had never been so humiliated in all his days. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo, shielded by the 9-yang bagua plate, under the explosion of this warhead, showed not the slightest sign of injury. Most crucially, the 9-yang bagua plate hovering behind Zhou Luo's head was now brimming with surging energy, blazing with radiant light. The moment had come. Zhou Luo didn't want to waste words with Tianchuan Lihao. But knowing the 9-yang bagua plate was ready, Zhou Luo immediately willed it into action. The 9-yang bagua plate soared into the air. A divine light of crimson and gold, like the sun itself, burst forth from the center of the plate. It fell straight down toward the position of Tianchuan Lihao. Seeing this, Tianchuan Lihao was filled with terror. He never imagined that this treasure in Zhou Luo's hands could actually launch an attack. And the might of this divine light clearly surpassed that nuclear warhead from before. Not good, Tianchuan Lihao thought to himself. But it was already too late. The divine light rapidly closed in on him. Within milliseconds, it had already silently landed upon his body. 46. I still prefer that arrogant look of yours. Between life and death lies great terror. As the divine light landed on his body, Tianchuan Lihao did not hesitate. He directly unleashed the 9-section Thunder Pearl between his legs. The 9-section Thunder Pearl floated into the air, instantly erupting with supreme power. Countless destructive thunderbolts charged head-on toward the divine light. A thunderous rumble shook the earth once more. The entire Qian mountain range trembled because of the battle between Zhou Luo and Tianchuan Lihao. Bang! Within the time of one incense stick, the 9-section Thunder Pearl was the first to give way. It could no longer release the purple destructive thunderbolts and finally lost its luster, silently falling down. Without the 9-section Thunder Pearl to block it, the crimson sun divine light, like splitting bamboo, enshrouded Tianchuan Lihao entirely. Roar, roar, roar. Tianchuan Lihao felt unbearable pain all over his body. His inner energy plummeted rapidly, instantly becoming feeble and weak. When the divine light finally ended, Tianchuan Lihao was severely wounded. But relying on his Hua Ling realm cultivation, he still had the strength to fight. Human, now that you've lost that treasure, let's see how you face me. Tianchuan Lihao stared at Zhou Luo, gritting his teeth with hatred for him. A mere divine mystery realm cultivator had actually driven him to such a state. How utterly shameful. If his Beast King friends ever found out, how could he ever hold his head up again? We must skin this human alive and rip out his tendons, slice his flesh and drink his blood. Or else Sister Nan's hatred will never be avenged. But soon, Tianchuan Lihao realized he was wrong. He saw Zhou Luo put away the 9-yang bagua plate, now burned out, and come alone to hover above Tianchuan Lihao. He looked down at Tianchuan Weihu on the ground, his tone laced with amusement. Tianchuan Weihu, right? I, Zhou Luo, am not a bad man. I'll give you a chance to live. Are you willing to be my underling and serve me from now on? You brat, don't you dare dream of it. Tianchuan Lihao was furious, and immediately wanted to fight Zhou Luo to the death. But the next moment, a vast and mighty aura suddenly erupted from Zhou Luo's body. A towering phantom of Mount Tai appeared behind him. He raised his hand and struck down. That phantom of Mount Tai, with supreme might, crushed down upon Tianchuan Lihao. Creak, creak. Tianchuan Lihao's face was filled with terror. He immediately resisted with all his strength. But he was already badly wounded. How could he beat a fully powered Zhou Luo? As the bones in his body began to creak, unable to hold on, Tianchuan Lihao was already drenched in sweat. If this continued, he would truly die. At this moment of life and death, Tianshuang Li Hao immediately shouted, "Big brother! Please spare your little brother's life." A flicker of surprise passed through Zhou Luo's eyes. He immediately withdrew the phantom of Mount Tai. The next moment, with a thud, Tianshuang Li Hao's front legs collapsed to the ground. He bowed deeply to Zhou Luo. "Big brother above. Your little brother greets you." A most humble voice rang out at the same time. "I still prefer your arrogant, defiant look." Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth curled up slightly. He had truly thought Tianshuang Li Hao would fight to the death just now. In the end, this guy also caved in and gave up. Dropped to his knees without hesitation. The speed was so fast even he barely reacted in time. "Big brother, you jest. This little one's mind was just clouded a moment ago. How could I ever be unruly or defiant?" Since he'd already knelt down, Tianshuang Li Hao abandoned the last shred of dignity and spoke with utmost charm and flattery. No choice. Zhou Luo's strength was simply too terrifying. He truly couldn't win a fight. If one can live, who would choose death? Besides, on the ancestral star, it's common for one's own kind to serve as mounts. Examples of being ridden are everywhere. Tianshuang Li Hao silently comforted himself. "All right, get up now." Zhou Luo's face darkened with annoyance, feeling a bit speechless. In his past life, how did he never know Tianshuang Li Hao had this side to him? Oh right, the humans of his past life apparently never even gave him the chance to kneel. "Thank you, big brother." Tianshuang Li Hao quickly scrambled to his feet. Zhou Luo slowly descended, unafraid that Tianshuang Li Hao might suddenly betray and ambush him. Right now, Tianshuang Li Hao's condition was already extremely weak. If he so much as harbored any thought of resistance, Zhou Luo would sense it immediately. At that point, Zhou Luo would give him no second chance, but would suppress him outright. As for Tianshuang Li Hao, after recovering his full peak strength, what if he suddenly turned traitor? Zhou Luo had naturally considered this long ago. Tianshuang Li Hao was gravely wounded at this moment. To recover his peak condition would take at least a month or more. By then, with the boost of the 5 elements scripture, his cultivation would surely have already broken through to the Hua Ling mirror. At the Shen Yi mirror, he could already beat Tianshuang Li Hao to this state, let alone at the Hua Ling mirror. These were no problem at all. After landing, Zhou Luo slowly walked over to the ground, the lusterless 9 Tribulation Thunder Pearl beside him, and picked it up in his hand. Can this pearl ever be restored to its original state? Zhou Luo looked at Tianshuang Li Hao and asked. "Of course, just place it between my feet. The 9-section Thunder Pearl can recharge its energy. Within half a month, it will be fully restored." Tianshuang Li Hao replied respectfully. "This 9-section Thunder Pearl is the lifeblood treasure of our Tianshuang Li Hao clan. As long as it's not shattered beyond recovery, I have a way to restore it." "Good, then I'll leave this pearl in your care." Zhou Luo nodded with satisfaction, and casually tossed the 9-section Thunder Pearl to Tianshuang Li Hao. Tianshuang Li Hao quickly caught it, then placed it back on top of his head. The moment the 9-section Thunder Pearl returned to its place, a faint glimmer of vitality was restored to his body. Seeing this, Zhou Luo felt at ease. It seemed Tianshuang Li Hao was quite honest, and hadn't deceived him. Since that was the case, he'd let him restore the 9-section Thunder Pearl for now. And when the time came that he needed it, he'd have him bring it out. Once he obtained the Tai sword in the future, he wouldn't need this 9-section Thunder Pearl anymore. He could just return it to Tianshuang Li Hao, and it wouldn't go to waste. "So, big brother, where do we go now?" Tianshuang Li Hao, unaware of Zhou Luo's thoughts, asked with some unease. "Where to go, huh? Home, of course." Zhou Luo smiled slightly, then leapt up in one swift motion, and sat on Tianshuang Li Hao's back, pointing in a direction. "Big brother, hold on tight. We're setting off now." Tianshuang Li Hao was quite perceptive. Without a word, he carried Zhou Luo toward the spot he'd indicated. Inside the command center, the dust and smoke from the nuclear warhead explosion still hung thick in the sky. And as a result, the satellite feed of the Skyscraper Alliance was completely obscured by the dust, making it impossible to see what was happening in the Qishan mountain range. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan paced back and forth in the command room, each more anxious than the other. Since the nuclear explosion, the Alliance leader, after the earthquake in the Qishan mountain range, no further movement came from within. "Do you think Mr. Zhou might be in trouble?" Chu Hanyan was the first to lose his composure, asking with a worried look. Don't overthink it. All we can do now is wait for news. Wang Lin shook his head and spoke up. Though he said that, his feelings were much the same as Chu Hanyan's. Even if this was done according to Zhou Luo's request, if something really happened to Zhou Luo, Wang Lin would be filled with guilt. After all, the one who should have died was him. If Zhou Luo hadn't arrived in time to save him and Chu Hanyan, the two of them would have long since perished at the hands of those beasts. The atmosphere in the command room grew heavy. Suddenly, Chu Hanyan furrowed his brow, staring at the satellite feed, his expression shifting slightly. Alliance leader. Look at that. He quickly called Wang Lin over. Wang Lin strode to the screen, his expression suddenly turning grave. There on the screen, a massive beast-shaped figure slowly emerged from the dust-shrouded Kishin range. When it fully stepped out of the dust, revealing its true form on the screen, both Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan were shocked. It's the Frost Heaven Thunder Roar. Could it be that Mr. Zhou? Despair flashed through both their hearts, along with overwhelming regret. Especially Wang Lin. He slapped himself hard across the face, regretting it to the extreme. I'm such a fool, such a fool. To think I let the nuke detonate with Mr. Zhou still inside. Wang Lin clutched his head, in agony. He wished the one who died in the blast wasn't Zhou Luo, but himself. But then Chu Hanyan grabbed his arm. Alliance leader, something's off. Look at who's sitting on that Frost Heaven Thunder Roar's back. Wang Lin was pulled back to reality by Chu Hanyan's voice. His gaze also turned toward the sky. On the back of the Twin Thunder Roar, 047, the humble Beast King. The special ability of the Twin Thunder Roar. After seeing clearly who was riding on the Twin Thunder Roar's back, Wang Lin was completely stunned. That was Mr. Zhou. His eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. He blinked hard several times, thinking he must have seen wrong. But no matter how he looked, the one riding the Twin Thunder Roar was undoubtedly Zhou Luo. Not only that, the Twin Thunder Roar that Zhou Luo was riding showed no sign of resistance at all. In fact, judging by its expression, it even seemed to be enjoying it. What was going on here? Just moments ago, wasn't Zhou Luo fighting the Twin Thunder Roar to the death? How did it turn around so quickly? The Twin Thunder Roar had directly become Zhou Luo's mount. Wang Lin was utterly shaken inside. Chu Hanyan was also too shocked to speak. Until the Twin Thunder Roar gradually approached the command post. The Alliance leader shouted, Wang, come over here. Hurry, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The other Daxia Alliance members at the command post immediately sounded the alarm. Some even rushed straight into the command room, trying to escort Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan to safety. But Wang Lin's words made them all freeze in their tracks. It's fine, these are friendlies. Friendlies, everyone exchanged bewildered looks, their faces full of confusion and doubt. Because the Twin Thunder Roar was so massive. Without the satellite feed in the command room, they simply couldn't see what was on its back. So in their eyes, this was clearly a Beast King, about to attack the command post at any moment. And what Wang Lin said was utterly absurd. Ever since the first Beast King appeared in Langxin, it had caused countless deaths and injuries among humans. How could such an enemy be a friendly? But Wang Lin was, after all, the alliance leader of the Jiangnan branch. No one dared to disobey his words. Wang Lin also saw their confusion and immediately smiled and explained, don't worry. This Beast King has already been subdued by our Daxia strong ones as a mount. It won't harm us. Subdued as a mount. As soon as these words were spoken, they directly shook the understanding of everyone present. Subduing a Beast King as a mount. What kind of fantasy is this? A story only found in legends. This is a Beast King after all. A being that could destroy a city with ease. Among us people of Daxia, when did such a strong one appear? Who could subdue a Beast King as a mount? At the same time, on the back of the Frost Thunder Roar, Zhou Luo looked at the command center drawing near, and said to the Frost Thunder Roar, little monkey. Your body is too big. Can you shrink down a bit? Of course, big guy, I'll shrink right away. The Frost Thunder Roar readily accepted the name, little monkey, and instantly shrank its 100-jong tall body, gradually down to a height of 3 meters. Looking at it this way, The Frost Thunder Roar resembled a massive special breed of exotic beast horse. Though its size had shrunk, those horns like a true dragon's, and the frost aura constantly radiating from its body, still proclaimed the Frost Thunder Roar's Beast King status. Someone really is riding on a Beast King. What the Alliance leader said was actually true. Who exactly is this person? He looks somewhat familiar. After the Frost Thunder Roar shrank, the people of the Daxia Alliance could finally see clearly the Zhou Luo riding on it, and finally understood that what Wang Lin had said was all true. He hadn't deceived them. Subduing a Beast King as a mount. Such a thing truly exists. Mr. Zhou. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan then rushed over. The two glanced at the awe-inspiring Frost Thunder Roar, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. No matter how low the Frost Thunder Roar bowed before Zhou Luo, but in their eyes, this was a genuine Beast King. A Beast King at the Spirit Transformation Realm. A being that made the world tremble. Humans, what are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Frost Thunder Beast noticed Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan staring at him with rather strange looks, and immediately took offense. In an instant, the Beast Kings might press down on the two. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan were terrified. Frost Thunder Beast, though severely wounded, was still at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Just releasing a trace of its aura was enough to make the two at Spirit Manifestation Realm buckle. Little monkey, behave yourself, or I'll slap you dead with one blow. Seeing this, Zhou Luo let out a cold snort. This newly acquired mount had quite the temper, daring to attack others without his permission. If it didn't behave, then he'd suppress it, no matter how much of a pity it was. Yes, boss, I was wrong. Frost Thunder Beast felt the chilling killing intent coming from its back, and instantly shuddered all over, withdrawing the aura it had released. The pressure on Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan vanished without a trace in an instant. When the two came to their senses, their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. Are you two all right? Zhou Luo looked at them and asked. We're fine. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan quickly shook their heads. At the same time, their hearts were even more shaken. This Beast King actually obeyed Zhou Luo so well. After the nuclear warhead exploded, what exactly happened in Mount Qinan that allowed Zhou Luo to tame this Frost Thunder Beast so thoroughly? Well, the crisis in Jiangnan is now resolved. I'll be on my way. Leave the cleanup to you. Seeing this, Zhou Luo didn't say much more. After leaving those words, he rode the Frost Thunder Beast and strode through the air toward Jiangnan Manor. Watching Zhou Luo and the Frost Thunder Beast, the figure fading into the distance, the shock in Wang Lin and Chu Hanyan's hearts had still not subsided. What a stroke of luck, truly a stroke of luck. After a moment, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, if Master Zhou hadn't arrived in time today, and even the entire Jiangnan region might have been destroyed in one fell swoop. Chu Hanyan nodded vigorously as well. Master Zhou is so powerful. With him around, it's a blessing for our great Xia. Wang Lin smiled gently, her eyes filled with delight. In truth, in the days since the Mutation Era began, the international situation has been shifting dramatically every single day. Among the fiercest conflicts were between Great Xia and the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation. Because of the people they're consuming contaminated wastewater, their average combat power is extremely formidable. Nearly every citizen is an awakened one. During this period, they've made no shortage of attempts on Great Xia. Now that Great Xia has produced a Zhou Luo, they no longer need to worry about what waves the Cherry Blossom Nation can stir up. No matter how impressive your average strength is. Can any of you tame a Beast King? You cannot. But someone in our Great Xia can. On the other side, after Zhou Luo rode the Frost Thunder Roar back to Jiangnan Manor, he prepared to begin seclusion for cultivation. Now with a top-tier breathing technique from the Maygold sect, his cultivation speed would surely soar. Every minute and every second is precious, not to be wasted. But just as Zhou Luo was about to officially enter seclusion, the Frost Thunder Roar came looking for him. Big brother, while you're in seclusion these days, can I go out and wander around on my own? The Frost Thunder Roar looked at Zhou Luo with eager anticipation and asked, You want to go out on your own? Where to? Zhou Luo asked curiously. Hey, well, I'm injured, aren't I? So I wanted to go out and look around, for some kind of exotic fruit. That could help me recover from my injuries. Otherwise, relying on my own recovery alone would just be way too slow. Tianchuang Thunder Monkey looked at Zhou Luo with eager eyes, with a pitiful expression. At the same time, he felt a bit nervous inside, not knowing if Zhou Luo would agree. You can go find rare treasures on your own. Do you even have the ability to sense rare treasures? Zhou Luo frowned slightly. Yes, many beast kings have this kind of ability. We Tianchuang Thunder Roar are one of them. Saying this, Tianchuang Thunder Roar immediately looked proud. After all, not everyone has this kind of ability. Even some beast kings with top-level strength envy it. Interesting. Then go ahead. But let me warn you. I'll only give you 5 days. Come back on your own after 5 days, or face the consequences. Understood? Zhou Luo didn't refuse, and agreed directly. He wasn't afraid the Tianchuang Thunder Roar would just run away. After this seclusion, his strength would absolutely surge by a huge margin. By then, finding such a conspicuous Tianchuang Thunder Roar wouldn't be easy. Okay, big brother. Thanks, big brother. After getting the approval, Tianchuang Thunder Roar was overjoyed and flew off in a flash. Didn't expect this guy to have such a function. It really gave me a surprise. After Tianchuang Thunder Monkey left, a hint of thought flashed through Zhou Luo's eyes. You see, once the mutation opportunity opens, the entire Blue Star will undergo earth-shattering changes over time. All kinds of heavenly treasures, rare fruits, and spiritual ores will appear one after another. At times like this, Tianchuang Thunder Roar's talent will come in very handy. But that's all for later. Zhou Luo shook his head, clearing his mind. He immediately turned and entered the cultivation chamber to begin his closed-door training. Day 048, the hidden schemes of the Twin Thunder Roar. Liu Ryan's hope, while Zhou Luo was in closed-door cultivation. At the Skeleton Society headquarters, thousands of miles from Jiangnan City. Yang Tianying, with his piercing, razor-sharp eyes, stared intently at the figure seated across from him. A flicker of doubt passed through his gaze. You have a life and death grudge with Zhou Luo. That, I don't doubt. But how do you prove you're worth my investment? On the sofa, Liu Ryan's expression remained unchanged. She met Yang Tianying's gaze without the slightest fear. Whether I'm worth it, you'll know at a glance. The moment she finished speaking, from within Liu Ryan's body, a catastrophic aura erupted instantly. The temperature in the entire reception room dropped sharply. A deathly stillness gradually spread all around. This constitution is truly extraordinary. Yang Tianying's eyes lit up at the sight. Geniuses can always sense one another. He could clearly feel that Liu Ryan's constitution was not far inferior to his own supreme jade bone. But since it was an incomplete version, there was still a subtle difference between the two. Yet that wasn't a big problem. As long as it could be repaired, then Liu Ryan would become a major asset to him. Zhou Luo dared to humiliate him so openly before the world. He was already his mortal enemy. A man marked for death, never to be spared. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Liu Ryan, who bore a father-killing grudge against Zhou Luo, naturally became a powerful ally for him. So, is my constitution enough to partner with you? Liu Ryan withdrew the catastrophic aura she had released. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Yang Tianying, waiting for his answer. Shortly after fleeing from Jiangnan Manor, she had heard the news of Skeleton Lord Yang Tianying being publicly slapped in the face by Zhou Luo. Upon learning of this, Liu Ryan immediately sought out the Skeleton Society's headquarters. She knew very well, given Yang Tianying's notoriously ruthless temperament. At this point, he and Zhou Luo were locked in a life-or-death feud. If he could cooperate with him, his own plan for revenge would very likely succeed. Of course, Yang Tianying smiled. Sure enough, he agreed. And then, he immediately said something that made Liu Ryan's breath grow rapid and short. I happen to know that a rare treasure is about to appear. It can heal any wound on the body. Surely it can make up for your calamity-born sacred body, without any trouble. Where is it? Liu Ryan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She couldn't afford to miss such a great opportunity. Hey, it's in a small mountain 30 li north of here. Yang Tianying gave a slight smile. But don't be hasty. I've already sent people to watch the treasure's growth around the clock. It still has 1 day before it matures. Once that day passes, I'll go with you to pick the treasure. And have you take it? Fine, just one day. I can wait. Hearing this, Liu Ryan temporarily suppressed the excitement in her heart. Miss Liu. Then, to celebrate our successful cooperation, how about we have a toast? Yang Tianying raised the wine glass before him and said to Liu Ryan. As he spoke, his eyes roamed without restraint over Liu Ryan's body, back and forth, for no other reason than that Liu Ryan was simply too beautiful. She hardly seemed like a creature of this world. Any man would be unable to resist a glance or two. If Liu Ryan were an ordinary woman, then right now, he would probably have taken her by force. But Liu Ryan was, after all, a future partner. Someone to fight Zhou Luo alongside. So, Yang Tianying suppressed the wicked flame in his heart. All right, then please guide me well, President Yang. Liu Ryan smiled charmingly, raising a glass across the distance, then draining it in one go. At the same time, after leaving Jiangnan Manor, the Frost Thunder Roar flew directly toward one direction, with a very clear target. The aura at that location definitely meant a rare treasure was about to ripen. The Frost Thunder Roar stared toward the northwest, his heart filled with joy. Ever since leaving Qinan Mountain, he had detected this aura. After calculating in his mind, it was roughly several thousand miles from Jiangnan City. But that wasn't a problem. At his speed, he could get there in a single day. As long as he could consume this rare treasure, the Frost Thunder Roar had a great chance of recovering his strength. If that happened, he wouldn't have to suffer through waiting a whole month anymore. Once I recover my strength, should I even go back? While traveling, the Frost Thunder Roar couldn't help asking himself. Forget it. I'll go back after all. That kid is clearly no ordinary person. His growth rate might even be faster than mine. If I run away this time, the next time I run into him, I'm done for. In the end, after careful deliberation, the Frost Thunder Roar decided to return to Zhou Luo's side. After all, Zhou Luo's strength was too terrifying. Even at the Divine Intent realm, he could suppress him, this Flower Mirror Beast King. If he grew up and reached the Flower Mirror realm, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Besides, the Frost Thunder Roar had his own considerations. Following a big shot like Zhou Luo, he might be able to bask in some reflected glory. A day passed quickly. That morning, Liu Ryan, under Yang Tianying's lead, arrived deep within a remote mountain range. As they slowly ventured further in, Liu Ryan noticed many members of the Skeleton Society were gathered in a forest clearing. And at the center of the forest, there was rooted a single spirit fruit radiating pure aura. This spirit fruit was silvery white all over, yet its vines were pitch black. The two combined yet did not clash, instead giving a sense of natural rightness. This was the yin-yang fruit. The two landed before the spirit fruit, and Yang Tianying introduced it. Liu Ryan looked at the yin-yang fruit before her. Her expression calm, but inside she was already thrilled. From the yin-yang fruit she could sense an immensely vast life force. If she could consume it, it would surely heal her Calamity Saint body. How much longer until this fruit ripens? Liu Ryan asked. Yang Tianying pointed at the spot where the fruit met the vine. See here. Once this blackness fully fades, the yin-yang fruit should be completely ripe. It shouldn't take much longer. At most an hour. Liu Ryan looked over, and indeed saw, at the root of the yin-yang fruit, a trace of black still remained, though it was extremely small. So the whole fruit appeared silvery white. An hour. All right, I understand. Liu Ryan took a deep breath, and waited in silence. She knew very well, haste makes waste. As long as she could heal her Calamity Saint body, she would wait as long as it took. Soon an hour had passed, and that yin-yang fruit finally shed its last trace of black, fully ripe. The moment it ripened, an immensely powerful life force instantly flooded the entire mountain range. The little sprouts that had just emerged, after being brushed by that life force, shot up from the ground instantly. It grew to half a person's height. The surrounding trees grew even more astonishingly. The entire mountain range was instantly shrouded by countless towering trees. Such divine power! Yang Tianying was startled at the sight. He had still underestimated the effect of this yin-yang valley. Liu Ryan, meanwhile, was overjoyed. She no longer hesitated, and prepared to pick the fruit and consume it. But just then, a thunderous roar came from the sky not far away. "Human, put down that yin-yang hanging fruit. I, Twin Thunder Roar, will fight for it." Hearing this roar, Liu, Ryan, and Yang Tianying turned around at once and looked toward the sound. They saw, in the distant sky, a figure with hooves treading clouds and snow. A beast shaped like a killin, striding through the air toward them. It was none other than Twin Thunder Roar. The Beast King Liu, Ryan, and Yang Tianying recognized Twin Thunder Roar's identity at a glance. Such a presence! If not a Beast King, then what? Oh no! He's coming for this yin-yang fruit. Liu Ryan's heart raced with alarm. She could no longer care about anything else, and immediately reached out to pluck the yin-yang fruit. This yin-yang fruit was the hope she had struggled so hard to find, the hope of restoring her calamity-devouring sacred body. She couldn't just hand it over. She had to pluck and consume it before this Beast King arrived. But her speed was no match for Twin Thunder Roar. Even gravely wounded, the Twin Thunder Roar of the forest was not something Liu Ryan could contend with. In an instant, Twin Thunder Roar had already reached the yin-yang fruit. He snatched it from the air. The yin-yang fruit, still on the vine, flew up into the sky and landed in his hand. "Human, this yin-yang hanging fruit is mine. No one can take it from me." Ha ha ha! Having obtained the yin-yang fruit, Twin Thunder Roar laughed arrogantly and turned to leave. At this moment, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying also felt the true power of the Twin Thunder Roar. A Beast King at the Spirit Transformation Mirror Realm. Despair crept across both their faces. For Beast Kings were known to be ruthless killers, beings who could destroy a city with a snap of their fingers. Toward humans, they would show no mercy. Now that a Beast King had descended, there was no chance of escape. But soon the two noticed something was off. This Beast King was wounded. Its power had fallen to the late-ling border stage. Yang Tianying keenly detected the fact that the Twin Thunder Roar was injured. When Liu Ryan heard this, the fear and despair on her face vanished in an instant. "President Yang, if we join forces, we might just be able to handle a wounded Beast King. After we kill it, whatever fortune it carries is yours, and the yin-yang fruit remains mine. What do you say?" Liu Ryan's eyes sparkled with cunning. As she made her proposal, Yang Tianying's expression shifted, and he agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Then let's strike." Though Liu Ryan's Calamity Saint body was incomplete, her cultivation speed was still considerable. She had already reached the first level of the Spirit Hall Mirror. With her backing him up against this gravely wounded Spirit Transformation Beast King, they might indeed stand a fighting chance, and might even be able to slay it. For every Beast King carried within it treasures beyond compare. And now Liu Ryan was willingly giving up the prize, leaving it all to him. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely soar. And working alongside Liu Ryan with her restored Calamity Saint body, avenging Zhou Luo would be no problem at all. Just two mere humans at the Spirit Mirror stage, daring to set their sights on me. The Twin Thunder Roar immediately understood their intent. They actually wanted to kill it, take back the yin-yang fruit, and plunder its treasures as well. What wishful thinking! Even wounded as it was, his strength was far below what it used to be. But still, it wasn't something to zero transformation bugs could provoke. Words were useless. He struck. Yang Tianying was extremely decisive. After reaching an agreement with Liu Ryan, he acted immediately. The supreme jade bone within him erupted with boundless power. His whole body seemed wrapped in a radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before Tianshuang Lihao, and threw a punch at him. Empowered by the supreme jade bone, this punch was incredibly powerful. It surged forward like a breaking bamboo, heading straight for Tianshuang Lihao. Seeing this, Tianshuang Lihao, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But he quickly recovered, and immediately unleashed his Frost Heaven Chat to clash with it. Boom! Yang Tianying's punch slammed heavily into the Frost Heaven Chat, nearly shattering it completely. But Tianshuang Lihao was, after all, at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Even with a severely wounded body, the Frost Heaven Chat he released was not something a zero transformation could contend with. Before long, Yang Tianying felt a chill spreading from his fist. Then that chill grew increasingly icy, and showed signs of spreading throughout his entire body. Frightened, he quickly withdrew the punch. This opening gave Tianshuang Lihao a chance. The Frost Heaven Che instantly turned into several ice arrows, shooting straight at the vital points all over Yang Tianying's body. With sharp sounds ringing out, these ice arrows pierced into the skin at Yang Tianying's vital spots, 3 inches deep, before being shattered by the supreme jade bone. But even so, they caused considerable damage to Yang Tianying. Blood flowed without stopping. Damn it, is this the Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm? Clearly already severely wounded. Yet its strength remains terrifying. The injured Yang Tianying retreated rapidly, silently circulating his spiritual energy to stop the blood loss. While inwardly thinking this was bad, at that moment, Liu Ryan, who had been preparing her technique all along. At this moment, Liu Ryan, who had been formulating the equation all along. At this moment, he struck out. "You beast, return my yin-yang fruit!" With a sharp shout from him, Zhou Shen suddenly erupted with a wave of calamity energy. A long palm print shot straight toward the Frost Thunder Beast. It was the Calamity's sacred iron. When the Frost Thunder Beast saw this palm, alarm rose in his heart. This time, unlike before, he did not use his frost energy to counter the palm. Instead, as if fleeing from it, he dodged to the side. But the palm print followed like a shadow, chasing him relentlessly, until there was nowhere left to hide. Only then did the Frost Thunder Beast summon his frost energy to fight back. Crackle, crackle. The moment the frost energy collided with the long palm print, it was like sharp steel meeting raging fire, melting away at incredible speed. In no time, the frost energy was completely consumed, and the palm print had only shrunk a little. It then continued to slam toward the Frost Thunder Beast, truly worthy of the Calamity's sacred iron. Seeing this, the Frost Thunder Beast, a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Liu Ryan's Calamity's sacred body, even in his own sect, was considered a top-tier constitution. The Calamity energy it releases can annihilate everything, utterly terrifying. Humph, but your human cultivation is still too shallow. You cannot unleash the true power of the Calamity's sacred body. It's still not enough to deal with me. The Frost Thunder Beast steeled his resolve, and hesitated no longer. He channeled all the spiritual energy in his body, pouring it all into the 9-section Thunder Pearl. Rumble, the previously dim 9-section Thunder Pearl, blazed to life. The sky was soon covered with dark clouds. Peals of thunder exploded one after another. At the same time, a purple bolt of lightning radiating destructive power shot forth from the 9-section Thunder Pearl. Its target was precisely the palm print formed by the Calamity energy. Boom! The moment the lightning met the palm print was pierced straight through, then dissipated into the void between heaven and earth, with no power to resist at all. And after that palm print was dealt with, the purple lightning's target remained clear, shooting straight toward Liu Ryan's direction with fury. Not good. Liu Ryan's heart jolted with alarm. She immediately tried to flee. But how could she outrun the Heaven Frost Thunder roar? The purple lightning summoned with nearly all its power. Bang! A thunderous crash rang out. The purple lightning exploded upon Liu Ryan. She was gravely wounded on the spot, and fell unconscious. "Ha ha, since you couldn't keep me here, then I'll take the Yin-Yang Valley with me." The Heaven Frost Thunder roar hesitated no longer, letting out a loud laugh, then strode through the air and vanished into the distance. Trying to leave, stay right there. Seeing this, Yang Tianying realized the Heaven Frost Thunder roar was at its last gasp, and immediately moved forward to hold it back. But at that moment, he suddenly felt behind him a fierce killing intent surging forth. He turned to look. That purple lightning had not yet faded, but was charging straight toward him. Bang! Another thunderous crash. Yang Tianying's body plummeted from the sky, reduced to a breathless state, slipping into unconsciousness. Boss, are you all right?" The Skeleton Society members nearby saw this, and rushed over at once. The scene instantly plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, the Heaven Frost Thunder roar had already fled 100 miles away. Episode 50, Luo Zhou emerges the Heaven Frost Thunder roar scheme. Several hours passed. Liu Ryan slowly stirred awake, finding herself lying on a hospital bed. Cough, cough. She sat up and couldn't help but cough twice. Feeling carefully within herself, she realized the injuries she'd suffered this time were extremely severe. Recovery would take at least half a month. And that was thanks to her Calamity Saint body. Without the Calamity Saint body, it might not heal even in months. The Yin-Yang fruit. Every time she thought of that yin-yang fruit being snatched away, Liu Ryan was grinding her teeth in anger. She was so close to repairing it herself. Good thing that evil beast was kicked away. But who knew a beast king would appear out of nowhere and take it away? Someday, she'd better never find out who that beast king was. Because once her cultivation reached a higher level, she'd chase him to the ends of the earth and slay him. Miss Liu, you're awake. At that moment, another voice sounded in the ward. Liu Ryan looked toward the sound and realized there was another bed beside her, with Yang Tianying lying on it. Yang Tianying looked even worse than her. His whole body was wrapped in bandages like a zongzi, like a mummy. That was because before being knocked out by that purple lightning, Yang Tianying's body had been pierced by the frost heaven che in many places. Seeing him like that, Liu Ryan felt a bit better inside. But she still couldn't stop thinking about that yin-yang fruit. She quickly asked Yang Tianying, President Yang, is there a second yin-yang fruit? Hey, of course there is. Yang Tianying smiled slightly. Those words instantly excited Liu Ryan. There really is another one. Liu Ryan was overjoyed. She had thought that fruit was one of a kind. After it was taken this time. The next time she wanted to find one, who knew how long she'd have to wait? But now Yang Tianying said there was another one. Looking at it that way, her Calamity Saint body still had hope of being repaired. Of course, our skeleton society also found a place where yin-yang fruits grow. But this one takes longer to ripen. Probably about half a month before it's ready. Yang Tianying nodded and said. But as he spoke those words, his tone was clearly pained. In fact, there was only one place where the yin-yang fruit grew. The one he'd taken Liu Ryan to today. But when the skeleton society found that place, one fruit had already ripened. He picked and collected it, waiting for a chance to use it later. If he hadn't already had one, he wouldn't have been so decisive. When Liu Ryan came to him, he agreed to give it to her. Such a treasure. Who would so easily hand it over? But the current situation forced him to do so. The second yin-yang fruit was wasted, and he was badly injured himself. If he didn't quickly take out the second one to help Liu Ryan repair her calamity body, then when would he ever get revenge on Zhou Luo? Liu Ryan didn't notice anything wrong with Yang Tianying's words. At this moment, she was lost in joy. Time slowly passed. 5 days had already gone by. In the quiet room of Jiangnan Manor, Zhou Luo finished his final cycle and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His spirit was fully settled. Sensing his own strength, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With the 5 elements fruit, the cultivation speed was truly different. In just 5 short days, he went from the 3rd level to the 7th level of the spirit realm, crossing 4 whole realms. After the spirit realm, breaking through each level, the difficulty doubled every time. Take Gu Qianhua from his past life, and Liu Ryan, top-tier talents. They were stuck at the spirit realm for months before breaking through to the transformation realm. But he, in just 1 week, had already reached the spirit realm. Late stage, it was like cheating. The mountain was about to open. It was time to leave seclusion. Zhou Luo cleared his mind, got up and left. The 5 days were up. He wondered if Tianshuang would keep his promise. Curious to find out, Zhou Luo walked out of the hall into the open. Soon, he saw, a massive figure was lying on the ground, with both eyes tightly shut. It was none other than Tianshuang Lihao. Perhaps sensing Zhou Luo's presence, Tianshuang Lihao suddenly opened his eyes. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. After sizing up Zhou Luo from head to toe, he was startled inwardly. Only 5 days had passed, and Zhou Luo's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the divine intent realm. He knew that before seclusion, Zhou Luo was only at the early stage. In just 5 short days, such tremendous progress. So, how did your search for rare treasures go? Zhou Luo could see the surprise in his eyes, but he said nothing more. Instead, he asked with a smile. Hey, of course I've found them. Tianshuang Lihao let out a smug snorts. Then his whole body trembled as he released a surge of aura. Oh, so you've truly recovered. Zhou Luo sensed Tianshuang Lihao's aura. This fellow had actually restored all his strength. And looking at the mark on his forehead, the state of the 9-section Thunder Crest seemed to have improved greatly as well. Big brother, did you come out of seclusion this time because there's something to do? Tianshuang Lihao quickly pledged his loyalty. If it's nothing too serious, just leave it to me. You can go back into seclusion. I promise, I'll handle everything perfectly for you. Zhou Luo's cultivation speed had utterly stunned Tianshuang Lihao. If before, Tianshuang Lihao still harbored any resentment about being Zhou Luo's mount, by now, it had completely vanished. Tianshuang Lihao wasn't foolish. He knew full well how important it was to follow the right person. With talent like Zhou Luo's, as long as he kept growing, he would definitely become a dominant force one day. Following him would bring plenty of benefits. I do have something to do. But this matter can't be entrusted to anyone else. I have to go handle it myself. Zhou Luo smiled. This frost thunder roar was indeed effective. With that, he felt at ease. Let's go. Come with me to Mount Li. Without another word, Zhou Luo immediately sat on the frost thunder roar's back. Big brother, hold on tight. The frost thunder roar was happy to oblige. It carried Zhou Luo and flew straight toward Mount Li. 3 days earlier, strange phenomena had occurred across the land. Countless secret realms emerged one after another. People were beginning to grow familiar with these secret realms. Then, one night, Mount Li suddenly began to tremble. Someone saw a majestic, magnificent hall appear at the summit of Mount Li. This news instantly shook the entire nation. Everyone in the country knew what Mount Li was. It was the resting place of the first emperor of 1,000 ages, also known to later generations as the Dragon's Rest. Now Mount Li was trembling, showing signs of a secret realm emerging. Nearly every awakened one in the nation wanted to come and join the excitement. Not only that, the news even spread overseas. Awakened ones from other countries crossed the oceans, arriving within the nation's borders, all for a share of the Mount Li secret realm. And today was the day the Mount Li vision would fully manifest. Chapter 51, Mount Li opens. The arrogant Sakala nation, outside Mount Li, it was packed with people. The strong from all major powers of the nation, along with overseas forces who had crossed the oceans, were all gathered here now. As a representative power within the nation, the Bailey group was naturally among them. Lu Fei scanned the surroundings. He noticed that Zhou Luo was nowhere to be seen, so he turned to look at Lu Yuan. The Mount Li secret realm is about to open. Why hasn't Brother Zhou arrived yet? Lu Yuan shook his head, not sure. I just contacted Mr. Zhou. He said he just left. He's on his way here. All right. Lu Feiyu calculated in his mind. From Jiangnan City to Mount Li, the distance was no small matter. Even though he was known as the fastest in the country, the journey would still take several hours. But looking at the progress of the Mount Li tomb, it seemed it would open before long. Zhou Luo would likely miss it. Clearing his thoughts, Lu Feiyu continued to look into the distance, at the positions held by those overseas forces, HMPH. This Mount Li tomb is originally a secret realm of our great Xia. Yet these foreign barbarians dare to come and claim a share. This is utterly outrageous. Lu Feiyu let out a cold snort, clearly displeased with the foreigners' interference. Beside him, Lu Yuyan also couldn't help but sigh. Their strength is no weaker than ours in Great Xia, especially those from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Otherwise, we Great Xia people could unite together and drive them out of our territory. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu also shook his head helplessly. Because the Mount Li phenomenon was too massive, and it had gained great fame, the opening of this secret realm had spread widely across the entire world. And as a result, it attracted many awakened ones from abroad to participate. Many of them, in their own countries, were renowned powerhouses. Their cultivation all at the transformation realm, in no way inferior to those of Great Xia. It was truly frustrating. This Mount Li secret realm, tied to the first emperor, was going to be meddled with by outsiders. If the first emperor knew, he'd probably rise from the dead in anger. Lu Feiyu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, a figure approached from nearby. Lu Zhaoyang, this Mount Li secret realm is of great importance. I want to unite the forces within our great Xia, to contend with those foreigners for opportunities inside the realm. What do you think? Lu Feiyu turned to look, and saw that it was Gu Qianhua who had come to find him. After a moment's thought, he agreed immediately. In that case, that couldn't be better. I'm willing to join. Lu Feiyu had already been thinking the same thing. Now that Gu Qianhua had taken the lead and gathered everyone together, he was naturally happy to join in. Haha, that's great. I just went to see Kui Linfei of the Tower Alliance. He's also willing to cooperate with us. Gu Qianhua let out a hearty laugh, delighted that Lu Feiyu had joined. It's a pity that today the Skeleton Society didn't send anyone for some reason. If we could have allied with them, our Tower faction strength would definitely reach a new level. Speaking of which, Gu Qianhua seemed to think of something else, and asked, "Oh, by the way, why haven't I seen any sign of the Sand God today?" Lu Xiaoyu, you should be quite familiar with the Sand God, right? Where has he gone? If the Sand God is also willing to join forces with us, then our chances would be much greater. Hearing Gu Qianhua's question, Lu Feiyu also shook his head helplessly. Brother Zhou is on his way here. But from what I can tell, the timing probably won't make it. That's a real shame. Gu Qianhua couldn't help but feel regret at those words. Zhou Luo is someone who can crush Ban and beat Yang Tianying with ease. Without him, the Tower faction strength would drop by a huge margin. While Gu Qianhua was rallying the Tower faction, the overseas forces who had come to Lishan also noticed this. HMPH. The Tower people are so stingy. They want to join forces to fight us in the secret realm and keep us from gaining any opportunities. No way. If this continues, they might actually succeed. We need to unite too. The British reacted the fastest, immediately following suit, and began gathering the overseas forces together. The recruitment went very smoothly. Everyone agreed that once inside the secret realm, they would join forces against the Tower faction. But when the British approached the Sakala Nation, they hit a wall. The Sakala Nation's representative, Xiaopu Gaijian, let out a cold snort, completely unconcerned about the Tower faction's alliance. Even if the mere building people join forces, what waves could they possibly stir? I and the Hechuan army are both near the fifth realm, more than enough to suppress all the building people. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly won the approval of Heishan and Hechuan nearby. Gui Jianjun speaks the truth. We don't need to join forces. The first emperor's fortune of the great Xia kingdom. Our Sakala kingdom is determined to seize it, HMPH. Then, when the great Xia people strike at you later, don't come begging us for help. The British representative, Mike, wasn't exactly a man of good temper. Seeing how clueless the Sakala people were, he let out a cold snort and walked away, silently grumbling to himself. This country surrounded by nuclear wastewater, after the Mutation Era began, has really grown a lot bolder, daring to speak to him in such a tone. In the past, whenever Sakala met the British, every single one of them was meek and submissive, bowing and scraping. Mike stormed off in a huff. On the other side, Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and the others had also witnessed this scene. Humph, these Sakala people are truly arrogant. How dare they look down on us great Xia people? Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. If there was one group among these ants he hated most, it would undoubtedly be these Sakala people. But who would have thought? The Sakala kingdom, whose strength was never top tier, after the Mutation Era began, suddenly became ferocious overnight, and with it, insufferably arrogant. They absolutely must not let these Sakala people get their hands on the first emperor's fortune. Gu Qianhua was equally displeased, his tone laced with killing intent. That goes without saying. Kui Linfei spoke with firm resolve, showing no sign of backing down. If the Sakala people truly got their hands on the first emperor's fortune, the very thought of it was enough to turn one's stomach. No great Xia person could ever accept that. Time slowly passed by. That grand hall upon Mount Li grew ever more still and solemn, a sign that the Mount Li secret realm was about to open. But just at that moment, in the distant sky above, the sound of churning winds and clouds came rolling in. What is that? Lu Fei was the first to hear it, and immediately looked toward the sound, stunned speechless. At those words, everyone present turned their gaze to the horizon. There, in the sky thousands of meters away, a beast shaped like a killin, radiating an aura of biting cold, was flying toward them at tremendous speed. Wherever this beast passed, the surrounding clouds were blasted apart by the air currents, emitting bursts of thunderous roars. That's a Beast King. Why would a Beast King appear at a time like this? Run! This Beast King's power is definitely above the divine intent realm. If we don't run now, we're dead. Panic swept through the crowd. Lu Feiyu and the other mighty experts along with the overseas faction's strong ones as well, immediately braced themselves to flee. Though they had no idea why a Beast King would be heading toward Mountley, of all places. The best choice right now was to escape at once. But just then, someone suddenly sensed something was off. Look! Isn't there someone sitting on that Beast King's back? Who is that person? I'm not asking for your opinion. Are you out of your mind? How could anyone possibly ride a Beast King? I'm telling you. There really is someone sitting on its back. Open your eyes and take a good look yourself. The crowd looked again toward the Beast King. By now, this nameless Beast King was already nearing Mountley. And because of that, everyone could finally see clearly what was on its back. It was exactly as that man had said. A man was sitting on the back of the Beast King, with a calm expression. That was none other than the God of Slaughter. Someone instantly recognized Zhou Luo's identity. It really is him. The God of Slaughter, my God! The God of Slaughter is actually sitting on the Beast King's back. Could he have tamed this Beast King as his mount? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Upon seeing it was Zhou Luo, the crowd that was about to flee all stopped in their tracks. Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and Kui Linfei were also stunned at that moment. It's actually Mr. Zhou. Lu Feiyu's face was full of disbelief, staring blankly in Zhou Luo's direction. The God of Slaughter can actually sit on the Beast King's back. Could he really have? Gu Qianhua's expression shifted, lost in thought about something. If this is true, Great Xia has hope. Kui Linfei was different from the other two. The first thing that came to his mind was one thing. If Zhou Luo can truly tame the Beast King, doesn't that mean, in the future, any Beast King appearing within Great Xia would pose far less of a threat? If that's the case, then the people of Great Xia won't have to live in constant fear. Isn't this exactly what their Great Xia alliance has been striving for? On the other side, the overseas forces, when they saw the Great Xia people stop halfway through their retreat and pointing at the Beast King in the sky, they immediately sensed something was wrong, until they heard clearly what the Great Xia people were saying. The overseas forces were all deeply shaken. The Great Xia people are actually this terrifying. They can tame Beast Kings. I have to send word. Our country just had one descend a few days ago. It took the entire nation's strength to slay that Beast King. How is this possible? Liars, they must be liars. The Great Xia people can't possibly be this strong. Many overseas forces, after their initial shock, gradually accepted the reality. But the people of Sakala country were the most unwilling to believe it. But the people of Sakala country were the most incredulous. They all began to question its authenticity. But their actions were seen as foolish by other overseas forces. And what about calling him a fraud? Could a fraud convince the Beast King to let him ride on his back? You try deceiving one and show me. Before long, Zhou Luo was already riding the Heaven Shuang Thunder Roar, arriving above Mountley. Everyone, how have you been? He looked down at Lu Feiyu and the others below, smiling as he greeted them. Zhou, what is this? Lu Feiyu stepped forward, staring in awe at the Heaven Shuang Tail Roar. Now that the Heaven Shuang Tail Roar was close, they could also sense. This was truly a spirit transformation realm Beast King. Oh, this is a little brother I picked up on my way back to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo patted the back of the Heaven Shuang Thunder Roar's head. Young man, say hello to Brother Lu. Hello, I'm the big brother's newly recruited underling. The Heaven Frost Thunder Monkey wasn't shy at all. It actually greeted Lu Feiyu. This scene stunned everyone present on the spot. Buddy, how did you tame it? Can you teach me? This is a spirit transformation realm Beast King. Why does it seem so humble before Zhou Luo? Told to greet. And it actually does. Shouldn't Beast Kings be extremely violent and full of killing intent? Hello. Lu Feiyu was clearly stunned as well. It took him a while to squeeze out a single sentence. Nothing else. This matter truly shattered his worldview. Since the Mutation Era began, whenever the words Beast King were mentioned, they represented endless destruction and slaughter. But now a spirit transformation realm Beast King was actually tamed as a lackey by a human. This was too terrifying. Zhou Luo swept his gaze around. His eyes quickly landed not far away, on the gathering spot of those overseas forces. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In his past life, the one who obtained the Emperor's imperial sword. Not that it's particularly frightening, but rather these overseas barbarians. This matter has always been a regret in the hearts of the people of Daxia. The personal accessory of the great ancestor, Emperor of Daxia, was actually taken away by the ants. Truly the greatest joke under heaven. Yet no one could do anything about it. Because the one who took the Taiye sword was from the Cherry Blossom Nation that rose to power after the Cataclysm era began. If Zhou Luo remembered correctly, the man from the Cherry Blossom Nation who obtained the tire ship was named Vatakawa. Originally, this Vatakawa was already a top-tier powerhouse in the Cherry Blossom Nation. After obtaining the tire ship, his strength rose to another level, directly reaching the pinnacle of the Cherry Blossom Nation. But as for this matter, Zhou Luo would absolutely never let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, a slight smile curled at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth. Because the reason he came to Mount Li today was that he never intended to let these barbarians enter the Yellow Mausoleum, the resting place of the great ancestor of Daxia. How could mere ants be allowed to set foot there? Young man, go over there. Zhou Luo patted the heaven-shaking thunder roar, signaling it to walk toward that group of overseas forces. What is the god of slaughter planning to do? The people of Daxia, seeing Zhou Luo's actions, all began to speculate about his intentions. Oh my god! That beast king from Daxia is walking toward us. What does that man intend to do? Is he going to have the beast king eat us? How dare they? What right do the people of Daxia have to act so arrogantly? Meanwhile, the overseas forces were getting restless. Watching a beast king from Daxia walk straight toward them, anyone would be afraid. Especially since this beast king was on Daxia's side. Soon, Zhou Luo and the heaven-shaking thunder roar arrived right above them. Zhou Luo scanned the crowd. His gaze quickly landed on the man, whose appearance was distinctly characteristic of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The man from the Cherry Blossom Nation, under Zhou Luo's gaze, felt a chill run through his entire body. But under the intimidating glare of the frost sky roar, they all refused to speak. A complete reversal of their earlier arrogance. Zhou Luo calmly looked away. Zhuangji turned to face everyone and spoke, "All of you, listen to me. Mount Li and the Yellow Mausoleum are the resting place of our great Xia emperors. Only we of Great Xia may enter. I'll give you 10 minutes. Leave the area around Mount Li at once, or don't blame me for what happens next." Zhou Luo's voice was soft, but it landed on every foreign powers member, like a weight of 1,000 pounds, crushing them until they could barely breathe. Why, since the secret realm is open, that means everyone can take part. How can you people of Great Xia hog it all? After a brief silence, an awakener from Maple Leaf Country spoke up, his face full of defiance. With him taking the lead, the foreigners, already nursing resentment, began voicing their complaints one after another. That's right, the secret realm is a shared resource for all of Landin. We're all people of Landin, and we all have the right to enter. You people of Great Xia, haven't you always called yourselves a land of propriety? How can you be so stingy? Let us in. The outcry rose without end. Seeing this, Zhou Luo, seated atop the frost sky thunder roar, narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous glint flashing within them. The next instant, he raised his hand and pressed down, and a towering phantom of Mount Tai materialized in the air. Then, it bore down on the leading awakener from Maple Leaf Country. Bang! That awakener from Maple Leaf Country. How could he withstand the power of Zhou Luo's divine realm? Once enveloped by the phantom of Mount Tai, he instantly burst apart into a mist of blood. Those standing nearby were splattered with blood from head to toe. Bang, bang, bang! Zhou Luo didn't stop there. With a casual wave of his hand, several others who had shouted the loudest also exploded. The surroundings fell into utter silence. Fear was written on every face. After all that was done, Zhou Luo's expression remained calm. He looked ahead, his gaze ice-cold. I'm just informing you. Not negotiating with you. Dong 053, I'll slaughter you all. None of you are leaving today. After the massacre, all the awakened ones from overseas forces instinctively stepped back. The way everyone looked at Zhou Luo was as if they'd seen a demon. Terrifying. Those few people Zhou Luo had just killed were all powerful experts who'd stepped into the spirit mirror realm. Yet, even so, they were no match for Zhou Luo in a single exchange. With a casual raise of his hand, they were crushed. No resistance at all. Great Zia, when did it produce such a terrifying figure? At this moment, no one dared step forward to protest. All those who'd come today to join the Li Mountain secret realm from overseas forces had only one thought in mind: run fast. The Sakala Kingdom was no different. They no longer had their earlier arrogance. Xiaopu Guiji and Hishan Hechuan both lowered their heads and quickly retreated, wanting to lead their people and leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. But just then, Zhou Luo's demonic voice rang out by their ears. Others may leave, but you just stay. The moment those words were spoken, all eyes instantly turned toward Zhou Luo. The other overseas forces, seeing that Zhou Luo was addressing the Sakala Kingdom people, breathed a collective sigh of relief. But the Sakala Kingdom group was anything but calm. This, sir. Our Sakala Kingdom voluntarily withdraws. We won't linger at this secret realm. Xiaopu Guiji, with a fawning smile, bowed and scraped as he spoke. Voluntarily withdraw? Sorry. I never allowed you to leave. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. His face showed neither joy or sorrow. But these words directly stunned everyone present. Xiaopu Guiji said in disbelief, Sir. Then what do you mean? Our Sakala nation can go to the Lishan's secret realm. Vada Kagawa beside him was also shocked. Logically speaking, the relationship between their Sakala nation and the tower was absolutely irreconcilable. Why would this man be for them, so forcefully drive away people from other nations, yet leave only them, the Sakala nation ... Could it be? An utterly absurd idea began to brew in Vada Kagawa's mind. The way he looked at Zhou Luo completely changed. From the initial fear and respect, instantly turned into contempt. If he remembered correctly, someone like Zhou Luo, in the tower's terms, wouldn't they call that a traitor? Once he figured it out, Vada Kagawa suddenly felt the pressure on him vanish. He smiled. Just as he was about to speak to Zhou Luo, he found Zhou Luo speaking first. No. You misunderstood. I never intended to let you enter the Lishan's secret realm. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. What I mean is, not a single one of you Sakala Nation people leaves here today. Speak up. Behind Zhou Luo, the Phantom of Mount Tai reappeared. An overwhelming might directly locked onto every Sakala Nation person present. The next moment, Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved. The Phantom of Mount Tai, with devastating force, pressed down toward the Sakala Nation people. Bang, bang, bang. The weaker awakened ones from Sakala Nation couldn't withstand the pressure and were instantly shattered into blood mist. While those who had stepped into the Zero Transformation realm, they could still put up a stubborn resistance. But barely 10 seconds had passed before they too were instantly suppressed. Ono Kiku and Vada Haikawa saw this. Their eyes burned with fury, staring at Zhou Luo with bloodshot eyes. Are you trying to declare war on our Sakala Nation? Zhou Luo's methods were truly terrifying. In less than a minute, the several Sakala Nation subordinates they brought were directly crushed to death, with only the two of them left at this level. If Zhou Luo wanted to make a move on them, it probably wouldn't take much effort, so they could only use this method, hoping to make Zhou Luo stop. But Zhou Luo wouldn't fall for that at all. He didn't even have the mood to reply to them. He simply raised his hand and pressed down. The Phantom of Mount Tai instantly enveloped them. Ono Kiku and Vada Haikawa only felt as if a 10,000-ton giant ship was crushing them. Every cell in their bodies was trembling, about to give out at any moment. Even with all their strength, they couldn't resist. Your methods are so cruel. This will definitely stir up public outrage. The allies of our Sakala Nation. They won't let you get away with this. Vada Haikawa gritted his teeth and roared. But the very next moment, bang bang, the Phantom of Mount Tai, without any obstruction, directly suppressed the two of them. And with that, of the 9 people Sakala Nation sent to the Lishan's secret realm, none survived. And not far away, the foreign forces, who had witnessed this entire scene, all fell into dead silence. The way they looked at Zhou Luo was like looking at a demon. Too terrifying, too frightening. He completely disregarded the threat of Sakala Nation, suppressed everyone without a second word. And in all their hearts, a sense of shared doom arose. Hurry, let's leave this place of trouble. We can't stay any longer. They didn't linger long. After seeing all the Sakala country warriors fall, they quickly left Mount Li as well. After they departed, everyone present looked at Zhou Luo with different eyes. Their gazes all shifted. Some fearful, some admiring, some envious, but what every eye held without fail was a deep, profound awe. No wonder Zhou Luo's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the Sakala country experts. Remember, before Zhou Luo arrived, they had all formed an alliance to deal with these foreign powers. Now looking at it, what was the point of that? These foreign powers, one by one, they'd all been scared off. No one would fight them anymore over the opportunities within Mount Li's secret realm. Among the crowd, the ones closest to Zhou Luo were the Lu siblings. They felt incredibly fortunate. Good thing they'd used the Earth Fiend energy earlier to forge a connection with Zhou Luo. Otherwise, if they tried now to befriend Zhou Luo, the price would be dozens of times higher. After all, with an expert of this level, those who wished to befriend him were countless beyond measure. Gukayan Hua quietly watched in Zhou Luo's direction. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. Why did he feel that the Mount Tai Phantom Zhou Luo used when striking was from the same origin as the Dai Zong technique he'd obtained from the Mount Tai secret realm? Could it be that Zhou Luo also cultivated the Dai Zong Si suppressing art? But that shouldn't be. From what he knew, the only copy of the Dai Zong Si suppressing art should have been obtained by him. How strange. But Kui Linfei was completely different. He kept glancing toward Zhou Luo, and the Frost Sky Thunder roar. His face couldn't hide his urgency. Mr. Zhou is so powerful. Surely that will solve it. The Beast King calamities within our territory. Once the secret realm ends, I will go find him and ask for his help. But if I ask Mr. Zhou for help, what treasure should I offer in return? Kui Linfei rapidly pondered these questions in his mind. On the other side, after Zhou Luo confirmed all foreign forces had left, he returned to the side of Tianchuang Lihao. Big brother, so you humans are just as ruthless when striking down your own kind. I thought you all stood united as one. Tianchuang Lihao glanced at the pools of bloodstains in the distance, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Zhou Luo shot him a glare, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Those I just killed don't count as humans. But they clearly looked human to me." Tianchuang Lihao was about to argue back when he noticed Zhou Luo casting him a cold glance, and instantly shut his mouth. Just then, at the peak of Mount Li in the distance, that magnificent golden hall suddenly burst forth with beams of divine light. And right after, the mountain beneath everyone's feet began to tremble. The Mount Li secret realm is about to open. Everyone's spirits lifted, casting aside all that had just happened. The fortune left by the first emperor. Who wouldn't want to claim it? Chapter 54, Entering Mount Li. Seeing the secret realm already in an opening state, Zhou Luo prepared to set off. But then Tianchuang Lihao spoke up, saying, "Big brother, inside this secret realm, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you." "Why?" Zhou Luo frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. "I can sense a will within this realm that forbids beasts like us from entering, or we'd be in mortal danger." Tianchuang Lihao answered truthfully. Just now, when the secret realm fully opened, he had indeed sensed it from that golden hall. He could feel this will. This will was utterly terrifying. Even he, this Beast King, the neighboring Beast Kings dared not easily oppose it. "Is that so? That works too? Then just wait for me outside." Though Zhou Luo felt some doubt in his heart, he could also tell Tianchuang Lihao was not lying. So he agreed. "Got it." Tianchuang Lihao nodded heavily. "But I still have a task for you. While you stay outside, keep an eye on that group that just left. If anyone tries to sneak back into the secret realm, every single one of them, kill them all, understand?" Zhou Luo looked into the distance, at the direction the overseas forces had fled. Zhuangji instructed Tianchuang Lihao. "Don't worry, big brother. If anyone dares to sneak back, I'll make sure they regret it." Tianchuang Lihao agreed readily. Zhou Luo saw this and hesitated no longer. He headed straight for the peak of Lishan Mountain. As the group reached the summit, that magnificent and imposing great hall instantly emitted beams of divine light, enveloping everyone completely. When they came to their senses, they found themselves somehow in the midst of a lush, verdant mountain range. This was another Lishan mountain. Someone immediately noticed the mountain range beneath their feet. Its layout was exactly the same as Lishan. But this other Lishan had no trace of technological era buildings. What is that city? Someone else spotted. On the lowest plateau before this Lishan, within it, there sat an ancient city, plain as day. And the largest hall in that city was actually identical in form to the magnificent hall atop Lishan Mountain. Could it be? This is the first Emperor Xianyang city? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua was the first to recognize the city's origin. The city before them matched exactly what the ancient records described of the first Emperor city. It seemed the opportunity left by the first Emperor lay within this city. Everyone immediately realized this and began walking toward that ancient city. Zhou Luo remained silent, simply setting off with the others. With memories of his past life, Zhou Luo knew very well that the name of this city was not what Gu Qianhua had guessed, but rather another palace with deep ties to the first emperor, the Apang Palace. The sword that held the world's killing power, the Taiya sword, lay within the Apang Palace. The group moved quickly, and within minutes descended mountly, arriving before the palace. It was then everyone could clearly see the plaque on the Great Hall, with calligraphy bold and flowing, bearing 3 large characters, Apang Palace. It was actually the Apang Palace. Gu Qianhua frowned slightly, utterly astonished in his heart. For in the history of the Great Dynasty, this palace had been burned to the ground in a great fire. Yet the records disagreed on who had set it ablaze, with many conflicting accounts. The most widely accepted theory was that it was the tyrant Xiongyu. What a magnificent Apang Palace! Truly as extravagant as the books described. Gazing upon this palace, that existed only in legend, Gu Qianhua couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, just as the rumors said, merely standing at the gates and looking, one could sense the Apang Palace's splendor. Carved beams and painted rafters, tripods of bronze, stones like jade, pearls adorning emerald tiles. Extravagance beyond measure. In modern terms, utterly outrageous. And before the main hall of the Apang Palace stood countless terracotta warriors. These terracotta warriors were nothing like those people had seen in museums outside. Completely different. No trace of erosion by time. Every warrior seemed to radiate killing intent. Pairs of eyes made of clay were lifelike, so vivid that a single extra glance could make one feel a sense of oppression. And among this army of terracotta warriors, the most striking was the leading general statue. This general statue was utterly unlike the others. Not only was it clad in heavy armor, but on its back it carried a mighty halberd, the very image of a general. Just as everyone was about to admire further, suddenly a loud shout rang out. That towering warrior statue erupted with a surge of killing aura. Its claymate eyes actually began to move. And then, this general statue opened its mouth and spoke. After issuing a command, all the terracotta warriors on the field awakened. The general warrior raised the great halberd from its back. Killing intent instantly filled the surroundings. It was then that everyone saw clearly the true strength of this terracotta army. It was actually at the late spirit transformation stage. Gu Qianhua's eyes flashed with solemnity. Those ordinary terracotta warriors, each one was at the late initial stage. And there were many of them. United, they would surely be a formidable force. And this general warrior was without question at the late spirit transformation stage. One could even call it the peak of spirit transformation. Only a step away from the divine intent stage. Everyone snapped to attention. Their gazes fixed on the terracotta army, all filled with deep gravity. Then the general warrior shouted again. In an instant, countless warriors formed ranks, directly assembling into a battle formation. This shocked everyone even more. These terracotta warriors could actually use formations. How could they possess such intelligence? What was granting them this? The general warrior shouted kill once more. The other warriors echoed the cry. Their voices shook the heavens. Killing intent rose on all sides. The words had barely faded. The terracotta warriors formed a killing formation and charged directly at the group. While that general warrior led the charge, swinging his spear with fierce momentum, engaging Gu Qianhua and the others in battle. But Zhou Luo did not join the fight. He merely stood to the side, silently observing that general warrior. It wasn't that Zhou Luo stood by idly. Rather, He was waiting for the right moment. In his memory, this general warrior held the tiger tally that opened the Apang Palace. Once the battle reached a stalemate, the general would proactively unleash the tiger tally to boost his own combat power. If Zhou Luo struck now, given his strength, he could probably suppress him in an instant, and then the tiger tally might never even appear. So Zhou Luo waited for the general to unleash the tiger tally that opened the Apang Palace gates before making his move to finish him off. Soon the battle reached a stalemate. These terracotta warriors were no pushovers, each one at the late initial stage, now empowered by the killing formation. Their strength was truly formidable, hard to deal with. But the awakened side had numbers on their side. The tide gradually turned in their favor. As for the general warrior, though his own strength hadn't reached the peak, under the combined assault of Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Kui Linfei, he still struggled to withstand the pressure, falling back step by step. Seeing the situation turn dire, the general struck with all his might, forcing back Gu Qianhua and the other two, then let out a mighty roar. A tiger tally radiating eerie crimson light emerged from within his body. The tiger tally. One move, instant kill. After the tiger tally was summoned, the eerie crimson glow surrounding it suddenly spread outward in all directions. Every warrior swept by that red light had their cultivation directly boosted to the first level of the transformation stage. Combined with the sand formation, the situation reversed in an instant. And that general's might was even more terrifying. His power directly broke through the zero-change realm, reaching the divine will stage. With his great halberd swinging wildly, Lu Fei and the three others found it increasingly hard to hold on. Time to make a move. Zhou Luo watched this scene and decided not to stand by any longer. He stepped forward, reached casually toward the tiger tally in midair, and pocketed it in one swift motion. The general saw his tiger tally seized and immediately turned his murderous gaze toward Zhou Luo. After sweeping Lu Fei and the three aside with one strike, he charged straight at Zhou Luo. His blade gleaming coldly, aimed right at Zhou Luo's throat. His speed was utterly bizarre. Lu Fei and the three watching this move couldn't help but show a flicker of dread in their eyes. They asked themselves, if that strike landed on them, they would very likely fail to withstand it. But Zhou Luo was different. The moment the general made his move, he raised his hand at once. A vast surge of majestic Mount Tai energy transformed directly into a giant hand, pinning the general firmly to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. The tiger tally is already mine. You are of no use now. Looking at the general writhing on the ground, Zhou Luo spoke in an utterly calm tone. The next moment, the giant hand crushed the general into dust. After finishing all that, Zhou Luo turned his gaze to the army of soldiers. He raised his hand and waved. A towering phantom of Mount Tai emerged behind him, stretching directly over the soldiers' heads. The phantom pressed down without any resistance. The soldiers couldn't withstand such overwhelming force and instantly crumbled into a pile of mud and debris. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Just moments ago, they had been fighting these soldiers for their lives and barely managed to hold their own. But in Zhou Luo's hands, with just a slight wave of his hand, he took it out directly. Is this even human? Luffy and the three of them were all a bit stunned at that moment. Truly a valiant general. The three of them had fought hard together for half a day and still couldn't take him down. But in Zhou Luo's hands, it was like a toy, crushed with a single squeeze. Not human, just not human at all. Brother Zhou's strength. I understand it less and less. Lu Feiyu shook his head slightly, filled with endless admiration in his heart. Gu Qianhua didn't say much, but looking at his eyes, you could sense the shock deep within him. Kui Linfei was somewhat excited to him. Someone like Zhou Luo, who clearly distinguishes good from evil. The stronger his power, the better. After dealing with the group of terracotta soldiers, Zhou Luo didn't hesitate. He took the tiger tally and stepped straight into Apang Palace, heading toward the main hall. The others quickly followed behind. Stepping into the city, the deeper Zhou Luo went, the more he felt something was off. From outside the city, it looked like Apang Palace was ornately carved and extremely luxurious. But once inside, he could clearly sense the buildings were quite plain. Even calling them simple wouldn't be an exaggeration. But that wasn't the key issue. Zhou Luo noticed The city was filled with countless heavy crossbow mechanisms. These crossbows were constructed with extreme precision and complexity. Even Zhou Luo, from the age of technology, found it hard to believe. Besides the crossbows, there were also cannon-like mechanisms, extremely deadly. Legend said a Pang Palace should be one of extravagant excess. Why does it look like this once you enter? This is no palace of lavish indulgence. It's clearly a city of killing, riddled with traps. Zhou Luo was deeply puzzled. In his past life, he'd only heard of the general layout of Mount Li's secret realm, never these details. Behind him, Gu Qianhua observed the various buildings in the city, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Something's wrong, very wrong. Why would the first emperor use lavish appearances to deceive others? Yet here in this Pang Palace place so many deadly weapons. There must be some secret hidden within. Gu Qianhua muttered to himself. The group continued deeper, until they reached the gates of that resplendent main hall. And only then did they stop. That stone slot is for the tiger tally from before. Someone spotted it at a glance. On this gate, there was a tiger-shaped stone slot. And this tiger-shaped slot matched the shape of the tiger tally they had obtained earlier, perfectly. Clearly, to open this gate, that tiger tally was the key. Zhou Luo was well aware of this too. He stepped forward and embedded the tiger tally into the slot. The moment the tally clicked in, the slot began to turn. The great hall's doors slowly opened. Once the doors were fully open, the group was stunned once again. Inside this outwardly magnificent hall, it was astonishingly plain. No decorations or ornaments. No lavish gems. Only an extremely vast empty hall. And above the hall, a black cloud floating in midair. What on earth is that? Someone stared at the black cloud and asked. This black cloud was extremely strange. It just floated there in midair, its gases churning endlessly, yet not a wisp leaked out. It was something none of them had ever seen. Could this be the opportunity left by the first emperor? But this doesn't look like any treasure to me. Forget treasure. This cloud looks pretty creepy. Hey, how about we get closer for a look? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some even tried to edge closer for a better look, but were yanked back by their friends. You fool, who knows if this thing is lethal? If it is, you'd be dead before you knew it. Reminded by that, the one who was about to approach immediately backed down. Seeing the crowd's puzzled and fearful expressions, Zhou Luo could only shake his head inwardly. This black cloud was no treasure, nor was it, as that man had claimed, something with deadly power. Its composition was nothing but spiritual energy refined to the utmost purity. But this energy was unlike ordinary spiritual energy. According to what Gu Qianhua had said in his past life, this cloud was created by a great cultivator of ancient times, who had taken ordinary spiritual energy and transformed it into an extremely special cloud of energy. It was highly selective of one's talent. If someone with no cultivation whatsoever, and no talent at all came near, this energy would not be absorbed in the slightest. But if one of the world's most gifted individuals approached, the absorption would be incredibly fast. And the opportunity left by the first emperor was tied directly to this cloud. Whoever was the first to absorb this energy cloud to a certain degree would gain entry through a hidden door to claim the Taiya sword. Of course, besides the Taiya sword, within that hidden door, there remained a stroke of fortune left by the first emperor. But in his past life, Hishin Hechuan had entered that door, and after gaining the fortune, never spoke a word of it to anyone. So no one knew what else he had obtained, besides the Taiya sword. Now that Hishin Hechuan was dead, the most talented person within a Pang Palace was without a doubt Zhou Luo. Let me see for myself what exactly the first emperor's fortune truly is. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and strode directly beneath the cloud. With a hum, Zhou Luo's entire body trembled. His nine-abyss chaos body activated at full speed. Every single cell within him began greedily devouring the spiritual energy within that cloud. Like a towering pillar reaching the heavens, the black energy in the cloud surged without restraint, rushing straight toward Zhou Luo. The Taiya sword, a mysterious iron pellet, with Zhou Luo leading the way. The others suddenly understood that this black cloud was the trial of a Pang Palace. And one by one, they stepped forward. He also followed Zhou Luo's lead and began drawing the spiritual energy from this black cloud into his body. Why is this spiritual energy so strange? It feels like it's resisting me. I don't feel any resistance at all. I feel like this black spiritual energy is actually more welcoming than ordinary spiritual energy. After some people absorbed it for a while, they suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy within this black cloud was completely different from the ordinary spiritual energy outside. Very hard to absorb. But others felt that this spiritual energy was more receptive than ordinary spiritual energy, and absorbed at a faster rate than normal. At this point, everyone came to understand what the rules of this trial were. Talent, the higher one's talent. The faster one could absorb the black spiritual energy. Once they figured this out, most people's faces immediately showed expressions of disappointment. Though the awakeners who could come to Mount Li's secret realm were all exceptionally gifted across the entire city. But this time, those who entered the Mount Li secret realm alongside them included Zhou Luo. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhou Luo. And sure enough, they discovered that Zhou Luo's speed of absorbing the black spiritual energy was countless times faster than theirs. If everyone else drew spiritual energy from the black cloud, like a gentle trickling stream, then Zhou Luo was like a towering tidal wave, extremely efficient. Even Gu Qianhua, the one among the three, known for the fastest cultivation speed, felt inferior when seeing Zhou Luo's absorption rate. Fortunately, someone quickly discovered that after absorbing this black spiritual energy, if refined promptly, it had the effect of strengthening one's physique. Everyone no longer hesitated, and immediately began absorbing it. Time slowly passed. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Luo could sense the amount of black spiritual energy stored in his body. It has reached its peak. The time has come. He opened his eyes, then rose and headed toward the Pangong Hall, making his way to the only hidden door inside. Upon reaching the hidden door, after pouring all his black spiritual energy into it, with a series of tremors, the hidden door opened at once, revealing an elegant secret chamber. Inside the chamber, a sword, pitch black throughout, its scabbard engraved with layers of cloud dragon patterns, lay prominently placed upon the table. Zhou Luo recognized it at a glance. This sword was the legendary blade of the first emperor, the Taiye sword, famed as the weapon of ultimate slaughter. However, after Zhou Luo's gaze swept over the Taiye sword, he was quickly drawn to another object. There upon that table, besides the Taiye sword, lay a pitch-black iron pellet resting in a small bowl. The pellet stood silently in the bowl. It looked no different from an ordinary little iron ball. But Zhou Luo could sense a chilling aura of slaughter permeating around this pellet. What is this thing? Zhou Luo's brow furrowed slightly. He had never heard of this iron pellet's existence. Could this pellet be the other opportunity left behind by the first emperor, as the legends say? In his past life, Vada and Kagawa entered the secret realm and kept it until the Lishan secret realm closed. After emerging from the Lishan secret realm, he didn't linger in the tower at all, even ignoring his companion's EPU and the others. He left the tower alone, swiftly, and returned to the land of cherry blossoms, as if he was hiding some earth-shattering treasure on him. Although later, Vada and Kagawa, when clashing with the tower's awakened ones, exposed the Taiye sword to the world. But if it were only the Taiye sword, it would hardly be enough to make Vada and Kagawa so cautious. Puzzled by this, Zhou Luo stepped forward. He wanted to hold the iron ball in his hand and observe it quietly. But the moment he touched the iron ball, a series of roars instantly sounded by his ears. Kill, protect his majesty. Like you conspiring with outsiders. Are you worthy of this realm? Scene after scene flashed before his eyes. A man draped in a black dragon robe, holding the Taiya sword, stood before the blazing Apang Palace, pointing forward. And facing him, stood a burly man with long flowing hair, his face covered in blood, features impossible to make out. Around them lay the corpses of fallen soldiers. Blood soaked the ground, like a scene from the deepest hell. The voices abruptly ceased, and the visions came to a sudden halt. Only Zhou Luo remained, holding that iron ball, his expression heavy with gravity. That was the first emperor. Zhou Luo drew a deep breath. Clearly, the figure in the black dragon robe could be no one other than the first emperor. And facing him was the legendary overlord Xiangyu. At that point in time, the Apang Palace was nearly reduced to ashes. What exactly had happened back then? Zhou Luo was filled with doubt. He tried a few more times, but found he could no longer glean any further information from the iron ball, so he could only tuck it away. This iron ball was definitely no ordinary thing. Once he got out, he'd find a good chance to study it. Zhou Luo had a feeling that the value of this item might even surpass the Tai sword itself. No wonder in his past life, Hetion had been so cautious. After coming out of Mount Li, Zhou Luo let out a cold snort. Good thing that in this life, the first emperor's legacy hadn't fallen into the hands of the Sakala nation. After putting the iron ball away, Zhou Luo reached out and lifted the Tai sword into his grip. As he began to draw the blade slightly, the Tai sword let out a crisp, ringing hum. Shards of piercing cold light leaked from the exposed blade. What a fine sword, Zhou Luo sighed in admiration. He hadn't even refined the Tai sword yet could already sense a surge of spiritual power from it. If he refined it into his own innate treasure, its power would surely be astonishing. Perfect, this secret chamber will do for refining you. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly. He sat down cross-legged and began the refinement. Inside the great hall of the Tai cocoon, the black cloud formed from spiritual energy had gradually shrunk and was about to dissipate. Seeing Zhou Luo enter the secret chamber, the crowd shook their heads in resignation. Sure enough, the great fortune within Mount Li's secret realm had fallen to Zhou Luo after all. Though they hadn't obtained it, at least through the spiritual energy in the black cloud, they had strengthened their bodies somewhat. Seems we should head outside for a look later. Maybe we'll stumble upon other opportunities. Some had already begun to move. The crowd in the hall dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, on the other side, news of Mount Li's secret realm opening had spread across the nation, and even throughout all of Langsing. If it were just a secret realm opening, the news wouldn't have spread so quickly. The key was that this time, at Mount Li's secret realm, all the overseas forces that came seeking a share had been driven away. And what's more, all the people from the Cherry Blossom Nation died at the realm's entrance. This incident shocked the entire Great Xia. At the Skull Society headquarters, Yang Tianying and Liu Ryan naturally received this news as well. They both knew that the one who drove off the overseas forces and slaughtered all 9 from the Cherry Blossom Nation was Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's strength is far greater than we imagined. Yang Tianying's brow furrowed darkly, gazing at Liu Ryan seated across from him, his expression utterly grave. Liu Ryan's face was equally grim. The stronger Zhou Luo's power grew, the harder his revenge would be to carry out, yet he still refused to give up. He thought that once his calamity holy body was repaired, he would go into the secret realm to seek some fortune. He wouldn't necessarily fall too far behind Zhou Luo. And with Yang Tianying joining forces, it wasn't completely hopeless for a fight. I heard. This time a Beast King also appeared at Mount Li, and it was subdued by Zhou Luo. Liu Ryan looked at Yang Tianying and asked, "That's right. That Zhou Luo used some method or other, and actually subdued a Beast King." Yang Tianying sighed. It's truly strange. It's just unclear what kind of Beast King it is, or what it looks like. But since it could be subdued by Zhou Luo, its cultivation probably isn't that high. Probably a bottom-tier divine will realm Beast King. Can we get a photo? Liu Ryan asked again. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. The sooner we learn about that Beast King, the better we can handle it later. I've thought about that too. I've already sent men to gather information. Yang Tianying nodded. Just then, the door to the reception hall was knocked on. Chief, we found the Beast King's information. Yang Tianying's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Hurry, bring it over, let me see." Chapter 57, Lanyan Shaken. The subordinate pushed the door open and entered. After handing the Beast King's photo on his phone, along with the information, to Yang Tianying, he withdrew. Let me see what kind of Beast King this is that could actually be subdued by Zhou Luo. Yang Tianying opened the file out of curiosity. The next second, he was completely stunned. He stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Liu Ryan, sitting on the sofa across from him, saw this, and her brows slightly furrowed. She asked, "What's wrong? Why do you have that expression?" Hearing this, Yang Tianying finally snapped back to reality. You see for yourself. But he didn't explain. His expression was extremely strange as he handed the phone to Liu Ryan. After Liu Ryan took it, She glanced at the photo and was completely stunned, shocked. How could it be him? Liu Ryan's silver teeth clenched, her eyes filled with fury and shock. The Beast King that Zhou Luo had tamed was actually the one that stole his yin-yang fruit last time. I knew a Beast King wouldn't suddenly appear near my skeleton society and head straight for the yin-yang fruit. Yang Tianying took a few deep breaths, his expression equally furious. This was clearly all orchestrated by Zhou Luo. He sent the Beast King to seize the yin-yang fruit. Afraid you'd fully repair your Calamity Saint body. Yes, that must be it. It must have been Zhou Luo's doing. Liu Ryan was furious beyond words, her body trembling uncontrollably, staring at the twin-tailed beast on the phone, as if she wanted to skin it alive. But soon she thought of something, and her expression suddenly brightened. If Zhou Luo did this, doesn't it mean he fears my Calamity Saint body? Liu Ryan looked at Yang Tianying, her face full of joy. Yang Tianying nodded heavily after thinking. Absolutely. It must be your Calamity Saint body that counters him. Think about it, before you had no grudge with him. In fact, your Liu Corporation even gave him a large sum of money. So why, after the Mutation Era began, would he try to silence you? It must be because of the Calamity Saint body. The moment Yang Tianying said this, Liu Ryan suddenly understood everything. She had always been puzzled why Zhou Luo suddenly attacked her family. Now everything made sense. Humph, Zhou Luo. Didn't expect you have something you fear? The fire of revenge in Liu Ryan's eyes could no longer be contained. Once my Calamity Saint body is fully restored, you'd better pray you never fall into my hands, or I will surely torture you to death in every way imaginable. Yang Tianying's mood instantly brightened considerably. Zhou Luo's strength was simply too formidable. The pressure he faced in seeking revenge was immense. Now that he'd finally found Zhou Luo's weakness, how could he not be overjoyed? He needed to find an excuse to give that yin-yang fruit to Liu Ryan ahead of schedule. News of Zhou Luo driving out all overseas forces spread rapidly among the foreign nations, especially the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. When the Cherry Blossom Emperor learned of this, he flew into a rage and smashed the table before him. Damn it all! This Zhou Luo is an absolute demon. How dare he lay hands on my people? This man is utterly ruthless. I will make him pay for this. The 9 Cherry Blossom warriors sent to the tower to attend the Lishan's secret realm were all awakeners of exceptional talent, especially Onodera Kaisuke and Vada Kazukawa. Both came from the great Fuji families, raised on Fuji water since childhood. Their talents were extraordinary. Now all 9 of them are dead. Not a single one returned. This has already dealt a devastating blow to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Contact the British President immediately and tell the Maple Leaf Kingdom and the Iron Tower Kingdom. If a demon like Zhou Luo is allowed to live, he will surely become a great calamity in the future. Convene a federation meeting at once. Join forces to strike against Zhou Luo. The Emperor immediately gave the order, sending his men to contact the leaders of overseas forces, determined to make Zhou Luo pay the price. The other overseas leaders, upon receiving the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's message, all agreed with the Emperor's proposal. They too understood that if someone with Zhou Luo's temperament was left unchecked, then in the future, they could forget about entering the Great Zia's secret realms. He must be eliminated. Soon enough, news exploded across the internet. Leaders of every nation decided to join forces against Great Zia, unless Daxia willingly hands over Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo has already violated the rules of human society, killing people in public, one after another, with cruel methods. All nations have issued statements that he must be eliminated. The news spread extremely fast. Across all of Daxia, almost everyone knew about Zhou Luo. No one was unaware. Inside the Skull Society, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying saw the statements issued by nations online, almost jumped for joy. Great, that Zhou Luo, so arrogant and overbearing, finally got what he deserved. Yang Tianying sneered repeatedly. He could hardly wait to see the nations kill Zhou Luo outright. That way he wouldn't have to lift a finger. Humph, the arrogant are punished by heaven. Liu Ryan also sneered, but she still felt a bit unsatisfied. Too bad, I wonder if he'll even last long enough for me to take matters into my own hands. If I don't kill him myself, the hatred in my heart won't fade. Hearing this, Yang Tianying couldn't help but smile. with so many nations joining forces against him. No matter how strong he is, what can he do? He won't last more than a few days. While the two were talking, the Lishan secret realm was also drawing to a close. As the realm ended, everyone was teleported out. By then, Zhou Luo had long since refined the Tai sword, turning it into his own innate treasure. Now I have to innate treasures. Zhou Luo bid farewell to Lu Feiyu and the others, riding the Frost Thunder Roar on the road back to Jiangnan Manor. Meanwhile, he silently calculated in his mind. The 9 Yang Bagua plate excels at ultimate defense, and when fully activated, it also has the power of surprise attacks. But since it's only reactive, it's still not quite perfect. But now that the Tai sword is under his control, that flaw has been mended. Combined with the power of the Wu Yu scripture, Zhou Luo is now terrifyingly strong. In this world, no one should be stronger than me now. Zhou Luo smiled with confidence. But he didn't become arrogant because of it. He knew very well. Since the Lishan secret realm opened, many spirit transformation mirror experts, and even promoted longevity kings would descend on Langxin. At the same time, secret realms were appearing all over the world. Powerful figures would emerge like bamboo shoots after rain. If he became proud and complacent, and stopped progressing, he would eventually be surpassed by others. Just then, Zhou Luo's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked, and saw it was Lu Feiyu calling him. "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" After answering, Zhou Luo said into the phone, "Brother Zhou, it's bad, you need to check the news right now." "What's going on?" Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly. "You've been wanted by the Federation. They've joined forces to come and hunt you down." Lu Feiyu kept it brief and to the point. In just a few sentences, he explained everything that had happened. After Zhou Luo heard it all, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't expect that his one move would cause such a big stir. They really think highly of him. "Brother Zhou, why don't you find a place to hide? Or come to Mutation City? I promise no one will find you for a long time," Lu Feiyu said anxiously on the other end of the line. He knew Zhou Luo was very strong. But no matter how strong, he couldn't beat so many countries working together. Therefore, he wanted to use the Bailey Group's influence in Taishan City to keep Zhou Luo fully protected and help him get through this period safely. "No need, I appreciate the offer though. I'm used to living in Jiangnan City. I don't want to go to another city for now." Zhou Luo felt a little moved inside, but he still refused him. "Why, Brother Zhou? Don't be impulsive. I heard the Federation isn't joking this time. They're many and they're strong." Lu Fei was puzzled and confused. "Haha, no worries. If they want to come, let them come." A meaningful glint flashed through Zhou Luo's eyes. "Come one, I'll kill one. Come two, I'll kill two. Until I've killed so many that no one dares to block me. No one dares to cross me." 058 Zhou Luo's decision. Preparations begin. Zhou Luo's words deeply shook Lu Feiyu. He truly never expected that Zhou Luo would face the Federation without a shred of fear. And from his tone, there was even a hint of excitement. Lu Feiyu didn't understand why Zhou Luo was so confident. Sure, having great strength was one thing, but this was the Federation after all. All the superpowers of Lan Din were in it, not to mention all those scattered little nations. Zhou Luo was going to take on the whole world alone. "All right then, Brother Zhou. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to talk you out of it." After a long silence, Lu Feiyu let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, "But during this time, if you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. I'll definitely help you." The call ended. Zhou Luo looked at the darkened phone and couldn't help but shake his head. In his past life, he'd heard that Lu Feiyu of the Bailey Group was a man of honor. Once, because one of his own men was bullied by the Skeleton Society, he immediately led his brothers to storm the Skeleton Society to demand an explanation. In that battle, Lu Feiyu, who had absorbed the Earth Fiend's essence, was incredibly powerful. He fought Yang Tianying for hours, eventually forcing Yang Tianying to deliver the man to Lu Feiyu with his own hands. In this life, his first contact with Lu Feiyu proved just that. He picked up his phone. Zhou Luo began to look at the news about the Federation spread across the internet. Just moments ago, The Federation had issued a threat to the Xia Alliance, demanding that the Xia Alliance hand over Zhou Luo voluntarily. But the Xia Alliance did not agree. Instead, they refused outright, stating they would not abandon any citizen of Xia. If the Federation had a problem with that, then the Xia Alliance would see it through to the end. Their stance was extremely firm, and even the Federation was taken aback. The Federation, a bunch of snakes and rats in the same den. After Zhou Luo skimmed through a few lines, a cold sneer crept across his face. In his past life, because Xia was vast and rich in resources, with deep heritage, countless secret realms emerged wildly after the Cataclysm Era began. This immediately attracted a host of overseas forces, led by Britain and the Cherry Blossom Nation. They came up with all sorts of excuses and reasons, trying to force the Xia Alliance to give up part of its land. But they were all rejected. In the end, they even dropped all pretense and joined forces against the Xia Alliance. Their shamelessness knew no bounds. If the Federation really dares to make a move this time, then Zhou Luo wouldn't mind making them truly understand their mistake. There's still a month until the precursor appears. In the meantime, I'll make a breakthrough in the 5 elements scripture. Zhou Luo shook his head, cleared his mind, and prepared to return to his cultivation room to train the 5 elements scripture in seclusion. The Immortal Island was a great opportunity, unique to Xia after the Cataclysm Era began. In a month's time, over the skies of Xia, an island in the air would appear above the peak. People would call it the Immortal Island. At that time, only those who had reached the spirit transformation realm would be qualified to set foot on the Immortal Island. In his past life, Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, Liang Tianying, Liu Ryan, and Kui Lingfei were the first to break through to the spirit transformation realm and set foot on the Immortal Island, where they stayed for a full 7 days. After they came out, everyone's cultivation had improved greatly. Among them, the fastest progress was Liu Ryan and Gu Qianhua, who had already reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, just 1 step away from the 5th level, the arena realm. At that time, many people asked them what was on the Immortal Island, but no one was willing to say. So Zhou Luo had to prepare thoroughly in advance. Preferably before that, he would cultivate the 5 elements art to the 3rd level or above, and master to intense. That way, if he encountered any danger on the Immortal Island, he could handle it calmly. Little monkey, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Keep a good watch on the door for me. Got it. Before preparing for seclusion, Zhou Luo greeted the Frost Thunder monkey outside the door. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely keep a good watch on the door. The Frost Thunder monkey nodded repeatedly. Zhou Luo was very satisfied. Then he prepared to begin his seclusion. But at that moment, the Frost Thunder monkey outside the door spoke again. Big brother, wait a moment. I sense someone entering the manor. Who is it? Zhou Luo frowned. This guy looks a bit familiar. I saw him with you at Mount Li. Why don't you come out and take a look? The Frost Thunder monkey's tone was uncertain. Zhou Luo had no choice but to step out and look in the direction the Frost Thunder monkey indicated. After seeing the newcomer's appearance clearly, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why would someone from the Great Xia Alliance come looking for him? Could it be about that matter with the Federation? Zhou Luo was curious. So he immediately walked toward the gate of Jiangnan Manor. Kui Linfei, who was hesitating at the gate about whether to enter, saw Zhou Luo coming out on his own, and his expression immediately changed. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Please forgive my rudeness. He stepped forward and said with a smile. Then Kui Linfei glanced at the Frost Thunder monkey behind Zhou Luo, and then asked, Mr. Zhou, I came here today to seek your advice. Regarding the Beast King creatures, do you have any special methods to deal with them? Of course, the Great Xia Alliance won't ask for free. If you're willing to share with us, we can offer the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit in exchange. After speaking, Kui Linfei turned his gaze to Zhou Luo, waiting for his answer. His heart was uneasy. Seeing him like this, Zhou Luo instantly understood everything. It turned out that after he subdued the Frost Thunder Howler, the Great Xia Alliance members assumed he had used some special technique. But that was understandable. After all, the Frost Thunder Howler was a forest-tier beast king, and no case of one being tamed had ever been recorded. He was the first. And the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit Kui Linfei mentioned was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. Consuming it could enhance one's innate talent, with remarkable effects. It could even turn an ordinary person into an awakened one instantly. But it was also extremely scarce, growing only in one place in Tianjin, on a single treasure tree deep in the mountains. The tree bore only one fruit every 3 months, and no method could interfere with it. Now that the mutation era had just begun, this heaven and earth mystic fruit was likely the only one in the world. Its value was immeasurable. Offering the heaven and earth mystic fruit showed the Great Xia Alliance's sincerity. So, Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with these terms? Kui Linfei added, of course. If you think it's not enough, the Great Xia Alliance is willing to offer to heaven and earth mystic fruits. But the second one might have to wait 3 months before it can be delivered. 2 fruits. You're really willing to trade to heaven and earth mystic fruits for my method? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow slightly. He truly hadn't expected the Great Xia Alliance would offer such a huge stake. Of course, you don't know. Recently, Beast Kings have been appearing frequently within the building's domain. The people are suffering in dire straits. But with our current strength, we're completely unable to deal with those powerful Beast Kings. If we could find a way to counter them, countless ordinary people could be spared from disaster. This kind of matter, if our building alliance doesn't handle it, who will? Kui Linfei spoke calmly, yet his words carried a deep resolve. An outbreak at East Mountain City. A critical alert. Looking at Kui Linfei's unshakable expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. 2 lifetimes now. The building alliance's way of doing things remained the same, never changing. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, unfortunately, the method you're looking for, I truly don't have it. He was willing to cooperate with the building alliance. But at the end of the day, the reason he could subdue the Twin Thunder Roar was purely through raw strength. In other words, he had beaten the Twin Thunder Roar into submission. Some special method simply didn't exist. I see. Well then, all right? After hearing Zhou Luo's answer, Kui Linfei's eyes visibly dimmed, but quickly returned to normal. Mr. Zhou, I've troubled you enough today. Please accept my apologies. I'll take my leave now. With that, he prepared to depart. But at that moment, the phone in Kui Linfei's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered. His expression instantly changed. What? An outbreak? How could there suddenly be an outbreak? I understand. I'll head over right away. Standing nearby, Zhou Luo, upon hearing the words Beast Nest, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He immediately called out to the departing Kui Linfei. Wait, that Beast Nest you mentioned, is it in East Mountain City? Kui Linfei turned to look at Zhou Luo. That's right, it's Dongshan City. How do you know? His face was full of confusion. He had only just learned of this tide himself. And when he called earlier, he hadn't mentioned the location. How could Zhou Luo pinpoint the place so precisely? Never mind how I know. This tide. I'm going with you. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhou Luo felt a flicker of unease. He continued, the tide at Dongshan City was big news in his past life. It was the first tide to appear after the mutation era began. It caused a huge commotion, completely destroying Dongshan City. It even affected several surrounding cities. The core of the tide was to Beast Kings at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Extremely powerful. But in his past life, this tide erupted. Half a month later, within the Nai dynasty, there were already many experts at the late Spirit Intense stage. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and after finally ending the tide, they found 2 secret medicines inside the bodies of the 2 leading Beast Kings. In the end, those 2 secret medicines fell into Gu Kaiyan Hua and Liu Ryan's hands. Though neither of them revealed what the medicines did, everyone deduced from the Immortal Island that appeared later that these medicines were definitely connected to the island. Otherwise, why were they the 2 among those who entered the Immortal Island who gained the most? These 2 secret medicines had been part of Zhou Luo's plan from the start. He never expected the tide to come early. Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to come with me? I just learned that the instigators of this tide seemed to be 2 Beast Kings at the Spirit Transformation Realm. When Kui Linfei learned Zhou Luo would join him, he was delighted at first, but still laid out the risks clearly. 2 Beast Kings in Huajing Forest, plus countless other beasts. This is no joke. Even if Zhou Luo can tame the Twin Thunder Roar, facing such a powerful beast horde, it would still be hard to resist. Why, when I want to help, are you unwilling? Zhou Luo said, looking at Kui Linfei with a playful expression. This guy was too honest. Before they even set off, he had already told him about the two spirit-transforming beast kings, told himself. He really wasn't afraid he'd just back out. Willing, of course I'm willing. Kui Linfei was at a loss for words, forcing a bitter smile. Enough, just to spirit-transforming beast kings. They're no threat to me. Zhou Luo didn't say much more. He patted his shoulder and said, no time to waste. Let's set off first. Every step delayed means more lives lost. Seeing this, Kui Linfei felt deeply moved inside. He immediately prepared to leave with Zhou Luo. Hey, you're planning to walk. Zhou Luo, already seated on the Twin Thunder Roar, called out to him directly, telling him to come sit up here too. Kui Linfei was stunned for a moment. Staring at the Twin Thunder Roar, he felt a bit nervous. Can I really ride this? The Twin Thunder Roar grew annoyed. Bro, I am a beast king. I have my dignity too. Not just anyone can. Can what? Zhou Luo shot him a glare. The Twin Thunder Roar shuddered all over. It looked at Kui Linfei ahead. What are you standing there for, kid? Didn't you hear my big brother telling you to get on? Without waiting for Kui Linfei to move, it scooped him up with one claw and set him on its back. Kui Linfei, ha ha. Hold on tight, we're taking off now. Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile. With a single command, the two of them and the beast flew off into the distance. Outside Dongshan City in Daxia, a battlefield raged. A dense swarm of beasts, charging recklessly toward the city center of Dongshan, while rows of main battle tanks outside the city keep firing. Hundreds of soldiers in Daxia military uniforms are holding Type 95 rifles, firing relentlessly at the beast horde. Though on the surface, it seems Daxia has the upper hand. After all, the cultivation of these beasts is mostly at the Chushi realm, not a high level, so conventional weapons can deal them decent damage. But they can't hold back their sheer numbers, so many they stretch beyond the horizon. Where the hell did these creatures come from? Who the hell knows? There's no way Dongshan has that much space to hide them all. Ever since this mutation era began, anything crazy can happen. Bang bang bang, the soldiers exchange fire with the beasts, while cursing aloud. Swoosh, at that moment, long spikes suddenly shoot out from the swamp, piercing straight through several soldiers' foreheads. Old Wang, little fatty. What happened to you? The nearby soldiers see this, just as they move forward to check. But the next second, more spikes shoot out again, completely ending this squad's lives. Deep within the swamp, a hedgehog-like beast slowly rises, with strength at the Lingbian realm. Those spikes just now were its doing. Rumble, several tanks on the ground open fire again, with overwhelming firepower, tearing the beasts apart instantly. But soon, a massive mutated black bear suddenly leaps into the air and slams its paw directly onto one of the tanks. Bang, a main battle tank with heavy armor, able to withstand over 100 tons of pressure, is flattened by a single slap, then explodes on the spot. And as for that black bear, after the explosion, it shows no sign of injury. Instead, it turns its gaze toward the other tanks nearby, ready to strike. A divine realm beast. The commander at the distant headquarters saw this scene through satellite footage. His expression immediately turned grave. A divine realm beast is no longer something ordinary weapons can handle. Even heavy hitters like main battle tanks would struggle to deal it fatal damage. In this beast tide, there are actually divine realm beings. And those to Flower Forest realm beast kings haven't even made their move yet. A flash of despair crossed the commander's eyes. He knew very well. This black bear is definitely not the only divine realm beast in the tide. Besides it, there must be many more. They just haven't shown themselves. The Eastern Mountain Medicine King. The commander let out a long sigh. Just then, his deputy spoke up. I've contacted the Alliance headquarters. They said Major General Kui is in the nearby Jiangnan city. He's already on his way here. Major General Kui, hearing that name, a glimmer of hope flashed in the commander's eyes, but it quickly faded. In his view, even if Kui Linfei arrived, with his strength, he could indeed coordinate with the military's powerful firepower to slay these divine realm beasts. But don't forget, the one who launched this beast tide is a flower forest realm beast king. How could Kui Linfei alone possibly handle it? The deputy, as if sensing the commander's worrying about the flower forest realm beast king, immediately spoke up. According to word from Major General Kui, he's brought someone along with him. Who could it be? The Black Feather King? Or Gu Qianhua? The commander raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. Someone Kui Linfei would bring along must be no ordinary person. Yang Tianying of the Skeleton Society. His style is eccentric. He definitely wouldn't help the Heroes Alliance. So the candidates are only these two. But the deputy's words made him pause. The person Major General Kui brought is that war god. War god Zhou Luo. Hearing those two words, the commander's eyes went wide. Then a look of wild joy spread across his face. He knew Zhou Luo's strength all too well. Extremely powerful. He could even crush Yang Tianying. His cultivation had likely broken through to the divine intent realm. And news had come from Mount Li that Zhou Luo had tamed a forest still beast king. Clearly, he had his own ways of dealing with beasts. If Zhou Luo came along, then this crisis in Dongshan City could very well be resolved. Wonderful, not the war god. Mr. Zhou truly cares for our great Xia with all his heart. The commander paced around the command center, his excitement overwhelming. But the deputy's words poured cold water on him. Sir, Mr. Zhou is certainly powerful. But in this beast tide, there are two forests still beast kings. We must not be careless. I suggest we immediately request additional heavy firepower from higher-ups to support. After hearing what he said, the commander gradually calmed down, nodding firmly, you're right. Then pass my orders. Go at once to request the Dongshan fleet's firepower to cover the beast tide. Before Major General Kui and Mr. Zhou arrive, weaken the tide's strength as much as possible. Yes, the deputy took the order and left. In the base near the East Sea in Dongshan City, an aircraft carrier named Dongshan was on standby. At all times, the carrier's firepower was immense, and its range could just cover the beast tide's outbreak point. Under normal circumstances, the Dongshan would not be deployed lightly. But now was a moment of life and death for Dongshan. If not now, then when? Soon, at the commander's command, the Dongshan fleet began to sail out of the base. Countless cannons instantly aimed at the beast tide's position. The carrier's fighter jets also took off at full power. With thunderous cannon fire roaring, the tide of beasts visibly recedes. Deep within the beast tide, to colossal figures, radiating immense might, beast kings are now furious. Damn humans! Their artifacts are too bizarre. What should we do? One, clad in molten lava armor, the Earth Pulse, snorted in discontent. In a foul mood. The Dongshan fleet never touches the ground. Just 10 kilometers offshore, they attack the beast tide. Even if they want to destroy it, they can't. Simple. Since they want to wear us down with artifacts, then we launch a full-force assault and annihilate this city before us. The other, cloaked in silver moonlight, radiating pure holiness, the phantom silver Volve sneered, its sharp gaze fixed on Dongshan City. Good idea, in that case. Let us act now. Demai Ronxi fully agreed with the phantom silver Volve's plan, and immediately gave the order. All beast hordes, begin a suicidal assault on Dongshan City. And they themselves, no longer held back at the rear as before. The two Transformation Realm Beast Kings advanced with the beast tide, slowly marching toward Dongshan City. Inside the command center, the commander noticed this too. Those two beast kings who had never moved were now about to strike. Damn, they want to blitz Dongshan. The commander saw their intent at once, but felt utterly helpless. Transformation Realm Beast Kings. They still had no proper way to counter them. Only nuclear weapons could harm them. But this time was different from Qinan Mountain. The beast tide erupted too close to Dongshan's urban area. Nuclear weapons absolutely cannot be used. Otherwise, it would only cause a greater disaster. On the battlefield, the beasts went berserk, launching attack after attack. The soldiers defending East Mountain City could hardly cope. And with several divine beasts appearing one after another, the Xia side was showing signs of collapse. In the sky, several fighter jets kept firing at the tide, but all were absorbed by the Earth's veins, which raised a towering wave of molten lava to block them. Even the missiles launched from the East Mountain Fleet all exploded in mid-air. Without the East Mountain Fleet's help, on the ground, the soldiers of the military district could barely hold on. A thick sense of despair settled over everyone's hearts. Damn it, are we really going to lose? The commander watched this scene, his eyes turning bloodshot. He had never felt so powerless. The Beast King of Birch Forest Path was far too powerful. With just a slight move, it neutralized the East Mountain Fleet's attack. How much longer until Major General Kui arrives? The commander gritted his teeth and asked his deputy. Their only hope now was that Kui Linfei and Luo Zhou would rush to join the battle. Otherwise, East Mountain City might not last an hour. Sir, I sent a message to Major General Kui 10 minutes ago, but he hasn't replied. The deputy's tone was equally heavy. The commander's expression shifted at his words. Finally, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Spread the order. Hold East Mountain at all costs. We fight to the death. Yes, sir, the deputy gave a standard military salute and immediately headed to the battlefield. But the moment he stepped out the door, his eyes suddenly widened. Sir, look over there. The commander, hearing this, immediately looked where he pointed. There, in the sky not far away, a dark silhouette gradually grew larger in their sight. Finally, a Beast King, shaped like a Killen, appeared before their eyes. And on the Killen's backs sat two people. One of them was Major General Kui Linfei of the Tower Alliance. Major General Kui was Major General Kui. They had arrived. The deputy was overjoyed. His face lit up with excitement. They've come, they've come. The commander was equally thrilled. Now that Kui Linfei and Zhou Luo had arrived, Dongshan City finally had hope. In the sky above, Zhou Luo and Kui Linfei sat atop the frost roar, gazing at the vast horde of beasts ahead. Both wore grim expressions. Mr. Zhou, this beast tide is worse than I imagined. They're about to break through Dongshan's defenses. Kui Linfei observed the battle, his voice heavy with worrying. Zhou Luo also turned his gaze to the battlefield and immediately spotted the two most striking figures. So it's them. Demoon Serpent, Phantom Moon Luminous. A slight smile curled at Zhou Luo's lips. This matched exactly what he knew from his past life. Those two secret medicines tied to the prophecy were inside their bodies. This trip wasn't wasted. No time to lose. Let's join the fight directly. He smiled faintly, then commanded the Frost Roar to charge at full speed toward the battlefield. Got it, the Frost Roar answered, and sped up, diving straight into the beast tide. The warship Dragonslayer Tai flashed with power. The Frost Roar, flying in from afar, quickly drew nearly every eye on the battlefield. Seeing yet another Beast King appear, despair crept into the soldiers' eyes. But then a voice crackled through each soldier's radio. Don't panic. The Supreme Beast King isn't a lie. Don't fire at him. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The same question rose in every mind at once. When did we get a Beast King as an ally? A Beast King, that kind of creature. Isn't it supposed to be extremely violent? But this doubt only lingered for a moment before they cast it aside. On the battlefield, orders from above are everything. Since headquarters declared this Beast King an ally, then ally or not, he's an ally. In an instant, the soldiers' morale soared. The despair still lingering in their eyes vanished at once. Ihua Lin Zheng Beast King joining their side. This would undoubtedly provide them tremendous help. Perhaps this was the key turning point. Up in the sky. You all go deal with those beasts from the Divine Mystery Realm. Leave those two Ihua Lin Zheng Beast Kings to me. No problem, right? Zhou Luo said to Kui Lin Fy, his tone perfectly calm. As if those two Ihua Lin Zheng Beast Kings were nothing more than stray cats and dogs. Not worth a second thought. No problem, but Mr. ZHGU. These are two Ihua Lin Zheng Beast Kings. Are you sure you don't need our help? Kui Lin Fy agreed at once, but a hint of doubt still lingered in his eyes. HMPH. Don't worry about that. Just leave it to me. Zhou Luo gave a slight smile, offering no further explanation. Seeing this, Kui Lin Fy could only nod in acceptance. Soon, he leapt down, plunging straight into the battlefield, coordinating with the Dongshan City military against the tide. And within that tide, DW My Wrong X and Huan Yuk Silverwolf, upon seeing the arrival of Tin Sheng Thunder Roar, both flashed a hint of confusion in their eyes. Tin Sheng Thunder Roar. Why have you appeared here? And brought to humans along? DW My Wrong X let out a cold snort, firing off the question. Huan Yuk Silverwolf also fixed a chilling glare upon Tin Sheng Thunder Roar, his expression brimming with menace. Why are you here? Hey, of course, we've come for you. Twin Thunder Roar, no need to explain. He let out a cold laugh as his reply. That one line instantly enraged the two Beast Kings. Twin Thunder Roar. It seems you've already betrayed our Beast Clan. If that's the case, then there's no need for words. I've never tasted the flesh of a Twin Thunder or before. Earth Vein Molten and Phantom Moonwolf both licked their lips, staring at Twin Thunder Roar with pure greed. In their eyes, Twin Thunder Roar and themselves were both at the spirit transformation realm. 2 against 1, how could they lose? As for Zhou Luo, HMPH, a mere spirit intent realm human, what trouble could he cause? Nothing more than a joke. Young man, you go fight Phantom Moonwolf. I'll handle this rhino. Zhou Luo naturally saw through their intentions, but he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he instructed Twin Thunder Roar, no problem, big brother, leave it to me. Twin Thunder Roar acknowledged, and without another word, clashed with Phantom Moonwolf. Frosty Cold Air, Purple Thunder Light, and Phantom Moonlight, the three intertwined brilliantly, flashing back and forth without end. Just the energy radiating outward could easily slay a beast at the spirit transformation realm. Within 100 meters of the two, everything instantly vanished. Human, you want a one-on-one fight with me? On the other side, Earth Vein Molten saw Zhou Luo walking toward him, his gaze full of cold contempt. A mere spirit intent realm dares to challenge me. He simply doesn't take me seriously at all. Earth Vein Molten decided that he would torment Zhou Luo thoroughly and teach him what true disparity meant. Hearing the displeasure in Earth Vein Molten's tone, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, but he paid it no mind. Without another word, he drew the Tai sword from his waist, its blade radiating spiritual energy, pointing straight at Earth Vein Molten. I thought it was something special. So he holds a primordial treasure. Upon seeing the fetus, Dimi Ronxi's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but it quickly faded into greed. Yet with just one primordial treasure, trying to close the gap in cultivation, that's far from enough. Dimi Ronxi's body trembled, for limb stomped the ground. The earth around instantly cracked apart, erupting with blazing flames, like several fire dragons charging toward Zhou Luo. Dimi Ronxi sneered inwardly. This attack of his was terrifying. Even fellow Hua Ling Realm Beast Kings and the Twin Thunder Beasts would have to yield before it. This human before him definitely couldn't withstand it. Zhou Luo also sensed this, the terrifying energy within those fire dragons. But his heart held no fear at all. He didn't even plan to unleash the 9 Sunbagua plate. Just then, a sword cry rang out. Zhou Luo swung his sword. The Tai in his hand erupted with a killing aura, slashing straight toward the fire dragons. The moment the blade light grazed the dragons, the several fire dragon pillars had no resistance at all, instantly sliced in two, finally scattering to the ground, sizzling and crackling. Hundreds of meters around turned into molten lava. Harsh burning sounds rang out endlessly, worthy of a primordial treasure. It can even sever my fire dragon, Dimi Ronxi. Watching this scene, a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He had still underestimated the power of the primordial treasure. Or rather, the primordial treasure in this human's hand was no ordinary primordial treasure. Even among all treasures, it stood at the peak. While lost in thought, Zhou Luo gave Dimi Ronxi no chance to catch his breath. The Tai sword in his hand traced another arc of sword light, slashing instantly toward Dimi Ronxi. Dimi Ronxi reacted in time, summoning 3 layers of lava shields. Only then did he block the sword light. Worthy of a Hua Ling Realm Beast King? This is indeed tricky. Seeing this, Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. His current cultivation level was still too low. He hadn't broken through to the Hua Ling mirror. If not for the Tai sword in his hand, this guaranteed weapon, he would probably end up like his fight with Tiashuang Leiho, just like that battle, forced to rely on the 9 Yongbagua plate. He shook his head, clearing his mind. Zhou Luo drew his sword again and clashed with the Earth Vein Ronxi. Meanwhile, At the Federation headquarters far overseas, a piece of news came rushing in. A tide outbreak had erupted in Dongshan city of Great Xia. Two Hua Linjing Beast Kings had appeared. And Zhou Luo was there too. Inside the Federation meeting room, the leaders who had just been discussing how to deal with Zhou Luo immediately grew restless upon hearing this news. Especially the Emperor of the Sakala Nation. A golden opportunity. This is absolutely a golden opportunity. The Emperor slammed the table, rose and looked at everyone, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, one propose. We launch missiles at Dongshan City right now and crush Zhou Luo in the tide outbreak." Excellent idea, truly worthy of the Emperor. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately won approval from many nations. But the British leader frowned and asked, "The impact of this would be enormous. We are already acting under the banner of avenging the Sakala Nation to strike against Zhou Luo. But if we recklessly fire missiles at Great Xia, wouldn't they get a handle on us? You must know that Great Xia and the Bear Nation have close ties with the Congo continent, especially the Congo continent. They are practically born pathogen source awakener prodigies. We can hardly deal with them." These words instantly poured cold water on those who had just agreed. The British leader is right. Great Xia has always been on good terms with the nations of the Congo continent. And since the pathogen era began, the Congo continent is even more terrifying than the Sakala Nation. Almost everyone there possesses incredibly powerful strength. After all, on their side, all kinds of diseases are already commonplace. Even HIV and Ebola are just everyday occurrences. Truly terrifying, not to be provoked. After the meeting room fell silent for a moment, the Emperor suddenly had a change of expression. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "How could we possibly be caught with our guard down? Think about what's happening in Dongshan City right now. And where Zhou Luo is at this moment." The British leader's expression shifted upon hearing this. Of course, a tide of beasts has erupted. Zhou Luo is currently resisting the beast tide. "That's right," the Emperor said with a cold look. "We merely wish to help Great Xia wipe out the beast tide. Under the missile bombardment, it's only natural if a few people accidentally get killed. If Zhou Luo dies in there, he can only blame his own bad luck. At worst, we'll just offer everyone an apology. What do you all think?" The moment these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Then, a slight smile also curled at the British leader's lips. "Emperor, your idea is excellent," he said. He then rose to his feet as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A beast tide has erupted in Dongshan, Great Xia. In this time of crisis, how can the Federation stand by and do nothing? Everyone, join me. Let us immediately provide our Great Xia friends with firepower support. Shameless Federation. Great Xia is enraged. After the decision was made, the countries that Zhou Luo had driven away earlier immediately made a call to the military headquarters, ordering them to launch intercontinental missiles straight at the beast tide location in Dongshan City. Among them, Sakala country was the most eager. The moment the Emperor gave the order, Sakala country's military immediately swung into action. Bang bang bang, as a series of thunderous sounds rang out. Several intercontinental missiles, powerful enough to level a small hill, shot forward at tremendous speed, flying toward East Mountain City. After the Sakala Nation operation, the other nations didn't sit idle either. Once the launches were complete, everyone gathered in the conference room, pulling up high-precision satellite imagery, with a look of amusement, watching the tide outbreak site in East Mountain City. "Humph, Zhou Luo dared to kill my Sakala Nation's people. This is already the most merciful death for you." The Sakala Emperor's lips curled slightly, his smile dripping with cruelty. Yet in his eyes lingered a hint of regret. If Zhou Luo had fallen into his hands, he'd have 10,000 ways to torment him, to vent the hatred in his heart. Across from him, the British leader's face was all smiles too. Though this time Zhou Luo hadn't directly provoked Britain, but for the Great Xia to produce such a ruthless figure truly made him uneasy. Eliminating him sooner would be for the best. Aboard the East Mountain Fleet in Jinghai District, East Mountain City, a member inside the East Mountain Command Center, a naval senior captain, was staring grimly at his deputy. "You're saying the fleet detected intercontinental missiles launched from the Sakala Nation, Britain, Maple Leaf Nation, and other countries. Have they lost their minds? Striking at a time like this, just can't hold back, can they? His tone brimming with fury. He truly hadn't expected that with East Mountain City suffering such a massive tide disaster, these nations would pour fuel on the fire. Though since the Mutation Era began, tensions between nations had been extremely high. He knew war would break out eventually, but not this soon. Especially at the tide outbreak, such a critical moment. Sir, based on our trajectory calculations, they're targeting the core of the tide zone, not East Mountain City itself. And just moments ago, the Federation issued an international statement claiming the tide outbreak in East Mountain City. Their intercontinental missiles, they came to help our Great Zia deal with the dampness, and said they wanted nothing in return. The deputy quickly shared what he knew, afraid that Daxiao would get angry again. Sure enough, after Daxiao heard this, his anger faded quite a bit. But soon he sensed something was off. They're that kind-hearted? Daxiao frowned slightly, and immediately asked, did the instruments detect their intercontinental missiles? What model are they? Do they carry nuclear warheads? Already detected. The missiles carry no nuclear warheads. After detonation, they'll only cover the entire dampness, won't reach Dongshan City. The deputy replied at once. Hearing this, Daxiao grew even more suspicious. These overseas forces have never given up their schemes against them, suddenly offering to act this time, without plotting to reach Dongshan City. This is very wrong. But soon he figured it out. Damn it all. I know what they're up to. Daxiao slammed the table, furious. These bastards. They're definitely going to take out the people defending the dampness in our military district, all at once. But why would they do this? Making such a big show, just to destroy our army in Dongshan City. The deputy was also furious, but soon raised a question. Damn it. You forgot that Major General Kui and the God of Slaughter Zhou are also in there. Daxiao's face turned grim. It must be because of what happened over at Lishan a while back. These bastards hold a grudge against the God of Slaughter Zhou, taking this chance to get revenge. If these international missiles successfully detonate in the dampness, the God of Slaughter Zhou won't be able to withstand it. What a clever scheme. After hearing Daxiao's analysis, then what do we do? The deputy immediately panicked. He also knew how important Zhou Luo was to Daxia. Although Zhou Luo wasn't an official of Daxia, he had helped the Daxia alliance many times, resolving beast tide disasters. That was enough. If Zhou Luo were blown to death, it would be a huge loss for their Daxia people. Order the entire fleet to activate all anti-air defenses, do everything to intercept all missiles, and contact Alliance headquarters immediately. Have them activate the air defense system of Dongshan City. Hurry, right now. Daxiao immediately gave the order. The entire Dongshan fleet sprang into full action. Notifying the people on the battlefield to evacuate now would already be too late. They could only try their best to intercept these missiles. After the military headquarters of Dongshan City received the news, they also activated their air defense measures at once. The intercontinental missiles flew at extreme speed. Before long, they had reached the skies over the coast of Dongshan City. At this moment, the anti-aircraft gun formation of the Dongshan fleet had long been waiting in position. As these intercontinental missiles drew near, all the anti-aircraft guns opened fire simultaneously. Bang bang bang, with one loud blast after another. The sky burst open with brilliant and death-tinged fireworks. But there were too many of these intercontinental missiles. The anti-aircraft guns on the Dongshan fleet were limited. They simply couldn't intercept them all. Many still slipped through the net, flying deeper toward the beast tide. At that moment, the air defenses within Dongshan City also opened fire. Just like the Dongshan fleet, the air defenses in Dongshan City gave it their all. Yet they only managed to intercept 80% of the missiles. The remaining two waves had already reached the skies over the beast tide. Go to the beast herd. Inside the Dongshan command room, Daxiao watched this scene. His eyes nearly split with rage. And he felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. They had done everything they could. Those people from the Federation were truly shameless, launching so many intercontinental missiles all at once. This was hardly what they claimed about helping Daxia wipe out the beast tide with the number of missiles they fired. It was clearly meant to destroy everything on the damp battlefield. On the damp battlefield, everyone at that moment heard a piercing sound coming from the sky. They instinctively looked up. and saw swarms of intercontinental missiles flying toward the ground at tremendous speed. How can there be so many missiles? Who launched them? I never received a retreat order. Are they insane? Are they trying to kill us all? The soldiers saw this, and their eyes were wide with fury, filled with reluctance, despair and rage. Zhou Luo and Kui Linfei saw it too. What's going on? Zhou Luo frowned deeply. The number of these missiles is enough to destroy everything around. If they explode now, no one here will survive. No, it can't be from headquarters. It must be someone else. Kui Linfei stared at the sky in disbelief, his voice full of doubt. But there was no time for doubt now. The warheads of destruction and death were about to hit the ground. At the critical moment, Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, his eyes hardened, and he immediately summoned the 9-yang Bagua plate. His spiritual energy poured into the plate in an instant. After the explosion, the Beast King fell. Rumble. Waves of earth-shattering explosions echoed beyond Dongshan City. The heat waves from the blasts even swept across the entire city. Indoors, countless citizens looked toward the source of the explosions, frozen for a moment. Soon, sobs rose from the crowd. My son. Dad. The people weeping are all family members of the soldiers who took part in this defense against the tide. With such a massive explosion, it's impossible anyone survived. And when the tide broke out, the Eastern Mountain City military had already told them, unless absolutely necessary, they would not launch missiles. Now that the missiles have exploded, it's clear the forces sent to defend against the tide have no chance of survival. At this moment, inside the Eastern Mountain City military headquarters, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a resolute face silently shed two streams of tears. My soldiers, I have failed you. His fists clenched tightly, staring at the direction of the explosion, his eyes filled with grief. Alliance leader son, what should we do next? A man beside him, whose eyes were equally red, spoke with difficulty. Once the blast wave settles, send people to the front line immediately to search for any surviving wounded. The Eastern Mountain City Building Alliance branch leader Sun Lian gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the distance, in the direction the missiles came from. I will make those bastards pay for this. At the same time, out on the open sea, aboard the Eastern Mountain, a man watched the explosion unfold, then collapsed into his seat as if all strength had left him. His eyes were equally red. His deputy beside him also brimming with tears. Beneath the tears lay deep, burning hatred. A pack of dogs, he could grind his teeth to dust, wishing he could right now go skin and flay those who launched the missiles. This time, those who resisted the tide outside Eastern Mountain City numbered in the thousands. Each one was some mother's son, some a father, some in the prime of life, young and full of years, others already well into middle age. He was the pillar of his family. But now, because of a pack of vicious beasts, they are all dead. The command room fell into dead silence. Everyone was silent at that moment. Soon, the dust from the explosion slowly cleared. Then the deputy suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling as he spoke. Boss, look. Those words were like a thunderbolt thrown onto a calm sea, drawing the eyes of everyone in the command room. Even the boss turned to look at the satellite on the battlefield shown on screen. A shield of black and white, with mysterious runes floating upon it, covered all the soldiers on the battlefield. It seemed the attacks had been too severe. This shield was thinning at a visible rate. And at the center of the shield, Zhou Luo stood there, his forehead covered in sweat, utterly exhausted. But the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He blocked it. Zhou Luo smiled. Before the missiles exploded, he had used all the spiritual energy in his body, expanding the 9-yang Bagua plate to its maximum range. The innate treasure renowned for its defense. The 9-yang Bagua plate did not disappoint him. The power of the missile explosion was sealed off by the forbidden sart outside the shield. Only the hordes of beasts were caught in the blast. Damn it! Don't let me find out who fired those missiles. Zhou Luo cursed under his breath. Whoever did something like this is a madman. No, calling them a madman is too kind. They're nothing but animals. Clearly, they didn't treat soldiers' lives as lives. They wanted to destroy them along with the beasts, in that very blast. With a low hum, the shield cast by the 9 Yongbagwa plates slowly faded away. And Zhou Luo turned his gaze toward 3 massive figures not far away. Earthvein Molten Breath, Phantom Silver Corridor, and Frost Sky Roar. Because before the explosion, Zhou Luo only had the shield cover the human side. So the twin Thunder Roar beasts were caught in the blast too. But as Beast Kings of the Wailing Mirror, their bodies were naturally tough beyond words. After the explosion, they still had a last breath left, not quite dead. Little monkey, this must have been hard on you. Zhou Luo glanced at the dying twin Thunder Roar beasts. Xuanji looked toward Demai Rongxi and Huan Yu Yingling. Human, what do you think you're doing? Demai Rong, still conscious despite his thick hide, asked. Longxi saw Zhou Luo walking toward them, and asked weakly, what can you do? What else? Strike while the iron's hot finish you off. Zhou Luo sneered, and the Tai sword in his hand was already drawn. With one thrust, the heavy armor of Demai Rongxi was pierced straight through, with no resistance at all, running through his heart. With a squelch, after that was done, Zhou Luo pulled the Tai sword out, sending a spray of blood into the air. Then he walked over to the unconscious Huan Yu Yingling, and sealed his fate with a single strike. And so, to Beast Kings of the Huajin realm fell. Afterward, from both their bodies, he found 2 silver keys, tucked them into his pocket, and sheathed the Tai sword. Only then did the soldiers on the battlefield, including Kui Linfei, snap out of the daze from the explosion. Mr. Zhou. Kui Linfei was about to speak, but soon the soldiers' thunderous cheers drowned out his voice. Long live the Sand Mountain! Long live the Sand Mountain! Gratitude was written on every soldier's face. They knew full well that just now, Zhou Luo had saved them. Without Zhou Luo, they would already be dead. Without a doubt. Hearing the waves of cheers behind him, Zhou Luo turned around, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He nodded slightly to the crowd, acknowledging their thanks. Having expanded the 9 Yongbagwa plate over such a vast area, it drains him immensely. Without the 9 excellent chaos bodies supporting him, it would take a full month to recover completely. But even with the 9 excellent chaos body, it still takes 3 days. 3 days is not short for him. Enough time to break through a minor realm. Even at a great cost, Zhou Luo still did it. The reason needs no explanation. Though he is no saint, but these thousands of fellow countrymen's lives, he could not simply stand by and ignore. At that moment, Kui Linfei hurried over, his face burning with rage. Mr. Zhou, I just learned these missiles were launched by the Federation. They claim to be wiping out the tide for our great Xia. I say that's complete nonsense. Kui Linfei's tone was extremely furious. Zhou Luo's eyes also flashed with a cold glint. The Federation. He instantly understood their intention. It was definitely aimed at him. They used the excuse of wiping out the tide to kill him in the process. And with a little thought, Zhou Luo could guess that Sakala country contributed the most. The idea might even have been theirs. Utterly beastly to the extreme. For the sake of revenge, they simply didn't care that on this battlefield there were thousands besides him. I will make them pay. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, calming the fury within. This grudge he must avenge. None of those who helped will get away. Chapter 064, Sincerity, Heaven and Earth, Zhuanhuang Nation. The tide summoning ritual was nearing its end. Zhou Luo checked the injuries of the twin-tailed Sky Roar. Having endured so many intercontinental missile explosions this time, the twin-tailed Sky Roar was covered in wounds. Even worse than the time he had caused before, somewhat more severe. Big brother, you must avenge me. This little brother, in my next life. Next life, I'll still follow you. The twin-tailed thunder monkey lay on the ground, its voice extremely faint, looking utterly pitiful. With that, his eyes rolled back. Zhou Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Get up, who are you playing dead for? He had checked. This guy was badly hurt, but not enough to die. After all, he was a beast king at the spirit transformation stage. His body was still tough. But after Zhou Luo spoke, Twin Thunder Roar still didn't move. Dead for real. Seeing this, a slight smile curled at Zhou Luo's lips. Then he said with a look of regret, Ah! I finally got myself a lackey. Didn't think he'd kick the bucket so fast. Hey, Brother Kui. Do me a favor. Bury this guy. And remember to pack the dirt down tight. With that, Zhou Luo got up to leave. But then a trembling came from under his feet. Wait, hey, ouch, I'm still alive. Twin Thunder Roar's eyes returned to normal. He staggered to his feet, looking relieved. Zhou Luo saw this, and couldn't help but laugh inside. A mighty beast king, playing the pity card. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. All right, tell me. Just how badly are you hurt? Zhou Luo said to Twin Thunder Roar, annoyed. Boss, this time it's not so bad. Give me a week, and I'll be fully recovered, Twin Thunder Roar said confidently. A week? Isn't your injury worse than last time? How can you recover so fast? Zhou Luo frowned, puzzled. Hey, because this time, my 9-segment Thunder Core Pearl wasn't damaged. I can absorb the energy inside to help heal my injuries. Twin Thunder Roar said in his gruff voice. I see. Zhou Luo nodded. Didn't think that 9-segment Thunder Core Pearl had such a use. But thinking about it, it made sense. This thing is after all the half-spirit treasure of heaven Twin Thunder Roar. In my hands, it can naturally unleash many wondrous effects. Pack things up. We're heading back to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo didn't say much more. The tide issue has been resolved. What matters most now is to train hard and boost our strength, then prepare for the upcoming secret manual. At that moment, Kui Linfei came looking for him. Mr. Zhou, do you have a moment? Our Grand Tower Alliance would like to talk with you. Sure, go ahead. Zhou Luo nodded and looked at Kui Linfei. Kui Linfei smiled and said, please wait a moment. Sun Lian, the leader of the Dongshan branch, is on his way. He'll be here shortly. Not long after he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with graying hair appeared before Zhou Luo's eyes. Mr. Zhou, hello. Sun Lian, as soon as he arrived, smiled warmly and shook hands with Zhou Luo. His gaze toward Zhou Luo was full of gratitude. If Zhou Luo hadn't stepped in earlier, all the Dongshan soldiers present would have been reduced to nothing. Such a great kindness he naturally kept in his heart. Alliance leader son, what business do you have with me? Looking at the enthusiastic Sun Lian, Zhou Luo asked curiously. It's like this, Mr. Zhou. Have you ever considered joining our Grand Tower Alliance? Sun Lian didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Luo nervously, waiting for his response. Well, didn't someone from your side already approach me before? I'm not looking to join any faction right now. Zhou Luo shook his head and said. Please don't rush to refuse. That was last time, this is now. Seeing this, Sun Lian quickly said, Headquarters has already communicated with me. If you agree, Headquarters can grant you the title of Honorary General. You won't have to deal with any trivial matters. They won't interfere with your freedom. And you'll also have the same firepower as a Grand General. Your command authority will be on par with a branch leader, and takes priority over branch leaders. After saying this, Sun Lian waved to his deputy behind him, signaling him to step forward. The deputy stepped forward, holding an exquisite small red sandalwood box. He opened it. A small fruit, pale yellow all over, emitting a mysterious aura of heaven and earth, lay resting inside. This heaven and earth mystic yellow fruit is our token of gratitude to you for helping us resist the tide, whether you agree or not. Please do accept it. With that, the deputy handed the fruit directly to Zhou Luo. Looking at the fruit before him, Zhou Luo felt a moment of hesitation. Without a doubt, the Great Xia Alliance's sincerity was more than evident. Even if he refused to join, they still offered this precious treasure. Tiashuang lay ho beside him upon seeing the fruit. His eyes widened instantly. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth would be prized even on the ancestral star? Zhou Luo ignored his unimpressive reaction. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Very well, I accept your terms. But let me be clear. I'm only a figurehead. I reserve the right to refuse any order, from anyone, of course, naturally. Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Sun Lian was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. What they wanted wasn't for Zhou Luo to truly become a member of the Great Xia Alliance. This honorary general title carried immense authority, and answered to no one but the top, unprecedented in the Great Xia Alliance. The reason they offered it to Zhou Luo, their ultimate goal, was actually to make Zhou Luo an ally of the Great Xia Alliance, rather than a member. Headquarters understood well that a top-tier powerhouse like Zhou Luo would never easily pledge himself to any faction. Turning him into an ally this way would be the best outcome after all. After giving the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit to Zhou Luo, Sun Lian and the others didn't linger and quickly left. With the tide of beasts now settled, they still had cleanup duties to handle. Although that volley of intercontinental missiles, thanks to Zhou Luo, hadn't harmed the soldiers, quite a few of them had been wounded in the fighting against the beast tide, or had died. And comforting the families was their job to do. After obtaining the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit, Zhou Luo didn't linger in Dongshan City either. Both secret medicines were now on his person, and the beast tide was fully resolved. This trip to Dongshan could be called a complete success. Now, it was time for him to return to Jiangnan and go into seclusion. Of course, Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten what the Federation had done. Once he broke through to the Forbidden Realm and could withstand nuclear warheads, he would make those Federation scum know what consequences meant. And that time wouldn't be long in coming. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Federation's meeting room, the signal interference from the missile explosions had finally faded away, and everyone could now clearly see what was happening at the Beast Tide site in Dongshan. They were actually unharmed. The British leader stared at the screen in disbelief, utterly stunned. With that many intercontinental missiles exploding, enough to level a small mountain, even the Forest Beast King couldn't have escaped. Yet, why were these Daxia people all still alive and well? The Federation's true face. Daxia was furious. The meeting room erupted in uproar. The leaders of other factions, seeing the satellite footage, were all equally dumbfounded. My God, are these Daxia people made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they'd have melted instantly in the blast's heat. Could our intercontinental missiles really be fake? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They must have used some kind of sorcery. Among them, the Sakala Emperor was the most furious. His face was so dark it seemed ready to drip with anger. He turned to the British leader, Mr. President. Is there any way to get footage of the scene inside the stone beast's nest? Our people are analyzing it now. We'll need to wait a while. The British leader took a deep breath and spoke. Hearing this, everyone calmed down and began to wait. Before long, the footage from after the impact finally appeared before everyone's eyes. On the screen, the intercontinental missiles that had crossed the anti-aircraft fire and landed at the target position exploded without a doubt. But everyone also saw clearly that before the explosion, a black and white energy shield instantly enveloped everyone below. Zoom in, zoom in. The Emperor slammed the table, his eyes fixed on the screen as he spoke. The footage rewound and zoomed in. At that moment, everyone saw it all clearly. Before the explosion occurred, a figure suddenly stepped forward, producing an incredibly profound Bagua disc. Immediately after, that black and white shield appeared. And this figure, everyone present recognized him, Zhou Luo. What kind of treasure is that in his hands? The Emperor gnashed his teeth. His gaze at the nine-yang Bagua disc held both confusion and greed. To withstand the blast of so many intercontinental missiles, the power of the nine-yang Bagua disc needed no further proof. It was undoubtedly a treasure rarely seen in this world. Damn it, why is their luck so good? A treasure of this level could actually appear in their country. The British leader slammed the table hard, his extreme envy completely unconcealed. What do we do now? Zhou Luo wasn't killed. Once he grows stronger, he'll definitely be a huge problem for us. And with him around, how will our people ever enter Daxia again? How can we compete with them for the Secret Realm's opportunities? That madman has already said it. From now on, in the Great Xia's Secret Realms, as long as he's around, our people won't even get to participate. Everyone chimed in, one after another, starting to worrying about what lay ahead. What's the rush? We failed this time, but there's always a next. Zhou Luo hasn't fully grown into his power yet. We still have a chance. The priority now is to pool our ideas. Think about how to kill Zhou Luo next. Not waste time here. The British leader began to calm everyone down. Hearing this, the crowd gradually settled. The British leader was right. Zhou Luo is strong, sure. But he's far from being unstoppable. As long as we get rid of him quickly, we'll still have a shot at the Great Zia's secret realms. The Great Zia is vast and resource-rich, with a heritage that runs deep. In the short time since the Mutation Era began, the secret realms that appeared nearly match all of ours combined. With resources this good, we can't let the Great Zia people hog them all. They have to cough them up. By the time Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan, the internet had already erupted into a massive uproar over the Dongshan incident. The loudest discussions, without a doubt, were about the Federation acting on its own. It launched intercontinental missiles at Dongshan City. What the Federation did was utterly inhumane. They've thrown all shame to the wind. Countless Great Zia citizens spoke out, demanding the Federation give an explanation. The Great Zia government also issued an international statement, severely condemning the Federation's actions. But the Federation showed no sign of remorse. They even publicly claimed they acted out of humanitarian concern, purely to aid Dongshan City, which is why they fired the missiles. On top of that, they demanded the Great Zia Alliance express gratitude. The moment that news broke, it nearly enraged the Great Zia Alliance's top brass to death. The sheer shamelessness was off the charts. But there was no other way. This time, the nations attending the council meeting made up 70% of the Federation. They knew they had strength in numbers, so they weren't afraid of anyone's objections. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their pride. Meanwhile, as the online uproar reached a fever pitch, behind closed doors, the Federation had already agreed on a plan to deal with Zhou Luo. Led by Britain, Federation nations each brought out their top scientists to develop a portable and extremely powerful miniature nuclear weapon. Then they would send out an elite warrior to infiltrate the tower's territory and lie in wait, biding their time. Once the weapon was fully developed, it would be delivered into the tower's territory, and this assassin would detonate it to eliminate Zhou Luo. This plan was codenamed Operation Dragonslayer by the Federation. Operation Dragonslayer had the highest level of secrecy. Only the top leaders of the participating nations had access to it. Inside the secret chamber of the tower's Skull Society, Liu Ryan sat cross-legged on the ground. Waves of calamitous energy swirled around her. The aura of death permeated the surroundings. After a moment, she opened her eyes. The calamitous energy around her was fully withdrawn, and her pupils had shifted from their original brown-black to a profoundly deep pitch black. Like a black hole. One look and you'd be drawn right in. The Calamity Saint body was finally fully repaired. Liu Ryan felt the changes within her body. The heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. Just earlier, when the latest news from the council reached the Skull Society, Yang Tianying had found an excuse to give Liu Ryan the other yin-yang fruit. She had thought that the swarm of intercontinental missiles would kill Zhou Luo and avenge him. But unexpectedly, Zhou Luo survived using the Nanyang Bagua plate. Yang Tianying had no choice but to quickly repair Liu Ryan's Calamity Saint body and carefully plan their revenge. With a click, the secret chamber door swung open. Yang Tianying watched Liu Ryan step out from the chamber. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes. The Liu Ryan before him now was vastly different from before. Her cold beauty now carried a hint of seductive charm. And Yang Tianying could clearly sense the shift in Liu Ryan's aura. The aura inadvertently revealed by the Calamity Saint body was in no way weaker than his own supreme jade bone. Reading this, Yang Tianying was secretly delighted. With such a powerful Calamity Saint body, combined with his own supreme jade bone, the two physiques working together, no fear of failing to deal with Zhou Luo. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a cold sneer curling at the corners of both their lips. "Miss Liu, someone from the Federation just contacted me, saying they want to have a talk with us about Zhou Luo. What do you think?" Yang Tianying smiled, looking at Liu Ryan. "Oh, I didn't expect the Federation to reach out so quickly. In that case, why don't we go meet them?" Liu Ryan was quite eager. It was obvious why the Federation wanted to see them. Having one more ally was always for the best, especially a giant like the Federation. "All right, then please follow me." They set off together. Yang Tianying's lips curled up slightly. He rose at once and left the chamber with Liu Ryan. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan Mountain Villa, Zhou Luo had just broken through to the third level of 5 Peaks Gold. Inside the room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the floor. the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Fruit firmly in his hand. Legend had it that the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Fruit not only enhanced one's aptitude, but also aided cultivation and accelerated comprehension of breathing techniques. It was a rare and precious treasure. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, Zhou Luo pondered for a moment, then swallowed it directly. As for aptitude, his 9-abyss chaos body was already top tier on Blue Star. The fruit likely couldn't improve that much. What he valued were the other two effects: assisting cultivation and accelerating comprehension of breathing techniques. His current realm was the 7th level of the Divine Intent stage. He was only one step away from the Huajing realm. And because of his 9-abyss chaos body, his breakthrough faced no obstacles at all. As long as the spiritual energy in his body reached its limit, everything fell into place naturally. With this in mind, the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit proved very useful. More crucially, the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit, for the comprehension speed provided by the breathing technique. His 5 elements scripture had already reached the 1st level, and he could clearly sense that the 2nd level was not far off. After taking the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit and cultivating diligently for a while, he might even break through to the 3rd level directly. At the 3rd level, he could comprehend the Huashan sword intent. By then, his strength would reach a whole new height. He took a deep breath. After the Heaven and Earth Mystic Fruit entered his mouth, it quickly began to dissolve into pure mystic yellow energy. Zhou Luo immediately channeled this mystic yellow energy, letting it flow through his limbs and meridians. Gradually, part of the mystic yellow energy began to transform into spiritual energy, even purer than the Earth Fiend energy, and started to converge into his Danshan, while the other part began to nourish Zhou Luo's spiritual core. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Luo immediately began comprehending the 5 elements scripture. Time slowly passed. Half a month slipped by quietly. Inside the meditation room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. His aura was extremely faint. If someone were nearby, they might think Zhou Luo was about to perish. A gust of wind blew past the window. The plants swayed, spring seemed to stir. The ginkgo trees planted in the Jiangdan manor were shaken by the wind. Countless leaves drifted down to the window. Suddenly, inside the room, Zhou Luo's breathing paused. Then, a razor-sharp aura burst forth from his body. Countless swordche, invisible to the naked eye, shot out, instantly sweeping through the entire meditation room. The ceiling, the walls, and the floor were all carved with marks. The small window was immediately shattered, and the fallen leaves outside the window turned to dust in an instant. A killing aura that did not belong to spring instantly filled the entire Jiangdan manor. What's going on? Someone's breaking in. The Frost Thunder Guards stationed outside immediately braced themselves as if facing a great enemy, quickly rising to survey their surroundings. "It's me." At that moment, came Zhou Luo's voice from the main gate. The Frost Thunder Marquis turned to look, and found Zhou Luo had already emerged from seclusion, standing there with a faint smile on his lips, watching him. "Big brother, this is ... The Frost Thunder Marquis looked carefully at Zhou Luo and discovered Zhou Luo's cultivation level had somehow already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Not only that, the Frost Thunder Marquis could also sense a sharpness that was extreme to the utmost, yet carried with it a trace of a sword intent as ethereal as clouds and seas, faintly radiating from within Zhou Luo's body. "How many days has it been since I entered seclusion?" Zhou Luo did not answer the Frost Thunder Marquis, but asked in return. "It's been half a month now." The Frost Thunder Marquis answered truthfully. He could clearly sense that Zhou Luo's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even he himself was no longer a match. Perhaps only those beings at the pinnacle could even hope to fight him now? "Half a month," Zhou Luo said upon hearing, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. Then, he looked at the Frost Thunder Marquis and asked, "In this half-month, has anything major happened?" The Frost Thunder Marquis thought for a moment, then answered respectfully, "Big brother, just 2 days ago, I sensed from the west an enormous fluctuation of spiritual energy. I wonder if some treasure has appeared." The west, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately took out his phone to check the latest news. After a moment, a smile gradually curled at the corner of his mouth. So the Immortal Island has indeed appeared. 2 days ago, in the western lands of the Great Xia, on Tianfeng Mountain, an island suddenly appeared out of thin air. Looking up from the ground, the island was lush with greenery. immortal energy drifting all around, utterly mysterious and profound. Some people took astronomical telescopes, hoping to glimpse the scenery within the immortal island, but they found nothing at all. The mist swirling around the immortal island seemed to act like a shield. Even the high-precision satellites of the Tower Alliance could not penetrate it. After the immortal island appeared, some curious souls even tried flying helicopters, wanting to enter the island. But when the helicopter approached the immortal island, within a 10-mile radius, a beam of radiant light suddenly flew out from the island. The helicopter exploded instantly in midair. The craft was destroyed, and all aboard perished. From then on, no one dared to approach or offend it. Even regular passenger planes all changed their routes, forced to fly around the immortal island, afraid of being caught up in it. Yet people still did not give up exploring the immortal island. Countless speculations appeared online. But in the end, everyone agreed that this immortal island was most likely a great secret realm about to open, filled with countless opportunities. Even overseas nations paid extremely close attention to it, all wanting to come and claim a share. This timing was exactly the same as in his past life. It had not come early like a dampened spark. In other words, until the true opening day of the immortal island, only 10 days remained. Zhou Luo stared at his phone, lost in thought. After reading the news about the immortal island, he checked other messages as well. During the half-month he had spent in seclusion, quite a few things had happened. Many secret realms, large and small, had appeared across Langxin. Quite a few people had gained opportunities and risen to become powerful figures. And just 3 days ago, Gu Qianhua had appeared at a secret realm on Aodao Island. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the Divine Mystery Realm. As for Lu Feiyu and the others, they had also broken through to the Divine Wing Well. However, they were still at the early stage of the Divine Wing Well, not as impressive as Gu Qianhua. After all, Gu Qianhua's martial foundation, his immortal body naturally cultivated at a faster pace, combined with the enhancement of the Daizong Sea Anchor, it was no surprise he was so far ahead of the others. Aside from the events unfolding within the tower, what concerned Zhou Luo the most was a major piece of news from overseas. Ever since the Ice Age era began, conflicts had been brewing among the nations overseas. Finally, a week ago, civil unrest erupted in full force. Countless nations underwent complete transformations. Among them were even the great powers like the Bear Country, England, the Heng Nation, and the Sakala Nation. After the unrest broke out, the forces in each nation quickly regrouped. In the end, they formed the 4 great powers of today, which now dominate nearly the entire West, including the Holy Court Church of the Bear Country, the Star Firm that controls the entire American continent, the Brahmin Heaven that has completely dominated the Ganges continent, and the Yingsa based on the Sakala Island. Only the Congo continent remains in chaos to this day. With warlords carving up the land, no one has yet stepped forward to unify the continent. The 4 great powers have divided the world among themselves, and they are extremely powerful. Moreover, within each of these powers, there are top-tier Divine Mystery Realm experts backing them. But here's the interesting part. The original leaders of the other nations mostly perished in the civil unrest. Only the Emperor of the Sakala Nation and the President of England remain as the leaders, along with the helm of the Star Firm. This aligns perfectly with Zhou Luo's memories from his past life. Humph, if I remember correctly, in a little while, these guys will send people to find a chance to enter the immortal island, right? Zhou Luo's lips curled up slightly. In his past life, when these powers learned of the immortal island's incident, they each sent people into the tower, hoping to reach the immortal island. But what they didn't expect was that when the immortal island opened, it only welcomed those from the tower. They had no qualification to enter at all. In the end, they returned empty-handed. That incident nearly drove them mad with rage back then. But in this life, Zhou Luo had already decided that if those people dared to show up at the heroes' gathering, he would kill them one by one. And if they came in droves, he would bathe the ground in blood. This would also serve as an early collection of interest on the debt of revenge from the Eastern Mountain Ambush. Chapter 067, Death Gods i.e. Stellar Corporation Plan. But relying on me alone, this matter probably can't be done. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment, then called the Tower Alliance, the sub-alliance leader in Jiangnan City, Wang Ling. The two had met once before at Qinan Mountain, so they were quite familiar with each other. Before long, the call went through successfully. General Zhou, is something the matter? On the other end of the line, Wang Lin asked with a smile. The news of Zhou Luo joining the Tower Alliance had already spread throughout the Alliance's ranks. And even outside, quite a few people had learned of this news. Therefore, Wang Lin calling Zhou Luo general was entirely appropriate. Alliance leader Wang, have you heard of the Immortal Island affair recently? Zhou Luo didn't beat around the bush and said directly, with the Immortal Island in trouble, those overseas forces will surely be eyeing it hungrily. They might even try to sneak into the tower. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on them for me. As soon as anyone enters tower territory, let me know right away. Wang Ling heard this and immediately agreed, no problem. I'll report this to headquarters. The moment there's any stir from outside, I'll report to you at once. Then I thank you kindly. No need for thanks, General Zhou. This is all part of our duty, Wang Ling said with a hearty chuckle. Now, since the mutation era began, nearly a month has already passed. The situation grows ever more dire. Overseas nations have merged into 4 great powers. And within Daxia, things are hardly optimistic either. At this moment, Zhou Luo is willing to step forward to share the pressure from overseas on behalf of Daxia. They'd be more than happy about it. Alright, I'll hang up now. Zhou Luo hung up the phone. When it comes to intelligence, among the major powers, the Tower Alliance is the best. With them keeping watch, those overseas forces won't get away. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Luo turned to look at Twin Thunder Roar. How are your injuries? How much have you recovered? Big brother, I'm completely healed, Twin Thunder Roar said immediately. As if afraid Zhou Luo wouldn't believe him. Right away, he released the aura of a Forest Realm Beast King. Good, then let's go out for a stroll. Zhou Luo nodded with satisfaction and immediately climbed onto Twin Thunder Roar's back. After gaining benefits from the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Fruit, Zhou Luo realized, if in cultivation he had such top-tier heavenly treasures to assist him, it was far more efficient than relying on himself alone. So he planned to use his past life memories to gather all the heavenly treasures that were about to appear soon. Sure thing, big brother. Hold on tight now. The moment Twin Thunder Roar heard they were going out, his 2 round eyes instantly widened. For the past half-month, he had been guarding outside without leaving for a second. He was almost bored to death. Now he finally had a chance to go out and get some air. He was absolutely thrilled. Air currents surged around Twin Thunder Roar's body. He soared into the sky and flew off into the distance. At the same time, far across the ocean, in the Stellar Corporation, on the main continent, at the conference table, the former British leader, Constance, sat in the main seat, flanked by the top executives of Stellar Corporation. A floating island has appeared recently within the tower's territory. I'm sure you've all heard the news by now. Constance's gaze swept across the crowd. He continued, that floating island is definitely a super-secret realm. Our professionals have analyzed the opportunities hidden within this floating island. I'm afraid it's even bigger than all the secret realms that appeared on Blue Star after the mutation opportunity opened. All the secret realms that appeared on Blue Star would be smaller than this. I believe our stellar company must get involved. That's the only way we can hold on to our position as the overlord of Blue Star. What do you all think? After saying this, he folded his hands on the table, waiting for everyone to respond. I have no objections. Neither do I. The executives raised their hands one after another to show their stance. Not a single person opposed it. Clearly, they also understood the importance of taking the lead. After all, the secret realms that had appeared before were undoubtedly places that already existed on Landin. But this floating island in the sky was a complete outsider, appearing out of nowhere above Tiafeng Mountain. You should know that Tiafeng Mountain is known as the highest peak on Landin, nearly 10,000 meters. And yet this floating island was even higher than Tiafeng Mountain, almost reaching the atmosphere. This is something unprecedented in human history. You can see how terrifying this immortal island is. Good, since you all agree. Then you should also know how difficult this matter is. Half a month ago, a man from Daxia named Zhou Luo slaughtered everyone that Sakala country sent to the Lishan secret realm, every single one of them. And he also declared that if any overseas force dares to step into Daxia or touch Daxia's secret realms, he would kill them all without mercy. Zhou Luo is extremely powerful, And his methods are ruthless. Those words were definitely not a joke. So if we want to enter the Immortal Island, we must find a way to deal with Zhou Luo. After finishing his speech, Kanken stood up and waved his hand at the bodyguard standing by the meeting room door, gesturing for him. The bodyguard stepped forward and opened the door. And in walked a white man dressed in a long robe. The man was extremely thin. His cheeks were sunken like the hollow pits, but his eyes held a chilling force that made one's blood run cold. Alex! Why is he here? Oh my god, I need to stay far away from him. Who called this madman over? As everyone watched the man enter the conference room, a flicker of dread crossed their faces. Alex was once a test subject from a secret human laboratory set up by the UK. This man had thick skin and tough flesh, injected with many viruses yet still survived. His vitality was incredibly strong. But living in a lab, where day and night were indistinguishable, with blinding white lights shining around the clock, Alex's mind developed a slight problem. When the Plague Era arrived, Alex, in a single night, slaughtered everyone in the entire lab. After escaping the lab, the surrounding villages didn't escape his wrath either. Within a day, dozens of miles around turned into hell. But when British High Command learned of his existence, they immediately sent people to negotiate, offering extremely high conditions and treatment, making him an enforcer for Britain. And now that the American continent has changed hands, Alex naturally became a member of the Stellar Corporation. His cultivation has now reached the third level of spirit intent, standing at the pinnacle of Orchid Heart. Everyone, please stay calm. Constance pressed down with his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he continued. A week ago, we already delivered the mini-nuclear weapon to Weston, who has entered the building's territory. That mini-nuclear warhead in his hands is extremely powerful, capable of instantly destroying all living things within a 500-meter radius, enough to kill Zhou Luo. But based on our assessment, Weston's strength is completely insufficient to use the warhead in front of Zhou Luo. So I plan to have Alex enter the building's territory in a grand, conspicuous manner, to lure Zhou Luo into making a move. Then Ziding would secretly coordinate and detonate the nuclear warhead, killing Zhou Luo. At this point, Constance's lips curled up slightly, as if he could already see the scene of victory. But immediately, an executive asked Constance, "Have you forgotten? Zhou Luo has a treasure with extremely strong defense. That treasure can withstand several intercontinental missile explosions. Even if you use the nuclear warhead on him, it would still be hard to kill him." Hearing this, the smile on Constance's lips grew even wider. "Don't worry. I've already considered this matter long ago. Operation 068 Dragon Slayer has been launched. Zhuangqing Shengbo. As far as I know, that treasure in Zhou Luo's hands, according to what the lower realm people say, should be what they call a primordial supreme treasure. Even within our stellar company, some people possess one. To use this primordial supreme treasure even once requires an enormous amount of energy. Last time Zhou Luo used that treasure to save over 1,000 people, it must have drained it considerably. By now, it can recover at most 50% of its power. And with Zhou Luo's strength at the divine realm level, relying on a primordial supreme treasure at only 50% power, he absolutely cannot withstand the explosion of a single nuclear warhead," Constance said with great confidence. But some people still had doubts about Constance. What if Zhou Luo's primordial supreme treasure has fully recovered? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? "Ha, you're wrong." Constance straightened his collar. A flash of arrogance passed through his eyes. "My plans never go wrong. Alex, you can bring out that thing now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned toward Alex. Upon hearing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Alex's lips. In his hand, at some point, there had already appeared an object the size of a tennis ball. And when everyone saw this thing, they were all shocked. The Eye of Death. There's actually another one. The Eye of Death. When was it developed? The Eye of Death. It's the Stellar Corporation's latest micro-nuclear weapon. Don't let its small size fool you. Inside, it uses the newest technology, condensing a blast of 1,000,000 tons of TNT. Its power is absolutely terrifying. What was sent to Ziding's hands was one Eye of Death. Ha ha! Everyone, one Eye of Death might not kill Zhou Luo. But what about two? Contents burst into laughter, his face full of amusement. Seeing this, the others also let smiles curl at the corners of their mouths. As expected of you, Contents. Your foresight is truly long-term and thorough. That being the case, I'm at ease now. Our stellar corporation will one day be great. To cunning, Contents, truly impressive. Words of praise rang out through the meeting room. Contence's smile at that moment grew even wider. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Since you all approve of my plan, then I, Contents, hereby declare Operation Dragonslayer is officially underway. Zhou Luo will surely die at the hands of our stellar corporation. Contents waved his hand grandly, full of vigor and pride. Alex, under the escort of his bodyguards, boarded the plane heading to the tower. At the same time, at a stronghold of the Skull Society within the tower, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying entered a guest room, both their faces brimming with joy. Mr. Ziding, are you saying? The Stellar Corporation has officially launched Operation Dragonslayer. Yang Tianying, looking at a hook-nosed man on the sofa, asked with anticipation. That's right, our company's plan this time is very thorough. That man Zhou Luo will surely die at our hands. Ziding smiled slightly, his tone dripping with confidence. That would be wonderful. I wonder if Mr. Shiting could share a bit. What exactly is this dragon-slaying plan? Yang Tianying looked curious, but Shiting directly rejected him. Mr. Yang, this plan is highly confidential. I cannot disclose it. All you need to know is that within 2 days, Zhou Luo will be dead. As you people of Daxia would say, life and death are settled. Shiting smiled and stood up. His expression was full of mystery. Then let it be. As long as Zhou Luo is killed, everything will be worth it. Yang Tianying was also sensible, and asked no more questions. Humph, it's a pity I can't tear him limb from limb myself. Liu Ryan, on the other hand, felt that his hatred for Zhou Luo had reached its peak. Not being able to do it with his own hands still felt like something was missing. All right then, Mr. Yang. Miss Liu, thank you for the Skeleton Society's cooperation, secretly escorting me to meet a great hero. This has been a tremendous help to our dragon-slaying plan. I must now take my leave of you both. Within 3 days, you will hear the news of Zhou Luo's death with your own ears. Shiting gave a very gentlemanly bow of farewell. We await the good news. Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying nodded, their faces full of anticipation. Deep in a great mountain in the south of Daxia, a massive tree radiating precious light stood atop the peak. Beneath the tree, a strange beast with a snake's body coiled at its base, its gaze fixed intently between the branches of the treasure tree, where a single fruit had grown. The fruit was orange-green in color, a faint aura seeping from its surface. Throughout the entire deep mountain, one could smell a subtle, elusive fragrance. Suddenly, the strange beast jolted in alarm. It turned its head toward one direction, ready for battle. But in that very instant it turned. A cold white sword, aura howled past. Its massive head slid off its body without any warning. He tumbled dozens of meters across the ground before barely coming to a stop. Divine wings. Even late-stage beasts can be killed in one strike. Big Brother is mighty. Right after, a deep, gruff voice rang out from the forest. Zhou Luo, seated on the back of the Twin Thunder Roar, smiled as he sheathed the Taiya sword, feeling quite satisfied inside. He discovered that, after cultivating the 5 elements scripture to the 3rd level, and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, he could also imbue that intent into external objects. And he just happened to have the Taiya sword, a primordial treasure. Like a fierce general paired with a fine steed, a perfect match indeed. When the two combine, the power multiplies twofold. Let's go take a look at that fruit. The Twin Thunder Roar slowly walked beneath the precious tree. Zhou Luo looked up, his gaze full of satisfaction. It truly is the Zhuangking sacred fruit. The Zhuangking sacred fruit. This thing caused quite a stir in his past life. Consuming it instantly strengthens the divine core, and grants a permanent clarity of ears and eyes. From then on, any illusion of the same cultivation realm will be completely ineffective against the user. Though for Zhou Luo, this effect was neither here nor there. After all, he already had the 9 Abyss Chaos body, able to see through all illusions in the world at a glance. But this Zhuangking sacred fruit can temporarily enhance comprehension of breathing techniques. That's exactly why Zhou Luo came to take it. It seems it still needs some time to ripen. Perfect chance to rest a while. Zhou Luo observed for a moment, then sat down cross-legged, planning to use this gap to cultivate the 5 elements scripture. Big brother, can I eat this beast now? At that moment, the twin thunder roar sidled up, asking cautiously, what's wrong? Is this beast special? Seeing this, Zhou Luo's brow slightly raised. He asked curiously. Along the way here, he and the twin thunder roar had slain no few beasts. But Tianchuan Lihao had never made such a request before. And now, seeing how eager Tianchuan Lihao looked, could it be that this beast with a snake body and human hands had something special about it? Heh, big brother, you wouldn't know. This thing is extremely rare on our side. Tianchuan Lihao smiled and replied, its name is Bash. Bash's flesh is greatly beneficial to us beasts. Eating it not only strengthens the body, but also enhances cultivation talent. It's really hard to find. I see. Then go ahead and eat it. Don't waste it. Zhou Luo nodded. He knew very little about beasts. Since Tianchuan Lihao wanted it so badly, he might as well give it to him. Come to think of it, as the big brother, he hadn't really given Tianchuan Weihu any rewards. On the contrary, that time at Dongshan, Tianchuan Weihu nearly lost his life. This bash could count as compensation. Thank you, big brother. After getting Zhou Luo's permission, Tianchuan Lihao ran over to Bash's side, extremely excited, and started tearing and devouring it with his mouth. And it was at that very moment, the phone in Zhou Luo's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked. Found it was Wang Lin calling. Could there be news about the overseas forces? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and immediately pressed the answer button. General Zhou, the Hengxin Company has made a move. An hour ago, one of their private planes took off and is heading straight for our building. As soon as the call connected, Wang Lin said immediately, "Oh, who's on the plane?" Zhou Luo asked with interest. Hengxin Company keeps their secrets very well. We don't know exactly who it is, but the scouts sent word. That person is a high-ranking executive of Hengxin Company, very powerful, probably coming for you. Wang Lin's tone was somewhat grave. I understand. Send me the location once the plane lands. No problem, right? Of course, we already have people watching closely. The moment the plane touches down, the location will be sent to your phone immediately. The call ends. Staring at the darkened phone screen, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold glint flashed deep within them. He hadn't expected the first to make a move would be the Hengxin Corporation. But it didn't matter. Since they dared to come, I'll make sure they regret it. Episode 69, Landing and Killing. The Demon of Hengxin Corporation. Not long after, on Zhou Luo's phone, a precise location message arrived, along with a photo of the plane, confirming it was indeed Hengxin Corporation. Time to head out, buddy. After a quick glance, Zhou Luo turned and said to Tianchuan Lihao. At that moment, Tianchuan Lihao had just finished devouring the 8 serpents. Hearing Zhou Luo's call, it immediately rushed over. Hey, the effect of these 8 serpents is surprisingly strong. Zhou Luo noticed with amazement. Tianchuan Lihao's aura was significantly stronger than before. Heh, this is just the initial effect of the serpent meat. Once I've fully digested it, my realm will definitely break through to the 4th level of the Spirit Transformation Mirror, and step into the mid-stage of the Spirit Transformation Mirror. Tianchuan Lihao said with excitement. Zhou Luo was quite pleased to hear this. The reason he had spared Tianchuan Lihao's life back then, and taken it in as his subordinate, was partly due to its potential. Considering this rate of growth, it probably wouldn't take long before Tianchuan Lihao reached the Spirit Transformation Mirror, late stage. And even breaking through to the competition mirror was only a matter of time. Let's go, time waits for no one. Got it, Zhou Luo recalled the Star God, and immediately mounted Tianchuan Lihao. The two swiftly flew off toward the west. The landing point chosen by the Stellar Company's aircraft was a city near Tianfeng Mountain, called Jishi City. Jishi City is vast and sparsely populated, but because it lies around Tianfeng Mountain, it has many flat, open plains, making it extremely suitable for aircraft landings. With a hum, a Boeing aircraft, after rolling down the runway for a distance, came to a steady stop. The cabin door opened. Alex slowly stepped out onto the ground. He looked up into the distance. At that famous Tianfeng mountain. The mountaintop was shrouded in mist and clouds, full of poetic atmosphere. It truly lived up to its title, as the highest peak on Blue Star. But at this moment, above Tianfeng mountain, a massive floating island in the sky just hung there in the air, looking extremely out of place. So that's the Immortal Island. The company didn't lie to me after all. There must be a huge treasure hidden inside. Alex licked his lips. The Stellar Company had already promised him that once the dragon-slaying mission was fully completed, and Zhou Luo was killed, he would be the first person to enter the Immortal Island. Just as he was admiring that ruthless island in the sky, a man suddenly walked over from nearby. He was a staff member working on the landing runway. "Hello, which airline does your aircraft belong to? We never received any notice of your landing." The staff member approached Alex and asked. Alex withdrew his gaze, squinting slightly, and said, "Are you sure you didn't receive it?" "Of course, please tell me who you are. We need to register you." The staff member nodded. "Oh, sir. What a pity then." A slight smile curled at the corner of Alex's mouth, and he suddenly burst out laughing. With a tearing sound that ripped through the air, the staff member's chest was pierced through by a hand that was pitch black, like a demon's claw. Thick blood dripped from his fingertips. The staff member's face was filled with sheer disbelief. His gaze then gradually dimmed. And the one behind it all. Alex simply pulled out his right hand with a casual air, a faint smile still lingering on his face. "Sorry about that. I've never been one for registration, so I had to put you through this. It all happened so fast." The ground crew in the distance were already frozen in terror. It took them a moment to snap out of it. Then they turned and ran. "Murder! There's a madman! A madman!" They screamed in panic as they fled. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Alex's eyes. "Gentlemen, why are you running? Am I really that frightening? You run the moment you see me. Please, all of you stay." He licked his lips and vanished once more. Thud, thud. One by one, the ground crew members dropped to the ground, until Alex stood alone on the runway. "Alex!" At that moment, a blond man from the plane rushed down in a hurry and shouted at Alex angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Our target this time is only Zhou Luo. We haven't completely burned bridges with everyone yet. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Have you thought about that?" "Shut up!" Alex slowly turned his head. His cold, sinister gaze made the blond man shudder instantly. "I couldn't care less about the company's relationship with everyone. So what if we burn bridges? It was bound to happen sooner or later. And if you dare say one more word, I'll kill you." Alex let out a cold laugh. The murderous intent in his voice was utterly undisguised. The blond man finally began to come to his senses. This guy in front of me is no ordinary person. He's a man whose hands are stained with countless blood, a demon. Reasoning with him is like playing music to a cow. And this cow is a fierce one at that. Not getting gored to death would be sheer luck. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the distant sky. Alex looked up and spotted a shadow the size of a grain of rice, growing larger and larger. Zhou Luo had arrived. Once he saw who it was, a hint of eagerness crept onto his face. Then, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. On a hilltop about a kilometer away, a hawk-nosed man's pocket began to vibrate. The plan was set in motion. Ting glanced at his phone. A smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. In the sky above, Zhou Luo looked down at the ground. The first thing he saw were several hero corpses lying tangled together. And not far away stood a gaunt, pale white man. Landing, a flicker of meaning passed through Zhou Luo's eyes. He said calmly. Tiashuang Leiho also sensed Zhou Luo's mood and quickly descended to the ground. Zhou Luo gave a slight leap and appeared before Alex. "You're from the Hengxing Corporation. You killed all these people." He looked at Alex, his tone revealing neither joy or anger. "Haha, yes, I killed them. Is there a problem?" Alex narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at his lips. "What, does this make you angry?" "Oh, then I do apologize, Mr. Zhou Luo. Actually, you can't blame me entirely for this. I was just trying to say hello to everyone. Who would have thought your people were so fragile? Dead with just one hit. But it doesn't matter. At Hengxing Corporation, people always come first. We'll give you a reasonable compensation fee. How about 10,000 yuan per person? Ha ha ha, in the end. Alex couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. The mockery in his tone needed no further explanation. Zhou Luo's face still showed no expression. He just scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze, and continued speaking. Only you came from Stellar Company. Isn't that obvious? Alex shrugged his shoulders. In that case, then I have nothing more to ask. Zhou Luo slowly nodded. A chilling glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. And you can go die now. In a second, the death god's eye was in hand. Before his words even faded, a crisp ringing sound was heard. A cold white sword light, filled with killing intent, shot instantly toward Alex. Alex's heart jolted with alarm. The moment Zhou Luo drew his sword, he felt a thick aura of death rising in his heart. He leapt to the side, trying to dodge that terrifying sword light. But unfortunately, he was a step too slow. With a squelch, a column of blood shot into the sky. Alex's right arm was severed clean off, flying up into the air. Oh my god, F*********. Alex's teeth chattered from the pain. His eyes shifted from casual to terrified. Zhou Luo was very strong. He had heard of this long ago. Before leaving Stellar Company, Constantine had also warned him to be careful in his actions. But he had never taken those words to heart. After all, his cultivation level was the peak of humanity today. Divine Intense Stage, 3rd level. No matter how strong Zhou Luo was, he was still only at Divine Intense Stage. Both at Divine Intense Stage. Why should he be afraid? But now, Alex suddenly regretted it. He should have listened to Constantine. Don't be too arrogant. You can still talk. Seems you haven't felt enough pain. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Alex's terrified expression. He swung his blade again. This strike was different from the last. If the previous strike was a sort of ultimate slaughter, this one was a strike of ethereal nothingness. Impossible to see or grasp. As if lost in illusion. But Alex truly felt a wave of death unlike anything before. Even more intense than the last. The Eye of Death. Alex had no time to think. He immediately tried to channel his energy into the Eye of Death he carried and detonate it. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, his vision began to rise, then plummet once more. The world spun around him until it faded into endless darkness, reaching out in all directions. Alex, his eyes filled with deep reluctance, fell in that very moment. Zhou Luo didn't even bother to look at the terror on Alex's face. He simply turned his gaze to the headless corpse. He seemed to be trying to activate something. Zhou Luo had sensed it just now, that surge of spiritual energy from Alex. As if he had some hidden trap within him, ready to be triggered. Stepping forward twice, Zhou Luo began searching through Alex's body. Before long, he indeed found an object the size of a tennis ball. This is the Eye of Death. Seeing this thing, a flash of surprise crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. He had heard plenty about this item in his past life. It was a micro-nuclear weapon, developed by the Stellar Corporation, gathering the top scientists of the Yuan Federation. Extremely destructive, with a yield of a full 1,000,000 tons, capable of destroying an entire city in an instant. Even the Silent Beast King would struggle to withstand it. But this thing is extremely difficult to manufacture. It's said the Stellar Corporation only has 3 of them. I truly never expected that they'd spare no expense to use the Eye of Death against me. Stellar Corporation, I really underestimated you all. Zhou Luo examined the Eye of Death in his hand. A flicker of meaning passed through his eyes. If this thing were to explode, even the 9-yang Bagua plate couldn't guarantee full protection. In his past life, it was the ultimate weapon used on the Forbidden Beast King. A weapon. Yet it was brought out early and used on him instead. It truly left Zhou Luo speechless. Good thing he hadn't held back just now. Otherwise, he'd have suffered a great loss. Zhou Luo shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. But it's fine. Now the Eye of Death has fallen into my hands. I can be said to have acquired a killing weapon no less than a primordial treasure. Zhou Luo tucked the Eye of Death away and muttered to himself. The container of this thing is incredibly sturdy. The nuclear material inside has extremely strong stability. It was the Stellar Corporation's crowning achievement in the field of technology in his past life. To trigger it, one must use spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if it fell from 10,000 meters high, it wouldn't detonate. Just as Zhou Luo was storing it away, the engines of that Boeing aircraft in the distance suddenly began to power up, as if trying to flee this troubled place quickly. Almost forgot about you. A glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword, directly pointing his fingers like an arrow into the void. A flash of cold white light swept across the Boeing in an instant. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. The Boeing, just about to take off, exploded on the spot. All within a single breath. This scene naturally also fell into the eyes of Shiting, 1,000 meters away. By this time, Ziding's back was already soaked with cold sweat. His eyes were filled with terror. A demon, a demon. His lips were trembling from fear. Zhuangji didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and ran. According to the company's plan, Alex was supposed to engage Zhou Luo first and hold him back. Then Zhuangji would secretly detonate the Eye of Death. But now Ziding only felt the company was wrong. Terribly wrong. How could Alex possibly hold Zhou Luo back? 2 moves. He didn't even last 2 moves before dying on the spot. Zhou Luo was too fast. He had already used all his strength just now, trying to see his attack movements clearly, but still couldn't see them. Even worse, Alex didn't even have time to detonate the Eye of Death on his body before dying at Zhou Luo's hands. Everything happened too fast. Zhou Luo's strength far exceeded their imagination. I must report this to the company. We underestimated Zhou Luo. Way too much. Ziding roared in his heart as he ran. The news quickly reached the Star Company. Inside the executive conference room, Contents listened to the report from his secretary. His knuckles tapped rhythmically on the table. Everyone. I believe this man Zhou Luo may have already exceeded what our Star Company can handle. We must request outside assistance. What do you all think? After thinking for a moment, he looked at everyone present and asked in a deep voice. That's right, we underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength may have already broken through the spirit transformation realm. One of the senior executives nodded, fully agreeing with Constance's assessment. When he mentioned the spirit transformation realm, his tone was clearly still filled with disbelief. Everyone fell into silence upon hearing this. The spirit transformation realm was, to them, simply too hard to believe. After all, the strongest one in their company, currently only at the 6th level of the divine intent realm. And that's with all kinds of resources piled on. Apart from their Star Company, the Holy Court Church Camp and Baroshan, their top combat power is probably around this level too. But now, within the Great Zia, someone has actually broken through to the spirit transformation realm. It's like developing weapons. You're all excited, proud of yourself, for handcrafting a Huatong gun, only to learn your rival's atomic bomb has already exploded. The whole thing's done. Who can take that? Immediately contact the Holy Court Church leader and Baroshan. Open a cross-ocean meeting. Cantons didn't hesitate at all, made the decision on the spot. The Immortal Island absolutely cannot be let go easily. To enter the Immortal Island, they must first eliminate Zhou Luo. And even without the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo absolutely cannot be spared. His existence has already severely affected the interests of their from major powers. 71.3 major powers join forces, Kui Linfei's decision. That very night, a cross-ocean meeting quietly began. But the powers attending this meeting were only the Holy Court Church Camp and Star Company. Why didn't Baroshan attend? Could they not care about the Immortal Island at all? Before the meeting started, Cantance's brows were knit tight, his heart full of confusion. The secretary beside him explained. Baroshan said, they have important matters to handle recently, so they didn't send anyone important matters. What could be more important than the Immortal Island? Have those Indians gone mad from drinking Ganges water? Cantons couldn't understand it at all. The people from Baroshan have always been extremely greedy. Logically, there's absolutely no way they'd miss this immortal manual appearing in the Great Zia. Yet now they actually refuse to attend. Very strange. There must be a secret they don't want others to know. Send someone to Baroshan to investigate. Remember, keep it discreet. Don't stir up trouble prematurely. Constance immediately gave the order. Then he walked into the meeting room. On the big screen, High Priest Harry of the Holy Court Church and the Heavenly Emperor of the Shadow Ancestor were already in place. Seeing Constance enter, the Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly. Constance, any news from the Zhou Luo heaven side? Why have you kept us waiting so long? Constance shook his head. I've already contacted their people. They're not planning to join this dragon-slaying plan. Not joining, HMPH. That's fine too. After we kill Zhou Luo, we'll have one less share of the fortune to split. The Heavenly Emperor showed no disappointment at these words, but instead looked completely indifferent. That mindset of yours won't do, Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Luo's strength is formidable. If the Zhou Luo heaven doesn't join, our odds of victory won't be as high. Constance said seriously. Having just suffered a major loss at Zhou Luo's hands, he was now being very cautious. To this, the Heavenly Emperor only sneered coldly and gave no reply. In his view, Constance was just like someone once bitten by a snake, now afraid of even a rope for 10 years. You, a star company, might not have gotten any advantage over Zhou Luo. But now it's the Shadow Ancestor, the Holy Court Church, and Star Company, 3 top-tier powers working together. With this lineup, we have more than enough to wage war directly against the Tower Alliance. Would we still fear a mere Zhou Luo? Mr. Constance, can you now tell us your plan? At this moment, High Priest Harry, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Of course, Constance nodded, a cold glint flashing deep in his eyes. My idea is this. The 3 major powers will each send out one expert at the Divine Realm, 3rd level or above. The timing will be set right after this meeting ends. As soon as he said this, he was immediately questioned by the Great Priest Harry. Mr. Constance, I have a question. You say your stellar company has already sent a divine intent, 3rd-tier powerhouse over, but he was easily killed by Zhou Luo. With Zhou Luo's strength, if he wanted to kill 3 awakened ones of the same level, wouldn't that also be effortless? And don't you forget, in Zhou Luo's hands, he holds a stellar company, developed Eye of Death. After Harry finished speaking, Constance did not deny it either. Of course, 3 divine intent 3rd-tier powerhouses couldn't beat Zhou Luo head-on. But who said we'd fight Zhou Luo head-on? A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. We just need to make a grand entrance into Xia. At this critical juncture, it will definitely draw the official intervention of the Xia Alliance. At that time, we'll stir the situation into a mess, leaving the Xia Alliance scrambling. Zhou Luo will definitely not be able to resist showing up. And then our stellar company, assassin stationed within Xia's borders, will appear at the same time as Zhou Luo, detonating another Eye of Death, making Zhou Luo fall on the spot. As for you, Mr. Harry, your worries are completely unnecessary. We just need to pick a densely populated city to land in. Given Zhou Luo's personality, he would never use the Eye of Death. Only we can use the Eye of Death. The advantage is ours. After laying out the whole plan, both Harry and the Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, your plan is quite thorough. We'll do as you say. The Emperor agreed right away. But the Great Priest Harry still asked, but if that's the case, the Eye of Death we detonate, wouldn't it also affect hundreds of thousands of people? In that case, if we go to war with the Daxia Alliance, it's a fight to the death. So what if it is? Constance sneered. With a laugh, Mr. Harry, I'll ask you just one thing. That land of Daxia, doesn't your Holy Court Church covet it? High Priest Harry did not reply. But his silence was itself an admission. After the Foundation Era began, the place with the most secret realms and inheritances in the world is Daxia. To say they weren't tempted, that would surely be a lie. And not just after the Foundation Era began. Even before it started, that land was already a prize coveted by all nations. Haha, it seems Mr. Harry, you've tacitly agreed. A slight smile curled at Constance's lips. So what if we're at odds with the Daxia Alliance? This is hardly a bad thing. At worst, we major powers can join forces and completely sever ties with them. When that time comes, that land teeming with secret realms and inheritances will be the ones deciding how to divide it. What do you two think? Constance clasped his hands together. His sharp, eagle-like gaze fell upon the two of them. I have no objections. The Mikado let out a cold laugh. What Contents proposed was something he'd long wanted to do. He'd been waiting for this chance. How could he possibly oppose it? As for High Priest Harry, he first raised his right hand and made a gesture over his chest. Closing his eyes tightly, he said, Amen. The Lord will forgive my actions. Ha ha, it seems neither of you has any objections. Then I declare the plan officially begins. Contents immediately rose to his feet. Acting swiftly, he said this must be done quickly. We'll rendezvous at Chang'an City. 10 minutes later, 3 planes took off from the Star Firm, the Camp Group, and the Holy Court Church respectively. The targets are all super large buildings of the tower. This operation in Chang'an City is quite conspicuous, with no attempt to hide it. Right when the plane took off, the Tower Alliance received the news. Inside a meeting room at the Tower Alliance's Chang'an branch, Kui Linfei, as a major general of the Tower Alliance, also one of the top fighters within the alliance, his duty is to hold down the fort in Chang'an City. After receiving the news, he immediately called an emergency meeting. Star Corporation, Yinzu, and the Holy Court Church, these 3 major forces, suddenly heading toward Chang'an City. They're definitely up to no good. Have you found out exactly who they've sent? Kui Linfei looked at his deputy and asked. We found out. They haven't kept it a secret either. The deputy replied at once. The Holy Court Church sent one of their bishops. Yinzu dispatched a team captain. Star Corporation also sent a high-ranking executive. All 3 are at the 3rd level of the Divine Intent realm. Their strength is formidable. They come with ill intent. Hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Kui Linfei's eyes. 3 awakened ones at the 3rd level of Divine Intent. This is undoubtedly a powerful threat. Within their Tower Alliance, including himself, they only have 2 awakened ones who've broken through to the Divine Intent realm. It seems we'll have to call for reinforcements. Kui Linfei gritted his teeth, picked up the phone and made a call. 072, utterly helpless. The might of the Holy Court Church. 10 minutes later, Kui Linfei hung up the phone with a look of disappointment. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu actually went into seclusion to break through to a higher level. Neither of them can participate. Am I supposed to ask the Skeleton Society for help? Kui Linfei was deeply conflicted inside. The Skeleton Society's way of doing things has always gone against the principles of their Great Xia Alliance. But after all, they are still a force within Great Xia. Now with Star Corporation, Yinzu, and the Holy Court Church making such a move, clearly they come with ill intent. They could very well deal a devastating blow to Chang'an City. Forget it, at a time like this. Why bother with pride? Kui Linfei gritted his teeth and immediately got in touch with Yang Tianying. But once he stated his purpose, all he got was a cold sneer. And the call was cut off at once. Humph, I shouldn't have held any hope for them. Kui Linfei shook his head and let out a long sigh. The Skull Society refusing to help was only to be expected. So I can only bother General Zhou, then. A flicker of hesitation crossed Kui Linfei's eyes. Headquarters had instructed, unless it was a critical emergency, to avoid disturbing Zhou Luo. Because they too knew that although Zhou Luo had nominally joined the Tower Alliance, in reality, the 2 were in a partnership. Just as Kui Linfei was hesitating, a soldier suddenly burst through the door. Major General Kui, the 3 factions have arrived. So soon, Kui Linfei was taken aback. Their speed far exceeded his expectations. Contact General Zhou for me. Tell him Chang'an City is in peril. And request his aid. I'll go check the situation first. Kui Linfei had no time to overthink. After quickly briefing his deputy, he followed the soldier out of the meeting room. The deputy hurriedly dialed Zhou Luo's number. 3 aircraft swept over Chang'an City in succession. The cargo doors opened right in midair. 3 mighty experts of the Divine Intent realm stepped out without hesitation, walking on empty air. Having reached the Divine Mystery realm, they could already linger in the sky for long stretches. So this is Chang'an City of the Great Xia? Among them, Bishop Matthew, representing the Holy Court Church, looked down at the city below and remarked, truly the Great Xia, vast in land and rich in resources, a land of great fortune. Another man, thin and small in stature, with shifty, cunning eyes, let out a remark, his greed barely concealed in his tone. He was a squad leader in the camp, named Galmuyu. Meanwhile, Wayne, a senior figure at Stellar Corporation, let out a cold sneer, saying, "No matter how prosperous this city is, in an hour, it will all turn to ashes." Upon hearing this, Matthew quickly traced a gesture across his chest. Beside him, Galmuyu, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but flash a glint of schadenfreude, humph. No matter how talented and blessed your land may be, in the end, you'll still be taken down by us and become our prize. The three slowly descended from above until they were almost at the ground. Suddenly, a figure approached from afar. Coming uninvited is hardly the act of gentleman. Kui Linfei stepped through the air to stand before them, his eyes filled with gravity. "Please, all of you, leave at once. Do not harm the relationship between our Grand Tower Alliance and yourselves." With a single glance, he could tell that these three, as the intelligence reported, were all at the third level of the Spirit Intent realm. If a fight broke out, he would be no match for them. He could only try to persuade them to leave first. "Hey, Mr. Kui, I know you." Seeing Kui Linfei arrive, Wayne curled a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Doesn't your Xia nation pride itself on being the land of heroes? We came to pay a visit. And this is the attitude you show?" Kui Linfei, hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you were guests, we would naturally welcome you. But whether you truly came as guests, you surely know in your own hearts. So you don't welcome us, then?" Wayne sneered coldly, then turned to look at Matthew and Galmuyu. "He says we're not guests. What do you two think we should do?" Ma Tai lowered his gaze and remained silent. Galmuyu let out a cold laugh, cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Since you say we're not guests, then let's do something that fits our status." The moment he spoke, Galmuyu vanished into thin air, appearing before Kui Linfei in an instant. A dagger had somehow appeared in his hand. On the cold blade, emitted a sickening aura. Poisoned, Kui Linfei thought to himself in alarm. He immediately dodged aside to avoid the strike. But soon, Gao Maiao's next strike followed right behind, aiming straight at Kui Linfei's throat. "Think I'm easy prey?" Kui Linfei grew furious. His aura exploded violently. He struck out directly at Galmuyu with a palm. A palm print of unmatched ferocity crashed head-on into the dagger in Gao Maiao's hand. Galmuyu was forced back several steps by the overwhelming force. Even his wrist holding the dagger went numb. "My two companions, what are you waiting for?" He sneered coldly, his gaze shifting to Ma Tai and Wayne. Ma Tai wore a look of compassion and stepped forward slowly, a scripture appearing in his hand out of nowhere. "Judgment is at hand." At his command, a golden sword materialized in the sky, hovering above Kui Linfei's head. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Kui Linfei's back, his eyes full of dread. Galmuyu and Wayne saw this from the side, surprise and greed flashing in their eyes alike. That scripture in Ma Tai's hand was actually a primordial spirit treasure. The Holy Court Church is not to be underestimated. The golden sword came crashing down. Wayne didn't just stand there. He joined Galmuyu at once, launching an attack at Kui Linfei. Under the siege of all three, before long, Kui Linfei was already covered in wounds, his breathing shifting from steady to ragged. "Damn it! That old bald monk's artifact is too powerful. I can't hold out at all." Kui Linfei stared at the scripture in Matthew's hands, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Within 3 moves, he would be defeated. What would happen to Chang'an City then? He had no idea. He was already at his last gasp. "Let's all strike together and kill him." Seeing this, Takagiyu let out a cold sneer and thrust his dagger forward fiercely. But the dagger flew only halfway, when it was suddenly intercepted by Wayne. "Wayne, what are you doing?" Takagiyu looked at Wayne in confusion. "Mr. Takagi, have you forgotten why we came here?" Wayne glanced at Takagiyu, then tossed the dagger back to him. "Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wayne." Takagiyu snapped back to his senses, slapped his own head, and quickly stepped aside. Meanwhile, Matthew also stopped his movements. Seeing this, Kui Linfei was filled with confusion. Why aren't you attacking?" He looked at the 3 of them, asking in bewilderment. At the same time, A sense of dread rose in his heart. Bishop Matthew. Could you shut Mr. Key's mouth for now? Wayne completely ignored Kui Linfei and turned instead to Matthew. The Lord said, "Keep your mouth shut." Matthew flipped through the scripture in his hands, and a golden light sealed Kui Linfei's mouth shut. Kui Linfei's eyes nearly split with rage, as if he finally understood the three men's purpose. And at that very moment, a figure gradually appeared in the distant sky. "Let him go, or you'll all die." Zhou Luo stood on the back of Tianshuang Leiho, looking at Ma Tai. The three men's eyes were filled with cold intent. After seeing Zhou Luo appear, at this moment, Kui Linfei's eyes held not the expected joy, but deep regret and terror instead. He strained to open his mouth, as if trying to tell Zhou Luo something. But with his mouth sealed, he could only let out muffled whimpers. Now he understood why these three hadn't killed him. These three came to the lower realm with a goal, from start to finish, only one. And that was Zhou Luo. Episode 73, Since You're Here, Stay Forever. Seeing Zhou Luo arrive, in Wayne's eyes, a barely noticeable flash of excitement passed. The fish had taken the bait. He forcibly suppressed that excitement within him, then turned to look at Zhou Luo, saying, "Mr. Zhou, must you be so intimidating? Anything can be negotiated. Letting him go isn't out of the question, but it depends on what terms you can offer." A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if he truly meant to negotiate with Zhou Luo. Ma Tai and Gao Muyu stood by Kui Linfei's side. Should Kui Linfei make any sudden move, they would strike immediately. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept across the three, searching for hidden clues, then looked at Kui Linfei. At this moment, Kui Linfei knew he couldn't speak, so he frantically signaled Zhou Luo with his eyes. Zhou Luo understood his gaze. It was telling him to run quickly. Something was wrong. Zhou Luo sensed danger. He immediately extended his divine sense to survey the surroundings. With the blessing of the 9 nether chaos bodies void transformation, his divine sense range was several times broader than an ordinary person's. He could easily perceive the danger around him. "What terms do you want?" So he pretended to negotiate, carefully scanning the area for thousands of meters around. And sure enough, as his divine sense swept over a small alley beneath the Chang'an city walls, he detected a faint, unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. After probing carefully, a man with a hooked nose surfaced in his mind. And in that man's hands, he held an object all too familiar to him. The Eye of Death. What a bold move, Star Corporation. They've brought out another Eye of Death, trying to put me in the grave. They're asking for it. A fierce killing intent flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He had planned to prepare properly, finish the Prelude's secret realm, and settle these overseas matters afterward. But who knew these people would keep coming after him, resorting to such vicious means every time? Not to mention himself. If this Eye of Death detonated right here, every citizen of Chang'an would be caught in the blast. Hundreds of thousands of lives would be lost. And that's just a rough estimate. Factoring in the lingering damage of a nuclear weapon, the number would only climb higher. It seems I'll have to settle with them ahead of schedule. Zhou Luo thought to himself. What are your terms? Humph, Mr. Zhou. I know you're formidable. You've been through many secret realms and gained no small fortune. I won't ask for much. Just hand over what you obtained from the Li Mountain's secret realm last time, and I'll let him go. Wayne had no idea that Zhou Luo had already seen through their plan, still putting on a show of negotiation. Meanwhile, his right hand hidden in his pocket, silently pressed a button. A message was instantly sent to the communicator at West Hall. Time to make a move. A faint smile curled at the corner of West Hall's mouth. He had finally waited for this chance. This operation would not fail. At the same time, Zhou Luo also noticed the movements in the West Hall on the ground. He was just about to step in and stop all of this. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Zhou Luo dares to kill people of our great Sakala Empire. Today, you shall be buried here. Mr. Zhou. It seems our negotiation will have to pause for a moment. But at the same time, Wayne and his two companions suddenly struck out. 3 incredibly swift attacks, all blasted toward Zhou Luo at once. These 3 attacks couldn't really cause much damage to Zhou Luo. But that wasn't their goal. As long as they could hold Zhou Luo back, everything would be fine. The Holy Court Church had given Matthew a one-time defensive artifact that, after the death gods I exploded, would protect the three of them and the West Hall from the blast damage. The only one who would die would be Zhou Luo, along with the people in the buildings of Chang'an City. A perfectly executed plan. Zhou Luo, just as they expected, was held back by those three attacks. The West Hall, hidden in the shadows, at that moment leapt into the air, charging straight at Zhou Luo. Just as everything seemed to be heading in the direction Wayne had envisioned, suddenly, in that instant, the strange beast beneath Zhou Luo's feet moved. The Frost Thunder Monkey of the Mid-Flower Forest realm. Its speed was something no awakened one in the Divine Sense realm could even hope to track. In just a single moment, it flashed to the top of Ziding's head. Then the Frost Thunder Monkey swung its tail, a strike with no spiritual power wrapped around it, but carrying hundreds of tons of force, smashed viciously into Ziding's body. At the corner of Ziding's mouth, a smug smile of a scheme succeeding still lingered. But the very next moment, his body, struck by the tail whip, burst apart in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. By the time he realized what happened, only his head remained of his entire body. Until the very end, both his eyes gradually lost their light, fading away, dying with eyes wide open. Everything happened so fast. So fast there wasn't even time for a single breath. Clutching the Eye of Death in his hand, Ziding, a core piece of the dragon-slaying plan, fell right then and there. And the Eye of Death dropped from thin air, only to be caught by the Thunder Marquis of Frost. Hey, be careful! Don't let it blow! The Thunder Marquis of Frost pulled in all his spiritual energy, and held it gingerly in his palms. Because Zhou Luo had told him, if this thing ever explodes, the energy released could wipe out an entire city. Even the Beast King of Silence couldn't get the better of it. This scene also caught the eyes of Wayne and his two companions. How could this happen? How did you find out about Ziding? Who leaked the secret? The excitement in their eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer terror and shock. The dragon-slaying plan should have been foolproof. Ziding's role in the plan, besides a few top executives at Stellar Corporation, and Matthew, who was part of the operation, and Takagi, no one else knew. But from Zhou Luo's actions just now, and that Beast King mount of his, he clearly knew about Ziding in advance. Someone definitely leaked it. Wayne's eyes turned red, and shot a glare at Takagi and Matthew. But Takagi and Matthew were just as baffled. Mr. Wayne, don't go making accusations. Leaking secrets does me no good. Takagi was equally shocked, and snapped back at Wayne. After thinking it over carefully, Wayne realized that made sense. He also knew this was no time for infighting. With Ziding dead, the dragon-slaying plan was already a failure. At this moment, what they should be thinking about is how to leave Daxia. Instead of arguing, Bishop Matthew, please plant a holy fruit inside this man. Wayne immediately said to Matthew. The holy fruit is a technique developed by the Holy Court Church. Whoever has a holy fruit planted inside them will be completely controlled by the Holy Court Church. Even ordered to die, they would go without hesitation. Now Wayne knew very well. To leave Zhou Luo's grasp alive, he needed a hostage as leverage. And the best hostage was Kui Linfei. The Lord says be devout. Matthew understood this principle too. He immediately opened the scripture, intending to plant a holy fruit inside Kui Linfei. But just at that moment, a cold white sword aura suddenly slashed from afar. With a splash, a column of blood shot into the sky. And with it flew Bishop Matthew's head. On his face, still frozen in the expression of chanting. His mouth hadn't even closed yet. Daxia is not a place you can come and go as you please. Since you're here, then stay forever, all of you. From afar, Zhou Luo held the Taiya sword, slowly walking toward the three of them. A wave of intense fear rose in the hearts of Wayne and Takagi. Constantine, right? I've come for you. Stop right there, don't move. Takagi's expression turned pale. In a flash, he appeared beside Kui Linfei. The dagger in his hand was immediately pressed against Kui Linfei's throat. With just a little force, a wound that would be hard to heal would open on Kui Linfei's neck. Seeing this, Wayne regained his confidence. Forcing calm, he said, "Mr. Zhou, let us go. And we promise not to harm him. Otherwise, Major General Qi's life won't be spared. And that would be a great loss to your Daxia alliance. You'd better think this through carefully." After finishing his words, Wayne stepped back beside Kui Lingfei. By now, Matthew was dead, and the binding force that had silenced Kui Lingfei suddenly vanished. Kui Lingfei looked at the two of them, a cold sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. "You two want to use me as a demon? Not a chance with that." She turned her gaze to Zhou Luo. "General Zhou, don't worry about me. Just kill them outright. My one life for their two. They're the ones losing out." "Shut up," Wayne was startled, and immediately slapped Kui Lingfei across the face, sending her spitting blood. He was truly afraid of Kui Lingfei, afraid she might persuade Zhou Luo to disregard everything and kill them all. If that happened, their lives would truly be over. After delivering that slap, Wayne looked at Zhou Luo again. "Mr. Zhou, I swear to you, in the name of the Star Company, as long as you let us go, Major Kui will be delivered safe and sound to the borders of the kingdom. As for Bishop Matthew's death, we'll also negotiate with the Holy Court on your behalf." After hearing Wayne's words, Zhou Luo's face still showed no expression. He spoke calmly. "Do you think you have any right to bargain with me?" "What do you mean?" Wayne's heart sank with alarm. A foreboding sense of dread instantly swept over him. The burly man gripping the dagger, Gao Mu, couldn't help but swallow hard. He pressed the dagger even tighter against Kui Lingfei's throat and said to Zhou Luo, "I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash. Otherwise, I can't guarantee his life." But the moment those words left his mouth, behind Zhou Luo, a towering phantom of Mount Tai suddenly appeared. The mountain was shrouded in swirling mist, with flocks of swallows flying through the clouds, ethereal beyond compare. Yet in the next instant, this colossal phantom of Mount Tai, it appeared directly above them. An extremely terrifying force instantly bound the hands and feet of Wayne and Gao Muyu. The two struggled desperately, using every trick they had, still couldn't move an inch. The greatest of the 5 sacred mountains, suppressing everything. Zhou Luo, whose cultivation had reached the spirit transformation realm, conjured the phantom of Mount Tai, enough to completely suppress Wayne and Gao Muyu, who were at the 3rd level of the divine intent realm. Facing their terrified gazes, Zhou Luo slowly walked up to them. "I told you. You have no right to bargain with me." With a swift slash of his blade, 2 heads flew up into the air. The dagger in Gao Muyu's hand fell to the ground. This scene left Kui Lingfei utterly stunned. "General Zhou, you've broken through to the spirit transformation realm." His face full of disbelief, he looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "To so easily slay 3 divine intent realm 3rd level experts, and leave them no chance to fight back? What else could it be but the spirit transformation realm? I just broke through not long ago." Zhou Luo merely smiled at this. Kui Lingfei, now free, quickly got to his feet. After that battle just now, his stamina had reached its limit. Now even staying in the air was becoming a struggle. "Leave the cleanup here to you. Hurry on back." Zhou Luo could see his condition, and said, "All right. But what about you? Where are you going?" Kui Lingfei nodded, then asked curiously. "Me," Zhou Luo said with a faint smile. His gaze turned to the distance. "I'm off to handle some personal matters." With that, he leapt onto the back of the frost-tailed beast. "Young man, head to the Star Company." "Got it, big brother." "But wait. Where is the Star Company?" "The American continent." "And where's the American continent?" "Boss, you forgot, I'm not a local beast." Zhou Luo was a bit speechless. "Just give me one location." "Got it, boss. Hold on tight." Tianshuang Leiho quickly flapped off. And behind them, Kui Lingfei, who heard this conversation, was a bit bewildered. What is General Zhou trying to do? Going to the Star Company all alone? No. I need to report this to the higher-ups right away. Ignoring his injuries, Kui Lingfei hurried toward the Chang'an City headquarters. Across the ocean, inside the Star Company, Canton sat at the president's desk, his eyes fixed on the computer screen before him. He was waiting for news from Wayne. The dragon-slaying plan was thorough. It shouldn't go wrong. He took a deep breath and looked out the window. The Star Company's headquarters was beside Central Park. In a prime location, the view was wide and open. Looking out from the president's office, all he could see was an endless blue sky. The Plague Era, for me, is truly a great opportunity. A slight smile curled at the corner of Cantonce's mouth, a confident grin spreading across his face. As the former president of Britain, he wielded immense power. It was fair to say he was the most powerful man in Langxin. But he still wasn't satisfied. After all, no matter how much power he had, he could only be the leader of Britain. And his ambitions went far beyond that. Now that the Plague Era had arrived, and the world was in chaos, he seized this chance to unite many ancient families and establish the Star Company. His original intention in founding the Star Company was to unify the Blue Star. Daxia was just the first target. Next would be Yingzhou, the Holy Court Church, and then Brahma Heaven, in that order. Thinking of this, Contents picked up the coffee on the table and took a gentle sip. But as the coffee touched his lips, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. What is that? In the boundless blue sky outside the window, a dark figure gradually grew larger in his sight. Finally, a Beast King's face. One that Contents knew all too well, having seen it countless times in intelligence reports, appeared before his eyes. And on the back of this Beast King stood a young man. The man held a dark green longsword, his tousled hair blown wild by the fierce wind. Within his pitch-black pupils lurked a hint of killing intent that made Contence's blood run cold. Alert! Red alert! Without a moment's hesitation, Contence slammed the red button on the table. In an instant, the entire Stellar Corporation building blared with alarms. But none of this could stop Zhou Luo's arrival. The top-tier bulletproof glass, extremely thick with a reinforced layer in between, was retracted with a single press. Howling whines rushed into the CEO's office and completely messed up Contence's meticulously styled hair. Contence, right? Your young master Zhou Luo has come to claim you today. A voice like a demon's rang out in Contence's ears. Following it came a flash of light, barely discernible, as if not of this world. Cut the weeds and pull the roots. A glint of light flashed, and Contence's head flew into the air. Even as it hit the ground, his face still bore a deep look of utter disbelief. Wee woo, wee woo. At the same time, the red button Contence had pressed moments ago immediately sent the entire Stellar Corporation. A red alert was initiated. The piercing alarm echoed across the sky. Bang! The CEO's office door was kicked open by a group of heavily armed security guards with a single kick. Shit, who are you? How dare you break into our Stellar Corporation? The security captain, the moment he entered, pointed his gun at Zhou Luo and shouted angrily. But no sooner had he spoken than he was completely stunned, because he saw the body of Contence lying on the floor. Oh my god, Mr. Contence. You actually killed Mr. Contence. His face was full of disbelief. He looked at Zhou Luo as if he'd seen a demon. The former British president, the founding creator of Stellar Corporation, the first CEO of Stellar Corporation, Contence, had died just like that. This is insane. The security captain knew right away. This was beyond what he could handle. Open fire, hold them off until backup arrives. He gave the order immediately. Several large-caliber automatic rifles began pouring fire at Zhou Luo. The weapons used by the security team were modified after the mutation skill was activated. Rifles, specially improved by Britain to counter awakened ones. Rifles. The bullets were made of special alloy, with tremendous penetrating power. Even a zero-level awakened one couldn't withstand so many gun lines firing simultaneously. The 9-yang Bagua plate reversed. Zhou Luo, robust as ever, not only didn't dodge, but stood still, letting the bullets fly at him. A shield of black and white, like an eggshell, expanded around his body at the same time. Buzz, when the bullets touched the shield, they were deflected straight back in the opposite direction. What the hell is this? The security team was terrified by the sight. But the bullets were extremely fast. There was no time left for them to react. The next instant, the entire security team, they were killed by their own bullets. The entire CEO office lost balance and mutated. After dealing with these people, Zhou Luo still showed no sign of leaving. Since he came all the way here today, He naturally had to completely finish off the Star Company. Killing only contents alone was far from enough. With him dead, the Star Company could easily find someone else to take over the CEO position. To truly destroy them, he had to kill every single top executive of the Star Company. Only then would the Star Company truly be finished. Kid, you just wait here for me. I'll be back in a moment. Zhou Luo turned and told the Frost Thunder Ape. The Frost Thunder Ape was too large. In this steel and concrete, it couldn't move freely. So it was better to have it wait in place. For what came next, he alone was more than enough. Yes, big brother, I'll do as you say. The Frost Thunder Ape was obedient and agreed right away. Zhou Luo then turned and left. The piercing alarm echoed through the entire building. The Star Company. First floor. In the office area built specifically for top management. Several top executives of the Star Company were already sweating profusely. Damn it. Why would that Zhou Luo suddenly come to America? Is he insane? Contents was already killed by him. And the surveillance detected that he's heading straight for us. Where's Louis? Why aren't Louis and his men here yet? The executives cursed as they quickly activated their defense measures, sealing off all routes to this floor. But they knew very well this could only buy them some time. And the Louis they just mentioned was the strongest person in the Star Company. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Divine Realm, undoubtedly a top-tier combat force. And he also holds the innate treasure, the Jade Pure Glass Vase. Within the vase lies the sacred glass water, capable of stripping away all things. This treasure was once owned by a wealthy man in England, a collector's item he'd acquired from a grand estate, worth a fortune. When the Mutation Era began, it ascended directly to an innate treasure. On the very day its power was revealed, the wealthy man himself vanished without a trace. Only this Jade Pure Glass Vase was obtained by the British authorities. What exactly happened back then? No one knows to this day. Just as the group huddled inside a secret chamber, trembling with fear, suddenly, someone knocked on the chamber door. Louis, it's your mother, Louis. One of the executives, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. This chamber was extremely hidden, known only to the top brass of Stellar Corporation. Whoever could find this door must be their rescue arriving. But after he spoke those words, no response came from outside for a long while. A sense of dread suddenly surged within everyone's hearts. And sure enough, the next moment, a voice came from outside. Aren't you all going to open the door? If you don't, I'll just come in myself. The voice spoke in the common language. And what's more, it was quite magnetic. It sounded very warm. But after everyone inside heard it, they all turned pale with terror. Impossible, Zhou Luo. How did you find this chamber? There's a traitor, there's a traitor. Motherfucker. Oh my God, dear Lord. Please save me. A group of suit-wearing, sleek-haired executives had completely abandoned all pretense. Some even began praying to God. Outside the door, Zhou Luo listened to the rustling sounds within. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. How did he know about this secret chamber? Well, that's all thanks to his perception far beyond ordinary people. Still not opening the door, huh? Seems you gentlemen aren't as polite as I thought. Not even coming out to greet a guest. Zhou Luo smiled. Without hesitation, he casually waved his hand. That secret chamber made of high-strength alloy, its door was sliced open like tofu. The Star Company executives huddled inside were suddenly exposed before his eyes. Gentlemen, the cat and mouse game is over. Zhou Luo smirked, swung his sword once. You can't kill me. Please, spare me. I have a lot of money. I'll give you anything. The executives tried to beg for mercy. But the moment they spoke, they felt a choke in their throats. And then lost consciousness. The entire chamber had become like hell. Clap, clap, clap. Right then, an untimely round of applause suddenly sounded from behind Zhou Luo. He turned to look and saw several white men had walked out. Wonderful, Mr. Zhou Luo, well killed. The clapping man stepped forward slowly, his face full of smiles. Mr. Zhou Luo, thank you for doing what I couldn't. With these people dead, no one can compete with me for the CEO position. His position, huh? The man's tone was filled with undisguised delight. And Zhou Luo remembered who this guy was. Louis. the strongest combatant of Star Company in his past life. Before breaking through to the arena mirror, Star Company never revealed any news about him. But the moment he broke through and emerged, he fought to arena mirror priests of Brahman. Relying on his jade mirror glass bottle, he fought them to a draw. After that battle, Louis' name resounded across the entire Blue Star. The reports were overwhelming at the time, because before him, no one had ever fought to. The arena's top experts fought to a draw. After learning who the newcomer was, Zhou Luo showed not the slightest concern. If it were the Louis from his past life, who had broken through the Silent Realm, he might have felt some wariness. But right now, it was a completely different story. Zhou Luo looked at the confident Louis, and couldn't help but smile along. Mr. Louis, you don't actually think that after today, the Star Company will still exist in this world, do you? 076, the primordial treasure, the jade pure vase, Mr. Zhou Luo. What do you mean by that? Louis' smile grew even deeper. Are you saying you want to kill us all too? Don't you think that's a bit too far-fetched? He showed no sign of fear at all. Even if Zhou Luo had just slain the Star Company, the Holy Court Church, and the 3 Spirit Realm experts sent by the camp, it didn't matter, because those 3 didn't have a primordial treasure like the jade pure vase. Besides, he hadn't come alone this time. The 5 people beside him were all awakened ones of the Spirit Realm. Though not as high as his own 6th level of the Spirit Realm, they were all around the 2nd level. With himself, that made 6 against 1. And with the jade pure vase backing him up, no matter how he looked at it, thinking this, the smile at the corner of Louis' mouth grew even more arrogant. But he didn't strike right away. Instead, he kindly advised, Mr. Zhou Luo, I don't want to fight you. If you leave right now, I can turn a blind eye and pretend today never happened. But if you refuse to see reason, then don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, a jade white glazed vase appeared in his hand. So it really is the jade mirror glazed vase. Zhou Luo looked at the vase. A gleam of wonder flashed in his eyes. This thing was a genuine primordial treasure, not some ordinary acquired spirit artifact. Right after killing this guy, I'll take the jade pure glass vase as well. That way, I'll have one more layer of protection. This trip to America is turning out to be a pleasant surprise. Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think this over carefully. If it really comes to a fight, you definitely won't come out on top. Louis also noticed Zhou Luo's intentions toward the jade pure glass vase. He immediately warned him with a cold tone. And even the smile on his face instantly faded. At the same time, the 5 divine intent realm experts who came with Louis also revealed their auras at this moment. Throughout the entire floor, an inexplicable, powerful pressure began to spread. Zhou Luo looked at these 6 people, his expression still calm. He slowly raised the sword of ultimate evil in his hand. Gradually pointing it at Louis, he said coldly, stop with the nonsense. Let's fight, HMPH. Since Mr. Zhou is so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. A cruel smile flashed across Louis' face. With a single command, the 5 divine intent experts around him moved at once. At the same time, he immediately activated the jade pure glass vase, a drop of pure white, flawless. But if you looked closely, it seemed to contain countless colors swirling within. Sacred glass water instantly emerged from the vase's mouth. Boom! Fierce martial attacks howled as they blasted toward Zhou Luo. They knew very well that the gap between themselves and Zhou Luo was enormous. They might not last 3 moves. So all 5, in this single strike, poured in all their power. They strove to wound Zhou Luo. Even if they couldn't, they'd buy time for Louis to let the sacred glass water take effect. 5 small fry. Zhou Luo also knew what they were thinking. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Nice idea. But unfortunately, my strength is something these people can't even fathom, let alone whether they can hurt me. Even if they tried to delay, they couldn't delay at all. Just then a crisp sword cry rang out. A wisp of sword energy, like a gentle breeze, silently swept across the 5 men's necks. The next moment 5 heads tumbled to the ground. No time to react at all. How could it be so coincidental? Louis saw this scene. His eyes instantly went wide. But he didn't stop what he was doing. He had already pushed the glazed sacred water to its peak. A single drop of glazed water split into millions of drops, spreading all around Zhou Luo, completely surrounding him. about to enter the glazed bottle. Louis muttered incantations under his breath, speaking in the ancient language. As soon as the words fell, those millions of drops of glazed sacred water boiled over, roaring as they converged toward Zhou Luo's position. What a treasure! Zhou Luo's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 9-yang bagua plate, shielding himself entirely within its barrier. The millions of drops of glazed sacred water all struck the 9-yang bagua shield, emitting harsh corrosive hissing sounds. With just this one strike, Zhou Luo could clearly sense the shield's energy had been drained considerably. Worthy of the jade pure glazed bottle, worthy of the innate treasure glazed sacred water. Touch it and you're hurt. Graze it and you die, melting flesh and bone in an instant. And this technique of one drop becoming millions was extremely hard to defend against. What is this thing? It can actually block my jade pure glazed bottle. Louis saw the glazed sacred water, blocked by the 9-yang bagua plate, and instantly lost his composure. He had been in seclusion all this time, so he had no idea at all that Zhou Luo also had the 9-yang bagua plate. That piece of intelligence seems to surprise you. Seeing Louis' panicked expression, a slight smirk curled at Zhou Luo's lips. HMPH. Don't get cocky. My jade mirror glazed bottle hasn't even used its full power yet. Louis now understood as well. What blocked the attack of the glazed sacred water was another innate treasure on Zhou Luo's body. But he did not give up just yet, because the jade mirror glazed bottle was not only powerful in attack, it also had a very crucial trait. That was its ability to store glazed sacred water. Usually he would infuse spiritual energy from time to time, helping the jade mirror glazed bottle brew the glazed sacred water. Now inside the bottle, aside from the one drop just used of glazed sacred water, there were still 3 more drops. 1 drop can't hurt you. What about 3 drops? Louis' expression turned fierce. He sent out the jade mirror glazed bottle once more. 3 drops of glazed sacred water, identical to before, clearly flowed out from the bottle's mouth. This time, even the treasure of yours won't hold, Zhou Luo. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. You insisted on draining my glazed sacred water dry. Now you've gotten what you wanted. But your life will end here too. Glazed sacred water, scatter. Louis gave the command. The 3 drops of glazed sacred water instantly dispersed, unlike the single drop from before. This time, 3 drops scattered at once, transforming into a mist of rain. Louis did not hesitate at all, immediately issued the order. A wide-spreading water mist, like a living body, madly converged toward Zhou Luo's position. In just an instant, Zhou Luo had no place to escape, completely wrapped in glazed sacred water. Seeing this, a smile crept across Louis' lips. He knew he had already won. That innate treasure in Zhou Luo's hand, no matter how powerful it was, could not withstand these 3 drops of glazed sacred water attacking at once. And once the treasure lost its effect, countless drops of glazed sacred water would instantly melt Zhou Luo down to white bones. A harsh sizzling sound rang out continuously. Zhou Luo's 9-yang bagua plate was about to be drained completely. But Zhou Luo, standing within the formation, showed not a trace of worrying on his face. He watched Louis laughing wildly in the distance, and couldn't help but smile along. Oh, you think I've been standing here all this time, waiting for something? Zhou Luo's mind stirred, and a mysterious light flashed across the 9-yang bagua formation. The countless colored glasswater mists instantly reversed, surging toward Louis' position. Louis was struck with terror, turning to flee at once. But the glasswater mist moved far too fast. He simply had no time. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the entire floor. 077 kills Louis. The Star Company meets its end. The moment the sacred glasswater touched Louis' skin, it was as if it had come into contact with highly corrosive aqua regia. Flesh melted away from bone. In less than a single second, Louis, who had been alive just moments before, had been reduced to a skeleton. Not even a single drop of blood remained. Only the jade mirror glass bottle lay untouched upon the floor. What a terrifying treasure! Zhou Luo stepped forward and picked up the jade mirror glass bottle, unable to resist a remark. The effect of this jade mirror glass bottle hardly matches its name. But now, it's mine. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth. He tucked the jade mirror glass bottle away, planning to refine it once he returned to the tower. With Louis dead, the entire Star Company had truly reached the end of its road. All of its top executives had been slain by Zhou Luo this very day. The matter was settled. Time to move on to the next stop. A glint of meaning flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He hadn't forgotten that alongside the Star Company, there were also the Holy Court Church and the Alliance. The Holy Court Church could be set aside for now. Because the terrain of the Nordic continent was complex and treacherous, the Holy Court Church has many branches. Hard to wipe them all out at once. But the Ying clan is different. Shadow Island is such a tiny piece of land. Even if Zhou Luo took a stroll around there, it wouldn't take him an hour. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo went straight back to the broken-windowed, drafty CEO office. Tianchuang Lihao had been waiting for a while. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Zhou Luo enter, Tianchuang Lihao, who had been resting on the ground, immediately stood up. Let's go. Come with me to Sakala Island. Zhou Luo smiled. Then the two of them headed towards Sakala Island, stepping through the air. After he left, the other employees of Hengxing Company and the minor managers all grabbed the company's valuables and fled in a hurry. And right at that moment, the news that all of Hengxing's top executives were killed and the company had no one left in charge spread across the entire internet in an instant. Once the news broke, everyone on Langson was shaken. Oh my god, Hengxing Company is really finished just like that. I can't believe it. Who did this? All I want to know now is just which almighty figure could pull off something like this. Someone caught it on camera. A man riding a powerful beast king smashed straight through the glass and entered Hengxing's CEO office. Who on earth is this man? Who else could it be? Someone who can use a beast king as a mount. Other than that one from Daxia, there's no second person on all of Langson. The news spread like wildfire. In the Great Tower Alliance, Kui Linfei, upon hearing the news, was completely stunned. General Zhou actually really wiped out Hengxing Company. His face was full of disbelief. His heart was shaken to the core. He had personally seen Zhou Luo say he had to make a trip to the Stellar Corporation. But he never imagined that Zhou Luo could wipe out the Stellar Corporation outright. He thought Zhou Luo was going to negotiate with Contents to get them to back off. But who would have thought? On this trip, Zhou Luo would directly destroy the Stellar Corporation in one fell swoop. That was a force ruling the entire American continent, with countless experts within its ranks. Even the Skyscraper Alliance admitted they were no match for the Stellar Corporation. Zhou Luo, one man and one beast, went in alone and wiped them out. Absolutely terrifying. Just like Kui Linfei, Yang Tianying and Liu Ryan, members of the Skull Society, were already drenched in sweat. Impossible, impossible. How could Zhou Luo be this strong? What gives him the right to be so powerful? Liu Ryan bit her silver teeth. Her entire face twisted in fury. She had thought that once she recovered her Calamity Saint body, she could take revenge. Things had indeed gone as she expected. After recovering her Calamity Saint body, in less than half a month, her cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Divine Intent realm. Even Yang Tianying was humbled by such speed. But what she never anticipated was that Zhou Luo's strength far exceeded her estimates. One man took down one of the biggest powers on the Blue Heart. The Stellar Corporation, crushed completely. How can I possibly take revenge now? How, President Yang? What should we do now? Liu Ryan, filled with unwillingness, turned to look at Yang Tianying beside her. Yang Tianying's heart was also shaken to the core. Snapped back to reality by the question. He looked at Liu Ryan and said, Miss Liu, I suggest we leave the Great Xia immediately. Zhou Luo's strength is beyond what we can handle. And this man acts with utter ruthlessness. He might come straight for us once he returns to the Great Xia and kill us all. If we still want revenge, we must first flee overseas and bide our time. Yang Tianying said with a trembling voice. Liu Ryan was silent for a long time after hearing this. What Yang Tianying said was right. Now there was only one path before them. And that was to run fast. Run as far away as possible. Otherwise, they would surely die. Then let's go. Liu Ryan made the difficult decision. Now that the precursor had appeared, everyone knew it held a great era within. He naturally wanted a share of the spoils too. But he never expected the Star Company to be so useless. Forget about eliminating Zhou Luo. They even got wiped out themselves. The plan had already fallen through. To survive, they had to leave the Great Land quickly. Let's go to the Ganges continent. That's the safest place now. Liu Ryan was quick-witted and immediately pointed out the escape route. 3 major forces had joined hands against Zhou Luo: the Holy Court Church, Yinzu, and the Star Company. These 3 forces were spread across the Nordic continent, Iceland, and the American continent. Now that the Star Company was destroyed, it was only a matter of time before Zhou Luo came for the other 2. So to escape, the best choice was the place that didn't join this siege, the Ganges continent where Zhou Luo's Brahmin heaven was. Yang Tianning also realized this instantly. There was no time to waste. They had to leave right away, or it would be too late once Zhou Luo returned. The 2 were in complete agreement and quietly slipped away from the Skeleton Society. The other members of the Skeleton Society had no idea what was happening before their leader had already fled. Yin Island was a place of scenic beauty, in a castle with distinctive Sakala country style. The headquarters of the Yin group was located here. But strangely enough, the castle was now completely empty. A pair of thunder dragons roared as they slowly descended from the sky. Zhou Luo looked around. Not a single member of the camp group was in sight. Where did they all go? Zhou Luo refused to believe it. He immediately brought Tiashuang Leiho and turned the entire castle upside down, including all the basements, and searched every hidden door without finding a single person. Then he heard news about the Star Company. They had all fled ahead of time. Zhou Luo couldn't help but think of a possibility, and instantly found it both funny and frustrating. He had to hand it to those cunning devils. Zhou Luo sneered, not the least bit worried. They can run for now, but not forever. He remembered it all too clearly. After the Immortal Island opens, Mount Fuji on the Shadow Island will erupt right after. And when that happens, the Shadow Island will bring them their greatest fortune. The Yin Ancestors people won't let that slip away. And when the time comes, he can sweep those devils up in one fell swoop. Big brother, everyone's gone. Where do we go now? Tiashuang Leiho asked in his gruff voice. Back to the Great Xia. Zhou Luo let out a breath and said at once, though he hadn't managed to take care of Yin Ancestor along the way. This trip still brought him plenty of gains. This jade mirror glass bottle was still waiting for him to refine. Once he fully refined the jade mirror glass bottle, he would take that profound azure sacred pill and begin his second round of seclusion, striving to break through to the late spirit transformation stage before the Immortal Island opens. What exactly is hidden inside the Immortal Island? Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. The few who entered the Immortal Island in his past life were completely unwilling to reveal what was inside. What secret lies hidden within? That made them keep their mouths shut so tightly. Chapter 78, Tiashuang pleads for a title. Qi Yan Bingdin and the beast pair immediately headed back. By the time Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan Manor, the news of the Shadow Group's escape had already spread far and wide across the land. The matter had blown up into a huge scandal. There was simply no way to cover it up. After all, such a massive organization as the Shadow Group suddenly became completely empty. Anyone would find it strange. And with people seeing Zhou Luo appear on Yin Island, some began to speculate that the leader was definitely afraid of Zhou Luo's revenge and fled overnight. Once this news spread, the people of Yin Island instantly became the laughingstock of the entire world. And the people of Yin Island could only swallow their pride and endure, with no way to refute it. There was no choice, it was just too humiliating. After all, the Shadow Group was also known as one of the 5 major powers of Blue Star, alongside the Great Xia Alliance, the Toluo Heaven, and the still surviving Holy Court Church. But who would have thought that such a behemoth would flee overnight just because it feared one man? In an instant, the people of Yin Island on the internet sank to the very bottom of the contempt chain, as stifled as one could possibly be. And while the online discussions were raging, Zhou Luo had already returned to Jiangnan Manor. Big brother, are you going into seclusion? Tianshuang Lihao saw Zhou Luo without a word, about to step into the training chamber, and quickly asked, That's right, why? Zhou Luo stopped and looked at Tianshuang Lihao. Big brother, Can I go out during this time? Tianshuang Lihao asked tentatively. Feeling that his wording might have been misleading, he quickly added, don't misunderstand, big brother. I'm not going out to play around. It's because I sense that on this land, many rare treasures are emerging. My perception is very sharp. I can help you find those rare treasures and bring them back to aid your cultivation. After saying this, Tianshuang Lihao looked at Zhou Luo with eager expectation. What he said was indeed the truth. Ever since the Immortal Island appeared throughout the Great Xia territory, rare treasures had been constantly surfacing. These rare treasures were extremely precious, each one worth a fortune. It's extremely helpful for cultivation. And the Twin Thunder Roar can also sense the location of these treasures, so it's a true treasure hunting expert. If it can bring back these rare herbs and treasures, that would be a huge help to Zhou Luo. However, the Twin Thunder Roar has its own little agenda. The Yishu clan's cultivation isn't much different from humans. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or devouring rare treasures. Both methods can increase cultivation. But there's one method humans can't enjoy, and that's devouring other special beasts to boost cultivation. That 8-headed serpent we met last time is an example. And these special beasts are usually guardians of certain rare treasures. So, the Twin Thunder Roar can't wait to get out there. Now, rare treasures are popping up all over the Great Xia territory. Beasts like the boss serpent are definitely not rare either. If it can run into 2 or 3, that'd be far more effective than months of grueling cultivation. After hearing the Twin Thunder Roar's request, Zhou Luo felt a stir in his heart. This is a good idea. You see, the trial is about to begin. In about half a month. In all that time, one mystic green sacred fruit won't be enough for his consumption. If he had more rare treasures to assist him, then his cultivation speed would definitely reach a whole new level. No problem, go ahead. Zhou Luo agreed immediately, but he also reminded it. Just remember, no more than 10 days. You must be back within 10 days. Got it. The trial begins in half a month. Having the Twin Thunder Roar return within 10 days was also Zhou Luo's way of leaving himself time to digest the rare treasures. Don't worry, big brother. I'll be back within 10 days for sure. The Twin Thunder Roar saw Zhou Luo agree. He was overjoyed at once. Go ahead, Zhou Luo smiled. Without saying much more, Tianshuang Lihao flapped its wings and flew away. After it left, Zhou Luo returned to the chamber and sat down cross-legged. In his hand appeared the jade mirror glass vase and a Zhuangking sacred fruit. Let me refine you first. Zhou Luo glanced at the jade mirror glass vase and began refining it with profound energy. The dense spiritual aura quickly filled the entire quiet room. After all, on the glass vase, the aura left by Louis was gradually fading. 9 days passed quickly. In the far north of the Great Land, within a forest covered in white snow, Tianshuang Weihu flapped its wings, soaring above the forest. During these 9 days, it had found 3 rare treasures for Zhou Luo, each one greatly beneficial to cultivation. And it lived up to expectations. At 2 of the treasure sites, it encountered symbiotic beasts and devoured them. Now, its cultivation had surged to the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage. This speed was truly terrifying. East, no. It should be north. Yes, this is the place. It slowly flew in one direction, until it reached a spot, completely frozen over by sharp ice. The lake surface was almost entirely covered in ice. But strangely enough, at the very center of the lake, there was a small patch of water untouched by the frost. Floating on the water was a crimson lotus. The crimson flame ice heart lotus. It was actually this. Upon seeing the lotus, Tianshuang Weihu's eyes went wide. This treasure was rare even in the Zhuzhou region. If given to the boss to consume, his cultivation would surely break through in one go to the spirit transformation stage, late stage, plus the other 3 treasures. Even reaching the arena realm is possible. Tianshuang Liho's face was full of excitement, but he didn't dive down to pick it right away. Instead, he circled around, and only after confirming no other beasts were nearby did he slowly descend. Such a precious treasure, yet there's no guardian beast with it. How strange. Tianshuang Lihao felt a bit disappointed, but didn't think much of it, and fluttered over to the crimson flame ice heart lotus. It's not fully matured yet. Then, I'll just wait a bit. After observing the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus, Tianchuan Lihao found it wasn't fully ripe. For a treasure like this, it's best to wait until it matures, to get the best effect. So he prepared to wait quietly. But just as he let his guard down, a gust of wind strong enough to tear the air apart came rushing toward Tianchuan Lihao. Danger! Tianchuan Lihao reacted in an instant, and barely dodged the strike. Turning around, he found two beast kings of equal strength to his own had appeared behind him without warning. Qingxiao Chongming, the Zhuanming Kunu. Upon seeing these two exotic beasts, Tianchuan Lihao's face immediately turned grim. Tianchuan Lihao, this Juqi Yanbing Dinlian is ours. Get out of here now. Seeing his sneak attack failed, Qingxiao Zhongming said coldly, since you're not friendly. I didn't know this treasure had an owner. I'll leave right away. Tianchuan Lihao was furious. That strike just now, if he hadn't reacted fast, he would have been badly wounded at the very least. But these two beast kings were powerful. If it came to a real fight, he was alone and wouldn't gain the upper hand. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. Stop, you can't leave. But just as Tianchuan Lihao was about to go, that Zhuanming Kunu suddenly spoke up. What do you mean by that? Tianchuan Lihao turned his head, his expression full of vigilance. You still have other heavenly treasures on you, don't you? Hand them all over, and then leave. Zhuanming Kunu sneered and said. Impossible. Tianchuan Lihao was furious upon hearing this. These 3 items on him were meant to be delivered back to Zhou Luo. He absolutely would not hand them over to anyone. If you don't hand them over, don't think about leaving. Qingzi Zhongming's tone was icy cold, his attitude extremely firm. The moment he finished speaking, Qingzi Zhongming spread his wings, instantly blocking Tianchuan Lihou's escape route. The auras of 2 mid-stage Hua Ling Jin cultivators burst forth from them instantly. Seeing this, Tianchuan Lihou's eyes were already filled with fury. Are you really going to push me this far? He looked at the 2 of them, his tone icy. Don't waste words with him. Kill him, and the things are ours anyway. Zhuanming Kunu didn't want to say more. Immediately raised both claws, took a step forward, sending out a bone-chilling wave of frost, slamming straight toward Tianchuan Lihao. At the 7 Buddha Small Hall, seeing Zhuanming Kunu attacking him, Tianchuan Lihou's heart sank, knowing this battle could hardly be avoided. You 2 are going too far. I've already given up the fight, yet you still drive me to the brink of death. He let out a furious roar, swiftly summoned the 9-section Thunder Pearl. Rumbling, countless purple lightning bolts burst forth from the 9-section Thunder Pearl, instantly vaporizing that wave of frost. Just as he neutralized Zhuanming Kunu's attack, a crisp bird cry came from behind. Qingzi Zhongming swooped down, charging straight at Tianchuan Lihao, his claws tearing through the air, aiming directly at vital points. The key was that this strike was extremely fast. Tianchuan Lihao had no time to react. He could only form a frost shield in front of himself. He wanted to resist. A claw strike wrapped in immense danger easily shattered the frost shield. Zhuangji left a deep claw mark on the back of Tianchuan Lihao. Wisps of green flame rose from the wound, burning through flesh. Tianchuan Lihao's teeth chattered in pain. The strongest power of the Qingxiao Chongming clan lay in their pair of sharp claws. Not only did they contain the power to tear through the void, they could also attach their Natal Burning Star Rock, extremely troublesome to deal with. Now struck by a direct hit from Qingxiao Chongming, Tianchuan Lihao had completely fallen into dire straits. If he kept fighting, there would be only one outcome: death. No, I can't die like this. I finally found a big brother with incredible talent. His future achievements would definitely be no less than those clan members. I absolutely cannot give up now. A pained look flashed in Tianchuan Lihao's eyes. His gaze slowly turned to the 9-section Thunder Spine Pearl, hovering in midair. There's no other way. After a sigh, a fierce glint flashed in Tianchuan Lihao's eyes. He looked at Qingxiao Chongming and Zhuanming Kunu, and sneered coldly. You 2 bastards have pushed me too far. I'll remember this grudge today, and repay it 100-fold in the future. The moment he finished speaking, the 9-section Thunder Spine Pearl in midair instantly erupted with blinding purple light. In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out. Damn, he's self-detonating his natal treasure. Dodge, Qingxiao Chongming reacted first, quickly spreading his wings and retreating. Xuanming Kunyu wasn't so lucky. He had no time to escape, and could only endure with his physical body. Boom! Purple lightning flooded the entire lake. Even the layer of sharp ice covering the surface, all instantly melted by the extreme heat carried by the lightning. This scene lasted for over 10 minutes, until the purple lightning slowly faded away. The surroundings were left in complete disarray. But the frost thunder roar was already nowhere to be seen. Damn it, he got away. After the explosion, Qingxiao Chongming had lost most of his feathers. But thanks to his quick reaction, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. But Xuanming Kunyu was a different story. His entire body was scorched black, almost shedding a layer of skin. His internal organs were also affected. The injuries were severe. Without at least half a month, he wouldn't fully recover. That damn frost thunder roar. Next time, don't let me find you. Xuanming Kunyu let out a roar, his tone dripping with murderous intent. And at this moment, the frost thunder roar had long since taken advantage of the 9-section Thunder Pearl's self-destruction to flee hundreds of miles away. Good thing I swallowed those two precious beasts earlier, reaching the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Otherwise, I might have really been done for today. The frost thunder roar looked back, gazing toward the direction of the crimson flame ice heart lotus, still feeling a lingering fear. At the same time, he grieved over the 9-section Thunder Pearl. It was his lifelong spirit treasure, nourished day and night with spiritual energy. He had long grown attached to it. Now that the 9-section Thunder Pearl was lost, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But thankfully, not a single treasure the boss wanted was lost. I'll find another treasure some other way. Hiss, it hurts so much. The Qingxiao Chongming clan's innate burning star rock is truly troublesome. How much longer will this burn? The frost thunder endured the pain from his back, flapping his wings, and flew toward the Jiangnan Manor. Jiangnan Manor. 9 days had passed in the quiet room. With the aid of the Zhuangking sacred fruit, Zhou Luo's cultivation speed was growing. It's truly terrifying. He's already broken through to the 5th level of Hua Lin Path, just 1 step away from the 6th level. Thud! Suddenly, a sound came from outside the window, as if something heavy had crashed to the ground. Zhou Luo's eyes snapped open. He then slowly walked out. Kid, what happened to you? The moment he stepped out, Zhou Luo saw lying on the ground the heavenly frost thunder monkey, barely breathing. Looking closer, he found a mark on its back, like some kind of beast's claw print. Around the claw print, a small patch of green flame was still burning. B-boss, I brought back the treasures you wanted, the heavenly frost thunder monkey said weakly. It immediately pulled out 3 heavenly treasures. Its voice was faint and weak. Zhou Luo frowned slightly. A quick check revealed the heavenly frost thunder monkey was in very bad shape, and the culprit was most likely that strange green flame. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo quickly channeled his inner spiritual energy to extinguish the flame. But unexpectedly, the flame was stubborn. It kept dying out, only to reignite. It nearly consumed half of Zhou Luo's spiritual energy before he finally wiped it out. Who did this to you? After finishing all this, Zhou Luo looked at the heavenly frost thunder monkey and asked, a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. After all, the heavenly frost thunder monkey was his own underling. Seeing his underling bullied so badly out there, wasn't that a slap to his own face? The heavenly frost thunder monkey, seeing the infamous burning star flame on its body finally removed, was overjoyed. That thing had tormented it endlessly. But regarding Zhou Luo's question, it still put on a brave face and said it was nothing. Boss, just a bit of wind and frost. Speak plainly, Zhou Luo rolled his eyes. He was utterly speechless inside. Hurt as badly as he was, and still calling it a bit of wind and frost. Whoa, big brother. I got beaten up by 2 mangy beasts. Tianshuang Lihao, hearing this, couldn't help but drop his disguise. His tone instantly turned utterly pitiful. Then, with tears and snot streaming down, he recounted the whole ordeal. Only then did Zhou Luo understand what had happened. Just 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings. And they dare bully my little brother? They must be tired of living. A killing intent rose in Zhou Luo's heart. Without a word, he stood up and set off at once. Kid, Big Brother's going to get your revenge. Tianshuang Lihao was startled. Big Brother, those are two spirit transformation beast kings. And both are at mid-stage spirit transformation. I'm too badly wounded right now. I can't be of much help. His worrying was not without reason. Two mid-stage spirit transformation beast kings. Their strength was extremely formidable. Even if they teamed up, it was simply beyond what a spirit transformation cultivator could handle. Only a spirit-severing expert could slay them both. But Zhou Luo was utterly unafraid. His cultivation had now reached the 5th level of spirit transformation, also at the mid-stage. And he had the 5 elements scripture, the 9 Yang Bagua plate, the Tai sword, plus the newly acquired Imperial Scenery glass vase to bolster him. His strength already far surpassed ordinary spirit transformation experts. These two beast kings, he had full confidence in slaying them. And after killing them, he could conveniently dig out the beast cores from both bodies to heal Tianshuang Lihao's wounds. Besides that vermilion flame ice heart lotus, Zhou Luo coveted it greatly. With it, plus the 3 spirit herbs Tianshuang Lihao had brought back, breaking through 2 late-stage spirit transformation was no problem. He might even make a push for the peak stage. Watching the hesitant Tianshuang Lihao, Zhou Luo said nothing more, and immediately asked, I'm asking you, do you still want revenge? Of course I do. Tianshuang Lihao nodded eagerly. A slight smile curled at Zhou Luo's lips. He rose into the air at once. Then hurry up and follow. To spirit transforming beast kings, I alone am enough. Above the frozen lake, Qingzi Zhongming and Zhuan Mingkuiniu were now guarding beside the crimson flame ice heart lotus. Soon, it will be ripe. Zhuan Mingkuiniu stared at the crimson flame ice heart lotus, his heart already impatient. Affected by the self-destruction of the 9 tribulation thunder pearl, he was severely wounded. And the crimson flame ice heart lotus could heal his injuries, and even advance his cultivation further. Everything awaits the moment of ripeness. Just like Zhuan Mingkuiniu, Qing Zizhong Ming's gaze upon the crimson flame ice heart lotus held a hint of anticipation too. But as his eyes swept over Zhuan Mingkuiniu, a faint murderous glint flashed in them. This crimson flame ice heart lotus was discovered by him and Zhuan Mingkuiniu together. They had agreed to split it half and half once ripe. But the crimson flame ice heart lotus is rare even among all heavenly treasures. Its value is extremely high. Such a precious treasure. Qing Zizhong Ming naturally wanted it all for himself. But Zhuan Mingkuiniu was powerful. If they truly fought, he would gain no advantage. Now that Zhuan Mingkuiniu was badly wounded, it gave him a perfect opportunity. The reason he hadn't struck earlier, and had waited until now, was because Zhuan Mingkuiniu also had a half-spirit treasure, called the Zhuan Minghan Tia Horn. If they clashed head-on, once Zhuan Mingkuiniu unleashed the Zhuan Minghan Tia Horn, it would end in mutual destruction. So he had been waiting for a chance. When the crimson flame ice heart lotus ripens, the Zhuan Mingkuibul will definitely be focused on grabbing it, and thus let its guard down. That will be the perfect moment to strike. Thinking this, Qingxiao Chongming took a deep breath, and waited silently. Suddenly, Qingxiao Zhongming's expression shifted. His gaze turned toward the distance. There, a familiar figure was slowly growing larger. It was Tianshuang Lihao. He actually came back. After seeing who the newcomer was, Qingxiao Zhongming let out a cold sneer. The Zhuan Mingkuibul also quickly rose to his feet, a flash of anger in his eyes. Gazing toward Tianshuang Weihu, he snorted. This time, I will never let him escape again. Wait, there's a human beside him. But soon, Qingxiao Zhongming sensed something was off. He saw that beside Tianshuang Lihao, there was also the figure of a human man. That must be a helper he found. Humph, what a disgrace. To actually seek out humans as allies on this land. The Zhuan Mingkuibul snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. In Qingxiao Zhongming's eyes, a flicker of disdain also passed. In their view, the native humans of the Blue Star were all trash, without exception. There might be a few with considerable strength, but they were still far inferior to their Beast King clan. As Qingxiao Zhongming and the Zhuan Mingkuibul sized up Zhou Luo, Zhou Luo's gaze also swept between the two. Little monkey, are these the ones who hurt you? he said to Tianchuang Weihu, his tone calm. That's right, big brother, it's them. Tianchuang Lihao nodded. Zhuangji quickly added a warning, big brother. You must be careful of that stinking bird. In his claws, he carries the Burning Star Rock, the lifeblood of the Qingshao Zhongming clan. Once it touches you, it will cling like a curse to your body. That stupid bull is not to be underestimated either. The single horn on his snout is called the Zhuanming Hanshin horn. It's a primordial treasure, the Heaven Frost Thunder Beast. He then relayed all the intelligence he knew, in sequence. Zhou Luo, yet his face showed little sign of worrying. That famed Qingshao master, Feng Xinyan, is indeed troublesome. Even the Heaven Frost twin-tailed roar gives way before her. But to him, it's simply not a problem. As for the Zhuanming Kuiox's Zhuanming Hantier horn, that poses even less of a threat. Merely a primordial treasure. On his person, he carries a full 3 primordial treasures. The two slowly approach the icy lake. Heaven Frost Thunder Roar. You actually brought a human to avenge you. You've truly shamed our noble clan. On the lake, Qingshao Zhongming looked at the Heaven Frost Thunder Roar, his tone dripping with mockery. The Zhuanming Kuiox snorted in agreement. Since you dare return, then today we'll bury you both here. This time, you'll have no chance to flee. Watching the two arrogant beast kings, Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged. He signaled the Heaven Frost Thunder or to wait behind. The Heaven Frost Thunder Roar obeyed obediently, and immediately retreated 1,000 meters back, leaving only Zhou Luo on the field, facing to beast kings with hungry eyes. You actually think you can take us on alone? Qingshao Zhongming saw this. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. How little they must be thought of. At that moment, Qingshao Zhongming had already probed Zhou Luo's cultivation level. 5th level of Huiling Jin, about the same as him and the Zhuanming Kuiox. But even so, a mere human. How dare he be so arrogant? Choosing to step forward alone, completely disregarding them. I alone am more than enough. To that, Zhou Luo merely smiled faintly. In his demeanor, there was not a trace of pressure from facing to beast kings alone. Utterly arrogant. You're asking for death. The Zhuanming Kuiox's fiery temper could no longer be contained, and it struck first. With a bang, he stomped and leapt. A sword formed from dark nether cold, shot instantly toward Zhou Luo. The air it passed through was frozen into sheets of frost by the nether chill, bitterly cold to the extreme. A petty trick. Zhou Luo, unhurried and calm. The moment the nether cold nearly touched him, he raised his hand with a flick. A massive phantom of Mount Tai emerged abruptly behind him. Boundless majestic aura burst from the phantom. The moment that nether cold met this aura, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. It simply couldn't withstand it and exploded in midair. The phantom of Mount Tai, upright and unyielding, can shatter all that is sinister. And this nether cold was pure, sinister essence. What kind of technique is this? Zhuanming Kunu, seeing his attack easily deflected, his heart jolted with shock. He could sense it clearly. This phantom of Mount Tai Zhou Luo summoned was simply his absolute bane. Don't be careless. Strike with full force now. This human is no ordinary foe. Qingshao Zhongming felt a sense of dread and spoke up at once. Humph, no need for your reminder. Zhuanming Kunu snorted coldly. All over his body, a cyan black glow suddenly appeared. The next instant, that cyan black glow gathered entirely onto that single horn. The horn that had seemed utterly unremarkable now erupted with a terrifying aura. Zhuanming Hanshin horn, out. Zhuanming Kunu growled low. The horn tore free from flesh and hide, and flew straight up into the sky. And with that, the head of Zhuanming Kunu had no horns left at all. The Kunu was born without horns. This was the true form of Zhuanming Kunu. Let us strike together and slay him here. Qingshao Zhongming gathered his life-bound Burning Star Rock, converging it upon both palms. With a single flap of his wings, he shot toward Zhou Luo like a sword sacrificing itself. The azure flames traced a trail through the air, pointing straight at Zhou Luo. Yao Han. That Zhuanming Hanjia horn also turned squarely toward Zhou Luo, like a battering ram, firing to attacks capable of gravely wounding, even slaying a spirit transformation realm expert, both striking at Zhou Luo simultaneously. Well done. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up, with not a trace of retreat in his expression. Accompanied by a crisp ring, The Wengning Tai sword unsheathed with a resounding hum. Since breaking through, no one's been around to spar with me. So I'll use you two to test my current strength. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth, revealing a faint grin. He gripped the Tai sword, facing Qingxiao Zhongming and the Zhuanming Hantia horn, and unleashed a single strike. A sword light, white as the cold moon, flashed into existence out of thin air. Chapter 0813, The Might of the Sword. Devouring and refining. The unstoppable sword light slashed toward Qingxiao Zhongming and the Zhuanming Hantia horn. The first to bear the brunt was Qingxiao Zhongming, the fastest of them all. The moment he faced that sword light, Qingxiao Zhongming felt as if a peerless ferocious beast had locked onto him. A chill running through his entire body. No good, run. At that instant, only that single thought filled Qingxiao Zhongming's mind. But it was already too late. The moment that thought surfaced, the sword light had already reached Qingxiao Zhongming's face. Thwack! A wing covered in fiery red feathers fell to the ground. Beast blood sprayed everywhere, splattering the earth. Qingxiao Zhongming let out a long cry, his voice filled with desolation. For avian beasts, wings are undoubtedly their lifeline in this world. Moreover, wings are packed with dense muscle and extremely sensitive nerves. Now, with one wing severed, the intense pain, like a towering tidal wave, it surged into Qingxiao's renowned mind. His entire face twisted in agony. Whoosh! After the sword light severed one of Qingxi Zhongming's wings, it did not stop there. Instead, it continued slashing toward the Zhuanming Hantia horn. Like a missile, it flew toward Zhou Luo's Zhuanming Hantia horn. Upon encountering this sword light, it showed no intention of yielding at all. A force of pure extremity burst forth from the Zhuanming Hantia horn, as if it could truly shake heaven and earth. Carrying this immense momentum, the Zhuanming Hantia horn finally collided head-on with the sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo. Bang! A deafening sound exploded. The Zhuanming Hantia horn actually held its ground against the sword light. The clash of two mighty forces stirred fierce swines howling all around, as if the entire space were about to be torn apart. Mere humans, nothing more. The Zhuanming Kuiniu, controlling the Zhuanming Hantia horn, could sense that the sword light unleashed by Zhou Luo was already on the verge of fading. Immediately after, he poured spiritual energy into the Zhuanming Hantia horn with all his might, seeking to break through this sword light and shatter Zhou Luo entirely. Zhou Luo also sensed his intention. Naive, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, and he let out a cold sneer. What do you think this strike of mine is? My full effort. It's merely a casual swing. The moment those words fell, the Tai sword struck out once more, and another sword light flashed into existence out of thin air. Impossible. Seeing this, the Zhuanming Kuiniu's two eyes bulged wide. He never imagined that this terrifying strike could be unleashed a second time by Zhou Luo. Whoosh! A piercing shriek rang out. The second sword light quickly clashed with the Zhuanming Hantia horn. This time, the Zhuanming Hantia horn clearly showed signs of strain. After merely seconds of clashing, his eyesight could no longer hold out. That surge of immense power suddenly vanished. The entire sacred Hantia horn gradually lost its spirit. No, impossible. How could a native human be this strong? Zhuanming Kuiniu's face was full of disbelief. His whole body trembled like a sieve. But the sword strike Zhou Luo unleashed cared not what he was thinking. It simply slashed straight toward him. Zhuanming Kuiniu, already gravely wounded, had no strength to resist at all. The sword light, like a force of destruction, split his entire body in two. The Beast King's blood instantly drenched the whole lake. The lake, once covered in pristine snow-white sharp blades, was now soaked through with blood, like a realm of purgatory. And so Zhuanming Kuiniu fell. You're next. Zhou Luo's gaze had already turned to Qingxi Zhongming. Caught by that single look, Qingxi Zhongming felt his very soul trembling. Too terrifying. Ever since descending into this world, he had never felt such a thing. Human, I am willing to submit to you as well. Just like that twin-tailed howler. To be at your command. Under such overwhelming power, Qingxi Zhongming actually gave up all thought of resistance, and immediately knelt in surrender. But Zhou Luo only let out a cold laugh. Your willingness to submit to me is your own affair, but I have no intention of letting you live. The moment those words fell, the third sword was quietly swung out. Qingzi Zhongming's head, full of disbelief, flew up into the air out of nowhere. And even as it hit the ground, his eyes still held endless unwillingness. Two spirit transformation experts and one beast king vanished from this world in an instant, leaving only two corpses behind. Young man, you can come over now. After finishing all of this, Zhou Luo casually sheathed the Taiya sword. He shouted toward the Twin Thunder Roar behind him. But Twin Thunder Roar stood frozen in place, not moving for a long while. The entire beast was dumbfounded. The ones who nearly killed him moments ago, Qingxiao Zhongming and Xuanming Kunu, were both slain by Zhou Luo. And the whole process was bizarre. It took less than 5 minutes. As for Zhou Luo, he unleashed 3 sword strikes. The first cut off Qingxiao Zhongming's wings, leaving him gravely wounded. The second destroyed Xuanming Hanshen's divine might and killed Xuanming Kunu. The third sent Qingxiao Zhongming's head flying. A clean finish. The power of 3 strikes had slain two spirit transformation beast kings. Such terrifying strength he had never seen before. Hey kid, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming over? In a daze, Twin Thunder Roar heard Zhou Luo calling him again. Only then did he snap back to reality. He hurried over to Zhou Luo's side. Big brother, you're truly incredible. He fumbled for words for a long time, before stammering out that one sentence. All right. These 2 Beast King cores are yours now. Use them to heal your wounds. Zhou Luo ignored Twin Thunder Roar's praise and said directly, Really, big brother. These 2 Beast King cores are really mine. Twin Thunder Roar was even more shocked at his words. 2 Spirit Transformation Beast King cores. Their value rivaled the Crimson Flame Ice Heart. Such precious treasures. Zhou Luo gave them away so easily. You call me big brother. If not you, then who? Zhou Luo glanced at him. Unless you don't want them. Then you should have said so earlier. In that case. Hey, I want them, how could I not? Twin Thunder Roar quickly said. The big brother's reward. Of course, this little brother must accept it. Thank you, big brother. With that, he scurried off happily, toward Qingxiao's famous corpse, running to retrieve the Beast King pill. And Zhou Luo wasn't idle either. He strolled across the lake's surface, coming to the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. At this moment, the lotus was fully mature, emitting a tempting, fragrant aroma. The Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus, plus the other 3 rare treasures. Who knows what realm they'll let me break through to? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, reached out and plucked the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. The moment it was plucked, the sharp ice covering the entire lake melted away in an instant. Even the surrounding cold air turned scorching hot. I'll refine it right here. Zhou Luo looked around, planning to use this forest to refine these 4 rare treasures. There are less than 5 days until the Immortal Island opens, and the process of refining these treasures takes some time. Zhou Luo had to finish refining all 4 before the Immortal Island opened. Every second was precious. Young man, guard me while I cultivate. Zhou Luo gave the order, and immediately sat cross-legged. Got it. The Twin Thunder Roar, having just taken 2 Beast King pills, quickly ran over as well. Episode 82, The Immortal Island opens. 5 days after that strange light. On Tianfeng Mountain in the western lands of the Great Xia, the Immortal Island, shrouded in clouds and mist all day, floating high above the sky, suddenly began to stir. Waves of milky white spiritual energy, centered on the Immortal Island, spread rapidly across all of Great Xia. Nearly everyone in Great Xia watching the island received word of the sudden change at that very moment. In an instant, awakened ones across Great Xia set out one after another, heading for Tianfeng Mountain. At the same time, in a forest far away in the extreme north, Zhou Luo also sensed this surge of spiritual energy. The immortal path had opened. He opened his eyes. A strange gleam flashed within them. After waiting patiently for many days, this day had finally come. As the most mysterious secret manual of his past life, what exactly lay upon that immortal island? He could finally go and see it with his own eyes. What was it that made Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, after entering, break through directly from the early stage of Hulan realm to the late stage? And when others asked them about it, They remained silent about everything on the island. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. Just as Zhou Luo was deep in thought, the voice of Tianchuang Lihao suddenly came from beside him. The moment Zhou Luo opened his eyes, Tianchuang Lihao had sensed it. That's right, young man. You did well this time. Those four heavenly treasures played a huge role, Zhou Luo said with a smile. Over these 5 days, he had consumed all 4 heavenly treasures. The results were quite good. His cultivation level had already broken through to the current 7th level of the Huiling Mirror, reaching the late stage of the Huiling Mirror. This speed was terrifying. If word got out, who knows how many people it would shock. Big brother, this is all my duty. Receiving Zhou Luo's praise, Tianchuang Lihao was very pleased. After all, he had decided to follow Zhou Luo wholeheartedly. So the stronger Zhou Luo became, the more it proved his choice was right. What about you? Did those 2 Beast King pills help your cultivation improve? Zhou Luo asked again. Heh, big brother, take a look. Tianchuang Lihao let out a simple laugh and released a burst of aura. 6th level of the Hulin realm. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Luo nodded. Though this progress wasn't as fast as his own. But that's still pretty good. After all, before taking the Beast King pills, Tianchuang Lihao was badly wounded. Of the 2 Beast King pills, at least 1 pill's effect was used to heal the injuries. In the future, I'll need to find a way to get some Beast King pills for Tianchuang Lihao. As the big brother, my strength is growing so fast. I can't leave my little brother behind. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Luo looked up, his gaze turned to the west. Let's go. Head to Tiafeng Mountain and see what this immortal island really is. The man and the beast set off toward Tiafeng Mountain. At the foot of Tiafeng Mountain, a pure white pillar of light, centered on the immortal island, nearly enveloped the entire mountain. Those who came to Tiafeng Mountain, ready to join the immortal island's secret realm, were all blocked by this pillar of light. What the hell is this barrier supposed to mean? Not letting us in. What's going on with this secret realm? It's completely different from before. Let me in. Complaints rang out one after another from the crowd. Some tried to force their way through, but were instantly knocked back by a powerful force. Look, over there, the Black Feather King is coming. And Gu Kaiyan Hua too. Commander Kui has also arrived. Then a few voices suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked into the distance. Sure enough, they spotted Lu Feiyu and the others. The Black Feather King, Gu Kaiyan Hua, and Commander Kui, all 3 have arrived. What about the Skeleton Lord? Isn't he planning to come? Brother Skeleton Lord, your news is so outdated. He's already taken off. Who knows where he's hiding overseas now? I was in seclusion a few days ago. I didn't know about these things. The Skeleton Lord really ran away. Yeah. The whole Skeleton Society is about to disband now. Someone asked about Yang Tianying's whereabouts, but was immediately mocked. A while ago, Yang Tianying fled overseas, leaving the Skeleton Society leaderless. The news had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Some people speculated that Yang Tianying was surely afraid of Zhou Luo, and so ran away outright. After all, Zhou Luo's record of single-handedly taking down the Star Company was truly terrifying. Anyone would be afraid. And Yang Tianying had long had a grudge with Zhou Luo, so fearing Zhou Luo would come for revenge was only natural. Just as everyone was discussing this, Lu Feiyu and the others arrived before that layer of light barrier. It wouldn't let people enter. How interesting. Gazing at the milky white light barrier before him, a flicker of curiosity passed through Lu Feiyu's eyes. Then he tried stepping forward, wanting to test whether this light barrier, as others had said, would shut everyone out. But when he took that step, the obstruction he expected never came. Instead, he entered with remarkable ease. This sight left everyone present utterly stunned. How is that possible? The light barrier failed. How did He Yu Wang get in? We couldn't get in just now. Forget it, let me try to. Some who couldn't contain their impatience immediately mimicked Lu Feiyu's move, stepping into the light barrier's range. But the very instant he extended one foot, the light barrier gave a violent surge and flung him flying over 100 meters away. He spat blood without end. Seeing this, the other awakened ones who wanted to try quickly withdrew their intentions. Why is this happening? Confusion filled everyone's minds. Meanwhile, on Lu Feiyu's side, Gu Qianhua and Kui Linfei also began attempting to enter the light barrier. As it turned out, both of them, like Lu Feiyu, faced absolutely no obstruction at all, and stepped into the light barrier with great ease. This left everyone even more baffled. Watching this scene, a speculation couldn't help but surface in Lu Feiyu's mind. He, along with Gu Qianhua and Kui Linfei, the three of them, had already broken through to the spirit transformation stage not long ago. Among the three, Gu Qianhua had the highest cultivation, at the second level of spirit transformation. He and Kui Linfei were both at the first level. So is it possible that this light gate only allows awakened ones above spirit transformation to enter? Outside the light gate, the crowd was still arguing endlessly. Many, upon seeing Gu Qianhua and Kui Linfei successfully step into the light tomb, began to think of giving it a try themselves. They figured they must have been doing it wrong. Some even shouted across to Lu Feiyu and the others, begging them to reveal the way in. Lu Feiyu, annoyed by all these voices, immediately spoke up loudly, saying, "Everyone, listen to me. From what I can see, this light gate is most likely meant to block awakened ones below the spirit transformation stage. Only those who have reached spirit transformation can enter. Don't waste your time anymore." Hearing him say that, the folks outside who were still preparing to try were instantly dumbfounded. Only spirit transformation can enter. Isn't that condition a bit too high? At this point in time, only someone with exceptional talent like Lu Feiyu could possibly break through to spirit transformation. Most others were just lingering between the spirit pulse and divine vision stages. Some were even still struggling at the initial stage. After Lu Feiyu's shout, the scene indeed quieted down a lot. Some showed regret on their faces, unwilling to accept it in their hearts. After all, for such a special secret realm as this, anyone could tell it was definitely not simple inside. Losing the chance to participate was hard for anyone to bear. But they didn't choose to leave right away. Instead, they planned to stay where they were, waiting for Lu Feiyu and the others to come out. They also wanted to see this immortal island that only allowed spirit transformation to enter. After Lu Feiyu and the others came out from inside, what great fortune they would end up obtaining. Just then, someone suddenly heard a whistling sound from the sky behind them. They looked up and saw a familiar face flying toward them. It's the god of slaughter. The god of slaughter is here. What god of slaughter? That's General Zhou, under everyone's gaze. Zhou Luo, riding the twin thunder roar, slowly descended outside the Lightwood. 83 Pioneer Secret Ultimate Linky. General Zhou, you've arrived. Kui Linfei was the first to greet him, cupping his fists toward Zhou Luo. Last time, Zhou Luo had saved his life from the three major powers. He'd been waiting to thank him in person for that debt. You've also broken through to the forest realm. Zhou Luo nodded at him, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. When he last saw Kui Linfei, he was still at the Divine Will stage, and had been wounded by the combined forces of the Star Company and the other two major powers. Logically, his cultivation shouldn't have advanced this fast. Headquarters didn't want me to miss this chance, so they gave me a lot of resources, which is how I broke through to the forest realm. Kui Linfei understood Zhou Luo's confusion, and scratched his head sheepishly. I see. Zhou Luo nodded, thinking it made sense. Now that the Tower Alliance was showing its might, with Kui Linfei as their only top-tier combatant, there was no way they'd let him miss this pioneer trial. Brother Zhou, now that you're here, we're all assembled. Why don't we head up to Heaven Ceiling Mountain and take a look? Lu Feiyu walked over at that moment, greeting Zhou Luo, saying no time like the present. Let's go, Zhou Luo nodded, agreeing. Before leaving, Zhou Luo turned to the Twin Thunder Roar and instructed, you stay guard outside the public tomb. If you see anyone from overseas forces coming, kill them all without mercy. Understood, the Twin Thunder Roar's face clearly said, Big brother, don't you worry. Zhou Luo was strong and healthy, so he left with peace of mind. The group of four quickly reached the summit of Tianfeng Mountain. When they all arrived at the top, they were astonished to discover a mysterious formation was carved into the peak. A beam of white light shot up from the center of the formation, pointing straight at the Immortal Island in the sky. It seemed this was a teleportation array leading to the Immortal Island. Gu Qianhua gazed at the celestial island and said, Lu Feiyu and Kui Linfei both agreed with his words. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go up first. Zhou Luo stepped forward and entered the formation directly. The other three saw this and quickly followed along. The moment all four stepped into the formation, it suddenly began to activate. The scenery around them instantly blurred. A feeling of weightlessness swept over Zhou Luo. When that sensation faded, Zhou Luo found that he was now in a dreamlike scene. Mist veiled the gentle breeze. Clouds embraced the jade trees. Having truly set foot on the immortal island, he noticed the white mist that always shrouded the island now glowed with a radiant, flickering light. What a magnificent celestial sight! The spiritual energy here was extremely dense. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his face filled with delight. The other three also sensed it. The spiritual energy on this island was at least 4 or 5 times richer than outside. If they could cultivate here, their progress would surely soar. Just as they were lost in excitement, suddenly, on a tranquil path ahead, a graceful, ethereal female figure appeared. Welcome, all of you, to the immortal island. Her skin was as smooth as silk, her brows like willow leaves, her lips slightly upturned. A true peerless beauty. The moment she spoke, even the flowers and trees around seemed to come alive. So you are Gu Qianhua. When the three saw this woman, their breath nearly stopped. Their eyes were filled with sheer awe. She was truly too beautiful. They had never seen such a beauty in the blue heart. Her beauty even seemed unreal. I am the master of this island. You may call me Yashu, the woman said with a smile. So you are the fairy Yashu. The youngest of the three, Lu Feiyu, his face was already flushed red. He cupped his hands toward Yashu and said, Gu Qianhua and Kui Linfei were not much better. Though they did not lose composure like Lu Feiyu, their eyes still brimmed with shock. All of this was noticed by Zhou Luo nearby. Something is wrong, very wrong. Zhou Luo stared hard at the woman named Yashu. Alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. He now had only one question. In this forbidden land, how could there be humans? This was something he had never heard of in his past life. Could it be that when Gu Qianhua and the others left the immortal island, the reason they stayed silent about what was inside was because of this woman? But why? Zhou Luo stored the thought away. He kept feeling that this woman named Yashu was strange in every way. Even the entire immortal island had become bizarre. Since you have all set foot on the island, you are all my guests. As the island master, I naturally must host you all properly. Please follow me. Yashu's voice snapped Zhou Luo out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Yashu had already turned around, walking toward the winding path, gesturing for everyone to follow. Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Kui Linfei followed without a second thought. Only Zhou Luo lingered for a moment, but he still chose to follow. No matter what strangeness lay within, he would go take a look first. She said that since in their past lives, Gu Qianhua and the others made it safely out of the immortal island, and their cultivation grew greatly, then there must be great fortune on this island. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. Zhou Luo silently comforted himself. But he still kept a sense of caution. Soon everyone followed Yusu to a pool of water shrouded in white mist. Everyone, this pool is called the Spirit Pool. Yusu stood by the pool and introduced it to the group. The water in the Spirit Pool is formed from extremely dense spiritual energy liquefied. Its spiritual energy content is 1,000 times higher than the outside world. There's not much to offer on the island. This little pool is just a small token of appreciation. Please enjoy it. Once you've absorbed the pool's energy, I'll take you to the main hall on the island to rest. Yusu made a gesture of invitation. At these words, Lu Feiyu and the other two couldn't help but hesitate. Fairy Yusu, you're giving us such precious pool water. Of course, Yusu nodded, her expression calm. Among the three, Gu Qianhua was the first to approach the spirit pool's edge. After carefully sensing it, he indeed found it filled with dense, extremely rich spiritual energy. Nothing else besides that. Then this old man thanks Fairy Yusu. Gu Qianhua, unable to wait, immediately leapt into the pool. He had awakened his immortal body with an extremely strong affinity for spiritual energy, absorbing it with incredible speed. A treasure like the spirit pool was a huge help to him. Seeing Gu Qianhua enter the spirit pool first, Lu Feiyu and Kui Linfei hesitated no longer, and followed right in. On the shore, only Zhou Luo remained. Yusu saw Zhou Luo standing still for so long, and said with a smile, "Sir, do you find my presence here inconvenient? If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. I'll come back once you've all finished absorbing." With that, Yusu actually left. Zhou Luo found this even more suspicious. Such a treasure, yet she just gave it away. He could hardly believe it. The fortune on this island had been obtained far too easily. So much simpler than other secret realms. This woman's strength is formidable. She must be a competitive realm expert. If she harbored ill intentions, she could have struck when we landed. Why go through all this trouble? Let's enter the temporary cultivation first. This pool water is truly a top-tier treasure. Can't afford to waste it. But we must stay vigilant during absorption. Thoughts flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, only 3 minor realms away from the competitive realm. If Yusu truly plots against us later, he still has countermeasures at his disposal. Besides, with innate treasures like the 9-yang Bagua plate and the 5 elements scripture, bolstered by the top-tier breathing technique, Zhou Luo already had the strength to fight a competitive realm expert. So he wasn't afraid at all. He then leapt into the spirit pool as well. And the moment he hit the water, Yusu, whose face had been calm as still water, suddenly broke into a faint smile. "Thought you were so cautious. Who would have thought you'd also be blinded by fortune? All the fish have taken the bait. Yuzhen, you may make your move now." The moment she finished speaking, a dashing figure stepped out from the shadows. He looked at Yusu and said with a smile, "Senior sister. Spiritual enslavement. A grand trap. Senior sister, these 4 should be the strongest in this land, in that country called Great Xia." After the man called Yuzhen stepped out, he smiled and said to Yusu, "That's right. Once we successfully plant the slave mark into their divine stones, mastering all of Great Xia is just a matter of time." Yusu nodded lightly and said, "That's wonderful. As long as we can take control of this land of Great Xia, the shopkeeper will definitely favor us." Yuzhen said with anticipation, "Yes. Brahma Heaven Lotus Sect." He had gradually taken control of the force known as the Brahmin Heaven. If our Luo Fuhal doesn't act now, it will be too late for everything. I revealed the floating immortal isle, causing such a stir, so it wasn't in vain. Yushu's lips curled up slightly, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. Then he looked at Yuzhen and said, "Enough. Get to work now." Yes, Yuzhen acknowledged the order, and immediately formed a hand seal with both hands the next moment. 4 faint streaks of light shot out, and plunged into the minds of Zhou Luo and the others in the forest pool nearby. The moment they entered the forest pool, Zhou Luo felt every pore on his body suddenly open wide. An extremely comfortable sensation surged through his heart. Truly such rich spiritual energy. He was delighted inside. The density of spiritual energy in this spirit pool far exceeded his imagination. What Yashu had said earlier about it being 1,000 times beyond the outside world, he even felt was an understatement. If I could absorb this entire spirit pool, I might break through to the arena realm in one go. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and immediately began to circulate and absorb. A small vortex instantly formed around him. Countless spiritual fluids crazily surged into his body. His absorption rate was far faster than Lu Fei and the others. Even the 5 organs purifier, Gu Qianhua, known as the Immortal's body, hadn't caused such a commotion. At the same time, the 5 elements scripture kept circulating within Zhou Luo's body. Not only was Zhou Luo fast at absorbing spiritual energy, even his efficiency in converting it into cultivation was considerably faster than the others. This was the power of a top-tier physique, combined with a top-tier breathing technique. But just as Zhou Luo was drawing in the surrounding spiritual fluid, a mental wave suddenly burst into his divine sense. What is this? Zhou Luo's whole body jolted, and he grew wary. After this mental wave entered his divine sense, it actually began to carve a mysterious mark within it. That woman really had ill intentions. Zhou Luo instantly understood the purpose of this mark. If it were successfully carved, then he would fall under the control of the one who carved it, becoming a slave. Break for me, Zhou Luo roared inwardly with fury. Within the sea of corpses, a figure suddenly appeared, a silhouette identical to Zhou Luo. The figure struck out in an instant. That spiritual energy had no room to resist, and was directly shattered. Zhou Luo, with his 9-abyss chaos body. His divine soul's strength was beyond ordinary comparison. Breaking the void with the divine soul was no empty boast. After shattering that spiritual energy, Zhou Luo's eyes snapped open. But what met his gaze was not the figure of Yu Su. He quickly looked toward Lu Fei and the other 3 beside him. At this moment, their faces no longer held their initial calm. Instead, they were twisted in agony, as if they were battling something. So they fell for it too. Zhou Luo could tell at a glance the state of the 3. They were locked in combat with that spiritual energy within the sea of corpses. But they lacked Zhou Luo's terrifying spiritual power. It wouldn't be long before the slave mark would be planted on them. And though Zhou Luo had awakened early, he was powerless to help them. He had never cultivated any divine soul techniques. He could only resist passively, unable to strike back. Humph, I always suspected you might be a variable. And now it seems I was right. At that moment, Yu Su and Yuzhen had also appeared beside the corpse pile. Yu Su looked at Zhou Luo. Her face no longer held its initial calm and kindness, but instead was filled with murderous intent. You actually broke the slave mark of my Luo Fuhao. It seems your spiritual power is no simple matter. Yuzhen stepped forward at that moment, her eyes fixed on Zhou Luo, full of curiosity, as if she were looking at a lab rat. I never thought this trip would uncover such a treasure like you. Not bad, not bad. After I kill you in a moment, I'll be curious to see what exactly is hidden inside the divine stone. So you're the one who cast this slave mark. Zhou Luo's face barely changed. He only looked coldly at Yuzhen and asked, though he couldn't help Lu Fei and the others break the slave mark. If he could kill the caster of the mark beforehand, everything might just resolve itself. So you want to save them? Yuzhen saw through Zhou Luo's intention. A sneer of contempt crept onto his face. You're not wrong. Killing me would indeed break the slave bond. But don't you think that's a bit far-fetched? His tone was full of mockery. The way he looked at Zhou Luo was like a top-tier hunter stalking a weak prey. It was the gaze of one above looking down on one below. He utterly dismissed Zhou Luo. Far-fetched? A cold glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. The Tai sword at his waist slid from its sheath. He looked at Yu Su and Yuzhen. His voice was full of grit. I won't just kill you. I'll make you to spit out everything you've taken, honestly. The moment Yu Su and Yuzhen appeared, Zhou Luo knew Yuzhen's cultivation matched Yu Su's, both at the spirit-severing realm. To spirit-severing masters, such power could dominate the world outside. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, a thrill of excitement stirred within him. Ever since breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, he hadn't had a truly satisfying battle. Now, at last, the chance had come. To spirit-severing experts shouldn't disappoint him. Besides, Zhou Luo was also curious about the true origins of these two. And this Luo Fuhao they spoke of, what exactly was it? These were names he'd never heard in his past life. Bold of you to draw a sword before me. That's a fine blade you have. Once I kill you, it'll be mine. Seeing Zhou Luo draw his sword, a cold smile curled at Yuzhen's lips. In his hand, at some point, and a long sword also appeared in his hand. But the sword in his hand, just by looking at it, was clearly a level weaker than Zhou Luo's Tai sword. At best, it was only at the innate spirit treasure level. Therefore, in Yuzhen's gaze toward the Tai sword in Zhou Luo's hand, there was nothing but greed and desire. The real Zhou Luo said no more. As Yuzhen was speaking, the Tai sword had already unleashed a cold white sword light. The light cut through the air, emitting a series of whistling sounds, as if it would shatter the entire space. This was one of Zhou Luo's rare full-power strikes. Since breaking through to the 3rd level and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, Zhou Luo could use all things as his guide. At the same time, he could also attach the sword intent to his weapon. The higher the grade of the weapon, the stronger the sword intent. With both combined, Zhou Luo's strike actually broke through the spirit transformation realm, reaching the power of the martial emperor realm. The sword light was like a dragon. Yuzhen fell. Not good, this kid is strange. Seeing this sword light that surpassed the spirit transformation realm and reached the martial emperor realm, Eugen's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to dodge with his movement technique, but the speed of this sword light was simply too fast. Moreover, it was surrounded by an elusive, ethereal intent that made it impossible to predict its trajectory. In desperation, Eugen could only raise his sword to meet it, striking toward the direction the sword light came from. Clang! The two sword lights collided, unleashing a terrifying power. The surrounding air currents turned violent, all being drawn into the clash. Crack! After a few seconds, a crisp sound of shattering was heard. The sword Eugen had swung was actually shattered directly by Zhou Luo. The cold white sword light cut through the air like a splitting bamboo, continuing forward. But in the end, because she was delayed by those few seconds from Eugen's strike, she found an opening and dodged away. Senior sister, attack together with me. Eugen, having escaped by a hair's breadth, caught her breath, and immediately said to Yusu. He had already realized that Zhou Luo's strength was nothing like he had imagined. If they didn't go all out, they might very well be killed instead. But the latter had already made her move before he even finished speaking. Boom! Yusu had somehow already appeared behind Zhou Luo and unleashed a palm strike at his back. That delicate, boneless jade hand now erupted with an incredibly deep and mighty palm force. Absolutely terrifying. This strike was extremely fast. Even a martial realm expert would struggle to react. Nanyang Bagua Plate. Zhou Luo clearly sensed this, but he wasn't panicked at all. As his mind stirred, the Nanyang Bagua Plate appeared from behind his head. A shield of black and white, enveloping Zhou Luo completely. Bang! Yusu's palm strike landed squarely on the Nanyang Bagua shield. A blow from a martial realm expert at nearly full power, enough to shatter most defensive treasures. But what Zhou Luo held was the Nanyang Bagua Plate among innate treasures, the strongest in defense. After the Bagua shield was struck, its surface merely rippled for a moment, then returned to calm. To innate treasures. Seeing her palm strike, perfectly blocked by the Nanyang Bagua Plate, Yusu couldn't help but widen her eyes. But before her shock could settle, she noticed a force, identical to the palm strike she had just unleashed, surging back from the Bagua shield. This was something Yusu had never anticipated. Caught off guard, she was sent flying backward. He's badly injured. The world saw Yusu get hurt. Eugen's face turned fiercely cold. Then a boundless killing intent flashed in his eyes. A green light burst from the blade in his hand. You lowly natives of the forest! How dare you wound my senior sister? You will surely die today. Eugen's body hovered in midair. His robes whipped loudly in the raging wind around him. Before his words even faded, countless sword shadows, like razor-sharp blades, rained down toward Zhou Luo. This time, Eugen had unleashed his full power. A peak expert striking with everything he had. The innate treasure in Eugen's hand even began to cry out in unbearable anguish. Seeing this, Zhou Luo, a flicker of gravity passed through his eyes. This attack was far more powerful than Eugen's earlier palm strike. Still, the Nanyang Bagua Plate could hold it off. But that would lead to one outcome. The energy of the Nanyang Bagua Plate would gradually be drained away. If it were a one-on-one fight, Zhou Luo wouldn't have to worry so much. But this time, he faced two peak experts alone. And these two were clearly no ordinary peak-level fighters. Their strength was surely beyond the early stage. They might well have reached the mid-stage, or even the late stage. This meant Zhou Luo had to hold back one defensive measure to counter whatever trump cards the two might have. The Nanyang Bagua Plate was his only defense. He absolutely couldn't waste it. As he weighed his options, the countless sword shadows were already upon him. With the 5 elements scripture activated, Zhou Luo's whole body trembled. A towering Mount Tai phantom appeared behind him. The phantom then grew larger and larger, until it shrouded the entire area for hundreds of meters. Suppress them. Zhou Luo's breathing thundered like rolling drums. The 5 elements scripture supreme breathing technique, now running at full speed. A mighty suppressing force surged forth, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Bang bang bang, the sword shadows Eugen unleashed at this moment could not withstand this overwhelming force of suppression, and burst apart in midair one by one. How could this be? Eugen's face was full of disbelief. This was his full-powered strike. containing profound sword intent within. Even an early-stage ascender would fall. But Zhou Luo, a cultivator, merely at the Huiling realm, a native here, was actually able to neutralize it. Now it's my turn. Zhou Luo curled his lips into a grin. A golden light suddenly appeared on the Tai sword in his hand. The dragon pattern on the blade, at this moment, seemed to come alive, slithering between the sword's edges. A majestic aura surged forth from the Tai sword, as the sword carried by the first emperor, having accompanied him for countless years. A dragon's breath had long been nurtured within the blade. This dragon's breath was the very reason the Tai sword became a primordial treasure, the key to its power. This strike. How will you dodge it? Zhou Luo's aura surged within him. Wave after wave of vast spiritual energy poured endlessly into the Tai sword. The golden light on the blade grew ever larger. The next moment, the Tai sword suddenly hummed and flashed. Like a true dragon riding clouds and mist, it slashed toward Yuzhen. Yuzhen wanted to flee, but he discovered that he was affected by some kind of force, his body completely unable to move. The phantom of Mount Tai, suppressing all things. The moment Zhou Luo swung this strike, he simultaneously channeled the power of Mount Tai to converge entirely upon Yuzhen, enough to trap him in place for several seconds. The true dragon met no resistance. Its body directly shattered Yuzhen. Blood scattered through the air, falling like rain. Before his death, Yuzhen never imagined that he would be slain by a man from the Orchid Heart. Upon the one remaining head, his face was filled with unwillingness. Kuk Jingjing was nothing more than this. Zhou Luo's lips curled up into a smile. Along with the blood staining his body, he looked like a madman who had walked out of hell. And for killing my junior brother. How dare you? In the distance, Yusu slowly rose to his feet. His injuries had fully recovered. He stared intently at Zhou Luo, his face full of hatred. I killed him. So what? Zhou Luo looked at Yusu, his face full of amusement. Not only will I kill him, I'll kill you too. Soon I'll send you to reunite with him. Sword in hand, Zhou Luo walked toward Yusu. Yusu stood firm, yet a cold smile appeared on his face. Stop pretending. You're already at the end of your rope. My junior brother's vengeance. I will avenge him myself. The moment he finished speaking, a 3-foot slender sword appeared in Yusu's hand. He swung a flash of sword light toward Zhou Luo. 086 breaking the deadlock, Yusu retains Li Ping. Seeing Yusu strike first, Zhou Luo immediately focused his mind and clashed with him head-on. In an instant, sword shadows rose around the spirit pool. Countless gales stirred up by sword shadows held all around. Bang! The moment the two swords collided, both of them stepped back at once. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold on. Yusu narrowed his eyes. His aura grew ever more immense. Zhou Luo looked at him, his face revealing neither joy or sorrow. Yusu was right. Earlier, in order to slay Yuzhen, Zhou Luo had indeed used all his strength. But because of the 9-abyss chaos body, his recovery was extremely fast, so he hadn't reached the point of spiritual exhaustion. But if he relied only on his recovery speed to hold on, he couldn't even kill Yusu with that. But Zhou Luo's methods were far more than just this. He still had a trump card he hadn't used. The glazed vase of desire. This innate treasure. Ever since Zhou Luo obtained it from Louis, he had never once used it. And because of that, the sacred glazed water inside the vase had been brewing all along. Now 2 drops of sacred glazed water had formed within the vase. If both drops were used at once, they could at least deal Yusu a light wound, or even a severe one. But that wasn't what Zhou Luo wanted. 2 drops weren't enough. He needed at least 3, to achieve the effect Zhou Luo was satisfied with. But to do so in a short time, and increase the sacred glazed water to 3 drops, he would have to pour in a massive amount of spiritual energy. In the current situation, forget a massive amount of spiritual energy. Even a tiny bit, Zhou Luo couldn't muster. Yusu was pressing him relentlessly. He wouldn't give him any chance at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's gaze unconsciously turned toward the spirit pool not far away. If he could use the spirit pool. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. And then, seizing the brief opening while trading blows with Yusu, he leapt straight into the spirit pool. Trying to run, too late. Yusu was robust and strong. He thought Zhou Luo was trying to flee, and immediately gave a cold laugh as he chased after him. But before he could even step into the spirit pool, he saw the 9-yang bagua plate behind Zhou Luo's head erupt with a burst of crimson light. Right after, that black and white shield appeared once again. Except this time, the shield wasn't just protecting Zhou Luo like before, but enveloping the entire spirit pool. Yusu was blocked by this shield, unable to step even 1 foot into the spirit pool. Humph, I forgot you still had this treasure. Yusu let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with contempt. But even if you rely on him, how long can you hold out? Yusu knew this very well. That palm strike from him just now, although it didn't shatter the 9-yang bagua shield, it definitely caused considerable drain. Zhou Luo, at the spirit transformation realm, simply cannot fully unleash the complete power of this innate treasure. At most, within 1 minute, he would be able to break through this shield. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Zhou Luo had actually sat cross-legged right in the spirit pool and began absorbing the spiritual liquid within. The 9 nether chaos body and the 5 meridians spun at full speed. The entire spirit pool actually formed a massive whirlpool. The spiritual liquid in the pool, completely ignoring Lu Feiyu and the others, surged toward Zhou Luo's body. What are you trying to do? Break through right here. What a delusion. Yusu sneered at the sight. He could tell Zhou Luo's cultivation was at the late spirit transformation realm, only a step away from the spirit severing realm. But breaking through to spirit severing was no simple matter. An ordinary person could never succeed in such a short time in breaking through to spirit severing, even with temporary enhancement. Still, because of what had just happened, Yusu remained wary of Zhou Luo. After all, the scene of Zhou Luo slaying Yuzhen had left too deep a shadow on his mind. No matter what, he must not let this brat succeed. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and struck out immediately. This time, Yusu was clever. To avoid being rebounded by the bagua shield, he deliberately avoided direct contact with it, and instead used palm seal attacks. Countless palm seals hammered against the bagua shield like a raging storm. At the same time, after each strike, Yusu deliberately paused, dodging the shield's counterattack before striking again. Though this avoided being rebounded by the bagua shield, but it also slowed down Yusu's attacks. This made Yusu quite irritated. Fortunately, Yusu was powerful. Even though his speed was slower, the bagua shield was visibly starting to give way. Inside the spirit pool, Zhou Luo absorbed the spiritual liquid, while keeping an eye on the bagua shield's energy. No good, at this rate there still won't be enough time. Zhou Luo made a quick estimate, and realized the bagua shield's energy simply couldn't last until the 3rd drop of colored glass sacred water was ready. But he couldn't leave right now. He had to focus entirely on the jade mirror-colored glass vase. As he was thinking, Lu Feiyu and the others in the temporary shelter began to stir awake. The 3 opened their eyes. What greeted their sight was the black and white shield covering the sky, and Yusu, isolated outside the shield, continuously striking at it. What's going on here? Seeing this scene, the 3 were startled at once. Just moments ago, after stepping into the shelter, they had begun absorbing the spiritual liquid inside. But after absorbing for a while, they suddenly felt a spiritual energy invading their sea of consciousness. After struggling against it for some time, the 3 gradually lost consciousness, completely unaware of what had happened. But Zhou Luo's mood was different now. Seeing the 3 wake up, Zhou Luo was overjoyed. Without a second thought, he immediately spoke up, "You 3. I don't have time to explain. Once Yusu breaks through the bagua shield, please buy me some time." With that, he said no more, and focused all his energy on the colored glass vase. After hearing Zhou Luo's words, Lu Feiyu, Kui Linfei, and Gu Qianhua were still a bit confused. But they weren't foolish, and quickly figured out the gist of it. "Brother Zhou, I'll do my best to buy you time." Lu Feiyu was the first to agree. His eyes locked on Yusu outside the shield. "General Zhou, rest assured." Kui Linfei then spoke briefly, and stood up, ready to move at any moment. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhua pondered in silence for a moment, then nodded quietly. A minute passed quickly. The 9-yang bagua shield, barely holding on, had now gradually begun to fade and scatter. Bang! In the end, under a long imprint from Yushu, the bagua shield was shattered. The 9-yang bagua plate hovering behind Zhou Luo's head also lost its radiance at that moment and merged into Zhou Luo's body. The three of them, at the early stage of the Near Sage realm, wanted to stop her. After breaking the 9-yang bagua shield, Yushu arrived above the crowd. She looked down at Lu Feiyu below, at Kui Linfei and Gu Qianhua, the three of them, her eyes full of contempt. She knew very well that Lu Feiyu and the others' strength could not compare to Zhou Luo's at all. Otherwise, they would have long since, like Zhou Luo, broken the spiritual slave seal that Yujin had cast. Whether they can stop her or not, we'll see once they fight. Facing Yushu, who radiated a deadly stillness, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath. His black wings spread wide behind him. Kui Linfei remained motionless, but around his body, a layer of blue-gray aura had already emerged. Gu Qianhua also produced a small pagoda in his hand. His eyes locked onto Yushu, ready to strike at any moment. Utterly ridiculous. Since you're so overconfident, I'll show you how vast the gap is between the competition realm and the whaling realm. Yushu looked at the three poised to strike, her tone icy cold. She let out a light shout. That plaything sword appeared in her hand once more. For a moment, killing intent surged across the field. Zhou Luo makes his move. Yujin's style, calm and level. Yushu's swordsmanship differed greatly from Yujin's. If Yujin's swordplay was like a swift strike, extremely fast at the same time, every strike was aimed at vital points. That Yushu's sword technique was like a cunning viper coiled to strike. As the thin sword slashed through the air, countless beams of sword light appeared. But if you looked closely, you could see that many of them were mere feints. And among those countless feints, there would occasionally be mixed in a killing blow deadly enough to end a life. Whoosh, 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 countless beams of light came slashing toward Lu Feiyu and his two companions. Lu Feiyu manipulated the black wings on his back, dodging and weaving through the air. He was extremely fast, able to evade most of the sword light. But still, some beams of light came at him unexpectedly from all directions. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Hey, let me help you. Kui Linfei made his move at the critical moment. Flashing to Lu Feiyu's side in an instant, he threw a punch straight ahead. A surging wave of pure, radiant energy erupted. The sword light that was about to hit Lu Feiyu was blasted into pieces on the spot. Mere ants, how dare you resist? Yushu's face turned even colder at the sight. Just now, that was merely a casual swing of his sword. He hadn't even used his full power. I originally planned to take you three as my servants and spare your lives. But I never expected you'd be so eager to die alongside that brat. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Yushu's tone was dripping with murderous intent. Before his words even faded, the thin sword in his hand traced arc after arc in the air. Then a sky-covering torrent of sword light howled forth, almost engulfing Lu Feiyu and his companions. Damn it, this power is so overwhelming. Lu Feiyu, seeing this overwhelming wave of sword light appear, the grindness in his eyes nearly turned solid. The previous wave, he could dodge most of it with his speed. But this time, the sword light was as dense as a spider's web, leaving him no room to evade at all. And every one of these sword lights carries the strike of a competitive master. If you get hit, there's only one outcome: being sliced to pieces. Just as I was about to step in, Gu Qianhua, who hadn't moved at all, immediately stepped forward. The exquisite pagoda in his hand was no longer what it was before, bursting forth with 5 streams of divine light. The 5-colored pagoda flashed. Gu Qianhua tossed it with one hand, and the little pagoda flew straight into the air. Then 5 divine lights of different colors erupted violently from within the tower, enveloping the entire surrounding sky. All those sword lights filling the air were struck by this 5-colored radiance, and one by one they were annihilated, as if they had never existed in this world. Another innate treasure. Seeing the 5-colored pagoda appear, Yushu's pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. No wonder the shopkeeper valued this flat land so highly. Who would have thought such a small place would have so many innate treasures appearing at once? So be it. Once I kill all of you, these treasures will all be mine. Yushu's face was filled with greed. Gu Qianhua's 5-colored pagoda was indeed powerful. But after all, Gu Qianhua was only a former wife of Hua Linjing, and couldn't unleash the pagoda's full power at all. Within 3 moves, he was absolutely certain he could break it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yushu struck again. The thin sword in his hand was like a long serpent, moving so fast it nearly warped reality. Gukayan manipulated the 5-colored pagoda, gradually deflecting Yushu's attacks. But when the third wave of attacks came, Gukayan could clearly sense the 5-colored pagoda beginning to dim, until it finally lost all its radiance and retreated back into Gukayan body. What a waste! An innate treasure in your hands is pure waste. Yushu sneered coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Gukayan did not get angry at those words, but a clear heaviness appeared in his eyes. In such a short time now, the 5-colored Linglong Tower could no longer be used. And Lu Feiyu and Kui Linfei, the two of them, had already exhausted themselves greatly, just to block Yusu's earlier strike. If relying on himself alone, he would likely be slain by Yusu within 10 seconds. The gap between the mirror of competition and the mirror of Hua Ling was simply too vast. And Yusu was no ordinary mirror of competition. Time to go. Yusu coldly spat out those 4 words. The next moment, he was already before the 3, sword in hand. A single swing of his blade. Gukayan whole body trembled. A phantom image of Mount Tai appeared behind him. He would use the Dazongjin High Horn for one final stand. Oh, the same technique as that brat. No, there is still some difference. Trying to fool me with a defective replica. Utterly laughable. Seeing the phantom of Mount Tai appear, Yusu first showed a hint of confusion, but quickly saw through the true nature of the Dazongjin High Horn, and let out a cold laugh, bang. The next second, the sword light clashed with the Mount Tai phantom. Without a doubt, the Mount Tai phantom that Gukayan summoned could not withstand Yusu's sword at all. It was cut clean through at the waist, and gradually faded away into the world. Then Yusu struck out in succession. The second sword slashed toward the 3 at great speed. The sword's edge loomed over their faces. A hint of despair slowly crept onto the 3's expressions. Still unable to make it. The 3 of them had given everything they had. Yet they never expected that against Yusu, they could not even hold out for a single minute. The gap was simply too great. In a daze, Kui Linfei turned to look toward General Zhou Luo's direction. We have done all we could. I hope that after we die, General Zhou, you will avenge us. That was the last thought in his heart. But when he turned around, he found that where Zhou Luo had been standing, there was now no one at all. What's going on? Kui Linfei's pupils sharply contracted. And it was at that very moment that he heard beside his ear the crisp sound of metal clashing. Whipping his head around, he saw that Zhou Luo had somehow already appeared before Yusu. And the Tai sword in his hand was clashing against the sword in Yusu's grip. Oh, so you're not going to hide like a turtle anymore. Yusu, seeing Zhou Luo appear, was about to taunt him. But Zhou Luo had no intention of conversing with him. After blocking Yusu's strike, he quickly retreated backward. Yusu was just trying to figure out what was happening when he noticed 3 shimmering droplets materialize out of thin air before him. The jade pure glass vase. Zhou Luo chanted the incantation, and the 3 drops of sacred glass water burst open in midair, forming a hazy mist that enveloped Yusu entirely in its center. What is this thing? Yusu's heart jolted, and a powerful sense of danger surged through his mind. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhou Luo's face, and at that moment, a smile appeared on it. At the same time, an incantation was already being uttered from his lips. Jade mirror glass vase, seal. At the command, as if by decree, the mist formed by countless tiny droplets converged toward the center. And the center of that mist was Yusu himself. Chapter 88, Slaying Yusu. The world's secret revealed. Not good. Seeing the mist gathering toward him, Yusu sensed something was wrong. Without a second thought, he immediately surged all his spiritual power, forming a spiritual shield around himself. Crackle, crackle. The water mist kept pounding against the shield, emitting one after another, a chilling, corrosive sound. In just an instant, the spiritual energy shield was already teetering, about to shatter at any moment. And the water mist had barely diminished by 3/10. Bang! Finally, after a crisp sound rang out, the mist shield could no longer hold and burst apart. Immediately after came a heart-wrenching, agonizing scream. The life force within was swiftly drained by the sacred glazed water, until he was on the brink of death. The surrounding water mist suddenly halted. No longer surging toward the dying dragon, Luo took out the jade mirror glazed bottle and gave a sharp command. The remaining water mist all gathered back into the bottle. After a careful inspection, he found half a drop of sacred glazed water still left inside. Not bad, there's still a bit left. Zhou Luo smiled and stored the glazed bottle within his body. Then he turned and walked over to the barely breathing Yushu, who had completely lost the will to resist. Keeping Yushu alive, Zhou Luo naturally had his reasons. His purpose was to find out where the Ta came from, and what the Luofu Hall they mentioned, and Fanshan Lianzong actually were. Zhou Luo had a faint premonition that he might soon touch upon the ultimate secrets of this world. He vaguely remembered earlier, when he entered the Lishan's secret realm and took that pitch-black orb from the chamber, the vision that appeared before his eyes. The emperor stood before the hall with a sword, furiously demanding why Xiangji had colluded with outsiders. Who exactly were these outsiders? Could they be Yushu and Yujin, the Luofu Hall they spoke of, and Fanshan Lianzong? After all, these two names, Zhou Luo had never heard of in his past life. Moreover, in his past life, Gu Qianhua and the others, after emerging from the island, never spoke a word about what happened inside. Surely they had been branded with a slave mark by Yujin, acting on their orders. Zhou Luo felt there was a huge conspiracy behind all this. Do you want to live or die? Zhou Luo stepped forward. Looking down at the dying Yusu, he asked. You think I don't know? You never intended to let me go, Yusu said coldly. Yet there was a hint of self-mockery in his tone. He had ultimately underestimated Zhou Luo, and underestimated this land as well. Someone at the spirit transformation realm could defeat both him and his junior brother? Kill me if you will. That innate treasure of yours has already corroded and shattered my cultivation. Even if I survive, my realm will fall to zero. In that case, what's the point of living? Better off dead. Yusu looked at Zhou Luo, his eyes filled with hatred. Suddenly, as if something crossed his mind, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You are truly powerful. That much is certain. But even if you kill me, you won't escape death yourself. It's only a matter of time. The people of Fan Tiaolian sect have long laid their plans in this world, even sending the beast clans here. And that's not all. You killed me and my sect elder. Our Luofu Hall will still send more envoys. Not to mention, besides our Luofu Hall and Fan Tiaolian sect, other forces have been watching you all along. Once they find an opportunity, they will descend together. Before long, this land where you were born and raised will fall into our hands, with no room for resistance. All you can do is wait for death in fear. Yusu's tone grew more and more excited, as if he could already see the scene of Zhou Luo and the others being slain. His internal injuries were already severe, and after finishing his speech, the Jinshi was already breathing his last, more out than in. Until he completely lost consciousness, all life force within his body faded away, waiting for death. Hey, Zhou Luo let out a light laugh, silently sheathing the Taiya sword. He had been reborn into a new life, not to wait around for death. Le Su and Yuzhen, were they not people of the Luofu Hall? Yet they still died by his own hand. If the Luofu Hall dares to send more people, then he would kill one. Send a group, and he would kill the whole group, until he killed them into fear. Killed them until their very souls were destroyed. As for that Fantin Lianzong, the same goes for them. General Zhou, what should we do now? At that moment, Kui Linfei stepped forward, asking Zhou Luo, his face full of gravity. Beside him, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua. Their expressions were not too pleasant either. What Yusu had just said, they had all heard it loud and clear. Though they had been unconscious for a while, the three only needed a brief calculation in their minds to arrive at a rough conclusion. It seemed some unknown force had set its sights on Daxia, or perhaps on the entire Blue Star. And these people were terrifyingly powerful, figures like Yusu and Yuzhen, top-tier experts of the late competition stage, were only fit to serve as errand-running vanguards. What to do, hearing Kui Linfei's question? Zhou Luo's face showed not a trace of worrying. He grinned at the three of them. Yusu and the others have completely fallen. On this entire immortal island, only we remain. I can see this immortal island is quite vast. Since it has this one spirit pool, there must be another, or even more. Rather than cower here in fear, why not come with me to seek other opportunities on the island? What do you all think? These words served as a reminder to Kui Linfei and the others. Brother Zhou is right. No matter where they come from, all we can do now is strengthen ourselves. Lu Feiyu nodded. In full agreement. Kui Linfei and Gu Qianhua, the heaviness in their eyes also faded considerably. In all three of their hearts, a strong sense of crisis had already begun to stir. A crisis unlike anything they had felt before today. They never wanted to end up like today again. After encountering people like Yusu and Yujin, with no ability to fight back at all. If Zhou Luo hadn't stepped in, they would have surely fallen long ago. That being the case, then why wait any longer? Zhou Luo smiled. Zhuangji wasted no more time, and swiftly strode through the air toward the depths of the immortal island. Lu Fei and the other three saw this and followed along. Soon Zhou Luo and the others finished their investigation. The immortal island did indeed hold other opportunities. Just the spirit pools alone had 2 extra ones. Aside from that, the island also had many rare spirit herbs, all of which Zhou Luo and the others plucked. Lu Fei and the other 3 took the spirit herbs they had gathered and shoved them all into Zhou Luo's hands. They even offered on their own to let Zhou Luo absorb both of those spirit pools. After all, Zhou Luo had just saved their lives. Such a debt of gratitude had to be repaid. But Zhou Luo didn't accept everything. He gave up 1 spirit pool for the 3 of them to absorb together, while he kept 1 spirit pool for himself. Zhou Luo knew full well that Yusu's words just now were no ordinary threat. If those forces truly invaded Langson in the future, he alone certainly couldn't handle it. He'd need a few people to help share the burden. And the 3 of them were the best candidates. They were all from the lower realm, and all of excellent character. Not to mention that Lu Feiyu had earlier willingly shared the Earth Fiend energy with Zhou Luo. This time the spirit pools were his way of repaying that. With Zhou Luo having spoken, Lu Feiyu and the others had no choice but to accept. They stayed within the spirit pool, while Zhou Luo headed toward the other one. When he arrived above the spirit pool, Zhou Luo looked down at the spirit pool beneath his feet and made a rough estimate in his mind. This entire spirit pool, along with all those rare treasures, is enough for me to break through to the Forbidden Realm? And there's a good chance I'll surpass the early Forbidden Realm. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't wait and leapt straight into the pool. In the blink of an eye, the entire spirit pool began to boil like the tide. Vast amounts of spiritual liquid surged toward Zhou Luo. 089 breaking through the Forbidden Realm, leaving the immortal island. Morning light trickled in. A day had passed. The spiritual liquid left in the pool was nearly gone. The aura within Zhou Luo's body was vastly different from before he entered the pool. Having quietly absorbed all the spiritual liquid, along with the various rare treasures found on the immortal island, Zhou Luo's cultivation had long since broken through the Forbidden Realm. Not only that, even after breaking through, he didn't stop. The aura within his body was climbing rapidly, until he passed a critical threshold. Zhou Luo's cultivation officially reached the 4th level of the Forbidden Realm, entering the mid-Forbidden Realm stage. With my current strength, I can completely take on Yusu and Yuzhen, and kill them both head-on. Zhou Luo felt the surging spiritual energy within him. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Forbidden Realm he could only dream of in his past life. Looking at it today, it doesn't seem like much after all. He just wondered what lay beyond the Forbidden Realm. What kind of existence that would be. Zhou Luo then recalled the Luofu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect that Yusu had mentioned. Even Forbidden Realm cultivators were mere cannon fodder there. So just how powerful was their true strength behind the scenes? I still can't afford to be complacent. Zhou Luo slowly rose to his feet and straightened his robes. As Yusu had said, the Brahma Lotus sect had long laid their plans in Landin. Even the strange beasts appearing all over Landin were their doing. Surely among their ranks, there must be people like Yusu as well. They arrived at Langxin, and the location was at Brahmin Heaven, not far from the building. This called for heightened vigilance. The people of Brahmin Heaven were never quite normal. And now the Pension Alliance had infiltrated them. Who knows what they might do? After leaving the temporary zone, Zhou Luo noticed Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Kui Linfei had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Zhou Luo come out, the three immediately stepped forward. General Zhou, you've broken through to the arena mirror. Kui Linfei was about to greet Zhou Luo, but suddenly sensed something off about his aura. This faint yet unmistakable pressure radiating from him was far higher than the forest path realm. If not the arena mirror, then what else could it be? Yeah, I owe it to the snacks. Barely made it to the mid-stage of the arena mirror. Zhou Luo nodded and said. For a moment, none of the three knew what to say. The spiritual energy in the snacks was indeed abundant. But with that much spiritual energy, not just anyone could absorb it all and convert it into their own cultivation. Zhou Luo, in a single night, broke through from the forest path to the mid-arena mirror. His constitution was definitely no ordinary thing. Perhaps even more terrifying than Gu Qianhua's immortal body. Brother Zhou is truly remarkable. I really can't compare to you. Lu Feiyu gave a bitter smile. He, along with Kui Linfei and Gu Qianhua, shared one batch of snacks, absorbing all the spiritual energy within, and only after finishing did they reach the 5th level of the forest path. Compared to Kui Linfei's 6th level, and Gu Qianhua, whose cultivation grew the fastest, reaching the 7th level of the forest path, the gap was still considerable, let alone comparing to a monster like Zhou Luo. Since you're all here, I happen to have something to tell you. Zhou Luo looked at Lu Feiyu and the other two, his expression turning much more serious. You all know by now, the entire Immortal Island is controlled by a force called Luo Fuhal, the Power Handle. And their goal is none other than the Grand Alliance, or rather, Lan Din. With enemies at our doorstep, I believe our Grand Alliance must unite to face the disasters that may come at any moment in the future. What do you all think? After saying this, he turned his gaze to Lu Feiyu and the other two, though his words were mainly directed at Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua. After all, Kui Linfei was already a member of the Grand Alliance, and he himself had long become an honorary general of the Grand Alliance, standing on the same front. Of course, after Lu Feiyu heard this, he agreed without a second thought. Actually, I've been thinking about this for a while. With enemies at our gates, if we of the Grand Alliance don't quickly band together and keep fighting on our own, our future won't look bright. Once we leave the Immortal Island, I will announce to the world that the Bailey Group and the Grand Alliance have formed an alliance. After he finished speaking, Gu Qianhua beside him also nodded. I was thinking the same thing. When I return to our island, I will immediately declare to the world that the Gushi family and the Grand Alliance are now allies. Should enemies come in the future, the Gushi family will never hesitate to act. Seeing the two so reasonable, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel relieved. In that case, let us leave this place at once, Zhou Luo said with a smile. Everyone immediately headed toward the teleportation array that led into the Immortal Island. Stepping into the array, the familiar feeling of weightlessness hit them instantly. A few seconds passed, and everyone was back on solid ground. At that moment, the area near the island's barrier was already packed with people. Those who came had heard that only Spirit Transformation Realm experts could enter the Immortal Island. The curious crowd gathered, all wanting to see with their own eyes. After Zhou Luo and the others came out, what exactly they had obtained from the Immortal Island. After all, this was a secret realm only Spirit Transformation experts could enter. The fortunes inside couldn't possibly be ordinary. General Zhou and the others are out. The moment Zhou Luo and his group were teleported out, they were immediately spotted. After someone shouted, countless gazes turned toward them instantly. Oh my god! Look at Yu Wang. He's already broken through to mid-spirit transformation. Commander Kui is also mid-spirit transformation. Gu Qianhua is actually late spirit transformation. What great fortune lies within that Immortal Island? Because Lu Feiyu and the others didn't bother to hide it. Everyone could see their cultivation levels at a glance. But when their eyes turned to Zhou Luo, the crowd was utterly baffled. Can any of you sense General Zhou's cultivation? I can't sense it at all. I can't see through it either. Before General Zhou entered the Immortal Island, he seemed to already be at late spirit transformation. Could he have already broken through to the tribulation realm? The moment those words were spoken, the previously noisy crowd fell into a suffocating silence for a few seconds, then erupted all at once. The tribulation realm. General Zhou has actually broken through to the tribulation realm. Terrifying beyond measure. The tribulation realm is the peak of humanity, isn't it? Haha, General Zhou must be the first in the world to break through to the tribulation realm as an awakener. A true pride of the Xia dynasty. The crowd was filled with sighs of admiration and respect. Many among them also felt relieved. After all, they knew Zhou Luo's character very well. Not long after the Mutation Era began, he saved an entire elementary school of children from the hands of the silver-armored mystic Zhao. And when the Lishan secret realm opened, he single-handedly drove back all overseas forces, allowing only people of the Xia dynasty to enter. Not to mention later at the Beast Nest in Dongshan City, where he saved so many people. Zhou Luo breaking through to the tribulation realm is only natural. If it were anyone else, they would likely feel regret. This was the reputation Zhou Luo had built in the tower over these many days. Such a hero. Who would not admire him? The terrifying man of Northern Europe. As the Pioneer Secret Realm came to an end, far across the ocean on the Northern European continent, inside the main cathedral of the Holy Court Church, the Heavenly Emperor, Tokugawa Hikaru, current Supreme Chief of the Yin clan, was kneeling alongside a white-haired elder, both before the bishop's throne. Upon the bishop's throne sat a man with deep-set eyes. Beside the man stood a curly-haired figure in a black robe. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would be utterly stunned. Because the white-haired elder, kneeling on the ground with Tokugawa Hikaru, other than Pope Peter VI of the Holy Court Church, who else could it be? The esteemed Pope of the Holy Court and the Supreme Chief of the Yin clan were so humbly, willingly kneeling on the ground. The man seated on the bishop's throne, who exactly was he? I have come to this land, and indeed, I need you natives as my helpers. I can promise you, I will spare your lives. But you must be branded with my spiritual slave mark. Are you willing? Obis, seated on the bishop's throne, looked down at Tokugawa Hikaru and Peter VI, and spoke calmly. His tone was utterly flat, devoid of any extra emotion. But to the ears of Tokugawa Hikaru and Peter VI, it was as terrifying as a demon's whisper. Swallowing hard, Tokugawa Hikaru glanced from the corner of his eye toward the corner of the cathedral, where bodies were piled up. Among them were spirit transformation realm masters from his Yin clan, and several great priests of the Holy Court Church. Yet not a single one. They were all standing beside the bishop's throne. That man in black robes, killed by him. The process was swift and clean. It didn't even take 5 minutes. Clearly, this man in black's strength had already reached the legendary arena level, or even higher. If it were just that, it wouldn't have made Tokugawa Hikaru and Peter VI so submissive. The key was Augustus sitting on the bishop's throne right now. If the man in black was a demon terrifyingly powerful, then Augustus was like a king of the underworld. He commanded the demon, and intentionally or not, exuded an air of supreme authority. Just sitting there was enough to make one tremble in fear. Sir, I agree. Tokugawa Hikaru didn't hesitate. He nodded and agreed immediately. At the same time, he bowed even deeper, as if straightening up just a little would anger Augustus and cost him his life. I agree too. Peter VI, standing nearby, saw how quickly Tokugawa Hikaru agreed, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then he quickly hardened his resolve as well. Good, I never like forcing people. Since you both agree, then let's begin. Augustus smiled and waved his hand. The next moment, the man in black stepped forward, ready to plant the mental enslavement on the two of them. Hearing those words, Peter VI felt a wave of bitterness in his heart, saying he never likes forcing people. But the problem was, did they even have a choice? Clearly, if he dared to say no, he'd immediately end up like the pile of corpses in the corner of the church, lying in a coffin on the spot. Oh no, he wouldn't even be worthy of a coffin. With a hum, the man in black came before the two, pressing both hands down on their heads. In an instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy burst into their minds and entered the divine stones. About 10 minutes passed. The man in black slowly withdrew his hands and returned to the side of the cardinal's throne. At that moment, within the divine stones of Tokugawa Hikaru and Peter VI, the spiritual enslavement had been fully implanted. From now on, whenever the man in black or Augustus gave the order, even if they were told to jump off a cliff, they would not hesitate. In daily life, when the enslavement seal was not activated, the two could still act freely. But the price was that no thought could arise in their minds that was unfavorable to the man in black or Augustus. Otherwise, they would sense it. The moment their master regained consciousness, Tokugawa Hikaru and Peter VI almost simultaneously addressed Augustus and the man in black with reverence, their tone filled with awe. Now then, tell me about the situation on this land. Augustus nodded with satisfaction, and Zhuangji immediately gave the order. Of course, I shall recount it for you, my lord. Tokugawa Hikaru was the first to respond, and Zhuangji began to explain to Augustus, including the current distribution of major powers in Landin, the number of strong warriors, and so on. When he finished, a glint of amusement flickered in Augustus's eyes. Interesting. Before the so-called Plague Era you mentioned began, there were still so many small nations on this land. It was only after the Plague Era started that they gradually merged into 5 major powers. That was remarkably fast. Augustus stroked his chin, then turned his gaze to Tokugawa Hikaru. By the way, you said earlier that your Yin clan originally lived on an island, but were forced to leave by a single person. Who was that person? Who was it? With that, Augustus stared intently at Tokugawa Hikaru. He was curious. According to what Tokugawa Huel said, what did Yinzu say? They're also one of the top powers on Langxin. How could they be pushed to such a state by one person? Even abandoning their homeland, fleeing overnight to the northern European continent, to seek refuge with the Holy Court Church. Hearing Opus mention this matter, a flash of hatred immediately appeared in Tokugawa Huey's eyes. But right after, a look of wild joy surfaced on his face. My lord, that man is called Zhou Luo. He's a top-tier expert within the Great Xia Alliance. His talent is terrifying. When our people were at their strongest, only at the divine intent stage, he had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. And before your arrival, we had just received word. After he came out of a secret realm within the Great Xia territory, his cultivation had actually broken through to the Forbidden's realm. And at the mid-stage of the Forbidden's realm at that. If you wish to rule over Langxin, then this man is absolutely a threat that must be eliminated. Every extra day he lives invites trouble. Tokugawa Huey spoke urgently, immediately revealing Zhou Luo's background. He couldn't wait for Augustus to strike at once and slay Zhou Luo, preferably wiping out the Great Xia Alliance as well, and seizing the lands of Great Xia. After all, he himself had already submitted to Augustus, becoming their servant. Why should you, Zhou Luo, get to have it easy? Why should Great Xia get to have it easy? They must all be dragged down too, right? Among you natives, there's actually someone like this. How interesting. Augustus's lips curled up slightly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He knew what Tokugawa Huey was thinking. Nothing more than wanting to use his hand to take revenge and vent the anger in his heart. But he didn't care at all. After all, what Tokugawa Huey said was right. If he wanted to completely control this land, then Zhou Luo was absolutely someone who had to be eliminated. Going from the envoy realm to the competition realm in 1 month. This rate of growth. Even he felt somewhat shocked. Even within the Heavenly Cross army behind him, such a genius was rarely seen. We absolutely cannot give him more time. Captain Meek, I have a task for you. Thinking this, Augustus turned his gaze toward the man in black beside him. Follow him to the building. Bring back the one called Zhou Luo. Plant a mental enslavement. If he resists with all his might and refuses to come, then kill him outright. His tone was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. Meek Wenyan then bowed slightly, respectfully saying, Yes, Commander Augustus. I will surely complete your task. Breakthrough again. The intelligence on the Twin Thunder roar. Within the Jiangnan Mountain Villa of Daxia. After returning from Tianfeng Mountain, Zhou Luo had been immersed in cultivation. Outside, the Twin Thunder roar lay on the ground, lazily surveying its surroundings. And inside the chamber, all was silent and still. Only when Zhou Luo ran the 5 elements breathing method did thunderous sounds echo with each rise and fall of his chest. After another moment, Zhou Luo's breathing gradually grew heavy, like veins of the earth rumbling deep below. With the final breath cycle, Zhou Luo's whole body jolted. His eyes snapped open. The aura within him had, in stillness, risen 1 level above the foundation of the 4th stillness. The 5th stillness. Who would have thought that among those heavenly treasures, some medicinal power still lingered within me? This trip to the vanguard truly yielded much. Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, a faint smile appearing. Reaching the martial path realm, he could clearly perceive that each level held a vast gap between them, several times greater than the spirit path realm. To break through a level in such a short time, without external aid, it will probably take quite a while. I should consider breaking through the 5 elements scripture. There's still some gap to the 5th level. Zhou Luo pondered deeply. The 5 elements scripture was undoubtedly one of his most powerful techniques. Whether it's the 1st level's Mount Tai power, or the 3rd level's Mount Hua technique, each one on its own is equivalent to a congenital treasure. Not to mention the 5th level beyond that, the pseudo-power realized at the 7th and 9th levels. And more importantly, the abilities gained from cultivating the 5 elements scripture are like pseudo-power returning to oneself, unlike congenital treasures that can be affected by external factors. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo got up and left the seclusion. After returning to Jiangnan, he had been cultivating the whole time. Now it was a good chance to get some fresh air. Big brother, you broke through again. Outside the door, Tianshuang Lihao saw Zhou Luo walk out. After sensing the aura emanating from Zhou Luo, his eyes widened instantly. How long has it been? At most, it's only been a day. Zhou Luo's cultivation level actually jumped directly from the 4th level of the Forbidden's Realm to the 5th level of the Forbidden's Realm. Originally, after Zhou Luo came out of the guidance, breaking straight through to the 4th level of the Forbidden's Realm was already shocking enough for him. Now looking at it, he was still surprised too early. Young man, I have something to ask you. Seeing Tianshuang Lihao, Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. So he asked, do you know about the Brahma Lotus sect Yushu mentioned before? That beasts like Tianshuang Lihao came to Langxin because the Brahma Lotus sect was behind it. If he asked Tianshuang Lihao, maybe he could get some clues. The Brahma Lotus sect, never heard of it. Tianshuang Lihao thought for a moment, then shook his head. You don't know? That really is strange. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Big brother, why are you asking about this? Did this Fan Tianlian Dong offend you somehow? Tianshuang Lihao asked, puzzled. It's like this. Zhou Luo smiled. Zhuangji began explaining to Tianshuang Lihao. But after hearing it all, Tianshuang Lihao fell silent. After a moment, he slowly said, Big brother, I've been thinking. Our beast clan might actually really be the ones that Lao Shizi, Fan Tianlian Zong brought over. Hearing this, Zhou Luo grew curious. Oh, tell me more. Then Tianshuang Lihao explained the origins. It turned out that before descending onto Blue Star, the beast clans, including Tianshuang Lihao, lived on a planet called Ancestral Star. Not only were there beast clans there were also humans. Unlike the original Blue Star, all living beings on Ancestral Star could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, following a path completely different from Blue Star. Their technological development was very backward, only about 1/10 of Blue Star's level. But they had deep research in cultivation. Before descending onto Blue Star, one day, a group of forces from beyond the heavens suddenly arrived at Ancestral Star and found the beast clans, claiming they could send the beast clans to a planet just like Ancestral Star, full of spiritual energy, covered in treasures everywhere. And the humans on that planet had only just begun to cultivate. This made the beast clans very tempted, because on Ancestral Star, there were simply too many beings capable of cultivation. Most resources were controlled by powerful beings or human forces, leaving those who wanted to advance further with no opportunity at all. And so, including Tianshuang Lihao, a host of beasts, agreed right away. The forces from beyond the heavens then descended onto Blue Star. Big brother, those people are probably the Fanshan Lianzong you mentioned. But back when we were on the Origin Star, I never once heard that name. This Fanshan Lianzong. is definitely not a force from my origin star? Tianshuang Lihao vowed with certainty. I see. What about the Luofu Hall then? Have you heard of it? No, I haven't, I see. Zhou Luo realized. It seems these forces trying to invade Langxin have a very mysterious origin. Even Tianshuang Lihao doesn't know where they come from. But that's not a problem. With his current rate of growth in strength, Zhou Luo was confident he could handle anything. Oh right, I have one more question. Are there other realms above the Forbidden's realm? Zhou Luo looked at Tianshuang Lihao again and asked seriously. Since the origin star where Tianshuang Lihao lives is a planet specialized for spiritual energy cultivation, then they must have a deeper understanding of this. Of course, there are. Tianshuang Lihao nodded and continued, as far as I know, above the Forbidden's realm there are 3 great realms. We generally call them the 3 realms of heaven and man. The first is the shackle realm. Upon reaching the shackle realm, your cultivation method becomes completely different from the spirit refining realm. The shackle realm is divided into 5 minor stages, or rather, 5 shackles. Each time you break through a shackle, your strength multiplies several times over. The increase is tremendous. But the difficulty of breaking through also rises accordingly. It's incomparably harder than the spirit refining realm. Tianshuang Lihao spoke slowly. After Zhou Luo heard this, far from being intimidated by the difficulty of breaking through that Tianshuang Lihao mentioned, he was actually very excited. High difficulty is good. He loved high difficulty. Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten that within his 9 nether chaos constitution, no matter which realm he breaks through, he will never encounter any obstacles. The difficulties that ordinary people see are simply nothing to him. And after the locked realm, Zhou Luo continued to ask. After the locked realm comes the shattered mirror realm. Tianshuang Lihao said slowly. The shattered mirror realm has only 3 minor stages, divided into the heaven, earth, and man barriers. The difficulty between each level is even greater than the locked realm. Upon reaching the shattered mirror realm, one can roam the void, traveling between the great planets. But because it is extremely difficult, even on our ancestral star, those who reach the shattered mirror realm can be counted on one hand. Saying this, a hint of longing flashed across Tianshuang Lihao's face. Roaming the void sounds interesting. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, silently noting it in his heart. Then he turned his gaze back to Tianshuang Lihao, asking, and what comes after the shattered mirror realm? Episode 092, the star-refining golden core, Mei descends upon the world. After the shattered mirror realm comes the golden core realm, Tianshuang Lihao said with a serious expression. And when he spoke of the golden core realm, the longing on his face had already vanished, replaced by a deep sense of reverence. The golden core realm. When Zhou Luo heard the name of this realm, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Isn't this the name commonly used in the novels and storybooks of Landin? Big brother, could it be that you know of the golden core realm? Seeing Zhou Luo's expression turn odd, Tianshuang Lihao asked curiously. That's right, Zhou Luo didn't hide anything, and shared everything he knew. But after hearing it, Tianshuang Lihao burst out laughing. I see. You people of Landin really have vivid imaginations. Though you didn't fully grasp the true power of the golden core realm, the essence of it is more or less the same. The golden core realm we speak of is not something formed by a cultivator. Instead of condensing a golden core within oneself, one seeks out, in the boundless universe, a star-level planet, and refines it into an inner golden core. Zhou Luo slowly formed a question mark. Refining a star into an inner golden core. You call a star a golden core? Tianshuang seemed to notice Zhou Luo's shock. Don't laugh at me, big brother. To be honest, the ancestral star I came from is ever-changing. Over tens of thousands of years, only one person has broken through the golden core realm. This realm is utterly terrifying. With a mere gesture, one could destroy a star. A dozen or so shattered void experts wouldn't be enough for one golden core powerhouse to beat. So powerful indeed. Zhou Luo couldn't help but marvel at these words. Though it made sense. If one can refine a star into a golden core, how weak could their strength possibly be? With that thought, Zhou Luo continued to ask. Then how many minor stages are there within the golden core realm? Big brother, that I wouldn't know. Tianshuang Lihao scratched his head with an apologetic look. knowing that there's a golden core realm above Shattered Void. Is all thanks to that one on the Ancestral Star, the only great one who broke through the golden core realm. But what mysteries lie within the golden core realm? Is not something ordinary folks could know? Alright, Zhou Luo nodded, and said no more. The 3 realms above the Forbidden's realm. Each one sounds more awe-inspiring than the last. Especially the final golden core realm. Refining a star into an inner golden core. In the past, this was something Zhou Luo wouldn't even dare to imagine. Yet, there were actually people in this world who had done it. With a mere gesture, one could extinguish stars. Just how immense was that power? A fighting spirit ignited within Zhou Luo. He possessed the 9 Abyss Chaos body, and might one day break through the golden core realm. He just wondered, within the Luo Fuhal and Fan Tialian sect, what realm their strongest experts had reached. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold glint flickered within. Just then, at the main gate of Jiangnan Manor, a sudden commotion broke out. General Zhou, are you there, General Zhou? Something terrible has happened. The voice seemed to be Chu Hanyan's. Young man, go check the situation. Zhou Luo frowned slightly at the words. Zhuan Ji then called out to Tianshuang Lihao with a roar. The two immediately headed toward the gate. Upon arriving at the gate, they indeed saw Chu Hanyan's figure. What happened? Zhou Luo asked, seeing his urgent demeanor. General Zhou, just moments ago, Tokugawa Hui of the Yin clan's camp brought a terrifying man in a black robe into the city and went on a killing spree in Jishi City, slaughtering many civilians. Major General Kui and King Heiyu, Senior Gu Qianhua went to stop them upon hearing the news. But unexpectedly, the black-robed man's power was utterly terrifying. He seemed to have broken through to the Jange realm. Major General Kui and the others were no match. They were about to be defeated. After Chu Hanyan finished speaking, his tone was filled with earnest pleading, begging General Zhou to intervene. I understand. Zhou Luo agreed without any hesitation at the words. At the same time, a chilling intent flashed in his eyes. The Yin clan's people actually dared to cause trouble in the mortal world again. They truly must be tired of living. But since they've come, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out. First, eliminate Tokugawa Hui. Then, in passing, wipe out the entire Yin clan. None of these beasts will escape. Young man, let's go. Zhou Luo leapt up, immediately commanding Tianshuang Lihao, knowing the urgency of the matter. Without any hesitation, they flew at full speed toward Jishi City. Above Jishi City, Lu Fei, Yuquilin Fei, and Gu Qianhua stood poised in the air. The three's gazes, all eyes turned to the man in the black robe ahead. And beside him stood an old acquaintance, the former emperor of the Sakala Nation, and the current supreme leader of the Shadow Group, Tokugawa Haikaru. At this moment, in the eyes of Luffy and the three, without exception, all were filled with gravity. At first, they had assumed that the black-robed man brought by Tokugawa Haikaru was a strong warrior of the Shadow Group. But after they crossed blows with him, they realized how terribly wrong they were. With just a single exchange, the three were directly injured by the black-robed man. Such terrifying strength they had only seen that day in Yushu, who stood above the vanguard. This black-robed man turned out to be a top-tier expert as well. And judging by Tokugawa's attitude toward him, it was practically groveling in the dirt. Nothing like the status of the Shadow Group's supreme leader. Instead, he seemed like a servant to this black-robed man. And of the lowest rank at that. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, in your great Zia. That man called Zhou Luo. Where is he? Meek clasped his hands behind his back. His pale golden pupils looked down upon Luffy and the three. His tone was icy cold, devoid of any emotion, mixed with a chilling murderous intent. He came to the Great Zia for only one thing: to find Zhou Luo and bring him before the Legion commander. Beyond that, he cared about nothing else. Don't even think about it. Kui Linfei immediately snapped back in fury. His eyes burned with boiling rage as he stared at Meek. This madman, the moment he arrived at Jishin City, slaughtered civilians on a massive scale. No fewer than 4 figures died by his hand. Jishin City, already sparse in population, had now become a scene straight out of hell? Humph, since you refuse to speak, then so be it. Meek's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold sneer. After I kill the 3 of you, I will slaughter this entire city below to the ground. If Zhou Luo still won't come out, I'll go destroy a second city. Until your whole nation is wiped out. His tone was utterly relaxed, as if he were talking about something ordinary. But Kui Linfei and the other two heard this, and couldn't help clenching their fists. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Lord Meek is wise. As long as we kill every last person of Daxia, Zhou Luo will definitely not be able to hold back and come out. Tokugawa Hua quickly flattered him with a sycophantic remark. At the same time, the look in his eyes toward Lu Feiyu and the others was filled with gloating and malice. The idea of slaughtering the city was his proposal. The purpose was simple: to force Jomo out. But it also contained his own selfish motives. He just wanted to watch Daxia fall and see the people wailing in misery. After all, as the highest leader of the camp group, he had been reduced to serving as a servant. So how could Daxia be allowed to fare well? It had to be worse off than him. 93. A vast gap. Gukai and Hua's despair. Tokugawa Hui, you beast. Kui Linfei glared at him furiously. Her eyes wished she could tear a piece of skin off Tokugawa Hui. She had already understood. This man named Meek that Tokugawa Hua called out to was most likely like Yusu and the others, also from beyond Landin. But Tokugawa Hui, this wretched dog, had actually colluded with foreign enemies to harm the people of Landin. Killing him 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to quench their hatred. Lu Feiyu and Gukai and Hua beside her also had eyes full of murderous intent toward Tokugawa Hui. Feeling these three naked gazes, all wanting to kill him, Tokugawa Hui himself didn't care at all. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. He was now Meek's servant, and he knew Meek's strength all too well. In the Holy Court Church, the scene of Meek single-handedly slaying Yinzu and all the spirit mirror experts of the Holy Court Church was still vivid in his mind, right before his eyes. Lu Feiyu and the others could never survive against Mac. Even if Zhou Luo came, he'd only be crushed. Ray-John, the angrier you get. When I watch you struggle and suffer later, the happier I'll be. Tokugawa Hui said with a twisted face. Mac then looked at Tokugawa Hui and said, "Go down to that city below. Kill every single person inside. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Lord Mac." Tokugawa Hui instantly turned obedient. After bowing respectfully, he slowly descended toward Jishi City. "You're not going anywhere." Kui Linfei's eyes blazed with fury at the sight. He stepped forward to block him. Though Tokugawa Hui was weaker than Mac, he was still a peak expert of the Wallen realm. If he truly entered Jishi City, the people there would surely suffer. But just as Kui Linfei moved to stop him, Mac's figure appeared before him like a ghost. "Your opponent is me, got it?" A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His tone was ice cold. Before the words even faded, Mac raised his right hand. A massive hammer, pitch black, covered in eerie patterns, appeared in his grasp. The hammer swung in an instant, smashing straight toward Kui Linfei. The moment the hammer moved, thunder roared all around like heavenly wrath, carrying overwhelming destructive force, aimed directly at Kui Linfei. Seeing that strike, his eyes flew wide open, a flash of fear in his gaze. If that hammer landed, he would surely die. That was the only thought left in his mind. He tried to dodge, but his whole body seemed frozen in place by some force, unable to move. The five-colored Linglong Tower flashed. Gukai and Hua noticed something was off with Kui Linfei, and promptly unleashed the five-colored exquisite pagoda. A beam of five-colored divine light blasted straight toward the black giant hammer. Rumble, rumble. The giant hammer slammed solidly into the five-colored divine light, letting out a deafening roar. The air around them warped from the impact, as if it were trembling. And the five-colored divine light Gukai and Hua had unleashed was shattered to pieces by that single hammer blow. But at least it managed to block the giant hammer, and saved Kui Linfei. A primordial treasure, after all. Who knew this trip would bring such a windfall? The moment he saw the five-colored glazed pagoda, a flash of greed flickered in Mike's eyes. He shifted his target, gripping the pitch-black giant hammer, and charged straight at Gukai and Hua. Gukai and Hua's heart jolted with alarm. He immediately unleashed the five-colored divine light to block. The hammer and the divine light clashed once more. And unsurprisingly, the divine light was smashed apart by the hammer. By now, Gu Qianhua's heart was heavy with dread. This man is even stronger than Yashu. Back on the Immortal Island, when facing Yashu, the five-colored glazed pagoda could still hold out for a while. But now, against Mike, the divine light from the five-colored glazed pagoda couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just how terrifying is Mike's strength? Could he be at the late forbidden stage? Before Gu Qianhua could think further, after smashing the five-colored divine light with one blow, Mike continued charging toward Gu Qianhua. I advise you to stop using that primordial treasure. With your current strength, you can't even unleash its full power. If you keep using it and I end up damaging it, I would be very upset. When that time comes, I'll spare your life and let you witness the destruction of this nation with your own eyes, Mike said with a smile. It was clearly a smile on his face, but to Gu Qianhua, that smile was utterly terrifying. Humph, as if I'd let you have your way. Gu Qianhua was not defeated by fear. Instead, a fierce resolve burned in his heart. Spiritual energy surged through his entire body, pouring straight into the five-colored glazed pagoda. Whoa! The five-colored glazed pagoda was pushed to its limit by Gu Qianhua, instantly erupting with dazzling divine light. The next moment, the divine light condensed into a single beam, like a laser, shooting head-on toward Mike. Fine, you won't listen to me. I'll make good on what I said earlier. Seeing this, a sinister look flashed across Mike's face. Right after that, his right arm was engulfed in a mass of pitch-black flames, spreading all the way up to the giant hammer. Heaven's mirror gray flame hammer, he roared as he swung it. The giant hammer wreathed in black flames tore through the air, charging head-on at the divine light. Crackle, crackle. The giant hammer clashed with the divine light. In the blink of an eye, the five-colored divine light could no longer hold, beginning to emit sounds of imminent shattering. Bang, until finally, the five-colored divine light shattered completely. Even the body of the five-colored glazed pagoda was covered in fine cracks. But the black giant hammer's assault still showed no sign of stopping. Gu Qianhua's face turned pale. Despair filled his heart. He never imagined that even the full-force strike of the five-colored glazed pagoda couldn't stop Mike. How could he possibly fight this? In a daze, the black giant hammer was already upon Gu Qianhua. Kui Linfei and Lu Feiyu, seeing this from the side, their eyes burned with fury. Senior Gu, I'm coming to save you. Kui Linfei was the first to move, pouring all her inner spiritual energy into her flight, shooting toward Gu Qianhua's position like a meteor. Lu Feiyu followed closely behind. His pitch-black wings fully spread. Countless arrows formed from feathers, piercing through the air toward Mike, trying to distract his line of sight. But it was all too late. Mike's speed was far beyond what Kui Linfei could match. Even Lu Feiyu, famed for his speed, all far inferior. The pitch-black giant hammer hurtled straight toward Gu Qianhua. This strike was not meant to hold back. Once it hit, though it might not kill Gu Qianhua on the spot, it would surely leave him crippled. Gu Qianhua's eyes were full of unwillingness. But in his heart, there was only deep helplessness. The gap in strength between them was too vast, impossible to bridge at all. Until a crisp ringing sound rang out. Only then did Gu Qianhua realize the devastating hammer that should have landed on him had never come. The meek before him seemed to be in the midst of swinging the hammer when something blocked its path. The pitch-black hammer veered uncontrollably to the side. What is that? Meek's eyes narrowed sharply, and immediately saw clearly what had struck against his hammer, what it truly was. A sword, its blade razor-sharp, engraved with black gold dragon patterns, an aura of sovereign might radiating from it. After rescuing Gu Qianhua from Meek's grasp, the long sword, as if its task was done, flew back into the distance with remarkable sentience. Meek's gaze followed the sword into the distance. A young man stood atop a strange beast. When the long sword flew to his side, he caught it in one hand without hesitation. Then the man turned his gaze toward Meek and said calmly, "You people of the Ying clan, dare to come to the Great Xia. Are you courting death so recklessly?" Before his words even faded, the man had already arrived beside Gu Qianhua and the others. Seeing this, the three of them felt the despair on their faces gradually fade. All three clasped their fists and called out respectfully, "General Zhou." Zhou Luo gave a slight nod, as a gesture of acknowledgement to the group. His gaze fell upon Meek. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You are not from the Ying clan." Meek's appearance is very similar to the people of the northern European continent. Both had deep, piercing eyes, with high, prominent noses, and pupils tinged with a pale gold. Utterly different from the people of Yin Island. Yin sect, huh? How could a trash organization like that deserve me? Meiqunian just gave a disdainful smile. Even Tokugawa Hui, the supreme leader of Yin sect, was already his servant by now. How could a mere Yin sect possibly contain him? Besides, even if he told Tokugawa Hui he wanted to join, it'd depend on whether Hui dared to accept him. He'd probably be so scared he'd fall to his knees. General Zhou, this man must be a blade from beyond the heavens. Kui Linfei quickly explained to Zhou Luo, and recounted everything that had just happened. In a brief summary. I see. After hearing this, Zhou Luo looked down at Jishin City below. Thick smoke rose from the city center. Countless buildings had already collapsed. Clearly, it had just suffered a massive upheaval. Leave this place to me. You go stop Tokugawa Hui and capture him. Young man, you go along with them too. Zhou Luo gave the order decisively. It hasn't been long since Tokugawa Hui entered Kishin City. Not much time has passed at all. There's still time to stop him. Understood. Kui Linfei immediately accepted the order. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu had been thinking the same. The three of them immediately flew off, in the direction Tokugawa Hui had gone. Tianshuang Lihao followed right behind them, flying toward Kishin City. As for Meike, he simply ignored the three's movements. From start to finish, he had only one goal, and that was Zhou Luo. Now that Zhou Luo had appeared, his goal was already achieved. He'd deal with everything else after taking care of Zhou Luo. But at that moment, Meike suddenly froze in place. He stared at Zhou Luo in utter disbelief, shock filling his eyes. The Jingji Jinwu realm ... How could you be in the Jingji Jinwu realm? He hadn't had time to check Zhou Luo's cultivation earlier. Meek didn't think much of it at first. But now that he saw clearly, he was almost completely stunned. Didn't Tokugawa Hui say that after Zhou Luo came out of the vanguard, his realm was at the Forbidden's 4th tier? How much time has passed since then? How is he already at the Forbidden's 5th tier? This kind of cultivation speed. A flash of extreme envy crossed Meek's eyes. In just one day, breaking through from the Forbidden's 4th tier to the Forbidden's 5th tier. Even he couldn't do something like that. No, forget about him. Even his superior, Augustus, or those geniuses in the Legion, could never possibly achieve it. This rate of growth is truly terrifying. This kid must have a mental slave seal planted in him, and be brought into the Legion. If that method doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to kill him. We absolutely cannot let him live. Humph, just by seeing my realm clearly, you're already scared stiff. Seeing how panicked he was, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sneer. I thought you people from beyond the heavens were so powerful. Turns out you're nothing special. Meek's shock gradually faded from his face. His eyes narrowed slightly. He said coldly, I'm just surprised at your growth speed. A mere Forbidden's 5th tier poses no threat to me at all. Since you know I'm from beyond the heavens, I'll give you a chance right now. Come back with me and accept the mental slave seal. Become a member of our Heavenly Crusade Legion. Don't worry, your talent has great value. Once you become one of us, we won't mistreat you. We'll even provide you with resources for cultivation. Meek said slowly. His tone no longer held the contempt from before. What he said wasn't a lie. With talent like Zhou Luo's, as long as the mental slave seal is planted in his divine soul, ensuring his absolute loyalty to the Heavenly Crusade Legion, the Legion would raise him as one of their own. All kinds of resources at his disposal. The treatment is exactly the same as the top geniuses within the Legion. Even Mac himself envies such treatment. And if he could successfully persuade Zhou Luo to waver and bring him back to the Legion, then he and Augustus would both receive the Legion's rewards. After all, a genius of Zhou Luo's caliber is truly too hard to find. In one day, he went from the 4th level of the competition realm, breaking through to the 5th level. This speed is simply outrageous. Even with external assistance, it would still be called monstrous. After hearing Mac's words, Zhou Luo's face showed not the slightest hint of wavering. He let out a cold laugh. Trying to plant mental enslavement in my divine chamber. Absolutely impossible. Ridiculous if someone plants mental enslavement on me. Wouldn't I just become a slave at their every whim? No matter how good the treatment Max speaks of, a slave is still a slave. One word from another, and you're sent to your death. This is something Zhou Luo would never agree to. If they want war, then war it is. He fears no one. Humph, arrogant. Seeing Zhou Luo refuse, a flicker crossed Max's eyes. It seems I'll have to use force to bring you back. His whole body trembled. That pitch-black flame burst forth from his body once again, enveloping the giant hammer entirely. An aura of the late competition realm radiated out from his body. So he really is at the late competition realm. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged. The moment he first laid eyes on Mac, he could clearly sense this man was considerably stronger than Yusu and Yuzhen, but still not beyond the competition realm. So he deduced it was the late competition realm. I'll give you one last chance. Submit or resist. Mac gripped the Blackrock giant hammer, his golden pupils filled with menace. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the 5th level of the Forbidden's realm, you can fight me. Let me tell you, the gap between Forbidden's realms is not as small as you imagine. If you wish to fight, I can slay you within 10 moves. But if you choose to yield, I won't strike and will spare your dignity. Before his words even faded, Zhou Luo raised the Taiya sword and swung it at Meike in one stroke. The sword light flashed like lightning, charging forward without hesitation, slashing down HMPH. Stubborn fool. Meike let out a cold snort. Zhuangji said no more, and smashed his hammer at the sword light. As the giant hammer swung, black flames coiled into countless serpents of fire. Even the air around began to burn with heat. Bang, the two weapons collided. A fierce impact. Sparks flew in every direction. The force of the clash nearly warped the space around them. The very next moment, Meike felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, shaking his hand until it went numb. How can he be this strong? He retreated hastily, his hand gripping the black rock hammer trembling slightly. His gaze at Zhou Luo filled with shock. A mere arena insect could actually force him back? This is outrageous. It's that sword. He quickly realized. His eyes snapped to the Taiya sword in Zhou Luo's hand. A rare hint of solemnity appeared in Meike's eyes. You see, this giant hammer in his hand was a genuine innate spiritual treasure. And among innate spiritual treasures, it was top tier. Paired with his heavenly mirror radiance breathing method. With that enhancement, it could even rival an innate supreme treasure. Yet, even so, from the long sword in Zhou Luo's hand, he felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. This sword is definitely top-tier innate supreme treasure level, even higher than the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda in Gu Qianhua's hand earlier. This little blue star actually has so many treasures. How amusing. Right after I deal with you, this sword will be mine. It will surely bring a massive boost to my power. Mike licked his lips. His gaze at the Taiya sword was already full of greed. Wishful thinking. Zhou Luo let out a mocking laugh. He channeled the spiritual energy within him. The black gold dragon pattern on the Taiya sword in his hand began to flow instantly, coming alive with vivid detail. So what if you're in the late stage of the competition realm? Zhou Luo's lips curled up slightly. A vast and imposing aura suddenly erupted from within him. This strike of mine. I wonder if you can withstand it. Before the words even faded, a flash of sword light that seemed to split heaven and earth came slashing down right at Mike's head. The 953 sword strike shattered Tokugawa Huey's defenses. What a powerful strike! After Zhou Luo unleashed that sword, a hint of gravity flashed across Mike's eyes. He swung his Blackrock giant hammer, smashing it fiercely against the sword light. A thunderous collision rang out. This time, the Blackrock giant hammer clearly could not hold up against the sword light's might. The pitch-black flames clinging to the hammer were diminished by the aura radiating from the sword light. A few moments later, they completely dissipated into the air. And on the surface of the Blackrock giant hammer in Mike's hand, cracks had already begun to appear. Until finally, with a bang, the entire hammer shattered apart. Mike retreated swiftly. His expression was extremely grim, though he had braced himself for it. Zhou Luo's strike still far exceeded his expectations. The power of this sword light was several times stronger than the one before. It was absolutely not an attack that a cultivator in the mid-stage of the advancement realm could unleash. Even if the sword in Zhou Luo's hand was a primordial treasure, this was still absurdly outrageous. Your weapon couldn't even hold up against the first strike. Then how will you block this next strike? A faint smile appeared on Zhou Luo's face. Before the words even faded, the Tai sword swung out once more. A cold gleam, pale as the moon, a sword light mighty as a dragon, slashed toward Meik with terrifying speed. It gave him no chance to catch his breath. Damn it, Meik's heart jolted. A strike so fierce, Zhou Luo could unleash it twice in a row. How could he fight this? Was he the one at the late forbidden stage? Or was it Zhou Luo? The sword light moved at blinding speed, leaving Meik no time to react. In desperation, Meik could only channel all the spiritual energy within him, forming a shield of black rock before his body, hoping to block Zhou Luo's unstoppable strike. Humph! The sword light slammed solidly into the black rock shield, full force. As the two clashed, within moments the black rock shield showed signs of yielding. Soon after, it was slashed into scattered shards of flame. But those few moments were enough for Meik to escape, narrowly dodging the sword strike by a hair's breadth. Just as he was congratulating himself, suddenly, a towering phantom of Mount Tai materialized out of thin air, enveloping his entire body. And Meik, who had just expended all his spiritual energy to condense that black rock shield, now felt his inner aura growing faint and weak. Trapped beneath the shadow of Mount Tai, it felt as if his feet were shackled with iron. His movements slowed instantly. The first strike, you blocked by sacrificing your weapon. The second, you blocked by sacrificing all your spiritual energy. So the third, how will you handle it? A voice like the Grim Reaper's echoed in his ear. Zhou Luo had already appeared at his side, the Tai sword in hand, swinging out at the same moment. A plain, unadorned sword shadow flashed by. Meik had tried to dodge, but suppressed by the phantom of Mount Tai, he could only watch helplessly as the sword shadow cut toward him. Thud! An arm flew into the sky with a spray of blood. Zhou Luo's sword strike did not aim to take Meik's life. The excruciating pain twisted Meik's entire face. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Meik had completely lost the aura of a late-stage combat expert. Now he was even weaker than those in the painting forest. Tell me, how many more of the Heavenly Cross Crusade behind you have come? Zhou Luo stepped forward, placing the burning blade across his throat, and asked coldly. He didn't kill Meik because he wanted to find out who exactly this Heavenly Cross Crusade he spoke of really was, and how many had come to Langxin, and where their base was. You want me to betray the Legion? Dream on, but Meik showed no fear of death at all. He just stared coldly at Zhou Luo. The Legion's power is beyond your imagination. If you dare kill me, my Legion commander will surely avenge me. When that time comes, forget about you. Your entire Daxia will become hell and vanish from this planet. Of course, you still have one chance to regret. Let me plant a mental slave mark on you and come back with me to the Legion. If you do this, all the conditions promised to you before will be fulfilled, and your country won't suffer total destruction. You'd better think it over. Meik stared hard at Zhou Luo, waiting for his answer. With a flash of sword light, Meik's head shot into the air instantly. Zhou Luo flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed his sword. I could kill you, so I can kill whoever's behind you too, trying to threaten me. Dream on. Zhou Luo coldly glanced at Meik's fallen body, then turned his gaze away. Letting someone plant a mental slave mark on him was something Zhou Luo would never accept. In his past life, he was enslaved and driven because he lacked strength. Living a second life, he would surely not repeat the same mistakes. As for the Legion commander that Meik mentioned, Zhou Luo was not afraid in the slightest. Dealing with Meik, Zhou Luo had not even used his full power. He only employed the 5 elements scripture and Tai sword, these 2 methods alone. The 9 Yang Bagua plate and the Liuli filter vase, these 2 innate treasures. Their power was not to be underestimated. It seemed he would have to extract information from Tokugawa Hui. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the Jishin chamber. Since Tokugawa Hui had become Meik's servant, he must know some things. Once Luffy and the others brought Tokugawa Hui back, he would see if he could pry some useful intelligence from Tokugawa Hui's mouth. Thinking of this, Several figures suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's sight. They were coming, and his spirits lifted. He looked into the distance. Led by Tianshuang Lihao, with Luffy and the others walking behind. The group slowly approached Zhou Luo's position. And Tokugawa Hui, who had been sent into the city by Meek earlier, was now battered and bruised, with not a single spot on his body left unharmed. Clearly, after being captured by Luffy and the others, the man had taken quite a beating. General Zhou, we brought him back. Kui Linfei stepped forward to report the good news to Zhou Luo. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Meek's headless corpse lying to the side, and the head that had rolled to the ground nearby. General Zhou, you've already killed this man. Kui Linfei's eyes widened in shock. Luffy, who was with him, and Gukai and Hua were also filled with astonishment. How much time had passed? Not even 10 minutes. Such a powerful foe, Meek, who had just crushed them so mercilessly, had already been slain by Zhou Luo. This was a powerhouse at the peak of the forbidden stage, after all. Just how far had Zhou Luo's strength reached? No, impossible. How could you possibly kill Lord Meek? Unlike the shock of the other three, Tokugawa Hui was on the verge of collapse. Just moments ago he had thought that even though he was captured by Lu Feiyu and the others, as long as Meek killed Zhou Luo, he would still have a chance to be saved. But now his hope was utterly shattered. The Meek he had seen as overwhelmingly powerful had been killed so easily at Zhou Luo's hands. 96 charging into the church, facing the Legion commander head-on. Tokugawa Hui had just let out an incredulous scream when Kui Linfei kicked him square in the face. The intense pain shot straight to his brain, silencing Tokugawa Hui instantly. The facts are right before you. Your master is dead. What are you wailing about now? Morning already, Kui Linfei sneered coldly. That kick was beyond satisfying. The ugly face Tokugawa Hui had shown earlier. He still remembered it crystal clear. I'm asking you, how many of Meek's people came to Langson this time? And what's their strength? Zhou Luo stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Tokugawa Hui, and asked, why should I tell you anything? Tokugawa Hui's face was twisted in pain. His mouth filled with blood. He muttered indistinctly to Zhou Luo. Oh, still being stubborn, are we? Zhou Luo sneered coldly, then looked at Kui Linfei and the others. Seems he's not very cooperative. How about we teach him another lesson? You got it, General Zhou, just watch. We'll beat him so bad his own mother won't recognize him. Kui Linfei eagerly agreed. He had long felt that beating wasn't satisfying enough. Now that he had the chance, he couldn't wait to get started. On the faces of Lu Feiyu and Gu Kaianhua, a fierce look also flashed. Remember, leave him breathing. Don't beat him to death. Zhou Luo reminded him. Zhuangji then stopped looking toward Tokugawa Hui. Ah, heart-wrenching screams rang out one after another behind Zhou Luo. Just from the sound, you could feel Tokugawa Hui's agony. About 5 minutes passed. Barely breathing, Tokugawa Hui was carried back by Kui Linfei and the others, and placed before Zhou Luo again. I'll ask you one more time. Will you talk or not? Zhou Luo looked at Tokugawa Hui with amusement. If I talk, will you let me go? Tokugawa Hui, now nearly beaten senseless, struggled to speak. Of course, if you talk, I'll let you go. Zhou Luo nodded. Good. Then I'll tell you. Mike and the others claim to be men of the Heavenly Reverence Crosslord. What kind of force this Heavenly Reverence Crosslord is, I don't know either. But I know they came to Landin this time, with only 2 people. One of them is Mike. At the late-stage competitive realm, he alone took out all of our Shadow Group and Holy Court Church's Spirit Transformation Realm experts. He killed them all. As for the other one, Mike called him Commander Augustus. He's Mike's superior. From what I know, his realm is above the competitive realm. But it seems due to Lan Xin's influence. While in Landin, he can only unleash peak competitive realm strength. That Augustus is right now in the main cathedral of the Holy Court Church's headquarters. Tokugawa Hui, in broken fragments, spilled out everything he knew. By now, Mike was dead. With the caster dead, the mental slave mark in his mind vanished as well. Otherwise, there was no way he would betray Augustus. The moment any thought arose in his mind, he would be forcibly controlled by the mental slave mark. I see. So only two people came. After listening to Tokugawa Huey's account, Zhou Luo's face flashed with a hint of surprise. Enough. I've said everything I needed to say, now can you let me go? I promise you, once I return to Yin Island, I will never cause trouble for your Daxia again. Even more, even our Yin Island can become a vassal of your Daxia, just like 1,000 years ago. Tokugawa Huth pleaded. He was truly terrified of Kui Linfei. Those three guys were far too ruthless with their attacks. They completely treated him like less than human. And most importantly, he didn't want to die. If he could make it back to Yin Island, even though the Silver Ancestor was nearly crippled, he would still be the emperor of the Yin Island people, and could continue to enjoy his lofty status. But before he could finish speaking, a flash of blade light slashed straight at Tokugawa Huey's throat. A fine head shot up into the air. Even in death, Tokugawa Huey's face still wore that same humble, pleading expression from moments before. Let you go, you're dreaming. Zhou Luo sneered coldly. In front of a man like this, he had no intention of playing the honorable gentleman who keeps his word. Well killed, seeing this. Kui Linfei and the other two couldn't help but clap in approval. That Tokugawa Huey was truly despicable. Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough for them. Major Kui, we'll leave the cleanup here to you. Zhou Luo looked at Kui Linfei and said slowly, No problem, but General Zhou. Where are you headed? Kui Linfei nodded in agreement. Zhuangji also saw Zhou Luo step onto the Frost Thunder Beast, seemingly about to go somewhere, and asked with confusion. To the Holy Court. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth, and after giving the order, the Frost Thunder Beast let out a mighty roar, and flew off toward the Nordic continent. What he intended to do was simple. Kill that so-called Legion commander, Augustus, along with him as well. Since the Heavenly Cross Crusaders only sent two men, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Although Tokugawa Huo said that Augustus's realm is above the Forbidden's realm, he estimated that he had reached the Shackle realm mentioned by Heavenly Frost Thunder Marquis. This was also Zhou Luo's deduction, because judging by the Yusu sent by the Luo Fuhal and Yuzan, it wasn't hard to see these forces from beyond the heavens. The first wave sent into land crossing wouldn't be especially strong. So Augustus most likely wasn't at the Shattered Realm, but at the Shackle Realm. Of course, Tokugawa Huey also gave Zhou Luo a crucial piece of information. Augustus, due to some reason related to Landin, could only unleash the peak strength of the Forbidden's realm. This was also where Zhou Luo's confidence lay. No matter what realm you're at, Shackle or Shattered, since you only have Forbidden's realm power within Landin, then he had nothing to fear. Meek at the late Forbidden's realm, he'd already slain with 3 sword strikes, let alone someone at the peak of the Forbidden's realm. Whoosh, with the howling of fierce winds, Heavenly Frost Thunder Marquis and Zhou Luo's figures grew ever more distant. At the same time, within the main cathedral of the Holy Court Church on the northern European continent, Augustus sat upright upon the bishop's throne, one hand propping up his chin, both eyes tightly shut, waiting for Meek's return. But suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. His eyes snapped open wide. Meek's aura had dissipated. Augustus's pupils contracted slightly. A flash of shock passed through his eyes. As the small legion commander of the Heavenly Cross Crusaders, every one of his subordinates would entrust a wisp of their soul aura to him. With these soul auras, he could sense the condition of his men. Now that Meek's soul aura had already dissipated, it meant Meek had fallen. This Zhou Luo's strength was truly formidable. To be able to kill Meek. A look of gravity flashed through Augustus's eyes. He had vastly underestimated Zhou Luo. This time they descended upon Landin. Because of that layer outside Landin that blocked all cultivators, the power of the great divine ability gradually weakened. That's why these people were able to descend. But since the great divine ability still remained, the highest level allowed to enter was cultivators at the Jiasuo Mirror. And while on Blue Star, they could only unleash, for a short time, the strength of the peak of the competition realm. To unleash their full strength, they had to wait until half a month later, when the great divine ability weakened once more. He was at the second level of the Jiasuo Mirror, sent by the Heavenly Mirror Crusaders to enter Blue Star. Thinking of this, Augustus quickly rose from the bishop's throne. The reason he came to Langson this time was that he knew the cultivators on Langson were weak, at most reaching the Huling Mirror. so he brought only Meek with him. Now Meek was dead. Zhou Luo's strength must have reached the peak of the competition realm, the same as his own. In this situation, he had to call for reinforcements. But just at that moment, a loud shout came from outside the main cathedral. "Augustus, right? Get out here and die." The voice spread throughout the entire cathedral, echoing within the hall. Augustus narrowed his eyes. A flash of killing intent crossed his gaze as he looked toward the cathedral gates. A man and a beast stood at the entrance. Zhou Luo held the Taiya sword, pointing it directly at Augustus. His aura was like a rainbow. "You are Zhou Luo." Augustus stared intently at Zhou Luo, his face full of coldness. It wasn't hard to guess. The one who could call out his name and radiate a silent, deadly aura as a Blue Star native. Who else could it be but Zhou Luo? "Did you kill Meek?" He looked at Zhou Luo and asked slowly, his tone laced with killing intent. Meek was his most loyal subordinate. To nurture him, Augustus had spent no small amount of effort. Now that Meek was dead, he had lost a capable general under his command. The loss was great. "That subordinate of yours overestimated himself. Dying is only natural." Zhou Luo couldn't help but sneer coldly. Quite the bold tone. Augustus's eyes turned even colder. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing through everything. "How dare you kill a man of my heavenly cross order? Have you considered the consequences? You, including your family, and the nation behind you, all will be added to our Crusaders' ledger, destroyed, not one left standing." Before the words even faded, Augustus simply raised his hand. A black golden spear appeared in his grasp. The shaft was forged from a special metal, its surface etched with fine black gold patterns, looking utterly mysterious. The spear tip was translucent, like amber, yet it faintly exuded a killing aura. Innate quality. Zhou Luo recognized it at a glance. The spear's quality was undoubtedly innate. "Today, I'll use this spear to grind your bones and slay you right here." Augustus slammed the spear butt into the ground. With a thunderous roar, centered on the spear's tail, the floor of the cathedral cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, accompanied by deafening sounds. The grand cathedral collapsed in an instant. Countless concrete blocks fell from the roof. Amidst clouds of dust, for hundreds of meters around, it became rubble. Boom! As the cathedral crumbled, Zhou Luo keenly heard, not far ahead, a faint sound of something slicing through the air. Nine-Yang Bagua Plate, activate! He reacted swiftly, and summoned the Nine-Yang Bagua Plate at once. A black and white shield appeared around him, not only blocking the falling debris. Moments later, an amber spear tip was also stopped outside the shield. Augustus, seizing the cathedral's collapse, had smashed through rubble with his bare body, and thrust his moon-grinding spear straight at Zhou Luo. Bang! The spear tip struck hard against the shield, letting out a dull, heavy sound. At the same time, the Nine-Yang Bagua Plate behind Zhou Luo erupted with a blazing crimson glow. A powerful force of backlash shot straight back into Augustus's right arm holding the spear. Bang, bang, bang! Augustus was driven back, a distance no less than the thrust of his spear, forced to retreat step after step. With every step he took back, the ground around him let out groans of unbearable strain. With a defensive innate treasure this powerful, no wonder Mac died at your hands. After Augustus steadied himself, his gaze fell on the Nine-Yang Bagua Plate behind Zhou Luo. He said coldly, "Is that so? But when I slew your subordinate, I never used this treasure." Zhou Luo sneered in response. The mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Hearing these words, the murderous intent in Augustus's eyes grew even heavier. He no longer planned to plant a mental slave mark on Zhou Luo's consciousness and make him a member of the Legion. Instead, he would slay him outright. Mac's death had taught him that Zhou Luo was an extremely unruly man. If he tried to make him a servant, he would rather die than submit. That being the case, a peerless genius like this, unusable as he was, must be slain while still in the cradle. Otherwise, he would bring great trouble to the Legion in the future. Big brother, this man's physical body is extremely tough. He's likely a shackle-type expert who focuses on body refinement. As the two faced off, the Frost Thunder Beast standing beside Zhou Luo whispered softly into Zhou Luo's ear. Focused on body refinement. Is that a thing? Zhou Luo frowned slightly. That's right, in the shackle realm, each time you break a shackle, you can use a spiritual object as your foundation. The more powerful the spiritual object, the stronger the foundation you forge, and your own strength rises along with it. The gap between spiritual objects is immense. And this person is likely using a spiritual object that greatly enhances the body, of an extremely high grade, not low in rank at all. Tianshuang explained for the monkey. After saying this, he didn't forget to add a reminder: if we can kill him, we can extract the spiritual object from his body as material for you, big brother, to break your shackles and forge your foundation in the future. Oh, there's such a thing. Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then his gaze toward Augustus grew fervent. He never expected that within the Jia Suo mirror there was such a saying about forging foundations with spiritual objects. And from what Tianshuang and Leiho said, the spiritual object this guy used is of no low grade. But that's only natural. As seen from their first clash just now, Augustus's physical strength is indeed terrifyingly formidable. With a casual slam of his spear but into the ground, he could shake this massive cathedral. Each step he took was like an earthquake, causing tremors across 100 meters. HMPH. I never thought you people of Landin would fall so low, not even understanding the mysteries of the three natural paths. What a waste of this resource-rich planet. Hearing the exchange between Zhou Luo and Tianshuang Weiho, Augustus couldn't help but sneer coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his tone utterly icy. As a native of Landin, your arrogance leaves me speechless. You actually think you can kill me and extract the foundation insight from my body? Let me tell you. The spiritual object I used to forge my foundation is called the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Essence, the finest of the finest among spiritual treasures. If you want it, then show some skill and kill me. But I doubt you'll ever have that chance in this lifetime. The disdain in Augustus's tone was unmistakable. As a top-tier powerhouse who has already broken to shackles, even if Lan Xin's great divine power restricts his strength, locking his realm at the peak of the competition realm, but through the training with the Celestial Azure Dragon Bone Essence, his formidable physique would hardly be restricted. This mere Zhou Luo of the Silent Realm was no match for him at all. The Azure Dragon Bone Essence, now I understand. Zhou Luo heard the words, but was not swayed by the disdain in Augustus's tone. Instead, it ignited the fighting spirit within him. You say I can't get it, so I can't. Well, today I'll prove you wrong. Young man, step back a bit. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Zhou Luo gave Frost Thunder Roar a look. The latter understood and quickly retreated. In battles between top experts of the arena, a single stray aura could be more than the forest path can withstand. HMPH. Don't want your little beast to get hurt. Truly a devoted master and servant. Augustus sneered at the sight. In that case, I'll spare your life for now. After I cripple you, I'll grab that little beast over there and skin it alive before your eyes. I wonder what expression you'll have then. Hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. The Tai sword in his hand was already held before him. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. Don't boast so early. Before the words even faded, the black gold dragon pattern on the Tai sword began to flash with golden light. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Luo had already brought the sword before Augustus. A single strike aimed at his throat, a fierce battle. Terrifying heavenly flames. Watching the swift strike come, Augustus's eyes narrowed. He raised his spear to block. A crisp clang rang out. The Tai sword clashed with the moon-devouring demon spear. Two powerful forces clashed relentlessly. The aura they emitted nearly twisted the air around them. Truly formidable strength. Zhou Luo thought to himself. The force coming from the moon-devouring demon spear. It was something he had never felt in any fight before. Even Mech, wielding that black rock giant's hammer, didn't have such overwhelming power. This made Zhou Luo even more curious about the heavenly Azure Dragon Bone Essence. As he was thinking, Augustus suddenly flexed his right arm and sent Zhou Luo staggering back several meters. Your physical strength is surprisingly high too. But at this moment, a clear look of shock appeared on Augustus's face. His earlier spear strike had only landed on Zhou Luo's Nanyang Bagua shield, so it wasn't a true head-on clash with Zhou Luo. But this time was different. The moment the soul-collecting demon spear clashed with the Tai sword, Augustus felt from the Taiya sword a terrifying force that nearly rivaled his own. And then, when he tested again just now, pushing with all his might to send Zhou Luo back. If it were an ordinary martial artist, or even a top-tier martial artist, they would have been blasted back hundreds of meters. But Zhou Luo, he only stepped back a few meters before stopping. This meant Zhou Luo's physical strength was probably not far behind his own. And remember, this guy was only a martial artist, while he was a Gaspar. A Gaspar with a foundation forged by the Heavenly Azure Dragon Bone Essence as his first foundation. Although he hadn't yet found the spirit treasure to forge his second foundation, his physical strength already ranked among the best in the Legion. So I wouldn't talk big so early. If you bite your tongue later, don't blame anyone else. Seeing Augustus so stunned, Zhou Luo couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He wasn't a Gaspar, nor did he have a foundation forged by the Heavenly Azure Dragon Bone Essence. But he had the Nine Supremes Chaos Body. His physical strength had always far surpassed those at the same cultivation level. Of course, if he could get this Heavenly Azure Dragon Bone Essence and forge his foundation when breaking through to Gaspar, then Zhou Luo's physical strength, it will reach an even higher level. The 9 excellent Chaos Body plus the Heavenly Azure Dragon Bone Essence. What level could the combination of the two achieve? Zhou Luo didn't even dare to imagine. I really underestimated you. Between Augustus's eyes, a rare hint of solemnity appeared. He realized that Zhou Luo's strength was not what he had initially thought. It seemed he had to use his full power. The Heavenly Venerate Banquet. Augustus's body trembled. Then, on the surface of his body, there emerged streaks of pitch-black flames identical to Meek's. However, the pitch-black flames summoned by Augustus were clearly a notch stronger than Meek's. The moment the black flames appeared, they wrapped the entire Chaos Spear. The Chaos Spear now truly lived up to its name. Just looking at it, those pitch-black flames that seemed to devour everything made one's heart tremble. With a piercing sound cutting through the air, Augustus stamped his feet, his entire body like a meteor, dragging pitch-black flames behind it, fiercely charged toward Zhou Luo, rushing forward. Everywhere he stepped turned to ruins, with black flames still burning upon them. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed. He immediately raised the Taiyi shield above his head. Boom! A deafening roar exploded violently. The massive Chaos Spear coated in black flames slammed hard against the Taiyi shield. A tremendous force drove Zhou Luo 3 inches into the ground and carved a huge crater over 100 meters around. At the same time, shockwaves from the Heavenly Venerate Banquet, centered on Zhou Luo, began spreading outward. Only when the entire crater was engulfed in black flames did it show signs of stopping. This time, Augustus struck with all his might. Fortunately, the Taiyi shield was a top-grade innate treasure. After withstanding Augustus's full power blow, still no sign of collapse. He even blocked that strike. Kid, your strength is indeed impressive. Too bad you can't serve me. Augustus, Sword Prefecture Luo, still stood tall. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes. But that regret vanished quickly, replaced by a fierce killing intent. Enough with the nonsense. If that's all you've got, don't blame me for using this sword to chop off your dog head. Zhou Luo curled his lips with a cold sneer. The next moment, Taiyi's sword was drawn, a single slash aimed at Augustus's throat. Bang! Augustus reacted fast, raised his spear to block it. Then Zhou Luo struck repeatedly without a word. Countless sword shadows like falling leaves, and like scattered clouds. Ethereal yet brimming with endless killing intent. To figures like lightning, darted back and forth amid the ruins, leaving nothing intact in their wake. The vast headquarters of the Holy Court was nearly reduced to rubble. Bang bang bang, every clash of metal left huge craters on the ground. Not only that, the black flames scattered from the Dark Moon Spear almost spread across the entire ruins, affecting hundreds of meters around. From afar, it looked like doomsday had come. Boom! With a deafening roar, both figures retreated 100 meters apart. Augustus held the Dark Moon Spear. His breathing was no longer as steady as before. In contrast, Zhou Luo, though his cultivation was a step weaker than Augustus's, his breathing was deep and powerful. His chest rose and fell like surging earth veins. Didn't expect you to have a fine breathing technique too? Augustus took a deep breath. His gaze at Zhou Luo was full of complexity. He was supposed to be the one from beyond the heavens. Why did it feel like Zhou Luo had more treasures than him? Is this normal? Why can't you keep fighting? Zhou Luo ignored his envious, jealous gaze. Sneered, if you can't fight anymore, then don't blame me for cutting off your dog head. Humph, arrogant. Augustus narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint smile gradually curled at the corner of his mouth. You know why our legion is called the Heavenly Advance Crusaders? Zhou Luo stared at him intently. He did not reply. See those scattered heavenly mirror flames around us? Augustus didn't mind. He went on, saying that the heavenly mirror flames, during battle, would spontaneously scatter outward until they formed a cross-shaped mark. At those words, Zhou Luo's brow furrowed at once. He began to observe his surroundings. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that these pitch-black flames were indeed off. Just as Augustus had said, the black flames scattered across the ruins had already formed a massive cross-shaped mark. Soon, Augustus's voice came again. When this cross-shaped mark is complete, that is when we, the Heavenly Advance Crusaders, conquer almighty foes. Heavenly Advance Cross? Now. Augustus raised the moon-crossing demon spear high. Then he slammed it heavily into the ground. Rumble, the surrounding heavenly mirror flames, as if hearing a summons, suddenly blazed up into pillars of eye-like crimson fire. Then the cross-shaped flames rose from the ground, forming an impenetrable wall of black fire. It pushed straight toward Zhou Luo. Augustus wore a wild, frenzied expression, like a devotee driven to madness. Almighty foes shall fall in the heavenly extinction gray flames. You are no exception. 99. Slay and seize the heavenly azure dragon bone gold. Wherever the cross flames passed, even the air was scorched and warped. With roar after roar, the towering flames, unstoppable, surged toward Zhou Luo's position. A hint of gravity crept into Zhou Luo's eyes. This move was stronger than any attack Augustus had ever launched. All must grow stronger. It has completely surpassed the forbiddens. This is absolutely a forbiddens-level strike. I wonder if the Nine-Yang Bagua plate can block it. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and steadied his breath, immediately channeling all his spiritual power. The Nine-Yang Bagua plate hovering behind his head suddenly burst forth with waves of red and orange radiance, like a blazing sun. A shield several times more condensed than ever before instantly enveloped Zhou Luo. Give up, even a primordial treasure cannot stop the burning of the heavenly mirror cross? You are doomed to die today. Augustus laughed wildly. Zhou Luo said not a word, only focusing entirely on sustaining the Nine-Yang Bagua shield. In that instant, the heavenly mirror cross had already reached him. The pitch-black flames that devour everything directly engulfed Zhou Luo entirely. The Nine-Yang Bagua shield floating around his body was instantly covered by the black flames. The fierce fire blazed, accompanied by crackling sounds. Zhou Luo could clearly sense the energy of the Nine-Yang Bagua shield rapidly fading. Even as he poured in spiritual power without cease, he still could not stop its decline. This flame is truly powerful. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, said quietly to himself, watching as the heavenly mirror cross was about to break through the Nine-Yang Bagua shield and surge toward Zhou Luo. But Zhou Luo showed no sign of panic. If this were an ordinary defensive treasure, it might really have been burned through by you. Too bad my Nine-Yang Bagua plate can do more than defend. It can attack too. Zhou Luo suddenly grinned. Then the Nine-Yang Bagua plate behind his head blazed with golden light once more. Boom! A violent roar erupted. The pitch-black flames clinging to the Nine-Yang Bagua shield suddenly all reversed their direction, scattering outward in every direction. Countless heavenly mirror crosses collided with one another, emitting chilling burning sounds in the air. A moment later, that massive wall of cross-shaped flames was now on the verge of completely dissipating. How could this be? In the distance, Augustus's expression froze completely. He stared at that cross of heaven's judgment slowly vanishing between heaven and earth. The light in his eyes had utterly faded. His proudest technique, the cross of heaven's judgment, was actually neutralized by a mere taboo realm brat like Zhou Luo. Is there no justice left in this world? Brother, what kind of trick was that? The heaven's judgment cross doesn't seem all that impressive either. After completely shattering the Heaven's Judgment Cross, Zhou Luo's lips curled, revealing a mocking smile. He could tell that to unleash that Heaven's Judgment Cross, Augustus had nearly exhausted all his strength. By now, the spiritual energy in his body was almost gone. You insolent fool! Relying only on a few innate treasures in your hands, you dare to slander the divine arts of our Heaven's Judgment Crusaders. Damn you, damn you! Augustus had completely lost that original lofty and superior, as if he held everything in his grasp demeanor, which instead gradually turned into madness. With a roar, he raised his nether serpent spear, stomping both feet. He charged violently at Zhou Luo. The spear tip flashing with chilling light, pointed straight at Zhou Luo's heart. With a bang, Zhou Luo flicked his blade upward, sending the nether serpent spear flying away. The spiritual energy remaining in his body was no longer enough to support Augustus in unleashing the terrifying power of the Jiasuo realm. His current strength, calling him late competitive realm, would be flattering him. At best, he was barely at the threshold of the competitive realm. With a boom, after sending the nether serpent spear flying, Zhou Luo stepped forward once more and kicked Augustus's entire body away. He crashed heavily to the ground, and in an instant, Zhou Luo appeared before Augustus again. One foot pressed directly on his chest. The Tai sword in his hand was already held across his throat. Victory and defeat were already clear. Hey, trampled under Zhou Luo's feet. Augustus's face grew more and more manic. A wild grin spread across his lips. You may have defeated me, but that's only because I couldn't unleash the full power of the shackle mirror. In half a month's time, when the great divine art suppressing my power weakens, the shackle mirror will no longer be restricted. By then, the Legion will surely send other shackle mirror masters, ones far stronger than me. Your nation will fall sooner or later, and you will be killed. Your entire planet will be conquered by the Legion. Ha, Augustus laughed wildly. He knew he wouldn't survive the day, so he had nothing left to fear. Telling Zhou Luo all this, just to make him suffer through these final half a month. A flash of light flickered, and Augustus's head was severed clean off. Blood gushed out. Still so arrogant even at death's door, Zhou Luo, expressionless, stared at Augustus's corpse beneath his feet. Not a trace of pity in his eyes. He put away the Tai arrow. Zhou Luo waved at the distant frost thunder roar. Seeing this, it quickly came to his side. You said earlier that after killing him, you could extract the celestial dragon bone essence from his body. How do I extract it? Zhou Luo asked the frost thunder roar. He hadn't forgotten that celestial dragon bone essence inside Augustus, capable of forging a foundation and strengthening the flesh. Once he reached the shackle path breakthrough, he could use it to forge his first foundation. His strength would surge once more. He couldn't let this slip away. Big brother, let me teach you. The frost thunder roar gave a simple, honest smile, and immediately began explaining the method to Zhou Luo. It turned out that he just needed to use spiritual power to awaken the celestial dragon bone essence within Augustus's body, and slowly pull it out from within. A moment later, Zhou Luo then followed the method taught by the twin thunder monkey. From within Augustus's body, he extracted a section of cyan metal shaped like a spine. The metal radiated a warm aura all around. When Zhou Luo held it in his hand, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within. A fine treasure, Zhou Luo beamed with delight. Zhuangji stored it away in his pouch. His current realm was the 5th level of the Forbidden Taboo. With the support of the 9 Abyss Chaos Core and the Martial Moon Sutra, he would soon break through to the shackle realm. Once he shattered the first shackle, he would directly use the Azure Dragon Bone Sutra as the spiritual treasure to forge his first foundation. Zhou Luo could hardly wait. According to what Augustus had said, Lan Din bore a great divine art that could restrict one's power. What exactly was this great divine art? And who had laid it down? After storing away the Azure Dragon Bone Sutra, Zhou Luo fell into deep thought again. He always felt that Lan Din still held many secrets. Earlier, within the Lishan's secret realm, he had already harbored this suspicion. Inside the Apang Palace forged by the first emperor, those giant weapons, could they have been built to deal with Augustus and those beings from beyond the heavens? In half a month, the great divine art would weaken. Would it no longer restrict the shackle realm experts? Zhou Luo took a deep breath. a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Time left for him was running short. He had to break through to the Shackle Realm within half a month. Otherwise, when Augustus's celestial crusaders descended upon Landin once more, the situation would turn dire. Yet Zhou Luo was not overly worried. Half a month's time. If he just trained in seclusion, reaching the Shackle Realm would be difficult. But Zhou Luo knew of a piece of news. The next secret realm within the Great Xia was about to open. Its location was at Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun secret realm was, in his past life, with his fate. Within the Great Xia, no. Rather, across the entire land, the most vast secret realm on Din. There is no equal. Even the immortal Al cannot compare, big brother. This spear is no ordinary object either. Perhaps we should store it away. In that moment, the roar of Tashwang Leiho suddenly brought Zhou Luo back to reality. Of course, this thing must be kept safe. Zhou Luo nodded with a knowing look, then leapt onto Tashwang Leiho. That massive Hunyue demon spear was also placed on Tashwang Leiho's back. Head back to Dazia. Zhou Luo gave the order. Tashwang Leiho immediately replied, yes. As Tashwang Leiho flapped its wings, the two sped off toward Dazia at great speed, racing against time for the Kunlun vision. On the way back to Dazia, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on Tashwang Leiho's back, eyes tightly shut. His chest rose and fell with each breath. The spiritual energy of the surroundings surged wildly into his body. His cultivation was growing at a rapid pace. Breaking through from the competition realm to the Jiasuo realm in half a month is no easy feat. So he had to train every second he could. Big brother, something seems off ahead. At that moment, Tashwang Leiho spoke in that deep, simple voice right by his ear. Zhou Luo opened his eyes. A dazzling array of radiant lights filled his vision. Ahead, over the Dazia territory, the entire sky was shrouded in streaks of glowing light. The source seemed to be northwest of Dazia. It's the Kunlun mountain range, Zhou Luo murmured at this point in time. And with such a vast, immense vision, aside from the Kunlun mountains, no other secret realm could possibly do this. It seemed his prediction was right. The opening of Kunlun Mountain was indeed drawing near. Big brother, is another great secret realm about to open? Tashwang Leiho said slowly, gazing into the distance. It's truly strange. Every time a secret realm on this planet opens, I can sense from within it a deeply hidden power. And it's aimed only at us beasts and alien races. As if I dared to step into the realm, that power would erupt and slay me. Utterly terrifying. After hearing Tashwang Leiho's words, Zhou Luo couldn't help but nod. Indeed, that's true. The secret realms on Landin never allow beasts to enter. He had known this rule for a long time. But as for the actual reason, he had no idea. Then brother, should we still answer the call? Tashwang Leiho asked. No, let's head straight to the Kunlun Mountains. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment, then decided to go directly to the Kunlun range. If we answered the call now, then when the Kunlun Mountains open, we'd have to waste time traveling there. Better to head straight to Kunlun and save ourselves the extra journey. After all, cultivation is cultivation anywhere. Zhou Luo wasn't picky about the environment. Seeing Zhou Luo give the word, Tashwang Leiho turned around and flew slowly toward the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun mountain range stretched across nearly the entire Eurasian continent. Even the Ganges continent was clearly visible. At this moment, in a luxurious temple in Brahmaloka, Yang Tianying and Liu Ryan sat on either side, meditating within the sanctuary. Their auras had already broken through to the Forbidden's realm, several times stronger than when they left Great Xia. On a virtual throne in the sanctuary sat a man with deep, solemn features. The man wore a gauze robe, with his chest and belly exposed, his expression calm and serene. His deep blue pupils rested gently downward. Besides Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying, there was also a middle-aged man, whose appearance clearly matched the people of the Ganges continent, standing beside the man. If anyone from Brahmaloka came to the sanctuary, they would recognize him at a glance. This middle-aged man was the great Vaira of Brahmaloka, and the most revered figure in all of Brahmaloka. What happened on Adia's side? From his seat on the throne, Tyd raised his eyes toward the sanctuary gates, the rays of dawn light that broke through. He asked slowly, My lord, it seems there is a secret realm appearing. Adia lowered his eyes. and replied respectfully. What secret realm could produce such a phenomenon? Upon hearing it was a secret realm, in Tivadina's calm eyes, a ripple suddenly appeared. My lord, I shall investigate at once. After Adia bowed respectfully, he slowly left the sanctuary. Half an hour later, he returned. My lord, it is within a country on the Eurasian continent called Daxia, a secret realm located in the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains of Daxia. Tivadi turned his gaze to Liu Ryan and Yang Tiayi. I recall you two are from Daxia, are you not? Tell me, what is so special about these Kunlun Mountains that the phenomenon they unleash is so immense? Hearing Tivadi speak, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying dared not be negligent. When they fled to Brahmation, they were astonished to discover that the supreme ruler of Brahmation had already changed. From the former great Vira Adia to Tivadi, now seated upon the throne. And they also learned that the mighty great Vira Adia had become Tivadi's servant. After discovering this secret, they tried to flee, but were immediately captured by Adia, who had already broken through the Forbidden Realm. Then Tivadi, seeing their talents were considerable, planted spiritual enslavement upon them as well. Now the two, like Adia, had become Tivadi's servants, and their strength, with Tivadi's help, had broken through to the competitive realm. My lord, allow me to explain. Yang Tianying stepped forward and said respectfully, the Kunlun Mountains have always held the title of Dragon Vein in Daxia. Since ancient times, it has been a sacred place in the hearts of the Daxia people. It is no wonder such a treasure land produces this phenomenon. After hearing Yang Tianying's words, a hint of a smile appeared on Tivadi's face, with great interest. He was sent to Landin by Brahma Lotus sect as a vanguard, carrying 3 tasks on his shoulders. First, to move before other forces eyeing Landin, and on Landin, establish a foothold for the Brahma Lotus sect. Second, to make this force occupy as much territory as possible, ensuring that when the sect descends upon Landin, there will be enough land. And the third task is to closely monitor the secret realms appearing on Landin, especially grand ones like the Kunlun Mountain Range, which hold the deepest secrets of Landin. And that is why all the otherworldly forces have kept their eyes fixed on Landin for these past 1,000 years, waiting for that great barrier separating heaven and earth to finally show a crack before sending their people down to Landin. In that case, go to the Great Zia, enter the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm, and bring back all the great fortunes within. Any problems? TVD said slowly. We obey your command. Adia, Liu Ryan, and Yang Tianying answered in unison. They replied together, go on then. TVD waved his hand, signaling the 3 to depart. But then Liu Ryan spoke up again, my lord. There's something you don't know. In the Great Zia, there's a man named Zhou Luo. Extremely powerful, with extraordinary talent. Even before we came to Brahma Heaven, he had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. And by now, he's likely broken through to the competition realm. He's not to be underestimated. Hearing this, TVD raised his eyes to look at Liu Ryan. Just the competition realm. Aren't the 3 of you at the Forbiddens level? Why fear him? My lord, this man has many tricks. I beg you to send another fierce warrior to accompany us. Liu Ryan's expression was utterly sincere. She truly feared Zhou Luo. The things Zhou Luo has done were all beyond his imagination. Now that he finally has a chance to use the Brahma Heaven's power to slay him, he doesn't want any mistakes. My lord, I can confirm that Zhou Luo is indeed no ordinary man. I beg you, my lord, to send another mighty warrior. Yang Tianying also stepped forward and spoke with the utmost respect. T.Y.D. narrowed his eyes. After a moment of thought, he agreed. In that case, I shall send my beast to accompany you into battle. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. If you fail to obtain the great fortune within the Kunlun Mountains, I will personally send you to the Audi Hell. Do you hear me? T.Y.D. spoke calmly. But behind Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying, cold sweat had already soaked through. The 2 of them trembled uncontrollably. Even Adia, standing at the gate, was not spared, trembling in fear. 101. In this world you need power. Rest assured, my lord. On this trip to Kunlun Mountain, we will surely bring back all the great treasures. All 3 knelt down at once and said together, rise now. TYD nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand. A flash of light streaked by. Outside the sanctuary gate, a towering figure suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky. Its body was immense, without feet. 5 heads like king cobras grew from its torso. In its dark crimson eyes was nothing but wild, savage killing intent. When the great serpent Adea saw this 5-headed naga, he knelt down in devout worship. This was a being of supreme status in their Brahma heaven mythology. He never imagined the beast TYD spoke of was actually a 5-headed naga. Adea, already utterly loyal to TYD. At this moment, they had already enshrined him as a sacred taboo in their hearts. Awe at the peak-ranked exotic beasts. Meanwhile, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying stared in shock at the 5 beasts that he casually summoned forth. Each one was already at the pinnacle of the arena. So how powerful must TYD himself be? Without a doubt, he had definitely surpassed the arena's peak. Go quickly and return quickly. TYD's voice snapped the 3 back to reality. The 3 snapped back to their senses and immediately followed the 5 beasts, heading toward the Kunlun Mountains. Zhou Luo stood atop the mountain peak of Kunlun, his gaze fixed on a black hole-like airflow ahead. So this is the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. Zhou Luo muttered, but at this moment, the black hole-like airflow was wildly violent. Though the center erupted with radiant glow, Zhou Luo could sense it clearly. If anyone dared to step inside, at best, severe injury, at worst, instant death. When the Kunlun secret realm opens, this airflow will finally calm down, revealing the true entrance. Big brother, rest assured and cultivate. I'll keep watch around you. Tianshuang Lihao stood beside Zhou Luo, scanning the surroundings with a wary expression. Because of the violent airflow before them, anyone who steps into Kunlun's territory will have their senses affected. And so Tianshuang Lihao had to stay on high alert to prevent anyone from making a sneak move. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Zhou Luo nodded. He truly had great confidence in Tianshuang Lihao, his loyal subordinate. Though sometimes he seemed a bit reckless. But whatever task was given to him, he almost always completed it perfectly. Just as Zhou Luo was about to begin cultivating, suddenly, Tianshuang Lihao's expression turned uneasy. Big brother, something's wrong. Look over there. Zhou Luo immediately followed his gaze and saw the southwest direction of Kunlun Mountain. There, in the distant Ganges continent, a massive shadow suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky, racing swiftly toward Kunlun Mountain. Wherever it passed, some border towns at the junction between Eurasia and the Ganges continent were all destroyed. It wasn't until the shadow neared the Kunlun range that Zhou Luo and the twin thunder beasts could finally see its face clearly. It was a king cobra with 5 heads. No, rather, it should be said that only the heads of this beast resembled a king cobra, but upon closer look, they were completely different. And beside this beast stood 3 figures. 2 of them, Zhou Luo recognized at a glance, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying, before her words even faded. The 5-headed beast carried Liu Ryan, Yang Tianying, and Adea into the Kunlun mountain range, less than a kilometer away from the peak of Kunlun where Zhou Luo stood. Who is that? Adea spotted Zhou Luo standing atop the Kunlun peak and immediately frowned, asking. Zhou Luo, Liu Ryan's face lit up with excitement. Pointing at Zhou Luo, she said, "This is the Zhou Luo I told you about. The strongest in the entire realm. I never thought we wouldn't even need to go looking for him. He's appeared on his own." Yang Tianying couldn't help but lick his lips. Perfect, we got him without any effort at all. We were just thinking about how to go kill you. And here you come right to our doorstep. His face was full of murderous intent. Even now, he still clearly remembered how Zhou Luo, in front of countless people, cruelly slapped him across the face. Utterly humiliating. Now he finally had the chance to avenge that grudge. He's all alone. Adea scanned the surroundings. Besides Zhou Luo and the twin thunder beasts, he found no one else. And he could also sense the aura of the twin thunder beasts. It's just nearing the end of the talk. They don't think much of any storm. In other words, Zhou Luo is now all alone. While they have 3 experts at the competitive level and 5 peak-level Naga beasts. Killing him would be a breeze. Great Vira, once we take this man down, please let me kill him myself. The excitement on Liu Ryan's face could no longer be hidden. Her gaze at Zhou Luo was filled with murderous intent. As you wish, as long as it doesn't affect the master's plan. Adia said casually. Great Vira, rest assured. I will absolutely prioritize the bigger picture. Liu Ryan nodded repeatedly. Soon, Liu Ryan and her two companions, along with the 5 Naga beasts, arrived at the summit of Kunlun where Zhou Luo stood. The three leapt down from the Naga and landed on the ground. Two cold, viper-like gazes immediately locked onto Zhou Luo. The expressions on Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying's faces were extremely arrogant. Zhou Luo, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Liu Ryan stepped forward. A bewitching smile curled upon her crimson lips. Liu Ryan, Yang Tianying, I never expected that you'd actually team up with the people of Brahmaloka. Truly an eye-opener for me. Zhou Luo stood tall and straight in place, his hands clasped behind his back. His heroic gaze swept over Liu Ryan and her group. And those 5 Naga beasts, he sneered. From Adia's appearance, he could tell. This man was surely from Brahmaloka of the Ganges continent. And the creature behind them, the 5-headed Naga, also matched the divine beast of Ganges continent mythology, HMPH. No matter which side we join, as long as we can kill you, everything is worth it. Liu Ryan sneered at his words. In her eyes, Zhou Luo was already a dead man. Having broken through to the competitive mirror, she could sense Zhou Luo's cultivation level around the mid-stage of the arena mirror, roughly that range. In such a short span of time, to cultivate to the late arena mirror stage all on his own. That speed is truly astonishing, enough to leave one in awe. But even if you cultivate faster, and your strength is greater, so what? In this world, you need power and backing. On our side, we have 4 arena mirror experts at full count, including one at the peak of arena mirror, that 5-headed beast. We can easily crush someone as weak as you. What makes you so sure you can kill me? Zhou Luo's lips curled up slightly. As he looked at Liu Ryan and the others, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. If it were anyone else, they would probably today truly end up falling at the hands of Liu Ryan and her group. But he was no ordinary arena mirror expert. Even Augustus, who had entered the realm, was slain by him. Liu Ryan and these few were no match for him at all. Young man, your current cultivation should be late Huajin stage, right? Zhou Luo paid no mind to the murderous glares of Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying. He turned to the Frost Thunder Roar behind him and asked, right, big brother, what's the matter? The Frost Thunder Roar scratched his head, not understanding why Zhou Luo suddenly asked this. Zhou Luo smiled. His gaze fell on the 5-headed beast at the arena mirror peak, then shifted back to the Frost Thunder Roar. What if I told you? I give you a Beast King pill at the arena mirror peak. Could you break through the arena mirror? Of course, big brother. Never mind breaking through the arena mirror. If I take that Beast King pill, I'd reach the mid-arena mirror stage directly. Even the late stage isn't impossible. The Frost Thunder Roar's expression shifted at once. He quickly spoke up. But then he immediately realized, and turned his gaze to that 5-headed beast, big brother. The arena mirror peak Beast King pill you mentioned. Don't tell me it's this thing. Arrogant, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying, as well as Adia, the 3 of them also caught on. They immediately shouted in anger, too insolent. Zhou Luo completely disregarded them, even daring to speak right in front of them. He was saying he'd kill the Naga clan. Take out his Beast King pill, bloodline suppression. How can a mixed dragon match a true dragon's arrogance? This is truly too arrogant. Even the Naga beside the 3 of them let out a furious hiss. 10 icy serpent eyes stared fixedly at Zhou Luo, as if to skin him, strip his bones, and devour him whole. How dare he humiliate the Naga gods? Seeking death, Adia couldn't hold back first. The Naga, in their native mythology, were revered deities of high status. How could he let Zhou Luo insult them so? Before his words even faded, he instantly appeared before Zhou Luo. His hands clasped together, several bursts of golden light erupted from his body. Rolling Buddhist chants echoed all around. The next moment, the golden light transformed into a flower-holding Buddha palm, smashing toward Zhou Luo's position. Bang! Zhou Luo saw the Buddha palm coming at him. Yet he neither dodged nor avoided. He merely gave his body a single shake. A towering Mount Tai Phantom appeared behind him. Zhou Luo drew out his right hand and struck a palm toward that Buddha hand. The towering Mount Tai Phantom instantly expanded. Following the palm, It pressed down toward Adea. Whoosh! The Mount Tai Phantom and Buddha Palm collided midair. After they held for several seconds, the Buddha Palm began to show signs of giving way. Moments later, it shattered into fragments of golden light, while the Mount Tai Phantom pressed on undeterred, crashing toward Adea with overwhelming might. How can this be? Adea's eyes trembled with shock, but he wasn't too panicked. He simply clasped his hands together. A wrathful Vira image enveloped him instantly. Then the Vira wound up a fist and hurled it at the Mount Tai Phantom, trying to block it. But the moment the Vajra's fist touched the Mount Tai Phantom, it too, like the Buddha Palm before, began to crumble apart. This farce is over. Zhou Luo saw this. With the case settled before the platform, the Mount Tai Phantom suddenly erupted with supreme stability. Bang! The Vira wrath form collapsed in an instant, along with Adia's expression, which at that moment turned utterly terrified. As the Mount Tai Phantom pressed down, Adia's legs gave out first. With a cracking sound, he slammed onto his knees. Shattered leg bones pierced through his knees, looking utterly horrifying. Then the Mount Tai Phantom pressed lower. Adia's spine began to emit a series of cracking sounds, until finally, his entire body burst apart. Blood sprayed onto Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying's faces, leaving them utterly stunned. How could this happen? Liu Ryan's face was full of terror. Even her fingers were trembling. And the same silence fell. Why are you so strong? Why? Yang Tianying's body couldn't help but shake, looking at Zhou Luo as if seeing a demon. Adia cultivation was at the mid-competitive stage, slightly stronger than theirs. But even so, Adia, in Zhou Luo's hands, didn't last 3 minutes. Zhou Luo struck out with a single palm and shattered everything in its path. The flower-pinching Buddha palm crushed the Vira wrath form, until finally, even Adia couldn't withstand the suppression, and died on the spot. Everything happened so fast. They didn't even have time to react, before Adia had already fallen. I told you this farce is over. Zhou Luo's eyes were icy cold. As he looked at Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying, his gaze was filled with killing intent. Some time ago, he hadn't had the chance to deal with them, until they fled overseas. Now that they'd come to him on their own, Zhou Luo would never let them escape again. Great Master, please make your move. Liu Ryan was the first to react, and immediately bowed to the five-headed serpent beside her. Yang Tianying saw this, and quickly followed suit. Even Adia, who was stronger than them, couldn't last 3 minutes against Zhou Luo. If they went up, they'd likely suffer the same fate. So they could only pin their hopes on the five-headed serpent that had reached the pinnacle of competition. At this moment, Liu Ryan felt only relief. Luckily, when they set out, he had begged Tiwidi to send the five-headed serpent along. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. Human, today I will devour you. The five-headed serpent heard their calls. Its cold serpentine eyes gleamed with chilling intent. Its gaze at Zhou Luo was filled with murderous desire. Today, the two of them will surely die. Never mind your serpent. Even if the shaman came, she couldn't stop it. Zhou Luo, however, sneered coldly, and directly drew the Tai sword from his waist. The black gold dragon patterns on the blade spontaneously emitted a surge of true dragon aura at that moment. The five-headed serpent felt this pressure, and its serpent pupils trembled uncontrollably. A deep fear from within its bloodline appeared in its eyes. In mythology, the serpent carried a trace of dragon bloodline. Some believers would even call it a dragon outright. But no matter what they called it, it couldn't change the fact that it only had a thin sliver of bloodline. And the Tai sword in Zhou Luo's hand had once been worn daily by the ancestral dragon, nourished by immense dragon aura every day. It had long evolved its own consciousness. Now the divine sword was drawn, and found a lesser dragon before it. The dragon's might within the sword naturally erupted. Sensing the threat, the serpent let out a hiss, and all five heads sprayed venom capable of dissolving everything, shooting it toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo remained calm and unhurried. He didn't even have the thought of summoning the Nanyang Bagua plate. Instead, he flew straight toward the serpent. The 5 streams of venom, the moment they were about to touch him, were easily dodged. And Zhou Luo's figure had already arrived before one of the 5-headed demon's heads, swinging his sword out. The Tai sword suddenly let out a dragon's roar, A sword light imbued with true dragon energy blazed forth toward the five-headed demon. The sword light cut through with devastating force. The instant it touched one of the heads, it sliced it clean off. AOOW. The five-headed demon let out a heart-wrenching howl. The searing agony made its other four heads well uncontrollably. This is just the first strike. And you can't take it anymore. What about the ones that follow? Zhou Luo flashed a smile. He raised the Tai sword and swung again. Another head was easily severed. With the dragon's might of the Tai sword backing him against this demon at its peak, Zhou Luo found it even easier than with Audia. This is the suppression from the depths of bloodline. Watching the five-headed demon fall, even faster than Audia had, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying were in despair. No, we can't just wait to die. We'll join the fight too? Liu Ryan, Silver Fangs, and Feathered Form soared into the air at once. A torrent of calamitous energy burst from her body. Yang Tianying understood the same logic and joined the battle as well. A towering wave of calamitous energy swept toward Zhou Luo instantly. Can't sit still anymore, can you? Zhou Luo glanced over. Liu Ryan sneered. Your calamitous energy is indeed powerful, but it's utterly useless against me now. Now let me show you what a real gap in strength looks like. Before the words even faded, a Nanyang Bagua disc suddenly rose behind Zhou Luo's head. The Nanyang Bagua emerged around him, blocking all the incoming calamitous energy. At the same time, Zhou Luo raised his right arm, pushing all the spiritual energy within his body, attached to the great evil arrow covered in dragon patterns. Hush, his gaze fixed on the three figures ahead. His right arm suddenly exerted force, a slight downward press. In an instant, it seemed a dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth. A sword light vast enough to encompass an entire city. Toward Liu Ryan, Yang Tianying, and the five-headed beast trembling uncontrollably, it slashed down upon them. Facing this sword light of supreme might, Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying seemed to lose consciousness, standing frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Their eyes filled with terror and deep, deep regret. They should never have made an enemy of Zhou Luo. That was the last thought in their minds. They had clearly realized how ridiculous their original plan had been. Revenge was utterly impossible. The sword light swept past. The bodies of Liu Ryan and Yang Tianying gradually dissolved within the light. The remaining three heads of the bone beast were severed. In his final moments, his gaze still held deep terror and awe. The awe of one who had seen a true dragon. With a howling gust of wind, the sword light faded away until it gradually dispersed. Mount Kunlun lay in ruins. Only Zhou Luo and the Frost Monkey remained. Little monkey, take the Beast King pill. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword with a light snort. The next instant, Heaven Frost Thunder Roar came scampering over eagerly. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother's divine might. As he said this, the grin on Heaven Frost Thunder Roar's face stretched ear to ear. Entering Kunlun Iron Fortress, he moved swiftly. As Heaven Frost Thunder Roar skillfully dissected the five-headed beast. Finally, from within the beast's body, he dug out a dark red Beast King pill radiating a fierce aura. Big Brother, are you really giving me this Beast King pill? Tiashuang Leiho looked at Zhou Luo and asked eagerly. Zhou Luo shot him a glance. Who else would I give it to if not you? Hurry up and refine it. Boost your own strength. Tiashuang Leiho quickly agreed. The peak-tier Beast King pill. What a treasure, hee hee hee. Tiashuang Leiho stared at the Beast King pill in his hand and chuckled foolishly. Stick with the big boss and feast 3 times a day. His choice to follow Zhou Luo back then was truly the smartest decision he ever made. Without a second thought, Tiashuang Leiho swallowed the Beast King pill in one gulp and began refining it. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo continued his cultivation. At this moment, his realm had reached the peak of the 5th level of the competition realm, only a step away from the 6th level. He estimated it would take just a day or two to break through successfully. This speed, applied to anyone else, would already be terrifyingly fast. Breaking through each level in the competition realm is incredibly difficult. Even top-tier geniuses need 10 to 15 days to make any progress. But Zhou Luo still felt this speed was far from enough. His goal was to break through to the Gasuo realm within half a month. Only then Could he have the strength to face the forces from beyond the heavens? Cultivate steadily for now. Decide everything once the Kunlun's secret realm opens. Zhou Luo withdrew his focus and began circulating his inner energy with full concentration. 7 days passed quickly. On this day, the signs over Kunlun Mountain grew ever more apparent. Countless rays of light spread across nearly the entire Eurasian continent. Even the surrounding Ganges continent, the Congo continent, and the distant American continent were all affected. Many awakened ones from the lower realms had already arrived at Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the secret realm to open. But not a single one dared to step onto the summit of Kunlun, because atop that summit sat the figure seated in meditation, Zhou Luo. Every person present looked at Zhou Luo with a deep sense of awe and admiration in their eyes. And for good reason. Because Zhou Luo had repeatedly saved countless people from overseas forces and the Beast King, preventing several cities from being destroyed, and protecting the lives of countless ordinary people. A man like that commands respect from everyone. And so, seeing Zhou Luo seated in meditation atop Kunlun Mountain, no one dared to disturb him. The violent airflow swirling atop Kunlun Mountain gradually calmed down over time, and Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. The aura within his body had grown even stronger than 7 days ago, reaching the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm, on the verge of breaking through to the 7th. The time is almost here. He looked toward the airflow not far away, and slowly rose to his feet. Seeing Zhou Luo exit his cultivation state, Kui Linfei, who had been waiting for a long time, along with Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, quickly stepped forward. General Zhou, you've broken through again. Kui Linfei approached, sensing Zhou Luo's power at the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he was still stunned by Zhou Luo's cultivation speed. If it were him breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level, it would take at least half a month. Your progress is impressive too. Zhou Luo looked at the three of them, a hint of approval in his eyes. At this moment, Kui Linfei and the other two had all reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, showing signs of breaking through to the Forbidden Realm. This was undoubtedly good news. In the future, when otherworldly forces invade Langxin, his own strength alone would not be nearly enough. After all, he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and couldn't possibly watch over everything. That was when others needed to step up. Not necessarily stronger than him, but at least they should have Forbidden Realm power. Otherwise, in the face of those otherworldly invaders, no different from cannon fodder. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the stream of energy atop Kunlun Peak had already begun to visibly dissipate. A moment later, the final stream of energy faded into the heavens and earth, revealing a radiant gate bathed in twilight glow. The entrance has already opened. Seeing this, Zhou Luo, his expression immediately turned serious. But he did not choose to enter directly. Instead, he turned to look at Tianshuang Leiho and asked, "Can you still feel that mysterious force blocking you beasts from entering?" "Yes." And this time, the force is even more terrifying than before. In Tianshuang Leihu's eyes as he looked at the light gate, a flicker of undeniable fear flashed through. As if the moment he dared to take a step forward, he would be doomed beyond redemption. "In that case, then you'd better wait for me outside." Zhou Luo nodded. After giving Tianshuang Leiho a few words of instruction, he leapt and flew toward the secret realm's entrance. The moment he stepped into the light gate, his entire figure vanished from sight. General Zhou has gone in. Let's head up too. Seeing Zhou Luo enter first, the others clamored as they rushed toward Kunlun Peak, choosing to enter only after Zhou Luo had gone in. It wasn't that they feared danger within the light gate, but rather out of respect for Zhou Luo. If anyone dared to try entering ahead of Zhou Luo, even if Zhou Luo had no objection, the crowd would be the first to refuse. Within the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm, as a gentle hum sounded, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This is the inside of the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm. After stepping out of the light gate, Zhou Luo cast his gaze around to survey the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through the forest. Cranes flew past among the springs and trees veiled in clouds. If you called this the immortal realm, Zhou Luo would believe it. Such rich spiritual energy. He closed his eyes and felt it briefly, instantly stunned by the dense spiritual energy here. So this is what Kunlun Mountain looks like inside. No wonder they call it the dragon vein of the world. As far as I know, within the Kunlun secret realm, there are no innate treasures like those seen in Taiyei. But on the flip side, the realm is filled with spiritual springs and rare fruits, each one rivaling the treasures of genius on Langxin, able to aid cultivation or enhance one's aptitude. These things are a huge help to me right now. Perhaps I can break through in one go within the realm. Gasuo Jin. Huh. This thing. Zhou Luo was just thinking where to start gathering treasures, when he felt something moving in his pocket. He reached in to check, and found the restless object. Was the iron ball obtained earlier in the Apang Palace? Alongside Taya Jian. The ball was now emitting waves of dark black aura. And these wisps of dark black aura were like a heavenly guide, all drifting in one single direction. It's guiding me. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, his gaze following the direction the dark aura pointed. That was among a vast expanse of